Your initial endeavor was to proclaim a daily earning of 1. Your first venture was to assert a daily income of 10,000. Just because others can lift 200 pounds does not define the limits of one's potential. Yet you possess the remarkable ability to lift 500 pounds of cement with a single hand. You possess extraordinary regenerative abilities bestowed upon you from your journey across time, regardless of how one may overextend oneself on that day. Once the clock strikes midnight, one can be resurrected amidst the snow. One can even attain comprehensive enhancement. However, the immense energy expenditure results in a significant increase in appetite. Every day is spent either dining or en route to a meal. Just now, you ordered 3 servings of Yangzhou fried rice at the small restaurant downstairs. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the other patrons in the establishment, you swiftly finished 2 generous bowls. Although the pace of the third bowl may seem slightly slower compared to the first 2, it is still being consumed at a steady rate. It appears that finishing it should pose no challenge. Just as you were about to settle the bill and leave after your meal, a familiar rural accent suddenly resonated in your ears. Yesterday's tasks truly exhausted me. I fear that I may not even be able to rise today. Who would disagree? Although yesterday's order was lucrative, the task itself proved quite arduous. The building was steep and challenging to ascend, and carrying over 100 pounds on one's back. It would be a miracle to rise again today. The speakers are several middle-aged men with dark skin, embodying the quintessential appearance of physical laborers, complemented by their robust and well-defined musculature. Although not as aesthetically pleasing as the individuals found in the gym, it is evident at first glance that they possess considerable strength. Although it is indeed exhausting, the silver lining is that with diligence and perseverance, the remuneration is quite satisfactory. Just yesterday, I earned over 600. If I could consistently secure orders every day, after diligent effort for 2 years, I could return to my village and construct a house, and then arrange a suitable marriage for the children back home. Although one indulges in the simplest of fried rice while engaging in laborious physical toil, the faces of the gentlemen are adorned with smiles. The casual banter among these gentlemen captivates your attention and brings a sparkle to your eyes. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this opportunity before? My body, designed for physical labor, is perfectly suited for this work. Moreover, with determination and effort, not only will my physical strength increase rapidly, but my income will also grow at an impressive pace. In a past life, I frequently came across a content creator whose occupation revolved around the laborious task of carrying burdens. This individual amassed over 1 million followers online. Is this not a ready-made template? One merely needs to emulate it. Upon contemplating this, you cast a glance at the few fellow villagers behind you. The elder's gaze ignited with fervor, and without a moment's hesitation, he boldly approached. Esteemed brothers, I couldn't help but overhear your discussion regarding the construction work. Might I inquire if you're still in need of additional hands? To be quite candid, it may elicit a chuckle, but I have recently found myself unemployed. Opportunities for work are scarce, and I possess no particular skills to speak of. All that remains is my physical strength. Though I may appear somewhat aged, I am, at my core, a genuine rural lad, fully capable of handling any laborious task. As you unexpectedly approached, the several older gentlemen initially maintained a considerable degree of vigilance. However, upon hearing the familiar dialect of their homeland spill from your lips, their expressions instantly transformed into warm smiles. You wish to collaborate with us. We are not opposed to the idea, for there are no significant barriers to entry. As long as the tasks are assigned, one simply needs to fulfill them. The extent of daily contributions and the corresponding remuneration depend entirely on one's abilities and perseverance. However, judging by your pristine appearance, one might wonder if you're truly capable of enduring the rigors of such demanding work. No worries, my dear friends. You must trust me. My complexion is largely a result of my inherent inability to tan. Coupled with the fact that I have spent the past few years primarily working in an office, my skin appears somewhat fairer. Nevertheless, the foundation remains intact. I kindly request that a few gentlemen invite me to join them while they work on the streets. I assure you, I will not hinder their progress in any way. After much discussion, I realize I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Mu Gu, hailing from the vicinity of Liangcheng. I reside in a modest dwelling below. The gentleman may refer to me as Xiao Mu, a familiar term of endearment from our shared origins, devoid of any pretentiousness. After spending some time in the workforce, you may find that while you possess no extraordinary skills, your resilience has certainly strengthened compared to before. If you were to reflect on your school days or the period just after graduation, you would realize that you lack the ability to adeptly ascend the social ladder as you do now. Engaged in a light-hearted conversation with several gentlemen, you took the initiative to settle their bills as well. Although the work of construction may seem devoid of barriers, requiring merely a tool and determination, in this unfamiliar terrain, venturing into an unknown domain without a guide can render even the most vigorous efforts fruitless if opportunities remain elusive. Gazing at the several newly added phone numbers in your mobile device, you can't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Several middle-aged gentlemen, even in this day and age, seem to linger in a lifestyle reminiscent of a decade ago. Upon receiving their salaries, they leave the funds untouched in their accounts, while the cash they possess is minimal. Remarkably, even their mobile phones are uniform, consisting solely of basic models designed for seniors. Apart from making calls, these devices appear to offer no additional features. During the casual conversation, you also discovered that the sole source of entertainment for several older gentlemen is to return to their rented accommodations and watch television. Had it not been for this serendipitous encounter with these gentlemen, one could scarcely imagine that in this day and age, there exist middle-aged individuals who embody such a lifestyle. It can be said that the essence of frugality is intricately etched into the very marrow of their being. However, at least when working alongside these few gentlemen, you can find some solace. With the straightforward nature of a simpleton combined with the camaraderie of fellow townsfolk, in this era rife with deceit and cunning, you need not worry about being schemed against from behind. In the blink of an eye, the third day has arrived. To this moment, you have yet to receive a single call from the sarcastic uncle. However, there is not the slightest hint of anxiety within your heart. After all, you clearly heard everything that day. After completing a task, it is essential for the elderly gentleman to take a respite. After all, such physically demanding labor is beyond the endurance of an average individual when faced with relentless daily toil. Not everyone possesses your extraordinary capabilities. Just as you have finished your breakfast, a sense of confusion envelopes you, leaving you uncertain about what to pursue next. Suddenly, the phone in your pocket begins to ring. Xiaomu, we have received an order for the removal of construction waste amounting to 12,000 yuan. The client requests that all construction debris be cleared from the premises by tomorrow. However, the counterpart resides in an urban village where large machinery cannot access. Moreover, their location is in a walk-up building, specifically on the top floor. The area is quite spacious, yet it is cluttered with construction debris, and the stairway is rather difficult to navigate. This assignment may be considered one of the more challenging tasks we typically encounter. Xiaomu, do you think you might be interested? Would you like to come and give it a try? Listening to the earnest and simple voice of the uncle on the phone, your previously expressionless face suddenly breaks into a faint smile. All right, dear uncle, is it over by the urban village? I shall come right away. Upon receiving the specific address, you decisively changed into a rather worn outfit and descended the stairs. You mounted your little electric scooter and swiftly made your way towards the destination. Thanks to your previous experience as a food delivery person, you possessed a reasonable familiarity with the intricate streets and alleyways within the city's villages. The intricate terrain of the urban village is renowned as a nightmare for all delivery personnel. Yet, you navigate it with remarkable ease. From the moment the call is received, within a mere span of 15 minutes, you have successfully arrived at your destination. Our task today is on the 6th floor of this building. A brief exchange of pleasantries here. As you gaze upon the dim and narrow entrance of the corridor, Muga cannot help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of their eye. One can only say that it truly lives up to its reputation as the most renowned urban village in this area, perfectly aligning with your preconceived notions of it. On the 6th floor, which is the topmost level, yet this task is far from easy. You have seen the staircase. It is both narrow and steep. Moreover, we have just inspected the area, and the construction debris present is quite substantial. Each bag weighs at least 100 to nearly 200 pounds. However, the price offered by the host is not insignificant. For each bag, a shipping fee of 10 yuan is provided. Moreover, once it is collected, there is no need for us to handle it. We simply place it in the vacant space downstairs, and at the appointed time, a garbage truck will come to retrieve it. After listening to the uncle's words, you paid no heed to anything else. Instead, you immediately seized upon the crux of his statement, a bag costing 10 yuan. Such a price is certainly not trivial. Over the course of a day, it should be quite feasible to earn at least 500 to 600 yuan. Wouldn't you agree? What are we waiting for? Let us resolutely commence our work. Time is indeed money. Every minute wasted now translates to $1 lost later. Observing your eager demeanor, the elder could not help but chuckle. How delightful it is to be young. Regardless of the circumstances, you seem to possess an abundance of enthusiasm. What is it that has you so anxious? This is merely construction debris. Are you truly planning to ascend and confront a heathen? If that is the case, it is likely that it will take no less than 7 days. At most, after about 10 trips, you will find yourself overwhelmed by the construction debris. Take this with you. It is something your uncle used in the past. I believe you're familiar with this item. Place it on your back. It will certainly make your work more manageable when the time comes. As I gazed at the yellow cushion being handed to me by the uncle, I momentarily froze, only to burst into laughter soon after. This peculiar item must have been brought over from his hometown. Despite my many years spent in other provinces, I have never encountered such a thing. It seems that only our area possesses this. However, it is indeed a remarkable item. Not only does it alleviate effort, but it also spares one from the discomfort of indentations caused by carrying a backpack. While smiling, you effortlessly take the 7-layered cushion. Come, Xiaomu, let us give this a try. Let us see if this weight can still be managed with finesse. This object is indeed quite heavy. Those who have never attempted it may truly find a challenge. Not bad. A mere weight of less than 200 pounds, easily handled with utmost ease. As you effortlessly descend the stairs with your burden, several gentlemen exchange glances, each reflecting astonishment in their eyes. Indeed, one cannot deny that this young man appears to be quite the capable worker. This remarkable skill of the 9-chi is truly unmatched by the current youth. Moreover, observing their familiarity and adeptness, it seems quite plausible that, as he said, they have indeed practiced extensively at home. Who could deny it? Previously, I thought this young man was merely jesting. To my surprise, he truly possesses the talent for it. As we exchanged casual banter, the elderly gentlemen continued their tasks without pause, each one diligently lifting the burdensome construction debris, steadily descending the stairs with measured steps. Time swiftly transitioned from morning to a little past 2 in the afternoon. Aside from a few uncles, the gaze of the fellow villagers who arrived with you inadvertently carried a touch more admiration. They have been tirelessly working from the early hours until now. Most of them are already exceedingly weary, yet they persist, sustained merely by sheer willpower. You are not only recognized as the most industrious, but you have also persevered from morning until now. Although you are drenched in sweat, you have not uttered a single complaint of fatigue, nor do you exhibit the slightest intention of pausing. It appears that you are determined to complete all your tasks in one go before taking a well-deserved rest. Xiaomu, let us not rush into our tasks just yet. Let's take a moment to rest and partake in some nourishment before we resume our endeavors. It is currently the hottest part of the day, and we ought to replenish our energy. Such relentless toil may not be entirely prudent. Be cautious not to inadvertently suffer from heat stroke and find yourself in the hospital. At that point, do not even mention wages. Merely managing to cover part of the expenses would be considered a fortunate outcome. Upon hearing these words, you pause for a moment, acutely aware of your own physical condition. You have indeed pushed yourself to the brink of exhaustion. However, you're also cognizant of your unique capabilities. As long as you persist, you will forge ahead relentlessly. In any case, as soon as the clock strikes midnight, regardless of how exhausted one may feel, or even if one bears the scars of fatigue, one can simply resurrect anew in the very spot, as if reborn amidst the snow. Although I feel that I can persist for at least another hour or two, since the gentlemen have already spoken up to remind me, it is only natural to take a break. Very well, I shall rest for a while. After dining, we shall see what comes next. Indeed, persevering relentlessly can yield a profoundly striking effect. However, your objective should not be to exhaust yourself in one go. It is essential to take breaks, allowing your stamina to extend and thereby facilitating the attainment of your goals more expediently. Moreover, A lingering apprehension resides within you, although you are aware that after midnight each day you can recuperate. You fear that should you overexert yourself and startle the few local uncles before you, they may hesitate to call upon you for future opportunities. What shall we indulge in today? We certainly cannot return home for a meal. Although the fried rice from the chubby fellow's place is generous and economical, the distance is rather considerable, making a return somewhat inconvenient. When the toil does not cease, one remains unaware. Yet once the labor halts, the gnawing hunger within suddenly surges to the forefront of consciousness, as even the 5 organs seem to grumble in protest. It appears that you too experience hunger pangs. The growling of your stomach is quite conspicuous. In this tranquil afternoon setting, it was unmistakably heard by the gentleman beside you, who immediately erupted into a hearty and boisterous laughter. Originally, observing you toiling tirelessly, they believed this lad was akin to an ironclad automaton. Yet, it seems that Arjun does not tire. It is merely a matter of youth and a body more resilient to the strains of labor. Xiaomu, I understand that you young individuals aspire to earn more money. However, the work involved in leveraging properties is inherently different from others. Engaging in such strenuous labor can genuinely take a toll on your health. Do not let the illusion of youth lead you to dismiss these concerns lightly. One must truly understand the importance of cherishing one's own body, otherwise, by the time one reaches a certain age, possibly as early as in their 40s or 50s, a multitude of ailments may suddenly manifest, rendering even the simplest act of walking a painful and arduous endeavor. To you, a hardworking child from the same hometown, several uncles genuinely appreciate your efforts. Yet, as they observe you, a sense of tenderness inevitably arises. After all, in the eyes of these uncles, a family capable of enduring such hardship must surely be facing difficult circumstances. From your being, they seemingly glimpse the future of their little ones back home. Each one of them studying, yet reluctant to learn. Their academic performance a dismal reflection. Not merely spending a couple of years in their hometown, only to end up like their forebears, toiling in the hardships of the sprawling metropolis. A slightly better option is merely to work in a factory. Once one reaches a certain age and is no longer able to secure employment in such places, one is left with no choice but to endure arduous labor. Let us embark, dear Xiaomu. The uncle shall take you to indulge in some delectable delights. When it comes to the truly exquisite culinary offerings within this grand city, one must venture into the urban villages. Not only are the flavors delightful, but the prices are also remarkably reasonable. I am aware of a particularly delectable pig trotter rice dish. Although the price may be slightly elevated by a couple of yuan, the flavor is undeniably exquisite. The trotters are exceptionally tender and infused with rich flavors, guaranteed to leave you utterly enchanted. After wandering through the various alleys of the urban village, you arrive at a rather inconspicuous corner. This quaint little shop lacks even a sign, yet simply standing at the doorway, you cannot help but be captivated by the scene before you. The fragrant aroma wafting through the air causes your mouth to water uncontrollably. Under the compelling influence of this scent, you perceive your hunger intensifying manifold, as if a tempest were brewing within your stomach. The small establishment exhibits remarkable efficiency in serving its dishes. Within mere moments of settling into your seat, a generous bowl of pig trotter rice is elegantly presented before you. You eagerly stirred the dish, mixing the pig trotter resting atop the rice with the grains below in a haphazard manner. You swiftly stuffed your mouth full, scarcely allowing yourself the time to savor each bite. The distinct grains of rice, mingling with the tender, gelatinous trotter, were swallowed whole without a moment's hesitation. A bowl, under the astonished gaze of Uncle Fanway, you effortlessly devoured 3 large bowls of braised pork trotter's rice. Delightful. It felt as though you had truly come back to life. After finishing the meal, you hastily devoured a substantial bowl of pumpkin soup. Satisfied, you gently patted your belly, reclining in your chair with an expression of utter relaxation. Originally, you believed that the elderly gentleman's notion of a break merely entailed resting for an hour or so after their meal. However, you truly did not anticipate that after dining, it would be as late as 3 o'clock. The mortal sought a shaded spot to recline, resting against his own cushion. He drifted into slumber, oblivious to the passage of time, only to awaken past the hour of 7:05. Even at this late hour, he exhibited no inclination to rise and resume his labors. Unable to contain yourself any longer, you directly inquired, "Shall we not commence our work?" "Let's wait a little longer. We shall resume our tasks at 6 o'clock. The weather here remains exceedingly warm." In truth, this can be regarded as a subtle technique in our endeavor. Unlike the ordinary workers who toil during the daylight hours, we seize the opportunity to work in the coolness of the morning, taking a respite during the peak heat of the afternoon. The remaining tasks await our diligent efforts in the evening, as it is universally acknowledged that the night brings a more refreshing atmosphere, regardless of location. Certainly, if it were set in the winter, the weather would undoubtedly differ. Typically, one would seize the daylight hours to make the most of the time available. Seeing that you are unable to sleep and show no intention of resting, one of the gentlemen promptly sat upright, leaning against the wall behind him, and began to engage in a casual conversation with you, primarily addressing some of your queries regarding this particular line of work. These experiences have been amassed over many years of diligent work. You are now prepared to commit yourself wholeheartedly to this profession, at least in the short term, and indeed, that is accurate. Thus, you are listening with great attentiveness. It is already 6 o'clock. Everyone, please rise promptly and prepare for the tasks ahead. Today's workload is substantial, and we must utilize our time efficiently. Should we fail to complete our duties today, our reputation may suffer greatly. Securing future opportunities will not be an easy endeavor. A substantial order amounting to 12,000 yuan, with each package priced at 10 yuan, signifies that there are a total of 1,200 packages. This group comprises merely around 20 individuals, resulting in an average of approximately 60 packages per person. The master has granted merely a single day, until dawn tomorrow, for the construction crew to arrive. They must clear away all the construction debris before their arrival. Although taking a moment to rest is advisable, the optimal working hours are typically around 7 o'clock. However, to ensure that all tasks are accomplished within the day, the foreman must urge the workers to commence their duties promptly. Let's hasten our pace, for we must diligently engage in our tasks. Opportunities for substantial orders, such as today's, are rare to come by. Let us exert ourselves a little more, and we shall reap greater rewards shortly. Should we perform exceptionally well, future endeavors will find us readily sought after. After all, it is the aspiration of every team to count among its ranks a few skilled individuals, as this is the finest assurance of timely completion of assignments. Upon hearing the foreman's urging, the uncle rose with decisive swiftness, deftly shouldering his backpack while reminding you to hasten your movements. Upon witnessing you begin to don your filming equipment, a flicker of curiosity inevitably crossed the uncle's gaze. Although he harbored a profound intrigue, adhering to the principle of minimal inquiry and observation, he merely cast a lingering glance filled with perplexity before returning to his own tasks. During the day, we managed to carry only less than half of the construction debris. Thus, even though we commenced our labor as early as 6 o'clock, the remaining workload is still quite substantial. When the clock strikes 10:30, you have painstakingly carried a bag of construction debris down to the ground floor. Your clothes, as well as your trousers, are thoroughly soaked with perspiration, and even your athletic shoes are filled with sweat, making each step slippery. At this moment, you have come to comprehend why these gentlemen are all adorned in flip-flops. There exists no other rationale. It is solely for the purpose of allowing their feet to breathe. Observing my own trembling hands, barely able to contain their quiver, and feeling the frailty of my body, which seems to have reached its utmost limit, I still choose to persevere. As the clock approached midnight, you triumphantly lifted the final bundle. The construction debris had arrived downstairs, heralding the successful completion of this task. At that moment, it was also the time when the weary laborers who had toiled throughout the day felt the most exhilarated. Although each individual's body has reached an utmost limit of exhaustion, and many have pushed their physical boundaries to the extreme, the sight of the foreman holding that enticing bundle of crimson banknotes brings forth an uncontainable smile on every face. This is yours, a total of 680 yuan. You gazed at the assortment of banknotes handed to you by the foreman, a mix of whole and torn bills, and an inexplicable sense of rare satisfaction welled up within you. This marked the first occasion in a single day that you had amassed such a sum, And it was also the first time you distinctly felt the authenticity of how this money had been earned. The young man is doing well. This is his first job, and he has already earned quite a substantial amount. With continued hard work in the future, it won't be long before he can return home to build a grand house. Alternatively, one might save some money to return home and engage in business ventures. In this era, young individuals like you, who are willing to endure hardships and work diligently, are destined for a promising future. Indeed, let us exchange contact information. Should similar substantial projects arise in the future, you will undoubtedly be included. The foreman patted your shoulder, his face radiating with admiration. Thank you, foreman. I will continue to strive diligently in the future. Should there be any similar large orders, I kindly ask you to remember to call upon me. Riding my little electric scooter back to my beloved place, I noticed, to my delight, that the small restaurant downstairs still had its lights on. Overjoyed, I abruptly halted my scooter right at the entrance, and with swift strides, I dashed into the convenience store. Boss, 3 bowls of fried rice, and please add extra chili. Upon seeing you arrive so late today, the boss intended to jest a little, but upon glancing up, he was met with your disheveled appearance. It appears you truly labored hard today. Previously, I noticed you engaged in earnest conversation with those gentlemen, and I had assumed you were merely jesting. Having operated this establishment for over 7 years, it is evident that the majority of patrons who dine here belong to the lower echelons of society, primarily comprising individuals engaged in laborious occupations. The owner is acutely aware of the implications of such employment and the images they conjure. What are you doing? This kind of physical labor is not something that young individuals like you can easily manage. If you lose your job, you can simply seek another one. In truth, there is no need to engage in such arduous toil. If it truly proves to be unfeasible, the gentleman can certainly introduce you to a couple of job opportunities. Although the remuneration may not be substantial, at least they offer the advantage of being both relaxed and stable. No, I have come to realize that I am quite suited for this line of work. In comparison to a life spent in an office, toiling away like a beast of burden for meager earnings, I believe that this kind of work is far more fitting for me. Not only is there greater freedom in time, but the income is also expected to be somewhat higher. On the very first day of my venture, I earned a substantial sum of 7,680 yuan. As I spoke of this, a radiant smile blossomed on your dust-covered face. The brightness of your large, striking teeth stood in stark contrast, evoking both admiration and a tinge of sympathy. You rascal. Very well. Since you now find this endeavor agreeable, you may continue for the time being. Should you ever feel discontent, you're always welcome to seek out your elder brother. Though I possess no extraordinary talents, it would not be a challenge to assist you in securing a position. In response to your warm greetings, I too offer a heartfelt reply. When the time comes, I shall undoubtedly seek your assistance, for after all, I have been a loyal patron of yours for many years. Our enduring relationship surely compels you to avoid seeing me return home in such a disheveled and forlorn state. After returning home from dinner, I laboriously dragged my weary body inside. After a quick shower, I lay down on the bed, initially intending only to rise for a glass of water. However, the mere act of getting up caused me to involuntarily gasp in surprise. Sourness engulfs you, as if every muscle in your body, every inch of your bones, has been overwhelmed by a chaotic array of painful sensations akin to an overturned spice rack in the kitchen. In the past, while engaged in work, such sensations were not as pronounced. Now, having suddenly relaxed, it feels as though the adrenaline coursing through my body has finally subsided. It is akin to having just completed a major surgical procedure with the anesthesia wearing off. A torrent of various painful sensations rushes forth, rendering the experience profoundly excruciating. In this moment, you find yourself reflecting on your choice of career, feeling a fleeting sense of regret for your relentless dedication. However, it is fortunate that you have not forgotten that you are not an ordinary individual. You possess a unique advantage. The anguish is but temporary, for relief will come at the stroke of midnight. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month has elapsed since you embarked on this journey. Unlike the industry novice you were a month ago, you have carved out a reputation for yourself within the realm of high-rise building, thanks to your increasingly robust physique and extraordinary recuperative abilities. Now, when anyone receives a particularly challenging large order, they will not forget about you. Chapter 9. The Coexistence of Short Videos and Live Streaming. Initially, it took Li Mingyang 2 to 3 days to secure a single order, but now he receives orders almost daily, despite the exhaustion that accompanies each day, pushing himself to the limits of his physical endurance. Li Mingyang persists even when he has reached the brink. Each day feels like a struggle against despair. Yet, the rewards of such self-imposed rigor are substantial within a month. His income has surpassed 15,000 yuan, a figure he previously could not achieve in 2 months. Furthermore, Li Mingyang's physical condition, both strength and endurance, has shown gradual improvement, albeit in small increments. The sensation of becoming slightly stronger each day is indeed intoxicating, especially as it coincides with significant financial gains. After more than a month of development, Li Mingyang has taken to editing videos of his work whenever he has the opportunity. Each completed order translates into a complete short video, and to date, he has released 21 such videos. In the current digital landscape, this content is relatively novel, and coupled with Li Mingyang's appealing appearance and the consistent display of progress in income and achievements, his follower count has seen a commendable increase. Although it has only been a little over a month since he began posting short videos, his follower count has exceeded 15,000, surpassing the threshold required for live streaming. However, Li Mingyang finds himself in a state of indecision. If he were to compile the entirety of his daily orders into a single short video, it might appear more fulfilling. Conversely, if he were to stream live throughout the day, the content could easily become monotonous and uninspiring. The crux of the matter is that live streaming would significantly impede his work efficiency. A live stream is fundamentally an interactive process between the host and the audience. Should he focus solely on his tasks, the stream would devolve into an even more tedious affair. Moreover, engaging with his audience might necessitate checking his phone for comments, which, although he might try to manage, would undeniably detract from his productivity. It is often said that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. If he desires both, he risks expending considerable energy without yielding any results, leaving him with nothing but an empty endeavor. This is not the outcome Li Mingyang wishes to achieve, which is why, despite having surpassed the requisite 1,000 followers for live streaming, he remains hesitant. However, Li Mingyang continues to maintain his original lifestyle, diligently recording videos of his work each day. Whenever he finds a moment at home, he edits these videos and publishes them on his account. Yet, when it comes to the realm of live streaming, Li Mingyang has never entertained the thought. He occasionally wonders if he were a prominent influencer with millions of followers, or even just a modest one with a few 100,000, would he then be able to hire a live streaming assistant? This would not only preserve his work efficiency, but also ensure a certain quality within his streaming sessions. Alas, these notions remain mere figments of his imagination, as he currently lacks the means to actualize them. As he lies in bed, he opens his Douyin backend once more, gazing at the paltry earnings that have just barely surpassed 3 digits. Li Mingyang feels his enthusiasm for work wane considerably. In this fiercely competitive digital landscape, monetizing his account is no simple feat when will he achieve the milestone of surpassing 100,000 followers. Observing the figure of 15,231 in his follower count, he cannot help but let out a wistful sigh. In today's online world, a follower count of 100,000 is regarded as the fundamental threshold for any influencer. Yet, for Li Mingyang, this number represents a significant aspiration. For to generate any meaningful income from his account, 100,000 is likely the most basic benchmark. Only upon reaching this threshold can he expect to receive advertising opportunities and generate revenue beyond mere video views. It is only then that the earnings from his short videos might gradually increase, becoming a substantial source of income alongside his primary job. Once again, he navigates to his works page, where the video with the highest views was released a couple of days ago, marking his first daily income surpassing 800. This brought him a significant step closer to his goal of becoming a man earning 1,000 a day, with an impressive 260,000 views. This performance is commendable for his current account. The comment section boasts over 200 remarks, with likes exceeding 10,000. However, amidst the positive feedback, he still encounters a few trolls and naysayers, individuals who perhaps do not find satisfaction in their own lives and seek validation in the online realm. When faced with content that contradicts their preconceived notions, they instinctively voice their dissent, convinced they possess a unique clarity amidst the collective folly. Li Mingyang remains unfazed by such absurdities. For instance, he dismisses the occasional outlandish comment. Isn't this too fake? With that physique, how can he earn over 800 a day? If such income were possible, why do laborers live in such misery? It's a blatant fabrication that offends the eyes. Comments of this nature are not uncommon across Li Mingyang's various videos. He can always find a handful of them, each one reflecting a blend of ignorance and envy. Even beneath such comments, one can still find a plethora of affirmations, to which Li Mingyang can only remark that the internet is replete with genuine talents. However, these comments unexpectedly sparked a semblance of inspiration within him. If he were to maintain a consistent streaming presence, he realized that he lacked substantial content and impact, which would not significantly benefit his account. Yet, he could contemplate the idea of streaming occasionally, not for any ulterior motive, but to substantiate the authenticity of his work. Although many might dismiss this as merely scripted, as some individuals reside solely within their own narrow perceptions, he believed that with the right execution, perhaps drawing inspiration from iconic internet personalities of the last century and uttering a few memorable phrases, he could evoke a lively discussion online. A particularly resonant phrase that lingered in Li Mingyang's mind was, "Just do it. What I engage in is authenticity." He mused that this could indeed stir a minor wave of enthusiasm on the internet. In essence, as long as he approached it from an intriguing angle, even well-known ideas could yield innovative outcomes. At that moment, an epiphany washed over Li Mingyang like a torrent. He had even contemplated the timing of his inaugural livestream, planning it for the moment he achieved his first goal, successfully reaching a daily income of 1,000 yuan would undoubtedly be a noteworthy milestone. If he were to host a live stream at that juncture to validate the genuineness of his efforts, the combined effect could very well be more than a mere sum of its parts. It might even lead to a significant surge in his follower count, enabling him to cross the threshold for monetization through short videos and laying a robust foundation for his future career transition. Chapter 10. The Challenging Order of 20,000. Hello, is this Mingyang? Just as Li Mingyang was about to lay down his phone and retire for the night, the familiar ring of his phone interrupted the silence. It was Ma Datu, the foreman he had encountered when he first entered the industry, a nickname he was known by. The specifics of his name eluded Li Mingyang, but he was well aware that the foreman's surname was Ma, and he typically addressed him as Brother Ma or Foreman Ma. "Brother Ma, what's the order?" Li Mingyang inquired, curiosity piqued. Could it be yet another challenging and intricate task? Although he was merely a newcomer with less than 2 months in the field, Li Mingyang had already made a name for himself. Typically, he would not be approached for trivial assignments. It was understood that only those complex orders, bearing substantial financial rewards, would warrant his attention, tasks that could yield hundreds of dollars with a single completion. "Indeed, this one is rather formidable," Ma replied. "The difficulty level is far beyond what we VE tackled previously. However, the compensation is exceptionally generous, a hefty sum of $20,000. But to undertake this, one must possess a certain audacity, for the working environment can be somewhat intimidating. Those lacking courage may encounter unforeseen mishaps. As soon as I saw this order, I thought of you and decided to call," he continued. "I will send you the specific details shortly. Are you interested? If so, it will be best to return my call before midnight. We plan to gather at the small square at the entrance of the urban village around 8 in the morning. We can charter a vehicle together, and the client will reimburse the round-trip fare, as the destination is quite distant, alleviating us from the hassle of traveling back and forth." Having conveyed his message, Foreman Ma hurriedly ended the call, confident that Li Mingyang would not decline the opportunity. However, to secure this substantial order, it would be essential to enlist additional workers, as a shortage of manpower would hinder their efforts. Moreover, the selection of laborers needed to be approached with utmost caution. Those who merely drifted through life would certainly not suffice. Foreman Ma had navigated his way to a respectable position in the city, and he understood the importance of maintaining his reputation. A single order that failed to meet expectations could tarnish his hard-earned credibility. If his name were to be associated with failure, receiving future assignments would prove significantly more challenging. Li Mingyang was the first worker Ma sought out, as he was undoubtedly the most diligent and dedicated individual he had encountered. Provided the compensation was sufficient and allowed Li Mingyang to earn a substantial income, he would unhesitatingly accept even the most arduous tasks. Concurrently, he would commit himself to exerting the utmost effort in pursuit of the highest remuneration. Originally, Li Mingyang had mentally prepared himself. What he deemed a challenging assignment seemed rather trivial in his eyes. After all, over the past month, he had encountered a myriad of environments throughout the city. However, upon reading the description of this particular task, Li Mingyang could not help but exclaim a phrase of traditional essence. Was this a matter of enduring a burdensome structure or merely embarking on a challenging quest? Unlike any of the previous assignments he had received, this one was neither a conventional building nor situated in a scenic locale. This order had originated from a factory, which explained the exorbitant price offered. The difficulty level was indeed quite high. The initial hurdle alone would dissuade the majority. Although the ascent was to the second floor, a mere 2 levels, the height was approximately 5 meters. The staircase proved treacherous, forcing individuals to navigate in a crouched position. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Upon reaching the second floor, one would need to weave through a labyrinth of intricate machinery, with the only pathway being a steel plate scarcely 50 centimeters wide. Merely traversing this route would require at least 10 minutes, contingent upon maintaining adequate stamina. As fatigue set in, the journey could extend to 20 minutes or even longer. For such an assignment, Li Mingyang typically lacked enthusiasm unless the compensation was sufficiently enticing. Fortunately, the remuneration offered at the conclusion of the task did not disappoint. The simplest form of cement was to be delivered. The volume required was substantial, and for each bag carried, he would earn a generous 20 yuan. Such a lucrative assignment presented a tantalizing prospect. Should he perform well that day, he might very well realize his ambition of becoming a man earning 1,000 yuan per day. With this thought, Li Mingyang's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, and he even took out his recording equipment to meticulously clean it. Today, he was determined to produce a work video imbued with a sense of foresight. If he were to achieve his goal, this video would undoubtedly garner considerable attention. Chapter 11. The God of Heavy Lifting. 200 pounds of burden to overcome. Here we are. Your task for the day is simply to carry the cement from the entrance and place it here. It was merely 8:30 in the morning when Li Mingyang arrived at the worksite with the convoy. Before him lay an astonishing 1,000 bags of cement. One could only wonder what purpose this factory had for such an abundance of cement. Nevertheless, the motives of others were of no concern to Li Mingyang. The working conditions were indeed harsh, far worse than the conservative portrayal he had seen on WeChat the previous day. The staircase required near crawling to ascend, but this was merely an appetizer for what lay ahead. Upon entering, he discovered a narrow path of steel plates, measuring just 50 centimeters in width. However, what had not been disclosed was that this narrow path was enclosed by a grid. In essence, the group of laborers found themselves with a mere 50 centimeters of maneuvering space. With both sides tightly confined, transporting the cement to its destination necessitated a fixed and specific posture, severely restricting their movements. This scenario imposed a significant physical demand on the workers. It was far from a typical moving job and more akin to sheer torment. It was no wonder the factory offered a staggering price of 20 yuan per bag of cement. Cement itself was already heavy, each bag weighing 100 pounds. Such an exaggerated burden was not something an ordinary person could manage, even on a standard path, let alone a route that felt akin to a challenge of moving a refrigerator. Though the task appeared daunting, Li Mingyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. A higher unit price meant greater earnings, did it not? Having surveyed the route, he inquired if anyone had questions. If not, they should hasten to work. He had checked the weather forecast, and today was the last day of clear skies. Rain was expected tomorrow, so it was imperative to transport all the cement to the designated location by day's end. If there were any issues, It was best to voice them early for effective communication and resolution. If all was well, after signing the contract, failure to complete the task would result in the need to compensate for the cement at market value. While the words spoken were indeed blunt, they adhered to the norms of the industry. Should one lack the capability to accept a job, it was prudent to clarify matters early for mutual benefit. If the job was accepted but left incomplete, any resultant losses would naturally fall upon them. However, this did not concern Li Mingyang. They were merely responsible for the labor. Whoever accepted the contract would be accountable for any compensation required. Regardless, they were entitled to the full payment for their efforts. Thus, assuming the role of a foreman was no easy feat, it required meticulous oversight of each contract complexity and workload. One must strike a delicate balance when it comes to managing labor. Employing too many workers can lead to uncertainties in their earnings, making it increasingly difficult to find help in the future. Conversely, having too few workers may result in an inability to complete tasks, leaving the employer in a precarious position and jeopardizing future contracts. The crux of the matter lies in the willingness to shoulder the risk of potential losses. However, the position of a foreman is not without its advantages. If it were solely detrimental, few would choose to pursue such a vocation. Take, for instance, the current task of handling a substantial order of 1,000 bags of cement. The foreman, even if he does nothing beyond securing this contract, stands to earn approximately 1,000 yuan. It is customary for the foreman to receive about 1 yuan per bag, a sum negotiated between him and the employer, ensuring that worker compensation aligns with prevailing market rates. This represents a significant income, even for someone like Li Mingyang, despite his current physical capacity, has yet to achieve such a target. Of course, not all contracts guarantee a fixed commission of 1 yuan per bag. Some orders come with lower prices, naturally resulting in diminished earnings for the foreman. Furthermore, many foremen are hardworking individuals themselves, often originating from labor-intensive backgrounds. They not only secure contracts but also engage in the labor, thereby increasing their overall income. These small foremen may appear similar to ordinary workers, yet their total earnings can be quite respectable if they manage to maintain stability in their work for a few years. Building a house and purchasing a vehicle becomes a feasible aspiration. However, to ascend to the role of a foreman, one must possess a certain network and experience, ensuring mutual benefit on both sides. It is essential to attract contracts while simultaneously finding reliable workers, all while maintaining a degree of respect and authority. The workers must be compliant. Otherwise, if a few decide to act against you, no amount of money will suffice to cover the losses. Let's commence. Although this task presents some challenges, the remuneration is quite appealing at 20 yuan per bag, inclusive of meals for both midday and afternoon. After surveying the route with the management personnel, all the workers sincerely acknowledge the difficulty of the path ahead. Yet, they are equally enticed by the offered compensation. Their enthusiasm palpable as they prepare to engage. Despite the arduous nature of the route, their years of experience in labor have endowed them with both strength and skill. Opportunities for lucrative contracts such as this are rare. If they do not seize this chance to earn, they may not encounter a similar opportunity for quite some time. Hearing the familiar voice of his guide, Li Mingyang felt no surprise. The seasoned uncles, veterans of the labor industry, were a common sight in such significant contracts. If it were unusual not to see them, that would indeed be peculiar. All right, let us all strive today. Once we have completed our tasks and earned our wages this evening, we shall indulge in a delightful barbecue feast. Within the urban village where Li Mingyang resides, there exists a barbecue establishment run by a fellow townsman, frequented by numerous workers who, like wayfarers, yearn for the flavors of home. Moreover, the savory offerings of this establishment are undeniably exquisite, emphasizing generous portions at reasonable prices, resulting in a thriving business. Haha, while indulging in barbecue may be tempting, it would be far wiser to purchase some potatoes to fry at home. Only you, the sandal warrior, can afford such occasional indulgences. As for us seasoned individuals, we still have families to support. Each of us engages in labor that is inherently strenuous, with hearty appetites to match. Should we choose to dine on barbecue, it is likely that we would spend no less than 100 to 200 yuan per person to satiate our hunger. Ultimately, it seems impractical. Upon hearing the response, Li Mingyang was not particularly surprised, for apart from himself, nearly all the laborers shared this frugal mindset. Every single yuan is hard-earned, which naturally leads to a propensity for saving when it comes to expenditures. However, Li Mingyang astutely seized upon a key phrase in the other person's words. Sandal warrior? Are they referring to me? Who could have coined such a title? It carries an unmistakable air reminiscent of a middle-aged urban novel. I might as well be the Dragon King Returns. Chapter 12. Shedding layers, perfect abs, and an exquisite physique. Upon hearing this rather crass title, Li Mingyang felt a shiver run down his spine. What kind of individual could conceive such an explosive moniker? Observing the disdainful expression etched on Li Mingyang's face, the elder gentlemen around him found immense amusement, even feeling as though the burdens they bore on their shoulders had lightened considerably. It was evident that these middle-aged men also regarded the title as somewhat ridiculous. The reason for their joviality stemmed largely from a playful banter. Engaging in laborious physical work was already exhausting enough. If everyone wore a frown without seeking a bit of humor, it would indeed be insufferable. Beginning work at 8:30 a.m., due to the topography, everyone queued for train tickets, one after another. Even if some were fatigued and wished for respite, the peculiar terrain compelled them to grit their teeth and persevere. They could not slow down the progress of others, even if one truly desired a break. It was imperative to endure, carrying their load until they could step outside to rest. As long as one was on the path, there was no thought of pausing even for a moment. The unique landscape, coupled with this rare mindset, rendered the day as productivity far more enjoyable than the ordinary toil of carrying burdens. Of course, how much of this was driven by the allure of a 20 yuan reward per package remained a mystery. Nonetheless, Li Mingyang himself found great vigor in his toil. Although each day ended with an inevitable wave of muscle soreness, over time, he seemed to acclimate to this sensation. There was even a hint of intoxication in it. To him, this was not merely muscle fatigue, nor just physical pain, but a symbol of his progress. After enduring such exertion past midnight, he could distinctly feel his body growing stronger. Li Mingyang was not privy to the precise metrics of his improvement, for he lacked the financial means and spare time to acquire a gym membership or to hire a professional trainer to assess his data. However, each evening, he could not resist admiring himself in the mirror during a shower. In stark contrast to his former self, with its unsightly belly, he now embodied the essence of a chiseled physique. His muscles, unlike those sculpted in a gym or akin to competitive bodybuilders, displayed clear definition. A snug t-shirt would reveal his robust form. While his physique was evidently not the epitome of professional bodybuilding, the sheer explosive power and strength it exuded were unmistakable. Goodness, it seems that these 20 yuan are not so easily earned. At first, it wasn't apparent, but those small stairs truly torment one's body. After several hours of ascending and descending, I felt as though my aging back could scarcely lift itself anymore. Upon returning to the factory entrance, I gazed at the pile of cement, now diminished by half. Li Mingyang stretched vigorously and candidly remarked, "How is it that at such a young age, you're already lamenting about your back? It is we, the older fellows, who should be uttering such words. Someone like you, in your prime, possesses robust health and resilience. I dare say a good night's sleep will restore you by morning. Yet for us old-timers, it seems we shall be unable to take on any orders for the next few days." Hearing Li Mingyang's words, the older gentleman trailing behind him couldn't help but join in the banter, though their jests targeted Li Mingyang rather than the terrain itself. As the clock struck noon, the factory staff promptly rolled in a food cart brimming with an abundance of dishes. I must commend the factory for their generosity. The provided meals indeed appeared quite substantial and commendable. A large pot of braised pork, a dish of stir-fried potatoes and green peppers, and a serving of mapo tofu were accompanied by a generous bucket of 3-flavor soup. The rice was plentiful, allowing for unlimited servings, provided one ensured not to waste and could consume it all. Many workers, who were previously exhausted, felt their energy replenished upon seeing such a feast. Had they been responsible for their own lunches, many would have hesitated to indulge in such a delightful spread. Wow, the aroma is truly invigorating. It seemed the chefs at the factory possessed remarkable culinary skills. Even the fare from ordinary eateries lacked such enticing fragrance. Upon the arrival of the meals, Li Mingyang, disregarding the grime covering him, promptly joined the throng awaiting their food. Under the astonished gaze of the staff serving the meals, as well as the accustomed glances from his fellow workers, he filled 3 large plates to the brim. He then sought a shaded spot to sit and savor his bounty. Naturally, he did not forget his filming duties. He removed the camera he had been wearing on his head and placed it opposite him. In the course of over a month, Li Mingyang had certainly amassed some rewards. For instance, his astonishing appetite and the manner in which he made every meal appear delectable. It seemed that every video segment featuring him dining garnered significantly more views and comments. Consequently, recording daily meal videos had become part of Li Mingyang's routine. However, this occasion bore a slight deviation from the norm, perhaps due to the sweltering heat and the demanding workload. His short sleeves were drenched with sweat, and, subconsciously, he discarded his shirt aside while dining, revealing his robust and muscular physique. Chapter 13, 1180. A man earning 1,000 a day has emerged. Wow, you, my friend. I never noticed it while you were clothed, but now that you've shed your garments, your physique is truly impressive. It is no wonder you have managed to carve out quite a reputation in just over a month. Clearly, you possess the makings of a diligent worker. Observing Li Mingyang's well-defined muscles, the nearby gentlemen couldn't help but cast envious glances. Though their own muscles remained robust, they paled in comparison to Li Mingyang's aesthetic form. And, most critically, age had taken its toll, leaving them with softer midsections and chests. Even in their youth, they could not boast such a physique as his. This sort of physicality, devoid of technological enhancement and without rigorous training, is largely a matter of innate talent. Isn't that the truth? If only I had met a few of these older brothers sooner, perhaps I would have struck it rich already in this line of work. With a physique like mine, it's evident I belong to the laboring class. To not engage in the tasks befitting such muscles would be a disservice to their very existence on my frame. Surrounded by fellow men, many of whom shared similar pursuits as Li Mingyang, he bore the teasing with not a hint of embarrassment. Rather than suffer the discomfort of clothing, he preferred to bask in the cool air for a brief respite, allowing his body to dissipate heat. Sometimes, heat stroke is not merely a consequence of high external temperatures, but rather an accumulation of internal heat that cannot escape. Thus, even in relatively cooler seasons, one can still succumb to heat, let alone in the sweltering summer. Li Mingyang prioritized his health over trivial concerns about appearance. Delicious. I must say, the large establishment is truly exceptional. Not only do they provide meals, but the quality is outstanding. The flavors surpass even those of many restaurants. Initially, I anticipated a mundane lunch, perhaps with slightly better dishes, but I was pleasantly surprised by the exquisite taste. One bite after another, I found myself unable to stop, primarily due to its irresistible aroma. It was only after devouring 2 generous plates of food that I found a moment as pause to express my heartfelt appreciation. You're only thinking of the positives. If we were to enjoy such treatment daily, the competitive pressure in our field would surely double. For us, that could spell trouble. As more individuals join the fray, the competition intensifies and the volume of work available to us diminishes. The most critical point is that increased numbers will inevitably lead to rivalry, leaving us uncertain if we could earn even 80% of what we currently receive for the same tasks. As he spoke, the elder man wore an expression full of contemplation. Who would willingly undertake such menial labor if given the choice? Even working in a factory would surely be preferable to selling one's strength directly on the streets. A few years ago, despite the advancing age of some laborers, they had little trouble securing factory jobs upon moving to the city. However, in recent years, the economic climate has deteriorated, compounded by a growing number of individuals unable to find employment. Consequently, an increasing number of people have sought work, while job openings have dwindled. Naturally, factories have begun to select only the most competent workers, leading to the inevitable obsolescence of these elder laborers. They have been reduced to residing in cramped quarters within urban villages, sharing accommodations as they struggle to survive in this vast city by selling their labor. Indeed, in this day and age, no matter the profession, one cannot afford to be excessively competitive. Upon hearing this sentiment, Li Mingyang felt a profound sense of resonance, lamenting that if the competition among workers had not been so fierce, he would not have been compelled to resign. Alas, this cannot continue. I feel as though I am on the verge of collapse. Initially, I believed that the remaining tasks would not take long, but we have all overestimated our dwindling stamina. Compared to the morning's productivity, the afternoon workers resembled staggering zombies, their efficiency abysmally low. By the end, we were merely driven by sheer willpower, mechanically laboring with a singular thought in our minds, to clear all the cement as swiftly as possible. Yet, even with this determination, when the final bag of cement was finally moved, the clock had already struck 10:30 p.m. From 8:30 a.m. until now, excluding a brief respite for lunch and approximately half an hour for dinner, we had toiled for over 12 hours of strenuous labor. Even Li Mingyang, with his increasingly exceptional physique, could not suppress his groans after he unceremoniously dropped the last bag of cement. Every inch of his body, his neck, shoulders, arms, thighs, and most notably, his weary back, felt as if it no longer belonged to him. What once was merely soreness had escalated to an overwhelming numbness. He felt akin to a rusted machine, each movement fraught with discomfort. Thank you all for your hard work. Come forward to collect your wages. Upon returning home, be sure to rest well and reward yourselves. The foreman, displaying a surprisingly humane touch, recognized the exhaustion of the workers and eschewed any unnecessary queuing. Instead, he called out names from his list. Those mentioned could step forward to receive their pay. If one's name was not called, they could simply find a spot to sit and recuperate. As time ticked away, Li Mingyang's name was finally announced by the foreman. Li Mingyang, you did well. As you jested before, it would indeed be a pity if you were not engaged in this profession. Although I had long anticipated the possibility of such a day, I never expected it to arrive so swiftly. Gazing at the names and the subsequent figures, even a seasoned foreman, who prides himself on his vast experience, could not help but utter a few words of astonishment. Li Mingyang, 59 bags of cement, a wage of 180 yuan. Upon hearing this figure, even Li Mingyang himself momentarily stood in disbelief, reflecting on his initial modest aspiration of becoming a man who earns 1,000 yuan in a single day. Has he truly achieved it? Has this remarkable feat genuinely been accomplished? While there was a sense of hope as he approached the day, the actual realization of this goal left him momentarily dazed. Chapter 14. The video goes viral, gaining 180,000 followers overnight. As Li Mingyang returned to his modest rental abode, he found himself momentarily entranced, gazing at the small stack of cash clutched in his hand. It had been a mere fleeting period since he set his first modest goal, yet his account still languished without significant growth. Although amassing over 10,000 followers in just a month could be deemed impressive compared to the majority of ordinary individuals, for Li Mingyang, such a modest achievement felt rather unsatisfactory. Despite his eagerness to edit the video from today and share the joy of reaching his goal with his online followers, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Even as the pangs of hunger began to surface, he lacked the energy to prepare a meal. Instead, he collapsed onto his bed, motionless, staring blankly at the ceiling, his mind wandering aimlessly. He waited in silence for the clock to strike midnight. This day marked the most exhausting experience in his journey within the realm of content creation. If previous endeavors had tested the limits of his physical endurance, this challenge had undoubtedly shattered those boundaries. Suddenly, he stumbled upon an unexpected recording of a rather revealing video. Once the clock struck midnight, Li Mingyang sprang back to life, enthusiastically editing the day's footage while simultaneously ordering takeout. What had begun as a mild hunger had transformed into an overwhelming primal urge, akin to 10 ravenous sharks swirling within his stomach. However, as he continued editing, Li Mingyang discovered an intriguing highlight in the footage. During his midday meal, he had shed his shirt due to the heat. Truth be told, it was the first time he had observed his physique from such a unique perspective. When relaxed, the definition of his muscles was not as pronounced. But with the slightest exertion, The contours emerged, breaking free from the thin layer of subcutaneous fat, revealing a fierce aspect of himself. Even Li Mingyang found himself momentarily entranced, replaying the scenes several times before he finally snapped back to reality, exclaiming in genuine admiration, "These muscles are undeniably impressive." In that instant, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. During his moments of leisure, what captivated him most while scrolling through short videos? The alluring figures of women flaunting their physiques online. Thus, if those with enviable bodies could engage in suggestive dances, how could he, with his own sculpted physique, refrain from showcasing it? Resolute in his newfound direction, Li Mingyang made the decisive choice to incorporate the footage of his midday meal into the video he was preparing to release, complete with several close-up shots. In a brief span of merely 5 minutes, a video primarily featuring a lunchtime meal consumed nearly a minute and a half of its duration. By the time Li Mingyang completed his tasks and settled down in bed, satiated and ready for slumber, the clock had struck 3 in the morning. With resolute determination, he clicked to publish the video. As an inconspicuous figure, he felt little need to meticulously study the timing of his release. Once the editing was done, it was simply a matter of sharing it with the world. Why concern himself with the minutiae of details? Though he harbored a glimmer of hope for the video's success, he did not truly believe that a mere piece, embellished with slight nuances, could achieve viral status. Yet, sometimes surprises arrive quite unexpectedly. When Li Mingyang opened his eyes, the afternoon of the following day had arrived. He intended to check his phone for the time and perhaps order takeout. Considering he had met his modest goal of earning 1,000 yuan for the day, certainly, a day of relaxation was warranted. He had no intention of accepting new orders, preferring instead to assess the performance of his video. If the results were promising, he might contemplate hosting a live stream to showcase his abilities. However, upon unlocking his phone, he was taken aback. It had frozen. "What on earth?" he exclaimed, incredulous that his newly acquired phone, which had cost him 3,000 yuan, was malfunctioning. Was this the quality of today's domestic smartphones, which were purportedly on par with, if not superior to, their competitors? Faced with this predicament, Li Mingyang felt a surge of frustration. Though his daily earnings were commendable, they represented his hard-earned money, and losing 3,000 yuan without cause would indeed cause him deep sorrow. After considerable effort, he finally accessed his Douyin backend, only to find himself utterly astounded by the figures displayed. He disregarded the view count, as it had lost its significance. Just yesterday, he was a mere fan with over 10,000 followers. Yet after a single night's rest, he discovered that his follower count had surged past 200,000. A mere few hundred more would elevate him to 210,000. The comments had skyrocketed to over 300,000. No wonder his phone had become sluggish. Overwhelmed by this unexpected success, Li Mingyang found himself in a state of disbelief. The sudden rise to fame on Douyin had caught him completely off guard. Chapter 15. Transforming into beasts at a visible pace. What magnificent muscles of the working class. I adore them. This is far superior to the hulking figures found in gyms. Such a dashing young man, coupled with that physique. Slurp. Oh, dear friend, with that body of yours, I could harmonize behind your hook like a train. As I perused the comment section, a plethora of bizarre remarks unfurled before Li Mingyang's eyes, culminating in one particular comment that rendered him utterly speechless. Why are there so many of these obnoxious individuals nowadays? It seems their presence is ubiquitous across every comment section. And what else with this familiar inversion of language? Could it be that their influence is spread all the way to the Northwest? Despite the incessant internal monologue of criticism, the smile on Li Mingyang's face never wavered. Regardless of whether the comments were flattering or disparaging, he viewed them with a beaming expression. What did it matter what they said? Each comment was a boon to his growing follower count. The more comments there were, the more viral his video became, and naturally, his fanbase would burgeon. Soon, he would be reaping the financial rewards, leading to an increasingly comfortable and gratifying life. Thus, in Li Mingyang's eyes, every word in the comments radiated a golden glow. He could almost envision countless red bills beckoning to him. Previously, with just over 10,000 followers, he lacked any substantial monetization potential, earning a pitiful sum. However, now with over 200,000 followers. Li Mingyang found himself in a position worthy of consideration for monetization. He had attained a respectable status on the platform, qualifying him for sponsorships and the opportunity to display various products in a showcase. Conservatively estimating, his account could yield several thousand yuan each month, and with a stroke of luck, he might even surpass 10,000. Coupled with his current primary job, he suddenly felt a glimmer of hope in life. Li Mingyang, grinning like a fool, continued to scroll through the comments on his video. He remained engrossed until the sky outside darkened, and his stomach, unable to bear such foolishness, began to protest. Only then did he reluctantly snap back to reality, summoning tremendous willpower to tuck his phone into his pocket and step outside in search of sustenance. The benefits of a viral video were immense. With the surge in followers, Li Mingyang had noticeably observed a significant increase in views on his previously lackluster videos. The number of comments was also growing at a remarkable pace. It was evident that the success of this video would undoubtedly bring him a few thousand yuan in income. No wonder so many aspire to thrive in the online realm. After a video goes viral, the rise in followers makes it seem as effortless as eating and drinking. What a stroke of good fortune you've encountered today. From the moment you entered, even while partaking in your meal, your smile has remained unwavering. Could it be that you have found a charming girlfriend? Li Mingyang is quite familiar with the owner downstairs, so upon witnessing Li Mingyang's demeanor, the owner felt little hesitation and playfully remarked, "A girlfriend? What sane person engages in such frivolities? Such distractions only hinder my ability to earn." While indulging in his meal, Li Mingyang responded without lifting his gaze, "Oh, from your tone, it seems you've struck it rich. It appears that your visits here for meals may become less frequent. After all, as your income rises, so too must your standard of living. I fear my humble eatery may not keep pace with your newfound lifestyle." Upon hearing Li Mingyang's words, the owner continued to jest with a smile, though there was a sincere undertone in his banter, mingled with genuine blessings and satisfaction. The owner, who is quite affluent himself, would rather see young individuals like Li Mingyang flourish in their endeavors, living ever more prosperous lives, ideally far removed from his little restaurant. With Li Mingyang's recent achievements, coupled with their long-standing rapport, the owner harbored a positive impression of him, which naturally led to his delight in Li Mingyang's success. "What do you think you are? You know well what my current job entails. If my appetite were to match that of those office workers, I reckon a significant portion of my monthly income will be spent on meals. How extravagant! It truly is a luxury. So rest assured, dear owner, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall remain a regular patron here. After all, establishments like yours, with such integrity, are few and far between. Not only is the food delectable, but the portions are generous. If I were to be deprived of your culinary skills, I doubt I would sleep well at night." With compliments flowing, Li Mingyang found it impossible to retort. Moreover, since the owner chose the path of running a restaurant, it clearly indicated his passion for cooking. For a chef, nothing brings more joy than praise for his culinary creations. Indeed, upon hearing Li Mingyang's words, the owner, though modestly deflecting the compliment, could not hide his delight. He promptly retrieved a bottle of soda from the refrigerator. "Seeing you finally making strides, I couldn't let such a happy occasion pass without some gesture on my part. Here, have a drink on me. Don't refuse. Consider it a token of my appreciation. After all, you are a valued patron. A few dollars for a drink is hardly worth any formality." Li Mingyang cast a surprised glance at the owner. Being polite, in this establishment, he hardly knew how to express such a notion. Although he has achieved a modicum of success, Li Mingyang is certainly not foolish enough to engage in trivialities with a landlord who owns several buildings and collects rent. Without a moment's hesitation, he guzzled down nearly half a bottle of soda water, exclaiming, "Boss, this is rather stingy of you. You must know that my appetite is such that this single bottle of soda hardly suffices, merely a morsel." Upon hearing Li Mingyang's jest, the boss couldn't help but chuckle, pointing at him and remarking, "You rascal. No wonder you've managed to make a name for yourself in this place. You possess one of the essential traits of a successful individual. Your audacity is truly remarkable. To partake in a free meal and yet still find grounds for complaint." Despite his playful ribbing, The boss opened a refrigerator and retrieved a larger bottle of soda water for Li Mingyang. Chapter 16. The first taste of fortune. It is not that Li Mingyang truly lacks emotional intelligence or is oblivious in conversation. In fact, this reflects a certain camaraderie. A mere bottle of soda was the subject of light-hearted banter. Why not add a dash of flavor to the otherwise monotonous existence? When it came time to settle the bill, Li Mingyang naturally paid for the second bottle of soda as well. While jesting is all in good fun, one must recognize the boundaries. Taking advantage of such small favors might leave the proprietor feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The first bottle was graciously offered by the owner, and thus Li Mingyang could accept it without hesitation, but for the second, one must understand the art of moderation and humor. Upon hearing the notification of payment, and watching Li Mingyang's retreating figure, the owner's face could not help but break into a smile. Among the many patrons who dined at his establishment, Li Mingyang was undoubtedly his favorite. Even during Li Mingyang's period of unemployment, the owner contemplated whether to recommend him for a position, providing him with a transitional opportunity. There was no need for the young man to return home in disgrace. He deserved a moment of respite and a chance to recalibrate. This inclination stemmed from Li Mingyang's extroverted nature and his ability to connect easily with others, fostering a pleasant rapport with the owner in a short span of time. However, the crux of the matter lay in Li Mingyang's discernment. He was playful, yet maintained a professional demeanor that instilled comfort in those around him. In the owner's eyes, even if Li Mingyang does not achieve great heights, he possesses the capability to navigate life successfully. After all, finding a job is merely a matter of a few conversations. An opportunity to cultivate goodwill. Why not embrace it? Unexpectedly, Li Mingyang resolved his situation independently, and now he was thriving. The owner was aware of the reasons behind Li Mingyang's exuberance that day. He had been keeping an eye on Li Mingyang's endeavors in the digital realm. With the TikTok feature allowing users to discover people nearby, the owner often indulged in scrolling through short videos, inevitably encountering Li Mingyang's content. He even followed Li Mingyang, contributing in his own way to the young man's online success. Thus, when news broke of Li Mingyang's sudden popularity, the owner was well informed. Despite his advancing age, the owner's spirit remained youthful, and he was quite knowledgeable about the evolving landscape of digital enterprises. He recognized that Li Mingyang had truly made a name for himself. With his account, even if he were to do nothing else, maintaining it would ensure a steady income, one that would surpass that of the majority of workers in the city. Hello, is this Mr. Li Mingyang? I wonder if you might be open to advertising opportunities? After his video gained traction, Li Mingyang naturally received a multitude of private messages, ranging from the mundane to the rather unsavory. Yet, upon returning home, he lay on his bed, grinning as he perused the messages, even if some were less than palatable. However, Li Mingyang dismissed the other party's words as mere nonsense. Yet, as he continued to peruse the information, he surprisingly stumbled upon a piece of valuable news. On the very second day of his newfound popularity, a company had actually approached him. Upon reading this message, Li Mingyang sat upright in bed, his demeanor instantly shifting to one of earnestness. This was a pivotal moment concerning his inaugural sponsored video. He needed to present a certain level of professionalism. After all, a sense of ritual was necessary. Hello, I am Li Mingyang. May I inquire if you are here to promote a product? If convenient, could you please send me your product introduction? In truth, Li Mingyang was a novice in the realm of content creation, lacking acquaintances in the industry. After pondering for a while, he opted for a straightforward reply. Are you offering an advertisement? Initially, he anticipated a delayed response, but to his astonishment, he received an instantaneous reply. Since you are indeed taking on advertisements, then do your utmost, young man. Keep up the good work. You are surely destined to become a prominent influencer in the future. Upon reading this message, Li Mingyang's expression, which had once brimmed with anticipation, fell into disappointment. He had expected his first sponsored video to arrive, only to realize it was merely a jest from a fellow viewer. Nevertheless, Li Mingyang bore no ill will. The fact that someone was jesting about him was a testament to his burgeoning popularity, was it not? Reclining back onto his bed, a smile returned to his face. Although he recognized the teasing nature of the response, he replied, nonetheless, understood. I will strive to become the million-follower influencer you envision. It's a pity. I was genuinely anticipating my first sponsor opportunity. I even sprang up from my bed in excitement, only to find it was a joke. I suppose this is the cost of inexperience. Li Mingyang maintained a positive outlook, accepting the jest in stride. After all, with his burgeoning popularity, he need not worry about advertisers seeking him out. Typically, following a viral video, the subsequent content tends to garner substantial views. Should any businesses wish to capitalize on this moment, it would undoubtedly serve as an opportune entry point. Evidently, the other party did not expect such a response and attitude from Li Mingyang. Ah, what a commendable mindset. I thought you might be upset. Enough of the jokes. I am indeed here to discuss advertising. I have observed your previous videos, and your daily output is quite impressive. Our factory specializes in selling labor products, primarily knee and wrist protectors, though we do offer ice silk sleeves as well. Thus, I sought to approach you for an advertisement, taking advantage of your current, albeit still growing, popularity, allowing for a more economical advertising fee. Upon reading the response, it was now Li Mingyang's turn to feel somewhat skeptical. Really? After much hesitation, I finally mustered the courage to respond with just 2 words. Of course, you may refer to your back end, as the specific collaboration requirements have already been forwarded, along with our quotation. If you find it suitable, I wish us a delightful partnership. Chapter 17. An awkward advertisement. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang, filled with skepticism, opened his author backend, only to discover a request for advertising collaboration from Edong. However, the nature of this collaboration appeared to diverge somewhat from what had been previously conveyed. Hadn't they claimed to specialize in sport products? Why, then, did the product now seem to stray from that category? Although it bore a slight connection to the realm of athletics, the prospect of his very first advertisement felt rather embarrassing. As Li Mingyang pondered this predicament, his gaze fell upon a string of numbers below. To his astonishment, the mere insertion of an advertisement was priced at a staggering 5,000 yuan. Given his current follower count, this amount was undeniably generous. After all, it wasn't a long-term commitment. It was simply a brief advertisement within a video. The product merely needed to make an appearance in one of his clips. With just over 200,000 followers, advertisements at his level typically hovered around 2,000 yuan each. In less favorable times, even 500 yuan was a common rate for securing such promotions. Therefore, the offered 5,000 yuan was more than double the market rate. Hence, any lingering hesitation felt like a disservice to the value of money. This was a full 5,000 yuan, enough to cover nearly a month's salary from his previous job. And now, all he needed to do was record a video and promote a product. Was this truly a daunting task? Not at all. Even accounting for editing, the advertisement would take no more than 20 minutes. 20 minutes for 5,000 yuan. Surely, few would decline such an enticing offer. Moreover, Li Mingyang was familiar with the brand of men's underwear in question, having worn their products for a considerable time. He had to admit that their quality was commendable, and they were quite comfortable. Thus, promoting the product posed no moral dilemma for him. At least he had genuinely experienced it and could vouch for its quality. Are you certain that your company specializes in sports goods? The advertisement you sent seems somewhat inconsistent, he remarked, attempting to regain his composure before confronting the individual who had playfully teased him earlier. To his surprise, the respondent, upon seeing Li Mingyang's message, displayed no hint of embarrassment and instead continued with a playful demeanor. Hey, athletic underwear counts as sports gear, doesn't it? Just consider it a matter of semantics. Besides, the items I mentioned earlier are also part of our production line. They're merely ancillary to our main offerings. And let us be honest, my proposal is quite generous. Wouldn't you say? A full 5,000 yuan. That's enough to advertise with influencers boasting millions of followers. As Li Mingyang gazed at the message that popped up in the dialog box, he was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. Though he had recently experienced a surge in popularity, he understood the importance of remaining grounded. Seizing the opportunity for monetization was crucial. Despite the other party's somewhat cheeky demeanor, they represented the first significant patron in his life. and thus he felt compelled to exhibit an appropriate level of service. The boss was right. It was indeed Li who lacked discernment. He inquired whether the boss had any specific requirements concerning the advertisement. If so, he welcomed the feedback, eager to tailor their exclusive advertisement to meet those expectations. As a native of southwest China, although not from Sichuan province itself, Li Mingyang had nonetheless absorbed some knowledge of the region's renowned art of face-changing. He suggested that it would be ideal to incorporate their advertisement during the boss's work hours. After all, the athletic underwear they were promoting had the key selling points of being cool and quick-drying, making it a fitting context for such an advertisement. Upon hearing Li Mingyang's proposal, the other party fell silent for 2 seconds before promptly sending over their requirements. However, when Li Mingyang saw the message appear in the dialog box, he was rendered speechless. He wanted to give himself a resounding slap for his own indiscretion. What had started as a straightforward advertisement had now morphed into something more complicated due to his own words. The inherent awkwardness of promoting underwear was already considerable, and now he found himself needing to insert such an advertisement during his work hours. He could already envision the peculiar glances from his coworkers. Yet, this was a substantial sum of 5,000 yuan. He could not let pride stand in the way of financial gain. Moreover, if he aspired to advance his career as a social media influencer, such advertisements would undoubtedly become a common occurrence. He recalled a legendary figure from the last century, once dubbed the most heartfelt master of Jiangnan, who had even donned women's clothing to model merchandise before achieving fame. Even if the advertisements he accepted were somewhat awkward, they would not constitute a dark history, but rather a testament to his journey. Having mentally prepared himself, Li Mingyang finally typed with slightly trembling fingers, "No problem. I will ensure everything is arranged to your satisfaction." Although the situation was indeed a bit embarrassing, this first advertisement was significant for Li Mingyang. If he succeeded in delivering a cost-effective advertisement, even if his follower count did not rival that of more prominent influencers, the effectiveness of his advertisement could elevate his pricing above that of peers. This was a matter of great importance concerning his livelihood, and he could not afford to take it lightly. Thus, after a day of rest at home, when Li Mingyang returned to the familiar battleground of construction, drenched in sweat from a morning of toil, he pondered the plight of his comrades. If they frequently engaged in physical exercise or laborious tasks, their bodies would often be soaked in perspiration, particularly their undergarments, which would become damp and clingy after an intense workout. At such moments, I cannot speak for others, but as a brother to my fellow enthusiasts, I would wholeheartedly recommend our esteemed brand of athletic underwear. This particular piece of attire. It was indeed lunchtime, yet Li Mingyang, amidst the incredulous gazes of his co-workers, unexpectedly retrieved a box of pristine underwear from his bag. He even pulled out a pair to showcase it to the camera, a level of awkwardness far beyond mere embarrassment. Chapter 18. Breaking Limits Daily. Bold Aspirations. After Li Mingyang completed the advertisement shoot, even with his considerable fortitude, he could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment under the subtle, yet inquisitive gazes of his colleagues. Even the few older gentlemen who had always shared a good rapport with Li Mingyang hesitated, caught between the urge to inquire and the uncertainty of how to articulate their thoughts. One could only conclude that Li Mingyang's demeanor today seemed to transcend the boundaries of their understanding. One older worker, hailing from a rural background, found himself internally musing. Could this young man be possessed by some unseemly force? How else could he suddenly appear so eccentric? Perhaps he has suffered some emotional blow, leading to a lapse in his mental state? These musings, however, remained unvoiced, though they found Li Mingyang's behavior undeniably peculiar. Li Mingyang was well aware of the potential misunderstandings among his older colleagues, most of whom were not well versed in the ways of modern technology. Even among those who owned smartphones, few dedicated time to navigating the internet, let alone indulging in the occasional short video. For the majority, it was merely a source of amusement, devoid of any deeper understanding, nor did they recognize it as a legitimate profession, one that could yield substantial earnings when pursued diligently. "It's nothing much," he explained. "I've been recording videos and posting them online while working. Over time, I've garnered a modest following. A company approached me to feature their advertisement, and they insisted it be filmed during my work hours. So that is why I was. Although it feels a bit embarrassing, it's all for the sake of earning some money. Li Mingyang did not wish for his older companions to misconstrue him as eccentric. After all, idle gossip could wield considerable influence. If whispers circulated, branding him as a lunatic, it might deter others from reaching out to him for lucrative opportunities in the future. Thus, despite the tinge of humiliation, he felt compelled to clarify. An advertisement? Upon hearing this, the older gentlemen paused in surprise. They understood advertisements, but were they not typically confined to television screens? Could it be that a young person in their midst could secure an advertisement like the stars on television? Although no one voiced their thoughts, Li Mingyang discerned the unspoken implications behind their expressions. Engaging in a bit of video creation online, accumulating a modest following was hardly remarkable. Moreover, the advertisement merely amounted to 2,000 yuan, a sum that paled in comparison to the earnings of true internet celebrities or major stars. However, I pondered that 2,000 yuan was not an insignificant amount, albeit it was a matter of losing a bit of face while working. Furthermore, everyone has been so considerate towards me that they would not ridicule me over such a trivial matter. It is not merely about promoting a pair of undergarments. Even the most embarrassing tasks are readily undertaken by many if there is profit to be gained, is it not? Concerning the fact of advertising for oneself, Li Mingyang chose to explain to those around him with a mix of truth and fabrications. The phenomenon of envy is a common affliction among humanity. Reminiscent of the adage, while a brother's failure is indeed sorrowful, a brother's success can be even more disheartening. Thus, Li Mingyang concealed his true earnings of 5,000 yuan, opting instead to present a figure of 2,000 yuan, which, even in its modesty, elicited envy from those around him. After all, every penny for them was hard-earned, and not everyone possessed the exceptional stamina that Li Mingyang did. 2,000 yuan was ample for them to undertake 3 or even 4 tasks. Meanwhile, Li Mingyang merely had to take out his undergarments and casually speak a few words in front of the camera during his work breaks. Such effortless income was something they also aspired to earn. Naturally, the 2,000 yuan was due to the client's numerous demands, thus the high price. Typically, advertising jobs do not yield such lucrative sums, and even 1,000 yuan would be considered a good outcome. Reflecting on this, Li Mingyang further reduced his stated income. Additionally, advertisements are not always readily available. At times, an entire month could pass without a single opportunity. This final statement was the true clincher. Many individuals had initially been intrigued and wished to inquire how Li Mingyang earned money online. But upon hearing that one might not secure even a single job in a month, they realized it amounted to only a couple thousand yuan. If they had that much spare time, they would be better off seeking a part-time job where they might earn even more. Contemplating these thoughts, the older men promptly extinguished their ambitions in this regard, merely jesting about Li Mingyang's boldness. In truth, they were commenting on his thick skin, able to casually discuss undergarment advertisements in public without a hint of embarrassment. Subsequently, I refrained from further probing into this matter, a relief to Li Mingyang as well. This way, he would not have to worry about his fellow workers feeling envious when future advertisements arose. Shaoli, this is yours. 1,346 yuan. Not bad. My lad, it seems your earnings have not dipped below 1,000 yuan lately. Although this work is somewhat taxing, if one perseveres for a few years, they could return home with both a car and a house. While transferring Li Mingyang's share of the wages to his phone, the foreman couldn't help but express a hint of envy. Despite appearing to have a decent income and a somewhat glamorous life, he truly fell short when compared to the extraordinary Li Mingyang. Li Mingyang, undeterred by the jesting remarks of the foreman, found himself enveloped in a profound sense of fatigue that seeped into every cell of his body. The aspiration to consistently earn 1,000 yuan each day was no trivial endeavor. In recent times, whenever he ventured out to accept assignments, he relentlessly pushed the limits of his physical endurance. Ever since he last transcended his physical boundaries, he discovered that such breakthroughs necessitated a full day of rest. Furthermore, the day following a breakthrough demanded no less than 5 or 6 meals, indicative of a significant increase in his energy requirements. While this was not particularly kind to his finances, each time he surpassed his limits, he experienced a marked enhancement in his physical prowess. With this revelation, Li Mingyang found himself continually striving to stretch his physical capabilities, fervently pursuing the goal of transcending his limits. Deep within, he harbored an audacious notion. If he could persist in this relentless pursuit of self-improvement, might he one day evolve into a truly extraordinary being? Chapter 19. The initial attempt at solo undertakings. This idea, though fleeting in Li Mingyang's mind, seemed to take root profoundly within the depths of his soul. While he was uncertain if such aspirations could ultimately materialize, he was acutely aware that with each successive endeavor to surpass his physical limits, his body was evolving in an increasingly extraordinary manner, gradually veering toward a superhuman caliber. Presently, his physical capabilities were undeniably beyond those of an ordinary individual, even surpassing those of seasoned athletes in the gym. After all, their training adhered to scientific principles, whereas Li Mingyang dared to push his body to its utmost extremes. However, a pressing concern weighed heavily on Li Mingyang. Although his physique was becoming increasingly formidable, so too was his appetite. Where he once found satisfaction in 3 ample bowls of fried rice thrice daily, he now consumed 4 bowls in a single sitting, and at times found himself dining 4 times a day. If this trend continued, would he truly become a glutton? The thought of potentially spending his days either eating or en route to a meal sent a shiver down his spine. Moreover, the further he progressed in transcending his physical limitations, the more challenging it became, necessitating an ever-increasing amount of nourishment post-breakthrough. In essence, he would require more sustenance, preferably of a nutritious variety. Li Mingyang harbored genuine concerns that he might not be able to keep pace with his body's demands, despite his voracious eating. He risked starving himself. In summary, while his body appeared capable of continuously shattering limits and growing stronger, he pondered whether such strength could be pursued indefinitely, or if he would eventually lose control over his own form. These uncertainties lingered in Li Mingyang's mind. Nevertheless, he was relieved that he did not have to worry about these issues for the time being. Although his appetite had enlarged, his physique was concurrently strengthening. Ultimately, if he reached a certain threshold, he could simply pause his relentless endeavor. After all, the pursuit of strength was not governed by any whimsical system imposing obligatory tasks. It was entirely at Li Mingyang's discretion. Consequently, these musings merely circled through his mind before dissipating into oblivion. Yet, they planted a seed within him, one that heralded a path to greatness through his physical prowess. While his current state may still require refinement, he believed that as he continued to grow stronger, his journey would transcend mere laborious toil. For in any field, if one could attain their limits, a promising future awaited. However, that was a matter for the future. For now, he would focus on diligently carrying out his responsibilities. Given his current appetite, without a well-paying and stable job, it is likely that he would soon deplete his modest savings. He would then find himself in a predicament of either enduring hunger or being on the brink of starvation. Is there a more suitable opportunity available for him? Through recent endeavors, Li Mingyang has not only gained a modicum of renown within the industry, but has also become somewhat of a seasoned veteran. Unlike those simple laborers carrying heavy loads, Li Mingyang has consistently engaged in research regarding various aspects of the field since his entry. For instance, he has been exploring the optimal locations for securing jobs. After a period of investigation, Li Mingyang has discovered a locally unique application, which boasts a substantial user base and numerous job postings. Upon making this discovery, he promptly downloaded the app, as it would be foolish to disregard such a resource. As his physical strength continues to grow, Li Mingyang has begun to contemplate the prospect of accepting jobs independently. This represents a significant challenge for him, yet it promises greater financial rewards. After all, as both the worker and the one taking orders, every penny earned would flow directly into his pocket. Moreover, his video platform has reached a plateau, even though he occasionally showcases his physique. The growth of his follower count has stagnated, barely surpassing 300,000, with daily fluctuations between increases and decreases. Thus, his decision to pursue solo jobs is also motivated by a desire to determine whether this approach could reignite interest and attract more followers. It is also worth noting that Li Mingyang has changed the name of his live stream channel, transitioning from the man who earns 1,000 a day to the man who earns 2,000 a day. Having achieved his initial goal, he now requires a fresh target, with his body continually becoming more robust. He is confident in his ability to reach this new benchmark. Earning over 1,000 a day from manual labor is already an extraordinary feat, certainly captivating enough to draw attention. Currently, Li Mingyang consistently earns above 1,000 whenever he works, and with his new goal set, should he successfully achieve it, it would undoubtedly create another noteworthy moment. Furthermore, he occasionally receives small advertising opportunities while working alongside his colleagues. However, whenever he promotes these ads, he is met with a variety of glances from his peers, some filled with envy, others with incredulity. Regardless of their expressions, Li Mingyang realizes that this situation cannot persist indefinitely. Over time, jealousy may arise among his co-workers. Additionally, the presence of so many individuals complicates his ability to film, does it not? Thus, Li Mingyang sought to find some small orders that were not too substantial, yet possessed a commendable cost-effectiveness and a certain level of difficulty. Ideally, these tasks would be such that once captured on video and shared, onlookers would be compelled to exclaim a phrase from the essence of Chinese culture. He came across an intriguing opportunity, estimated to be worth around 500 yuan, with a considerable degree of challenge, requiring manual labor for transportation within a village in the city. The most crucial aspect of this task was the sense that it could push the boundaries of his capabilities. As he perused the various listings on the app, Li Mingyang eventually stumbled upon a suitable small order in an inconspicuous section. Typically, the foremen frequenting the app possess their own small teams, and such minor tasks are often overlooked. They are generally only considered when there is a dearth of work. However, Li Mingyang found himself in a segment of the market where competition was relatively sparse. Consequently, for him, the pursuit of an order suitable for solo execution was neither complicated nor arduous. In fact, it could be described as quite effortless, given the abundance of opportunities available on the app. Chapter 20, 18 hours. The man earning 2,200 daily. Greetings, are you the worker, Li Gong, assigned to this task? Is it just you alone? At the appointed hour, Li Mingyang swiftly arrived at the work site on his electric scooter. Upon seeing that Li Mingyang was alone, the other party's eyes betrayed a flicker of surprise and a hint of hesitation. Although the task was modest, amounting to just over 2,000 yuan, it seemed implausible that one person could accomplish it all. Furthermore, he was pressed for time, needing the work completed within the day. If Li Mingyang was indeed alone, it was evident that the job would likely extend over 2 or 3 days, which would not meet his deadline. Sensing the other party's uncertainty, Li Mingyang promptly responded, "Rest assured, it is not solely me, boss. Given the volume of items to be moved today, it is unlikely that I could manage it alone. In this line of work, reputation is paramount. I have enlisted the help of 2 colleagues to ensure we complete the task within the day. Once we finish, we will call you for inspection." Li Mingyang chose to embellish the truth slightly, as the other party clearly doubted his capacity to complete the job single-handedly. An admission of alone would likely lead to unnecessary complications, risking the entire arrangement. Ultimately, the priority was to move the items, irrespective of the number of hands involved. Upon hearing Li Mingyang's assurance, the boss visibly relaxed. "Very well, as long as everything is moved before I arrive tomorrow morning, that will suffice. You may come for the inspection afterward. Provided no damage occurs, I will settle the payment on the spot. Of course, should you finish early, feel free to call, and I can come for the payment today." He continued, "The items in question are these tiles. Do not underestimate them. Each box weighs over 100 pounds, nearly 200. Care must be taken during handling, especially since the stairway is quite narrow, making the task cumbersome. The rate is as stated online, 20 yuan per item delivered to the 6th floor. The boss winced slightly at the final statement. Yet he understood the constraints of the city village. The narrow alleys and stairways made the situation challenging. While 20 yuan per item was indeed steep, it appeared Li Mingyang was the only one willing to take on the job. The boss was fortunate to have found someone eager to work. Initially, The boss had contemplated raising the price if no one else accepted the job by the end of the day, perhaps increasing it to 25 yuan per item. However, Li Mingyang's timely appearance saved the boss considerable expense. With over 100 items to move, even a modest increase of 5 yuan per item would result in several hundred yuan in additional costs. Though the boss was not short of money, every penny saved was prudent. Certainly, boss. You may come tomorrow to inspect the work as scheduled. Although it is possible to finish the move tonight, it is likely to be quite late by the time we complete it. Therefore, I shall not trouble you this evening. We will return tomorrow morning for the inspection. However, let us make one thing clear. Should any of the tiles be damaged during the transport, you will be required to compensate at the full price. Of course, if such a situation were to arise, it would undoubtedly be due to my fault, and I would certainly bear the cost, as per industry regulations. After reiterating this point, the boss left satisfied, and Li Mingyang officially commenced his work. Li Mingyang had moved tiles numerous times since he began his work in carrying. But this time the tiles were unusually large. They appear to be large floor tiles, measuring 5 meters in length and 80 centimeters in width. It is no wonder that this job had remained unclaimed online for 2 to 3 days. Even if someone had seen it, they would likely have shaken their heads and walked away. The offered price of 20 yuan was indeed quite unappealing. For an ordinary person, it would be impossible to manage alone. 2 individuals are required to maneuver a single piece. Given this, each person would only earn 10 yuan per tile, which is evidently not worth the effort involved. Fortunately, although heavy, these tiles did not pose much of a challenge for Li Mingyang, who found them manageable. Even though each tile weighed around 200 jin, he could easily lift and transport them. Li Mingyang arrived at the site at 9 a.m. As he was working alone, he had the luxury of a flexible schedule. Additionally, since all the tiles were piled at the entrance of the corridor, he was spared the discomfort of the scorching sun. The corridor was relatively cool. Thus, even in the heat of midday, after a brief meal, he resumed his labor. Initially, he estimated that he could complete the work by around 10 p.m. However, he underestimated the magnitude of this task, which was worth over 2,000 yuan. 18 hours. A full 18 hours. Li Mingyang worked tirelessly from morning until midnight, finally moving the last tile upstairs. He could confidently assert that had it not been for his extraordinary ability to regain energy at midnight, he would not have completed this task. Nevertheless, even with this advantage, he struggled against the intense hunger that gnawed at him during the latter part of the night, barely managing to finish. Today, Li Mingyang undoubtedly surpassed his own limits. He worked continuously for 18 hours, moving a total of 110 tiles, earning a wage of 2,200 yuan. Chapter 21. Becoming a symbol of inspirational men upon awakening. Li Mingyang discovered that it was already the afternoon of the following day. Having worked past midnight, he felt a lingering fatigue despite having slept until the afternoon. After all, he had engaged in several hours of strenuous labor during the latter part of the night, and it was impossible to escape weariness without some extraordinary advantage. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to this feeling of exhaustion. Although his body ached, it was manageable for him. After a simple meal of 4 bowls of fried rice, Li Mingyang returned to his rented room to edit the work video from the previous day. This was the longest work duration he had ever experienced, resulting in an exceptionally lengthy video. Furthermore, having surpassed the milestone of earning 2,000 in a single day for the first time, he devoted considerable effort to the music selection and the extraction of captivating moments. He hoped that with skillful editing, this video might achieve a degree of popularity. While he did not expect to surpass 400,000 followers immediately, achieving a target of 350,000 seemed a feasible aspiration. Reaching this milestone would elevate his advertising rates, and Li Mingyang approached any opportunity for profit with utmost seriousness. By the time he finished editing, darkness had descended outside. After reflecting on the events of the previous day, Li Mingyang resolved that he would handle future assignments himself, as collaborating externally seemed rather futile. Regarding the payment from yesterday, he had initially planned to wake early and settle the bill. However, to his surprise, the boss had already visited the site that morning and promptly transferred 2,200 to him. Given his exhaustion, he decided to sleep in until the afternoon. This experience of managing his own assignments had proven rewarding. Not only did he receive a higher salary, but he also felt less constrained while filming his videos. He could occasionally engage in lighthearted banter, which significantly enhanced the viewership of his content. Unlike during previous collaborative work, where the disapproving gazes of his colleagues often silenced his desire for humor, he now embraced his identity with clarity. Li Mingyang recognized that his focus would shift towards short videos, as his primary work had transitioned from manual labor to cultivating his video account. With the growing popularity of his account, its profitability was steadily increasing, and physical labor had become merely a means to facilitate his video production rather than a primary source of livelihood. Even in the future, after discovering a more suitable approach, it is highly likely that even the task of carrying burdens will become obsolete. Thus, Li Mingyang has decided to take on orders himself, granting him greater freedom in both time and the nature of his work. This autonomy will enable him to steadily enhance the quality of his short videos, leading to a significant improvement compared to before with much greater flexibility. The following morning, upon awakening, Li Mingyang could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief multiple times. He had anticipated that surpassing the threshold of earning 2,000 a day would lead to a slight surge in the popularity of his short videos. Yet he never imagined the extent of his success. Sometimes, an individual's fortune seems to hinge on the whims of fate. Had it merely been Li Mingyang posting his videos, the best outcome would have likely aligned with his own modest predictions, a modest viral moment. However, to his surprise, his video garnered the attention of an official national account, which proceeded to share it. Most crucially, this official account even made slight edits to his content, transforming him into an inspirational figure. Given the current employment climate in the country, where many are facing unemployment and joblessness, the government advocates for individuals to shed their outdated personas. As long as one can earn a living, the nature of the work should not matter. The unintended alignment of his video with the government's current narrative led to its discovery by relevant officials, resulting in a natural escalation of attention. As for the deeper implications, Li Mingyang found them beyond his comprehension. After all, whether in this life or the last, he remains an ordinary citizen. The thoughts of those in power are not for him to decipher, but he remains unconcerned. He only knows that his account is thriving once again, now with the endorsement of an official source. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Li Mingyang avoids self-sabotage online, his account has effectively acquired protective charm. Without any particular reason, Douyin's officials are unlikely to make things difficult for him and may even occasionally promote his content. 1 million. 1 million. Incredible. From morning until night, regardless of what Li Mingyang was engaged in. Even while showering, he found himself compelled to check his short video statistics, eager to see how much his follower count had increased in just a few minutes. Finally, after enduring the long hours of the night, around 3 or 4 in the morning, when his eyelids felt heavy, his follower count finally surpassed the impressive milestone of 1 million. Had it not been for the late hour, when the world was quiet and celebrating aloud might invite animosity, Li Mingyang would have surely leaped in joy. Although, in this era, there are countless content creators on Douyin boasting millions of followers, reaching this level still bestows upon him the title of a prominent influencer. In other words, due solely to this official retweet and the ensuing virality of these videos, Li Ming's market value has surged severalfold. The disparity between a millionaire influencer and one with hundreds of thousands of followers may not seem significant at first glance. However, when it comes to advertising and various engagements, the offers presented by clients are incomparable to those extended to influencers with merely hundreds of thousands of followers. Attaining 1 million followers is akin to ascending to a new echelon of success, marking a milestone that is often synonymous with achievement, at least within the realm of ordinary individuals. Simultaneously, as Li Ming garners 1 million followers, he also acquires the title of the embodiment of inspiration. Transitioning from an ordinary employee who was compelled to leave his job, within a mere few months, he has metamorphosed into an influencer with 1 million followers. Even when opting for the most rudimentary and accessible job, he has managed to distinguish himself within the industry and emerge as a frontrunner. In summary, one could succinctly state, Li Mingyang has indeed risen to prominence. At least in the past few days, both his account and his personal presence have garnered considerable attention online, particularly on the platform Douyin. Chapter 22. The Rise of the Tower-Bearing War. God, what on earth? Brother, what are you so engrossed in? I've called you several times, yet you remain oblivious. In a dorm room at a second-tier university, Zhang Tao was about to invite his roommate to dine with him. But he found the lad sprawled on the upper bunk, utterly captivated by whatever he was watching. After several fruitless attempts to rouse him, Zhang Tao, unable to tolerate such insouciance, decisively delivered a sharp slap to the arm resting on the upper bunk. Whoa, when did you sneak up on me? You nearly gave me a heart attack. What are you watching? So absorbed that you can't even hear me calling you for dinner? It's not like I'm asking you to go to class. Zhang Tao expressed his dissatisfaction with his roommate's reaction. Normally, during mealtimes, this guy was the most enthusiastic participant. What could possibly have him so distracted today? Could be heartbreak, but that didn't seem likely. This fellow was notoriously single, a well-known member of the dorm's duo of perpetual bachelors. Surely he hadn't been secretly dating behind Zhang Tao's back? If that were the case, he would be deserving of a good scolding. Even if he had suffered a romantic setback, he had it coming for daring to betray the noble status of a single gentleman. What was so wrong with relishing the joys of singledom? Must he taste the bitterness of love? He had just stumbled upon a video of the tower-bearing war god. Initially indifferent, he was taken aback by the sheer prowess displayed. Even though they were both dedicated to sports, they could never hope to match such stamina. It was as if this person were not human, but a pure beast. Surely, one would expect a nuclear-powered machine akin to AT-800. Even beasts would not possess such remarkable endurance. Intrigued by this revelation, Zhang Tao pondered when such extraordinary individuals had emerged on the internet. He and his brother had always scoffed at fitness influencers, dismissing them as mere showmen. To an untrained eye, it might seem impressive, but as insiders, they recognized that apart from a few elite figures, many were nothing but hollow displays. Some physiques were so blatantly enhanced that it was apparent they had resorted to substances. In fact, Zhang Tao and his brother, upon shedding their shirts, could boast muscle definition that rivaled even the most ostentatious of fitness enthusiasts. Thus, Zhang Tao's curiosity was piqued regarding this remarkable figure that had elicited such admiration from his brother. What kind of beast could inspire such a reaction? Soon enough, Zhang Tao found himself absorbed in the videos, unable to extricate himself. He watched as Li Mingyang progressed from earning a mere few hundred yuan daily to surpassing 2,000 yuan, tracking the evolution from the earliest uploads to the most recent, all within the span of just over a month. At this juncture, Zhang Tao found himself questioning reality. He yearned to voice doubts about the authenticity of the video. Yet this was an official account sharing the content, and the authenticity of the footage was unmistakable. Whether it be cement, construction debris, or other assorted materials, their weight is unmistakable, far beyond the comparison with mere ordinary props. Thus, after viewing all the videos, Zhang Tao found himself enveloped in a sense of despondency, to the extent that he even forgot to eat. After considerable time, he murmured to himself, pondering, what then? Have we labored for all these years? He had practiced sports since middle school, continuing diligently until now. It seemed that every slight advancement demanded an abundance of sweat, and even at such a young age, he bore the scars of numerous injuries. Ultimately, his achievements amounted to merely enrolling in an average second-tier university, failing to stand out even within that environment. At this juncture, his close friend, already having regained his composure, overheard Zhang Tao's reflections and interjected with a nonchalant remark. This is quite normal. In any realm, there exists a disparity between the gifted and the ordinary. In his view, the individual depicted in the videos, the god of carrying buildings, was undoubtedly a prodigy, possessing an extraordinary capacity for recovery. His potential was equally remarkable, demonstrating a visible enhancement in physical prowess after engaging in high-intensity labor for a relatively brief period. To speak candidly, I believe that pursuing this line of work is somewhat of a squandering of such a talent, bordering on wastefulness. Were he to enter the realm of sports, it seems likely that he would achieve commendable results, regardless of the discipline. Should he find a suitable path, I would not be surprised in the least to witness him on the Olympic stage one day. In conclusion, even his own tone resonated with a sense of reflection. Yet unlike Zhang Tao, he appeared to take it in stride. After all, he had long been accustomed to setbacks, never being among the most distinguished of his peers regardless of the endeavor. Thus, when confronted with Li Mingyang's extraordinary physical gifts, he could only express a few sentiments, devoid of any further aspirations. A similar scene is unfolding across the nation, as Li Mingyang's fame has surged in recent days. Any user of Douyin is likely to encounter videos related to him during this time. These may originate from Li Mingyang's own account or be adaptations created by others. Nevertheless, as long as one spends enough time on Douyin daily, avoiding content associated with Li Mingyang is nearly impossible. After nearly 2 days of growing attention, the moniker god of carrying buildings has transcended its initial confines. It has firmly established itself, garnering admiration from many professionals who, upon witnessing Li Mingyang, cannot help but be captivated. They perceive him as an unpolished gem, an individual of immense potential. Indeed, numerous individuals have felt compelled to seek him out for dialogue and collaboration. Chapter 23. Breaking Out. Seeking attention? Certainly, these notions reside solely in the minds of a few, for the majority perceive Li Mingyang as past his prime. Even though he has demonstrated remarkable potential, he is already in his 20s. No matter how much promise he possesses, how much more can be unearthed. Thus, the general sentiment towards Li Mingyang remains one of mere curiosity. Some lament the missed opportunity, pondering how, had they discovered such talent a decade earlier, or even just 5 years prior, they might have sought him out to nurture his abilities. Perhaps, as some online commentators suggest, he could have graced the arenas representing his country with honor. Alas, the reality is that he is somewhat older now, which is indeed a pity. Li Mingyang, however, remains oblivious to these musings. Even if he were aware, he likely would not be perturbed. His aspirations have never gravitated towards such considerations. Being a professional athlete is undoubtedly commendable, and reaching the pinnacle of success would undoubtedly enhance his life significantly. Yet, when surveying the vast array of athletes, both nationally and globally, how many truly ascend to the summit? In any field, there exists but one world champion, and even when accounting for silver and bronze medals, the count barely exceeds 3. Moreover, how many remember the so-called runners-up? It is the gold medalists who capture the public's fascination. Furthermore, this coveted title must belong to a popular sport. Otherwise, even winning a championship in a lesser-known discipline may not drastically alter one's life. While it would certainly improve one's circumstances, achieving financial independence appears elusive. Li Mingyang pays little heed to the clamor of the online world or the realities around him. He understands that his newfound popularity necessitates consolidation. Thus, after a solitary day of rest at home, he resumed his quest for suitable opportunities. He meticulously considered not only the remuneration, but also the workload and the nature of the tasks, striving to ensure that the content of his work would be engaging. He aimed to capitalize on this surge in popularity by releasing several videos to deepen his connection with his audience. Ideally, he hoped to leverage this momentum for further growth. However, after hours of research into local listings, he found nothing that suited his needs. Feeling momentarily dazed, he decided to abandon his search and instead indulged in some leisure time on Douyin to refresh his spirit. Sometimes, inspiration does not emerge from relentless pondering, but rather strikes unexpectedly during moments of relaxation. Since he could not find a fitting opportunity at present, he resolved to take a break and unwind. While solidifying his popularity is indeed pressing, it is not an immediate concern, at least over the next few days. His popularity should continue to rise steadily. Therefore, he still has several days at his disposal. Moreover, if he exhibits excessive urgency, focusing solely on the efficiency of video releases while neglecting quality, it is likely that rather than aiding his cause, it may yield adverse effects. Having come this far, Li Mingyang must tread carefully with each subsequent step. As a burgeoning influencer with 1 million followers, if he manages his account well, it is not unreasonable to expect an annual income in the modest hundreds of thousands. In other words, he can sustain a comfortable life solely through this account. Thus, in such times, he must remain humble and exercise caution. Ah, the porters of Mount Tai? Sometimes, unexpected surprises arrive with suddenness. Li Mingyang had originally planned to scroll through videos and retire for the night, intending to ponder slowly the next day. However, as he browsed, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a profession that suited him remarkably well and was currently trending. This popularity, of course, stemmed not from the job itself, but rather from the inherent allure of Mount Tai. Among the renowned mountains in the hearts of the Chinese people, none holds greater significance than Mount Tai. Throughout history, emperors of notable achievement have sought to perform the ritual of fengshan at Mount Tai, despite its reputation being tarnished by a certain foolish emperor. Nevertheless, this does not diminish the mountain's esteemed stature in the hearts of the populace. Each year, countless tourists visit the site, and the challenge of conquering Mount Tai has become a significant topic of interest online. Many influencers travel vast distances to undertake this climbing challenge. Generally, videos of such endeavors garner impressive viewership, at least relative to the influencer's follower counts. Thus, upon discovering the role of a porter at Mount Tai, Li Mingyang could not help but feel a spark of inspiration. If he could partake in this endeavor and subtly showcase his own abilities, it could prove advantageous. To enhance the display of his prowess in the videos, Li Mingyang even contemplated a slight adjustment to his schedule. By dividing his working hours into 2 shifts, one in the early night and the other in the latter half, he could rejuvenate himself after midnight, emerging revitalized. With the enhancement of his unique talents, his performance would undoubtedly exceed all expectations. Having identified his next filming location and work content, Li Mingyang felt a sense of relief and resumed browsing short videos. After all, in this era, there are indeed many enchanting figures online, and such physiques and styles, whether augmented by special effects or not, are seldom witnessed in real life. In a vast expanse of the internet, one need not spend a dime. A mere flicker of bandwidth grants access to an array of content, even allowing one to select what to view at leisure. Is it not a disservice to neglect such an opportunity in this advanced digital age? Is it not an affront to a platform as splendid as Douyin? Following the meteoric rise of Li Mingyang, a multitude of eyes across the nation has been drawn to him. Generally, those who manage to amass over 1 million followers are not devoid of intellect. While they may not fully grasp every nuance of prevailing trends, they certainly possess a basic understanding of the collective consciousness. Moreover, the recent surge in official video shares has unmistakably signaled this shift. The crux of the matter lies in their acute awareness of the substantial traffic generated, which for those in the realm of social media, translates directly into potential revenue. Consequently, many content creators are now contemplating whether to seize this opportunity to reach out to Li Mingyang. Although their intentions may be to capitalize on his momentum, their own follower bases far surpass his, making a collaborative effort mutually beneficial. Such a win-win partnership is indeed a prospect worth pursuing for all involved. Chapter 24. A prominent fitness influencer seeks collaboration. Many influencers have contemplated the idea of collaboration, yet few have taken the initiative, as most are still observing the situation. They wish to see just how long the favorable winds brought by Li Mingyang will last. A crucial point to consider is that although Li Mingyang's follower count has surpassed 1 million, this number remains modest compared to those influencers with several million or even tens of millions of followers. Approaching him for a collaboration could lead to ambiguity regarding who benefits from whom. For various reasons, while many are tempted to capitalize on this opportunity to gain some online recognition, only a select few have the resolve to act decisively. Nonetheless, these individuals, although scarce, do exist. One such influencer boasts over 10 million followers. Upon watching Li Mingyang's video, he was immediately captivated. He is affectionately known as Principal, not only because he is the head of a martial arts school, but also due to his charitable endeavors in donating to schools in impoverished areas. Beyond his real name and online persona, his title of Principal has become well known. However, many fans prefer to refer to him endearingly as Gongzi. As a leading influencer in the fitness community, Gongzi's character has always been commendable. His actions reveal that he is undoubtedly a compassionate individual, and his amiable nature contrasts sharply with his robust appearance, adding a touch of charm that likely contributes to his vast following. Upon witnessing Li Mingyang's potential, Gongzi felt a strong desire to nurture such talent. He believed that if such a gifted individual did not receive proper training to harness his physical abilities, it would be a true waste. Furthermore, observing Li Mingyang's work ethic, Gongzi discerned that he hailed from a humble background, as his labor was genuine and differed significantly from the staged antics of many so-called internet celebrities. Li Mingyang's impressive physique was cultivated through hard work rather than any formal training. As an inspirational figure who has even garnered praise from national media, Gongzi felt compelled to assist this seemingly inexperienced young man. Regardless of what achievements Li Mingyang may attain in the future, establishing a positive connection now could prove beneficial, as having more friends opens up more opportunities. Although it seemed that he had no immediate need for assistance, who could predict what the future holds? It may not be long before this young brother surpasses his own status, and perhaps soon after, Gongzi's own prominence may wane in the ever-changing landscape of the internet. The fluctuations of the online world have become quite commonplace in this era. It is entirely plausible that today, you may find yourself celebrated as a prominent influencer, only to wake up tomorrow to discover that not only have you lost that status, but your account might even be suspended. Brother Gang, you wish to collaborate with me on a video? Are you prepared to join me in taking on the challenge of a strenuous endeavor? Furthermore, do you aspire to be a man who earns $1,000 a day? When Li Mingyang received a call from Gongzi, his expression was one of sheer astonishment. Despite the fact that Li Mingyang often boasted about being a major influencer with millions of fans, he knew that the term major influencer required some qualification. True influencers, like Gongzi, possess fan bases exceeding 10 million, rendering Li Mingyang's modest following almost negligible in comparison. Yet, it was precisely this disparity in status that led Gongzi to seek collaboration with him. Li Mingyang felt as though he had been struck by a windfall from above, a delightful yet disorienting surprise. However, in the midst of his joy, he regained his composure. Brother Gang, I must clarify that I am quite impoverished and unable to contribute financially. If this collaboration requires any form of payment, at this point, Li Mingyang chose not to continue, confident that any reasonable adult would comprehend the essence of his words. Haha, my friend, your candor is truly amusing. The sole reason I reached out to you is to explore the possibility of collaboration with no ulterior motives. I simply wish for us to create a video together, devoid of any complex agendas or financial entanglements. Besides, haven't you been gaining quite a bit of traction online recently? I thought to ride the wave of your success. As long as you do not mind my presence, it would be a tremendous opportunity for me. Why would there be any charge? Furthermore, I, Gongzi, am not that kind of person. So what do you say, my friend? It's merely a matter of a few words. This idea was rather spontaneous on my part. If there are any inconveniences on your end, feel free to decline without any hesitation. After all, I acknowledge that my approach may have been a bit presumptuous. Chapter 25. Let's directly engage in a major deal. No, it is indeed an honor for you to have reached out to me, and such an endeavor would benefit both of us immensely. In fact, if we were to be candid, I may even be the one who stands to gain more. If you continue to express yourself in this manner, I shall genuinely feel quite embarrassed. As for timing, I am available at your convenience. You may arrange it as you see fit, and I am always open to welcoming you. Upon hearing Gongzi's words, Li Mingyang was momentarily taken aback before swiftly realizing that this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. It was far superior to the earlier notion of merely riding on Taishan's coattails. Although challenging Taishan indeed possesses a certain allure, it pales in comparison when juxtaposed with a prominent figure like Gongzi, who boasts millions of followers. The slight buzz from challenging Taishan truly becomes insignificant next to that. The most crucial point is that Taishan remains ever-present, accessible at any time, whereas collaborating with a major influencer like Gongzi requires seizing the moment. Even if there were avenues for such collaboration, I could hardly afford the price. Thus, the weight of the two options was quickly discerned in Li Mingyang's mind. All right, my friend, your straightforwardness is refreshing, and I appreciate such candidness. There is no time like the present. Given that we are not too far apart, I propose we aim for the day after tomorrow. If we act swiftly, I should be able to arrive by tomorrow afternoon. However, It appears that your work typically commences early in the morning. Since we are engaging in a challenge, we must eschew superficialities and adhere strictly to reality. Therefore, let us schedule the actual filming for the morning of the day after tomorrow. When the time comes, I would appreciate it if you could arrange a task of considerable difficulty. After all, Gongzi is a well-known fitness influencer, and his physique is not merely for show. If the challenge is too easy, it will lack intrigue, even though I may not be able to match your remarkable stamina of working 18 hours straight, achieving a daily income that exceeds 2,000. However, I believe setting a modest goal of becoming a man who earns 1,000 in a day is not too ambitious, is it? It must be said that Gongzi's personality does indeed align with his appearance. His forthright and straightforward nature is quite appealing. While some may not appreciate it, those like Li Mingyang, who are not particularly scheming, find interactions with him to be refreshingly effortless. All right then, Gongzi, please let me know in advance when you plan to arrive tomorrow, and we can share a meal together. We can also discuss our work in advance, as this marks our first collaboration, and we must strive to achieve some tangible results. Li Mingyang's words were not solely for Gongzi's benefit. They were primarily for his own advantage. Originally, his primary task over the past few days was to stabilize his popularity. If he were to neglect the opportunity presented by a prominent influencer like Gongzi, it would be rather foolish. However, effectively utilizing such an opportunity requires a certain finesse. Li Mingyang's words served to provide Gongzi with a conversation starter, making it easier for him to engage in subsequent activities. This time, Li Mingyang had no intention of allowing Gongzi to leave comfortably. Captivating an audience is, in fact, quite simple. One need only observe the plethora of entertainment variety shows currently gracing the industry. The short videos they collaborate on can be viewed as a form of variety show themselves. As a blogger with a substantial following, Gongzi naturally carries a certain allure in the eyes of his fans. However, among casual viewers, these influencers often evoke little affection. After all, a large fan base typically correlates with significant earnings, and while many endure hardships, it can evoke discomfort to see someone living a more comfortable life. It is futile to entertain notions that influencers do not profit. We are in the 21st century, an era defined by the internet, where savvy netizens are well aware of the realities. Thus, to successfully capture the audience's attention, the protagonist in the video must appear somewhat beleaguered. Consequently, Li Mingyang was prepared to cleverly exploit the forthcoming opportunity with Gongzi, harboring a subtle anticipation of potentially witnessing a memorable moment. Given Gongzi's mindset, he would likely be cooperative. While such memorable moments often signify a blogger's sordid past, one need only consider the journey of a certain infamous figure to recognize that even notoriety can be a form of fame. Sometimes, the more one plays with a particular trope, the more emotional resonance it develops. If a particular meme gains traction, it can even foster a sense of familiarity among casual viewers who, despite not knowing the influencer personally, may have interacted with their memes. As Li Mingyang contemplated, he was not idle. He swiftly took out his phone to investigate potential projects. Previously, the assignments within his reach were valued around 2,000 yuan, which represented the limit of his capabilities. However, circumstances had changed. With Gongzi, a muscular powerhouse, now part of his team, the goal of earning 1,000 yuan in a day seemed ambitious yet potentially attainable, with 600 or 700 yuan being a feasible target. This expanded his range of project options to around 3,000 yuan, thereby significantly increasing his choices. Despite these promising ideas, Li Mingyang scoured the website only to find a lack of suitable opportunities. If it were merely Li Mingyang, he might have stumbled upon one or two decent assignments. But with Gongzi's involvement, the endeavor needed to be inherently engaging. In other words, the challenge of the task must be sufficiently formidable. Otherwise, when the time comes, the online audience will find little excitement to behold, and their enthusiasm for the newly emerged internet celebrity, Li Mingyang, will certainly dwindle. Perhaps one might consider attempting this significant undertaking oneself. After all, during his tenure, he has made the acquaintance of numerous colleagues. Even if he were to secure a substantial contract, he could easily rally enough people to assist. Moreover, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, such as minor delays in the project timeline, Li Mingyang's current savings should provide a safety net. In comparison to such trivial monetary losses, Li Mingyang prioritizes his prospects in the realm of short videos. Furthermore, even if he were to take on a highly challenging assignment, it does not necessarily guarantee a breach of contract, does it? Once his mindset shifted, Li Mingyang swiftly identified a suitable target, a lucrative contract worth a staggering 20,000 yuan within a factory. The level of difficulty could even be likened to that of the factory he had previously visited, and he genuinely believed that this challenge might prove to be even greater. Chapter 26. This is truly a magnificent specimen. Brother Gang, it is an honor to finally meet you in person. I had long admired your reputation, and having seen you in videos, I suspected you were a formidable figure. Now, encountering you in reality, I find your stature even more imposing than I had anticipated. Li Mingyang has an acute understanding of the psychology of fitness enthusiasts. Why do they toil tirelessly in the gym, sculpting their bodies and honing their muscles? It is, after all, for the sake of receiving accolades from others. Thus, upon first meeting Brother Gang, Li Mingyang candidly praised his impressive physique. Brother, your words are too flattering. We are merely at the beginning. In my view, your muscles are the epitome of true strength. Although they may not appear vast in dimension, their density is unparalleled. Not to mention your extraordinary stamina, enduring 18 continuous hours of intense labor, a feat that even I would scarcely dare to contemplate. As he concluded, Brother Gang's expression was filled with sincerity. He genuinely respected Li Mingyang, despite certain content creators expressing envy at Li Mingyang's swift ascent to becoming a million-follower sensation. However, Brother Gang, being a serious fitness aficionado, could discern Li Mingyang's true capabilities through his videos. What astonished him most was not the journey to fame, but rather Li Mingyang's remarkable physical form. In all his years, he had never encountered anyone with such a prodigious physical talent. It seemed as if Li Mingyang faced no limitations, as though he could continue to progress indefinitely. After all, if it were an ordinary person striving as Li Mingyang does, they might well succumb to rhabdomyolysis within mere days of such exertion. Reality is not a novel, where the countless methods of breaking physical limits. Although Brother Gang was a forthright individual, Li Mingyang still valued his hospitality. Not only did he arrange for a 5-star hotel, but he also took Brother Gang to a renowned local restaurant. Though modest in size, the establishment was undeniably popular. Had it not been for Li Mingyang's prior reservation, they might not have secured a table for this meal. The warmth of Li Mingyang's demeanor was driven by a specific purpose. Brother Gang, after considering your suggestions yesterday, I believe it is essential for us to approach our first collaborative video with due seriousness. The audience does not wish to see us merely breezing through tasks, as if on a leisurely vacation. Therefore, to enhance the quality of our video, I propose we elevate the difficulty of tomorrow's challenges. Since yesterday, I have been contemplating this matter and searching online for suitable tasks. Fortunately, diligence does not go unrewarded. After several hours of meticulous selection, I finally stumbled upon a significant opportunity. Its complexity is sufficiently high, and when captured in a short video, it is bound to generate ample discussion. At this point, Li Mingyang paused, observing that Gongzi's expression was not one of dissent, but rather tinged with anticipation. This reassured him, allowing him to continue. This is the project I have prepared for us tomorrow, Brother Gang. Please take a look. If there is anything you find unsuitable, we can certainly make adjustments. After all, I am still relatively new to the realm of short video creators. Although I have achieved a modicum of success, I'm still a novice. Should there be any oversights on my part, I welcome your candid suggestions without hesitation. Li Mingyang's words were quite artful. They appeared humble, while simultaneously elevating Gongzi's stature. In truth, he was deftly placing Gongzi on a pedestal. As the old adage goes, one does not strike a smiling face. And with Li Mingyang adopting such an attitude, it was unlikely that Gongzi would refuse the task, even if he found the workload daunting. Furthermore, Li Mingyang had cleverly left himself an escape route. If Gongzi were indeed reluctant to accept the job, his final remark would serve as a cushion. Even if their collaboration did not materialize, he could avoid causing offense. After all, cultivating relationships opens doors, and tarnishing his reputation on the first collaboration with another creator would not bode well for Li Mingyang's future endeavors. Fortunately, Gongzi was not one to wear two faces online and offline. Upon receiving the task list from Li Mingyang, he exhibited no signs of displeasure. Instead, a satisfied smile broke across his face. Haha, I knew you would cater to my tastes, little brother. Those simpler tasks do not showcase our rugged masculinity. A true man should tackle the most challenging and substantial projects. I believe this assignment is quite fitting. Moreover, as you mentioned, the requisite difficulty will imbue our inaugural collaboration with greater significance. The resultant short video will undoubtedly be more impressive. At that moment, Gongzi's demeanor was nothing short of exuberant. Despite the apparent challenges, who was Gongzi? A muscle-bound powerhouse who maintained a rigorous training regimen daily. Surely, a task with a modicum of difficulty could not possibly overwhelm him. However, as noon arrived the following day, when Gongzi once again turned his gaze towards Li Mingyang, his eyes were filled with a profound sense of existential doubt. Although he had been aware of the disparity in physical endurance between himself and Li Mingyang, he had not anticipated the gap to be so vast. In pursuit of producing a superior video, Gongzi matched every step of Li Mingyang, subtly revealing a competitive spirit. After all, today's online audience relished such a dynamic. However, he truly did not anticipate that Li Mingyang was nothing short of a thoroughbred workhorse. From 8:30 in the morning until now, he had scarcely taken a moment's respite, save for an occasional sip of water. He had consistently engaged in strenuous physical labor, and although his upper body was already drenched in sweat, the performance he exhibited suggested that he had yet to approach the limits of his endurance. Chapter 27. A memorable scene. The brolic Gongzi. Brother, big brother, I can't go on any longer. Let us take a moment's respite. Upon witnessing Li Mingyang returning downstairs, seemingly poised to continue hauling more items, Gongzi found himself utterly overwhelmed. He had come to a profound realization. The exertion encountered in the gym is entirely distinct from that experienced during labor. The gym serves merely to strengthen muscles, while labor, if one lacks the finesse to navigate it, can genuinely drain one's vitality. Although Gongzi had gradually begun to grasp the techniques necessary, the weight of the items to be transported remained constant. As his strength waned, the volume of work showed no sign of abating. Having worked tirelessly since dawn, Gongzi felt his physical stamina and inner energy nearing their limits. Thus, when he observed Li Mingyang, seemingly unfazed, preparing to press on, Gongzi could no longer contain himself and implored for a moment's rest. Taken aback by Gongzi's request, Li Mingyang initially believed he could endure a bit longer. Perhaps it was the questioning gaze of Li Mingyang that pricked Gongzi's pride. After all, with such a muscular physique, how could he succumb to such a setback? He had intended to rise and assert his capability to continue for another 2 hours, yet the moment he attempted to stand, he was met with the overwhelming soreness in his thigh muscles. Ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse. Let us rest for a while. After a morning of labor, we ought to nourish ourselves and hydrate before resuming our tasks. It was not that he wished to abandon the work, but rather that they should first replenish their energy, gathering strength to forge ahead. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang glanced at the clock and acknowledged that it was indeed mealtime. Moreover, he harbored his own subtle intentions. Pressing Gongzi to push through would likely yield diminishing returns, and the entertainment value would suffer. However, granting Gongzi a period of rest might allow for a more vigorous resumption of work later in the afternoon. This could lead to the body reaching its absolute limits, generating considerable dramatic effect. Perhaps not only today, but a brief interlude during tomorrow's rest could also be captured on film. What state would Gongzi be in after the labor was completed? It could create a striking contrast, fostering a trending topic online. Gongzi, look at your formidable physique, your impressive muscles. You cannot claim to be inadequate. You must keep pace with the group and strive diligently, even if there is a slight disparity between us. Surely you cannot be outdone by these older gentlemen? As the clock approached 5 p.m., nearly 6 p.m., approximately 1/10 of the substantial order remained. At this juncture, it was evident that not only Gongzi, but nearly everyone present was nearing their breaking point. The act of transporting goods has undeniably slowed down in comparison to the morning hours, yet nearly everyone is gritting their teeth and persevering. Such is the nature of this profession. If one does not succumb, one must labor tirelessly. Opportunities to secure substantial contracts are not easily come by. If one does not seize the moment to earn a little more, it is uncertain whether one can even sustain their own livelihood, let alone save money to send home. Observing the trembling legs of his companion, Gongzi, Li Mingyang could not help but display a mischievous grin, his own steps far lighter than those of his counterpart. As he trailed behind Gongzi, Li Mingyang found the energy to jest with him. Gongzi, yearning to retort, found himself nearly exhausted. Even uttering a single word felt like a significant drain on his already depleted strength. Thus, with a flushed face and quaking legs, he continued with his tasks, choosing to ignore Li Mingyang's teasing remarks. As another half-hour elapsed, it became apparent that Gongzi's stamina had nearly reached its limit. However, with the work still unfinished, he could only grit his teeth and soldier on. After all, to abandon his efforts now would render him a laughingstock. Not to mention, after a day of labor, Gongzi had long since lost the inclination to compare himself to Li Mingyang, the anomaly. Initially, he could barely keep pace with his companion, but now, both his expression and spirit had grown numb. Watching Li Mingyang repeatedly pass by, Gongzi had long since lost count of how many times he had been overtaken. Yet, a flicker of determination lingered within him. Even if he could not match Li Mingyang's extraordinary abilities, an innate gift of the body, he could at least hold his own against the lean, resilient men around him. If they could persist, then surely he could not give up so soon. At that moment, Li Mingyang approached Gongzi from behind once more, but this time he remained silent, instead opting to adjust his camera with one hand. A hint of mischief danced across his face as he aimed the lens at Gongzi's robust thighs, which, in stark contrast to their muscular form, were now shaking like noodles, quivering violently with each step. It seemed as though he might collapse onto the stairs at any moment, nearly causing Li Mingyang to burst into laughter. The scene was undeniably comical, exuding a rich humor, and the footage would surely become a memorable highlight. After all, Gongzi had always projected an image of a rugged hero online, effortlessly tackling various challenges. This portrayal of noodle-like legs was likely a first. Once edited, it would undoubtedly amass considerable views and spark discussions. Moreover, Li Mingyang was certain that after pushing himself to such extremes today, Gongzi would struggle to recover come tomorrow. Tomorrow, I shall personally film a brief farewell video, which will be arranged to follow seamlessly behind today's footage. The combined effect of the two videos, one large and one small, will undoubtedly be remarkable. Chapter 28, Checkout, an astonishing threefold discrepancy. Regarding Li Mingyang's subtle antics, Gongzi was certainly aware of them. If an ordinary person were to find themselves in such a mortifying situation, the video captured might provoke a furious response. However, fortunate for both him and Li Mingyang, they were not mere commoners. They were content creators in the realm of social media. In these challenging times, earning a living is arduous, and one must often endure indignities. As aspiring influencers, they seek to garner additional followers and increase their video views, which inevitably require sacrifices. Much like the average worker who expends their intellect or physical labor, these content creators must also invest their mental acuity and, frequently, their dignity. In this instance, Gongzi easily comprehended Li Mingyang's motivations. Simply put, it was because the audience relished such spectacles. Since the viewers found it entertaining, what harm could there be in Gongzi's minor loss of face? After all, he had experienced similar embarrassments before. Often, content creators deliberately seek out moments of embarrassment to elicit laughter, even when no shame is warranted. In summary, the goal is clear: to earn money without reservation. Although merely half an hour earlier, only 1/10 of the items remained to be transported, an endeavor that would have taken no more than an hour in the morning. Now, as evening descended, the team had already toiled throughout the day, and their energy was nearly depleted. Thus, even with such a small remainder, by the time they completed their tasks, it was already nearing 9 p.m. At this juncture, Even Li Mingyang found himself physically exhausted, let alone Gongzi, who was encountering such labor for the first time. Although Gongzi's robust physique suggested strength, endurance and stamina were not necessarily his strong suits compared to seasoned laborers who had honed their skills over the years. Nonetheless, this point in time marked a moment of joy for everyone. Despite the fatigue, the wearier they grew, the more rewarding the day's efforts felt. The allure of crisp, red banknotes has an undeniable charm at any hour. The employer at their current job was notably generous, settling accounts in cash as per the agreed terms. With 20,000 yuan in hand, Li Mingyang commenced distributing wages to the seasoned workers. Each bag carried earned them 10 yuan, and these veterans of the industry ensured that none received less than 500 yuan. As he finished disbursing the majority of the cash, that once substantial sum of 20,000 yuan had dwindled to a mere small stack. The remaining amount was set aside for Li Mingyang and Gongzi's wages, which, due to the piecework nature of their compensation, Gongzi was already well aware of without needing Li Mingyang to specify. Today he bore the weight of 63 bags, leaving him utterly exhausted. Even while seated, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and even the slightest movement of his hands induced waves of muscle soreness. However, when Li Mingyang presented him with 630 yuan in cash, Gongzi instinctively reached out to accept the money. Gazing at the scant few bills in his hand, he couldn't help but glance enviously at the modest stack of notes in Li Mingyang's possession, a flush creeping onto his cheeks. Prior to this moment, he had believed that the challenge of earning 1,000 yuan in a single day was an easy feat. He had even thought that, while there might be some disparity between himself and Li Mingyang, it wouldn't be substantial. After all, he had diligently maintained his fitness over the years, establishing himself as a well-known tough guy online. Yet, once he truly immersed himself in the work, he realized it was far from an effortless endeavor. For instance, he had only earned 630 yuan today, while Li Mingyang's earnings appear to be at least double that amount. To be candid, after years of effort, he had achieved a certain level of success. A mere 600 yuan was not something he typically regarded with much significance. Yet, this particular sum felt exceptionally precious, a stark reminder of the hardships faced by those at the bottom of the economic ladder. At this juncture, Gongzi paused, his once resolute emotions becoming even more steadfast. Thus, the children born in the mountains should earnestly pursue their studies, so they can secure decent employment in the future. They ought not to endure the same fate as their forebears, who, to survive, had no choice but to deplete their physical well-being through the most arduous manual labor. Education in the mountains must be prioritized. While we cannot expect the same resources as those in big cities, we must at least ensure they receive what is rightfully theirs. Realizing that such sentiments might not be appropriate to express in front of Li Mingyang, Gongzi felt a twinge of discomfort. Fortunately, they were recording a short video, not broadcasting live. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently cast a shadow on Li Mingyang's efforts. While he himself engaged in charitable endeavors, Li Mingyang did not. And voicing such thoughts during a live session could have unfairly put his companion in a difficult position. Thus, pausing mid-sentence, Gongzi deftly shifted the conversation to the topic of Li Mingyang's earnings. To be honest, brother, please don't laugh, but before I came here, I genuinely believe that earning 1,000 yuan in a day would be straightforward. Yet, after a day of toil, I find I've only earned a modest 630 yuan. I'm curious, what is your salary? If you don't mind me asking, it must be at least double mine, right? Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang could not suppress a smug smile. Of course. Otherwise, do you think I earned the title of God of carrying loads for nothing? Although I did not achieve the milestone of earning 2,000 yuan today, I have nonetheless approached this target, reaching 1,860 yuan. With continued dedication to my efforts, I anticipate that I will soon consistently reach the goal of 2,000 yuan. At this thought, Li Mingyang could not help but reveal a proud smile. Earning close to 2,000 yuan daily was something he could scarcely have imagined just a few months ago. Upon hearing this, Gongzi also could not suppress a bitter smile. He had previously thought that a twofold disparity was already astonishing. However, He was taken aback to discover that the gap between himself and Li Mingyang was actually threefold, with more to spare. Indeed, the adage holds true. Comparison among individuals can be disheartening. Chapter 29. The Arrival of the Guozi. It must be said that Li Mingyang possesses a remarkable intellect, seizing the opportunity presented by Gongzi's uncharacteristic visit with great finesse. A series of seamless, smooth interactions, whether in work-related videos or the farewell footage released the following day, generated considerable buzz across the internet. Thanks to the outstanding performance of the program, Li Mingyang has firmly established his reputation as the god of war in the industry. Of course, Gongzi also reaped rewards from this endeavor. The latest video not only garnered him a modest surge in popularity, but also increased his fan base by over 100,000. Furthermore, he earned the endearing moniker of Noodle Gang, as his earlier video showcasing his noodle-like legs had already been transformed into various memes. In a mere day or two, this content had spread widely across the web. Faced with such circumstances, Gongzi exhibited no signs of resentment. Instead, he made several calls to Li Mingyang, each brimming with gratitude. While his previous videos had performed admirably, none had achieved the explosive success of the current one. Rather than contemplating the implications of internet users utilizing his animated clips for humor, Gongzi subtly encouraged the trend. After all, the longer the memes circulate, the more familiar he becomes to the audience, naturally fostering a sense of goodwill. This is undoubtedly advantageous for Gongzi's long-term development. However, it is evident that Li Mingyang stands to gain even more. His fan count skyrocketed by over 300,000. Given Gongzi's significantly larger following, even a slight influx of fans from him was sufficient to propel Li Mingyang's numbers to new heights. Moreover, the viral success of this video attracted numerous businesses eager to seize opportunities. The situation mirrored the previous one, with new merchandise just arriving and 2 additional videos continuing to gain traction. Any discerning observer could see that Li Mingyang's future holds far greater promise, and those seeking collaboration now would secure the most advantageous rates, certainly more favorable than what could be negotiated after Li Mingyang fully establishes himself. Furthermore, the 2 videos that Gongzi brought to the table have repeatedly validated Li Mingyang's capabilities, demonstrating that his rise to prominence is not merely a stroke of luck. It is evident that Li Mingyang possesses both intellect and talent. Consequently, advertisers need not worry about their investments yielding no returns. Should the next video achieve similar success, their profits would be substantial. Thus, in the past few days, aside from resting at home, Li Mingyang has been inundated with phone calls. Nearly 80 of these were from various companies, all with a singular aim: to insert their advertisements into the videos. The offers were quite generous, with one even quoting a staggering price of 40,000 per advertisement. Confronted with such a tempting price, Li Mingyang was undeniably intrigued. However, he ultimately declined for the sake of long-term considerations, as the brand's reputation left much to be desired. Should a crisis arise in the future, it could potentially jeopardize his advertising endeavors. Though he currently occupies a modest position, it is precisely such a position that renders one more vulnerable to being crushed underfoot. Is it not? Moreover, various internet celebrities were eager to seek opportunities for collaboration with Li Mingyang. After all, they had already recognized his potential and intellect, particularly as Gongzi had recently approached him, successfully launching 2 viral videos. It was impossible for any influencer to overlook this, given that it translated to over 100,000 active followers. Even if they each appeared to boast impressive data, the true number of genuine followers remained a well-guarded secret. The endorsement of over 100,000 followers was no trifling matter for them. It could significantly elevate their existing income, especially in an era where influencers primarily thrive on product promotion. Even if merely 1% of those followers opted to make a purchase through them, that would still amount to thousands of transactions. The profits from such a scenario are evident. Anyone with a semblance of reason can comprehend that. Ah yes, it is all about the money. As evening descended, Li Mingyang found himself sifting through potential advertisers in the back end of his Douyin account. Although he did not yet possess a dedicated team, he had garnered a reasonable understanding of these advertisers. In this digital age, A simple search could provide a general overview of these brands. Yet, even with Li Mingyang's stringent vetting process, many advertisers still managed to stand out. After another round of price evaluations, Li Mingyang was astonished to discover that his advertising slots were already booked for at least a month in advance. Should he successfully secure all these advertisements, he could potentially amass a small fortune of nearly several $100,000. Despite the stark reality laid before him, he couldn't help but occasionally burst into fits of silly laughter, feeling as if he were in a dream. Not long ago, he was merely an ordinary worker, even facing the misfortune of being forced into unemployment. Just a common laborer leading a rather dismal existence, yet in such a short time. He had achieved this level of income, although this money had yet to fill his pockets. Li Mingyang could now boldly declare himself part of the high-income bracket with a monthly income surpassing 6 figures. To this, he could only exclaim, "My golden opportunity is truly delightful." While the functionality may be somewhat straightforward and the process of leveraging it fraught with challenges, once accustomed to it, Li Mingyang found himself increasingly enamored with the exhilarating sensation of daily growth. Moreover, this merely constitutes the initial step in his career planning. As he gradually carves out his own path, the truly prosperous days lie ahead. After all, as a man who does not harbor dreams of residing in a lavish mansion, driving an opulent vehicle, and being flanked by 2 enchanting companions, although it may seem that he currently lacks the means to realize such aspirations, Li Mingyang firmly believes that the day when these dreams become a reality is not far off. With the advertisers having been meticulously filtered, it is now time to select potential collaborators. Li Mingyang's criteria for choosing partners is quite straightforward. Regardless of their reputation, he prioritizes those with the highest follower counts. The quality of the partner's reputation does not impact him directly, but as long as their follower base is substantial and the video content is of high quality, such collaborations are undoubtedly advantageous. In fact, the partner's less than stellar reputation may even generate a certain buzz around his videos. Chapter 30. After taxes, 460,000. The internet certainly generates income swiftly. Hello, this is the situation. I have been receiving numerous inquiries from advertisers recently. Therefore, if your esteemed company wishes to place an advertisement, there may be a need to queue for a while. Early the next morning, after a modest breakfast, Li Mingyang picked up the phone and began to reach out to these manufacturers. Although he was eager to accept as many advertisements as possible, he understood the importance of maintaining the quality of his videos. After much contemplation, Li Mingyang resolved to speak candidly and ascertain the willingness of these advertisers. If they were amenable to waiting, collaboration could proceed. If not, he would regrettably have to announce that they would have to return at a later time. Of course, Li Mingyang was not naive. He prioritized advertisers based on their offers, with the highest bids receiving precedence. In cases where bids were equal, he would consider the brand's reputation and ranking. Ultimately, his aim was to secure as many advantages as possible for himself. He would seize whatever he could. If he could not grasp it all, he would not lament, for there would be ample opportunities in the future. There are quite a few prominent influencers eager to collaborate with me, and you're likely familiar with the previous video partnership with Gongzi. I assure you, while the upcoming videos may not achieve the same explosive popularity as Gongzi's, the topics they generate will certainly be engaging. If you choose to advertise with me, the endorsement of these influencers will undoubtedly be a highly advantageous decision for you. After all, opportunities like this do not present themselves at every turn. Moreover, I anticipate that there will be a maximum of 2 advertisements per video to ensure that the quality remains uncompromised. After all, if too many advertisements are inserted and the video's viewership suffers, you would not wish to see your investment go to waste, would you? In an effort to retain these advertisers, Li Mingyang exerted considerable eloquence, showcasing his linguistic finesse. Regardless, he aimed to embellish the situation to secure the contracts. Once the funds were transferred, the advertisers would have little recourse for withdrawal. Ultimately, the direction of the video production would be at his discretion, and since they had already agreed to wait, they would simply have to remain patient. This arrangement would not necessarily result in a loss for them. As Li Mingyang's video output increased, so too would his follower count, leading to higher viewership for his videos. These advertisers might not find themselves at a disadvantage after all. They could very well emerge with a small profit. In fact, Li Mingyang could also choose to wait until his own development progressed further before negotiating with these advertisers. It was quite possible that by that time, he would be able to command even higher fees. However, Li Mingyang had indeed grown weary of poverty. The sight of such a substantial sum of money laid before him, within arm's reach, stirred a sense of exhilaration that he struggled to contain. His trembling hands reflected his excitement, prompting him to devise various schemes to secure the advertisers' funds for himself. Fortunately, the advertisers were astute enough to understand this eagerness. After a brief moment of hesitation, over 80 of them consented to the arrangement. After all, this collaboration was undeniably advantageous for them. Even in the worst-case scenario of incurring a minor loss, the financial setback would be negligible. Hence, upon finalizing contracts with all the advertisers, Li Mingyang was astounded to discover that, in just a few days, his income had soared to an astonishing figure, over 460,000 after taxes. When he beheld the lengthy string of numbers in his bank account, he could hardly believe his eyes. Coupled with his previous earnings and accumulated savings, his balance approached 600,000. Such a figure would have been unfathomable to him just a few months prior, when his monthly salary barely reached 5,000 or 6,000. Even if he were to forego all sustenance, amassing this amount would have taken nearly a decade. Yet now, in a mere few days, this wealth had materialized in his account. Although no advertisements have been filmed yet, Li Mingyang had calculated that, even if he completed them all, it would take no more than a month. If he released the videos promptly, perhaps even less than a month would suffice. It felt like a dream. Lying in bed, despite having checked the balance countless times, he could not resist the urge to log into his online banking just to gaze at the figures again. Each glance seemed to amplify the radiance of his smile. This was a sum he had never before possessed in 2 lifetimes, transforming his previously frugal existence into one of newfound abundance. Li Mingyang remained grounded, a testament to the maturity he had garnered through his life experiences. Should he seize this opportunity to purchase a car? His joy was palpable, and he even began to contemplate how to allocate this newfound wealth. Buying a house was out of the question. In his current city, such an amount would barely suffice for a restroom. Returning to his hometown to purchase property seemed unnecessary, as neither he nor his parents would benefit from it. Thus, after much deliberation, it appeared that his only remaining options were 2 vehicles. However, this notion was swiftly discarded after a moment's reflection. Having lived in the city for several years, no one understood its abysmal traffic conditions better than Li Mingyang. Acquiring a car would not only complicate his life, but also entail monthly parking fees that could amount to several hundred yuan. In fact, it was likely that he would find himself driving out only once a month, if at all. Therefore, he decided against it. Even if I were to purchase a vehicle, I would prefer to wait until I return home for the new year, at which point I could acquire a car in my hometown. This way, I would not only have the opportunity to drive it while at home, but it could also serve my parents' needs, which is far more sensible than frivolously spending money here merely to have it as an ornamental possession. Chapter 31. Secondary Growth. A surge in height and weight. Uncle, as usual, I would like 4 bowls of fried rice. Although Li Mingyang now possesses a considerable sum of money, he remains prudent and refrains from extravagance when it comes to dining. Upon rising in the morning, he consistently visits the small eatery downstairs. It must be said, the culinary skills of the Uncle S establishment are truly commendable. After all this time, Li Mingyang has never grown weary of their offerings. Ah, you young lad have truly made a name for yourself now. Haven't you? With 1 million followers, you are quite the internet sensation. Do you plan to stay here for the long haul? Despite his age, the uncle is quite knowledgeable about the online realm. He observes that many influencers often engage in various challenges, traveling far and wide to diversify their content. I believe you could learn a thing or 2 from them. At the very least, it would help solidify your popularity and perhaps even attract more followers, which would be splendid. In this current era, individuals like you, who possess the fortune to rapidly build an account, are indeed rare. Such opportunities must be seized with both hands. It is undeniable that the uncle is an intriguing character. Though he has never ventured into this industry, he articulates its intricacies with remarkable clarity, suggesting a genuine interest and research into the subject. I'm not quite ready for that yet. Even if I were, it would take some time, Li Mingyang replied. These plans are not commercial secrets, and he does not mind sharing his joy with this amiable uncle. Recently, numerous prominent influencers, especially from the fitness sector, have reached out to me, eager to collaborate on a project. Therefore, I shall remain here for the time being. As for the future, I suppose I will follow the trajectory of most influencers. While I may not be traveling nationwide or globally all the time, I will certainly venture out occasionally to film content. However, he mused, when that time comes, he might indeed miss the uncle's fried rice. After all, compared to this bustling metropolis, he feels that his hometown might be more suited to him. As he spoke this last sentiment, a hint of indescribable emotion crossed Li Mingyang's face, perhaps tinged with melancholy and nostalgia. Initially, he had come to the big city with aspirations of making a name for himself, to take root and flourish here. Yet, unexpectedly, he has achieved a level of success, having opened the door to upward mobility and taken the first step towards financial freedom. Nonetheless, his current desires diverge sharply from those earlier ambitions. He now yearns to return to his hometown. Returning home sounds wonderful. No matter how vibrant and glamorous the outside world may be, nothing compares to the comfort of one's own homeland. Moreover, you are now a prominent influencer. Returning home would be akin to a triumphant homecoming. Who knows? Perhaps the local government will even reach out to you upon your return. At that moment, whether it was to promote his hometown or engage in other endeavors, one would soon realize that although the follower count on Douyin might not be particularly remarkable, he indeed held a significant status back in his hometown. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang couldn't help but pause. These thoughts had not previously crossed his mind. Yet, after some contemplation, he found himself not averse to such notions. Contributing to the promotion of his hometown, even without any financial compensation, could earn him a few favors from the local elites, which would prove advantageous in times of need, simplifying many matters. After all, isn't human interaction and social connection built upon a foundation of mutual indebtedness? Before he could respond, the boss, somewhat astonished, turned to Li Mingyang and remarked, "Speaking of returning home in glory, I hadn't considered it. When was the last time you changed your clothes? Surely, you didn't buy this outfit back in your school days? It clearly no longer fits you. Why do you continue to wear it? Don't tell me you still have no money after all this time and can't even afford new clothes." Li Mingyang instinctively felt a jolt of confusion. This didn't make sense. He had purchased these clothes no more than a year ago. How could they possibly not fit? Moreover, given that he had previously been a bit portly, he had been evolving away from the image of a greasy man. With his current physique, logically, his clothes should fit rather well. Yet, upon glancing down at himself, he soon recognized the issue. His garments indeed seemed a tad snug, akin to a high school student attempting to wear clothes meant for a middle schooler. No wonder he had been feeling a bit off lately, as if he were constricted. However, Li Mingyang had never been overly concerned with his appearance. Unlike many young women, he did not feel the need to have a full-length mirror to scrutinize his attire before stepping out. Moreover, since he primarily worked at construction sites, he paid little attention to such matters. Had it not been for the boss's reminder, he might have remained oblivious to this detail. Could it be that he was experiencing a second growth spurt? A daring thought crossed Li Mingyang's mind. After all, he possessed a unique talent and often pushed his body to its limits, occasionally seeking to break through his physical boundaries. Thus, a second growth spurt in height and weight shouldn't be that difficult to comprehend, right? With curiosity bubbling within him, Li Mingyang hastily finished the remaining fried rice and dashed back to his rented room. Observing the numbers on the electronic scale, he couldn't help but exclaim an expression of surprise. 89 kilograms, nearly 180 pounds. Even after excluding the slippers adorning his feet and the two garments draping his body, his weight undeniably exceeds 175 jin. Previously, he had hovered around 150 jin, already teetering on the brink of being overweight, yet he has now gained a staggering 20 jin, astonishingly maintaining such a figure. Subsequently, Li Mingyang took a moment to measure his height, relieved to find a tape measure at home, enabling him to ascertain his stature. An impressive 186 Zentimeter. Upon seeing this figure, he could not help but exclaim a traditional saying. He was acutely aware of his height, knowing that the average in his region was not particularly lofty. Upon graduating from university, he stood at a mere 176 centimeters. Yet now, he had genuinely grown an additional 10 centimeters from that original height. Indeed, his height and weight had surged dramatically, as if he were experiencing a second growth spurt in his 20s. Chapter 32. The fitness queen with millions of fans is coming. Li Mingyang has always harbored a certain dissatisfaction with his height. Back when he was in his hometown, such thoughts rarely crossed his mind. After all, standing at 176 centimeters, he was considered relatively tall there, as most individuals hovered around 170 centimeters, with some even falling short of that benchmark. In that environment, his stature was hardly regarded as diminutive. However, upon leaving for further studies and subsequently entering the workforce, a faint sense of resentment regarding his height began to creep in. He vividly recalls a remark made by a female colleague from the north. From a distance, I thought Li Mingyang was quite tall, but upon closer inspection, I realized he was of average height, comparable to me. That statement nearly plunged him into despair, as he yearned to argue that 176 centimeters was hardly short. Yet, the undertones in her voice suggested that, in the north, his height paled in comparison to that of many women. Now, upon discovering that his height had surged by 10 centimeters to an impressive 186, Li Mingyang felt an overwhelming sense of elation. However, amidst this excitement lingered a twinge of concern regarding his newfound golden finger, the ability to refresh his negative state every midnight. Throughout this continuous transformation, both his height and weight had rapidly increased over the past few months. He couldn't help but wonder whether this trend would persist, leading to an even more considerable growth. Suddenly, an unsettling image invaded his mind. A colossal figure, muscle-bound and weighing 300 to 400 pounds, towering over 2 meters tall. The mere thought of becoming such a monstrous entity sent a shiver down his spine. While he harbored an aspiration to become a muscular man, drawing ever closer to that goal, he felt that embodying the terrifying image in his mind was unnecessary and excessively grotesque. He feared that such an appearance would hinder his chances of finding a partner, as most women would likely be too intimidated to approach someone of such formidable stature. Nonetheless, these thoughts plagued him for only a fleeting few minutes, for Li Mingyang was acutely aware that, beyond concerns about appearance, his primary focus lay in enhancing the quality of his life. He was resolute in his commitment to pursuing the path of physical cultivation, not solely for the sake of achieving an extraordinary physique, but also because he understood that consistent exercise would significantly improve his daily existence. After all, what man does not yearn for strength? If transforming into such an image could grant one absolute power. Upon this reflection, Li Mingyang found himself surprisingly amenable to the idea. After all, as long as he amassed sufficient wealth, he would surely lack for nothing he desired, be it riches, status, or the beautiful women he had long yearned for. In summary, Li Mingyang's current mindset was rather zen, favoring a philosophy of going with the flow and proceeding step by step. As for what he would ultimately become, he realized he was not as concerned as he had previously imagined. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Li Mingyang?" "Yes, this is Li Mingyang. How may I assist you?" Just as Li Mingyang was gathering his thoughts to arrange the next collaborative video, an unfamiliar phone call interrupted him. The caller had directly uttered his name, piquing Li Mingyang's curiosity. Surely this was not a telemarketing call? Perhaps it was another influencer seeking collaboration? Li Mingyang's instincts often proved remarkably accurate, for the caller was indeed an influencer eager to partner with him. Notably, she was a fan, boasting an impressive following of over 10 million, nearing 20 million. What was most compelling, however, was that she was a stunning beauty, celebrated in the fitness community and even hailed as the most beautiful woman in that realm. The purpose of her call was straightforward. She wished to secure a spot in line, hoping to become the second influencer to collaborate with him after Gongzi. Li Mingyang considered her request briefly before agreeing without hesitation. Firstly, her stature was significant, being the foremost beauty in the fitness sector with nearly 20 million followers. Secondly, her accolades suggested that if his next collaboration partner were to be this charming bunny tooth, The video's popularity might even surpass that of his collaboration with Gongzi. After all, the interplay between genders often sparks extraordinary chemistry. However, he remained uncertain whether this beauty possessed genuine talent or was merely a pretty fade. Regardless, this uncertainty would scarcely affect Li Mingyang's plans. He was resolute. He would not relax the conditions of his chosen project simply because she was an attractive woman. In fact, a part of him felt a surge of excitement as he resolved to seek a challenge, one that would far exceed the difficulty of his previous endeavor with Gongzi. The sight of a beautiful woman in a state of disarray. Surely many netizens would relish witnessing that. With this thought, a sly smile crept onto Li Mingyang's lips. Chapter 33. Truly a colossal justice with millions of followers. Having navigated the online realm for a considerable time and achieved some degree of success, Li Mingyang cannot claim to have an absolute grasp on the sentiments of internet users. However, he is certainly adept at understanding their inclinations to a significant extent. He has also conducted thorough research on the renowned influencer, the Rabbit Tooth. After all, the formidable aura that radiates from each of their movements is compelling enough to incite deeper investigation. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that Li Mingyang had previously agreed so readily to collaborate. As long as he produces a quality video this time, he need not worry about viewership. If he can create some engaging content, he is confident that his follower count will rise once more. After all, in a certain sense, he is providing a benefit to his comrades. Given the sacrifices he has made for their enjoyment, it hardly seems excessive to request their support in return, inviting them to join his legion of fans. It must be noted that the Rabbit Tooth team is quite anxious, likely eager to release the video while the hype is at its zenith, thereby capitalizing on the opportunity to attract more followers. Consequently, the very next morning, Li Mingyang received a call informing him that they had arrived at the airport. Although somewhat taken aback, he promptly made the necessary arrangements. Naturally, work would not be feasible that day due to the time constraints. However, they could sit down to discuss the project as details. Hello, Ms. Rabbit Tooth. It is a pleasure to meet you. I must say, you're even more stunning in person than in your videos. Upon encountering Rabbit Tooth, Li Mingyang was genuinely captivated. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful. Adorned with meticulous makeup and dressed with great care, she exuded an aura of confidence befitting a social media giant. Yet, the most arresting aspect was undoubtedly her alluring figure, which drew the eye effortlessly. Li Mingyang could only marvel. One must say, it is no surprise that she possesses millions of followers. The weight of this charisma is truly formidable. Hello, Mr. Li. I wonder if you have any plans regarding our collaboration? Despite being strangers at this initial meeting, it was clear that her visit was purely for business purposes. Li Mingyang, understanding her tone, recognized her desire to avoid any deep entanglements. This was music to his ears, as the more straightforward the business relationship, the easier it would be for him to navigate. In organizing various matters, he would naturally have fewer reservations. Thus, upon hearing her words, he immediately donned a professional smile. With a swift motion, she extracted her phone and handed over the details of several tasks she had selected the previous day that aligned with her goals. To her surprise, Miss Rabbit Tooth responded with such eagerness that I felt compelled to speak candidly. I believe that for our collaboration to yield favorable results, we must cultivate a strong topic of discussion and a striking contrast. Given your stunning beauty, one might assume that I would opt for a few more relaxed assignments. Yet, we shall not follow that path. Instead, we will tackle challenges of greater difficulty, surpassing even the complexity of previous tasks. This approach not only ensures that our video will naturally generate significant buzz, but it will also benefit you, Miss Rabbit Tooth, immensely. After all, if you can persist in completing this assignment until its conclusion, regardless of the outcome, as long as it is not abysmal, your image in the eyes of online viewers will be dramatically enhanced. Even casual fans will likely develop a favorable impression after witnessing your performance. Observing Miss Rabbit Tooth and her assistant, Li Mingyang skillfully employed his conversational art. Each statement seemed to consider the perspective of the listener, benefiting him while remaining truthful. Upon hearing his words, Miss Rabbit Tooth did not respond immediately, for she was engrossed in the content displayed on the phone he had presented. It must be said that Li Mingyang was quite bold. There were 3 tasks listed, each undoubtedly more challenging than those faced by the previous participant. Miss Rabbit-Tooth had watched those videos, and seeing a robust man like the last participant left utterly exhausted was a stark reminder of the task's demands. The thought of accepting one of these assignments sent a shiver down her spine as she contemplated the potential humiliation she might endure. Could her petite frame withstand such trials? The answers remain elusive. However, this determined woman had clawed her way to her current position, as evidenced by her physique, without exceptional self-discipline. One could hardly attain such a form. After a few moments of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and resolved to take the plunge. After all, her career had reached a stagnation point, even hinting at a slight regression. Seizing this opportunity to garner support from the online community could significantly bolster her future prospects and stabilize her career. All right, let us tackle the most challenging task, she declared with fervor. I refuse to believe that the body I have honed over the years cannot withstand this assignment. Bang! With a crisp sound, Rabbit-Tooth's palm struck the table in the private room with force. Almost biting down on her own molar, she impulsively uttered those words, her face and eyes brimming with a fierce intensity. Yet, this fervor was not directed at anyone else. It was solely aimed at herself. Witnessing the scene, Li Mingyang couldn't help but give a thumbs up, impressed. Such determination and self-discipline are the hallmarks of a formidable individual. It is no wonder she has ascended to where she is today. If someone with such tenacity cannot succeed, then who can? Chapter 34. Women? They merely influence the speed at which I earn money. Come on, let us get to work. Li Mingyang did not disappoint Tizia. He decisively accepted the most challenging order at the earliest opportunity. Furthermore, come the following morning, as they began their labor, he showed no inclination to go easy on her. Observing Tizia, who hesitated slightly at his side, Li Mingyang called out to her, and, as she approached him with uncertainty, he effortlessly hoisted a 50-kilogram bag of cement onto her shoulder. The once immaculate makeup on her face was quickly obscured by the swirling dust of the cement, rendering her a far cry from the fitness goddess who usually maintained her appearance even while sweating profusely in the gym. In an instant, she was brought low from her lofty demeanor. Upon witnessing his handiwork, Li Mingyang smiled with satisfaction. This was precisely how it should be, generating an exceptionally high level of discussion right from the outset. This must be the most disheveled she had appeared since she began her online career. Wouldn't it? You. Faced with Li Mingyang's unyielding demeanor, Tizia shot him a glare, wanting to voice her thoughts, but remembering that this was her own request. She swallowed her words, though she was relieved that he was indeed a tough character with high expectations of himself. His commitment to physical training was not merely for show. He truly possessed a physique brimming with explosive power. Thus, the 100 pounds of cement did not appear overly burdensome on her. Of course, it could not be compared to the strength of the previous worker, Gongzi. The sheer physical disparity between a man of his stature and a woman was undeniable. Nevertheless, her strength surpassed that of the vast majority of ordinary men, and seeing her carry the cement up the stairs with ease elicited a smile of admiration from Li Mingyang. Tizia was indeed commendable. At least she could hold her own. If it were some other multi-millionaire female influencer, the mere thought of shouldering cement, even if it were merely a bag of cotton, would likely disgust her. In fact, to be more precise, even just observing the environment from afar might elicit a look of disdain on their faces. How are you holding up? If it's too much, you can take a break. Although I cannot show you any favoritism, it's important to acknowledge that you are a woman. It is entirely natural for your strength to differ from that of a man. This is dictated by biological structure and cannot be completely altered through training alone. If you truly feel exhausted, taking a moment to rest is nothing to be ashamed of. What caught Li Mingyang's attention was the fact that, having started work at 8:30 in the morning, it was now nearly 11 o'clock. Over 2 hours had elapsed. Despite the arduousness of the task, Rabbit-Tooth continued to persist in her work, navigating the narrow and steep staircase of 8 stories while carrying a hefty 100 pounds of cement. Even Li Mingyang felt the intense depletion of his physical strength, and although Rabbit-Tooth, a fitness influencer with millions of followers, regularly subjected herself to rigorous training, The enormity of the workload made her perseverance thus far an impressive feat. Li Mingyang harbored concerns that this young woman might overexert herself, risking her health in the process. Should such an unfortunate event occur, it would undoubtedly lead to a serious mishap. In that case, not only would he not witness an increase in her fan base, but he might also find himself facing a 2-year prison sentence, which would indeed be a stroke of bad luck. It's all right, I can persist. My training was not in vain. Although I'm certainly fatigued, I can still carry on. You need not worry about me. I am well aware of my physical limits. If I become too tired, I will simply slow my pace or take a break, she reassured him. After all, I am merely here to film a video. There's no need to risk my well-being over it, right? Surprised by Li Mingyang's unexpected concern, Rabbit Tooth cast a bewildered glance at him. She had assumed him to be the quintessential stoic man, devoid of emotional intelligence, perhaps even negative in that regard. Yet, to her astonishment, he exhibited genuine concern for her well-being. Even as she felt exhausted and breathless, she engaged in conversation, responding to him before taking a few sips of water and resuming her work with somewhat strained movements. Li Mingyang, you've really made something of yourself? Haven to you? Not only are you earning money, but you even have a girlfriend now? Just as Li Mingyang found himself lost in thought while observing Rabbit Tooth's silhouette, a middle-aged man suddenly approached him with a mischievous grin. What girlfriend? At the mention of this, Li Mingyang instinctively froze, pondering what the man was implying. However, he quickly realized that the man might have misunderstood his relationship with Rabbit Tooth. Sir, you've got it all wrong. We're merely collaborating on a video due to my recent popularity online, he clarified. Please don't underestimate her. She is a major internet celebrity with over 10 million fans. I truly admire her dedication. Despite being a delicate young woman, she has managed to work diligently without complaint or a hint of fatigue, which is commendable. In response to the man's somewhat teasing remarks, Li Mingyang chose to firmly refute the insinuation. It has been previously stated that thoughts of a girlfriend or any romantic entanglement should be entirely dismissed from Li Ming's mind. His current focus is solely on his work and the pursuit of financial success. Women, in his perspective, merely serve to impede his earning potential. Even if a woman possesses over 10 million followers, significantly aiding his career and boasting an admirable sense of justice with her prominent bunny teeth, it remains inconsequential. Moreover, even if Li Ming were to entertain such notions, it is not guaranteed that she would be interested in him, is it? Although their current interactions appear relatively harmonious, a substantial disparity still exists between them. The difference between having over 1 million followers and over 10 million is indeed monumental. They are not operating on the same plane. Li Ming has simply been fortunate to engage with the wave of national policies that has allowed him to frequently interact with these major influencers boasting millions of followers. To assume that any sparks might ignite from these interactions would suggest a rather questionable level of intelligence on Li Ming's part. Chapter 35, 3 Sentences, earned the title of Titanium Alloy Straight Man. After all, countless predecessors have imparted wisdom that when one has not yet achieved success, it is prudent to refrain from investing one's limited energy into romantic pursuits. During such a time, affection is the most undervalued commodity. No matter how much one invests, it may be discarded carelessly by others. Conversely, once one attains success, love remains equally trivial, for at that juncture, even with a lackadaisical attitude, numerous admirers will flock like moths to a flame. Thus, Li Ming's mind was remarkably clear. He understood that romantic entanglements were not his current concern. Rather than squander his time, he would prefer to push the boundaries of his physical capabilities, advancing further along the path of extraordinary strength. As long as he continued to progress, he would draw nearer to the pinnacle of success. Moreover, the formidable Rabbit Tooth, a woman clearly devoted to her work, was intent on capitalizing on her current popularity online to amass wealth. The arrangement of her future life could wait until after her peak had passed. When faced with the choice between career and romance, even a moment's hesitation would be a disservice to his over 10 million fans and his financial prospects. After a brief exchange, Li Mingyang returned to the monotonous and arduous work at hand, all while keeping a vigilant eye on Rabbit Tooth's condition. Having been in this industry for quite some time, he had become well acquainted with the limits of physical endurance. even if he was not a medical professional and had no diagnostic tools at his disposal. By merely observing Rabbit Tooth's activity, he could surmise the state of her stamina. As noon approached, it became evident that Rabbit Tooth's energy was nearing its limits. However, in Li Mingyang's eyes, this state was far from the true limit. It merely represented the threshold of willpower. There remained a significant distance to traverse before reaching the boundaries of physical capability. Yet, upon seeing Rabbit Tooth's trembling legs, Li Mingyang kindly offered a reminder. Are you all right? If you're struggling, you should rest. Why push yourself here? I'd rather not have to take you to the hospital later. And with your current efficiency, I must say, it truly hinders my productivity in this narrow stairway. As he concluded, a touch of exasperation crept onto Li Mingyang's face. This was a spontaneous remark, a realization sparked by the significance he had perceived in Rabbit Tooth's gaze, which subtly suggested that he was, indeed, an unwavering straight man. Given that the other party has already developed such thoughts, it would be quite remiss of Li Mingyang not to embrace this persona with a little more effort. Furthermore, the utterance of these few lines is likely to create a meme during the video's playback. In terms of the video's impact and potential increase in viewership, the inclusion of these phrases is undoubtedly beneficial. After their previous exchanges, Tizia also understands that Li Mingyang is not someone with a negative emotional quotient. However, his deliberate choice of words has made her instantly aware of his intentions. Fortunately, being an experienced individual herself, Tizia adeptly caught the ball that Li Mingyang had tossed her way, rolling her eyes dramatically and mustering her remaining strength to exclaim, "What do you care? You titanium alloy. Straight as an arrow, man." Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang couldn't help but twitch his lips. He was quite pleased with her response, as it certainly heightened the program's entertainment value. Yet, he had not anticipated that her retort would be so ungracious. Nonetheless, it did clarify the theme directly. As night fell, Li Mingyang and Tizia, weary from their exertions, casually sought out a roadside eatery to satisfy their hunger. "How do you feel about today?" Initially, the two were not particularly familiar with each other. Their camaraderie during work was merely a facade necessitated by their roles. However, once the cameras were off, the atmosphere between them grew somewhat awkward. Fortunately, neither Li Mingyang nor Tizia possessed thin skins, and with Li Mingyang's initiative to broach a casual topic, the conversation became at least tolerably congenial. "It's not bad. I must say, you truly are a talent for short videos. Your insights into trending topics and video effects are remarkably sharp. To be honest, I never would have imagined that even a profession like carrying bricks could thrive on a short video platform. I certainly didn't foresee that such short videos could garner such immense popularity. If you had entered this industry a few years earlier, you would likely have already achieved great success." By the end of her statement, Tizia couldn't help but express her feelings with a hint of nostalgia. After these few days of interaction, she had come to a realization. Although Li Mingyang's current standing was still somewhat beneath hers, it was only a matter of time before he caught up. Given his impressive performance today, Li Mingyang was not only intelligent, but also possessed exceptional skills that others lacked entirely. With his extraordinary physical capabilities, even those who might wish to emulate his path would find it exceedingly difficult. Once Li Mingyang amasses a certain following, he could pivot to other ventures, provided he adeptly leverages his physical attributes. Whether as a fitness influencer or in any other capacity, one is bound to become a refreshing presence within the community, and may very well soar to great heights, leaving others far behind in their wake. Chapter 36. In Yang's eyes, there exists only a longing for pork knuckle rice. 2 days swiftly passed, and, as anticipated by Li Mingyang, the latest video, enhanced by the presence of a stunning beauty, an influencer with over 10 million fans, achieved remarkable success. The synergy between the two during their collaboration, whether in crafting engaging content or generating humorous banter, was commendable. Consequently, the video garnered impressive viewership, likes, and comments, surpassing the metrics of the previous video featuring Gongzi. Of course, this comparison pertains to simultaneous timings, as Gongzi's video had already been circulating for several days, while this one had just recently been released. In terms of total view counts, It may not yet rival the earlier two videos, but at least within the same time frame. The statistics of this later release outperformed those of the collaboration with Gongzi. The netizens are indeed a talented bunch. Li Mingyang possesses a peculiar habit, whether it be good or bad, of rewatching his previously released videos during moments of idleness. However, he does not merely watch. He also opens the comments section and occasionally peruses the remarks with great care. Although it is impossible for him to read every single comment, he at least schemes through them. Firstly, the comments are often quite entertaining, and Li Mingyang frequently finds them to be more engaging than the videos themselves. Secondly, he seeks to identify his shortcomings, for only an objective perspective can illuminate the truth. Compared to himself as a creator, the viewers are undoubtedly more impartial. After all, Li Mingyang is not overly sensitive. Even when faced with some less than flattering critiques, he remains unfazed, sometimes even analyzing the negative feedback. After all, the criticisms often hold a semblance of validity, prompting him to reflect on whether these observations reveal areas for improvement. At this moment, Li Mingyang found himself watching the video, which had just reached the segment of their lunch. The camera faithfully captured the scene of him and Rabbit Tooth enjoying their meal. Despite having worked diligently that morning, Rabbit Tooth appeared somewhat disheveled, her image slightly compromised by her unabashed appetite. Yet, given her natural beauty and figure, this chaotic demeanor did not diminish her allure. Rather, it seemed to satisfy certain unique proclivities of some viewers, presenting an unexpected charm. Thus, many netizens, upon witnessing this scene, could not resist salivating, with their comments and bullet screens occasionally veering into the realm of the inappropriate. However, a considerable number of observers directed their attention primarily towards Li Mingyang, whose eyes truly reflected a singular desire for pork knuckle rice. There exists no desire for the enchanting beauty before him. Rather, his longing is solely for the delectable pig trotter rice. This dish has become somewhat of a motif in Li Mingyang's videos, for after engaging in such laborious activities, indulging in a fragrant bowl of richly flavored pig trotter rice is truly a delight. Not only does Li Mingyang relish it, but he also aims to incorporate such repetitive elements to create memorable moments in his videos. Consequently, Li Mingyang's fan base has burgeoned into a legion of pig trotter rice enthusiasts. These individuals are not drawn by Li Mingyang's extraordinary physical prowess or the content of his videos. They are captivated by his culinary experiences. Given Li Mingyang's substantial appetite, combined with the appealing presentation of the pig trotter rice, his manner of eating encourages viewers to unwittingly consume more rice themselves. Over time, this has naturally fostered a dedicated following for pig trotter rice. Many find themselves unable to resist watching Li Mingyang's videos during mealtimes, often skipping to the segments where he eats. Even when their appetites are not particularly robust, they tend to eat a bit more while watching him. Perhaps this is the enchantment of live streaming. Li Mingyang is somewhat perplexed by the peculiar appetites of online viewers, yet he is more than willing to maintain such content if it brings joy to his audience. He has even contemplated the possibility of creating an eating broadcast to diversify his video elements once the current trend subsides. While he does not intend to become a full-time eating broadcaster, occasional outings to buffet restaurants or indulging in various dishes could certainly attract a considerable number of fans. However, the trajectory of events often unfolds unexpectedly. The carefully crafted persona of the titanium alloy, ironclad straight man that he and Rabbit Tooth designed seems to have gone unnoticed by many. In this day and age, it is challenging to garner attention even as a so-called Sigma male. Trends evolve rapidly, and what initially garners significant viewership may soon lead to audience fatigue as people quickly shift their focus. Nevertheless, Li Mingyang was somewhat surprised that while the straight man motif did not capture the attention of netizens, his expression, which was solely fixated on pig trotter rice, indeed sparked considerable amusement among viewers. In just a single afternoon, a plethora of memes began to emerge in the comment section. For instance, women? We're women. My eyes are only for pig trotter rice. Or no matter how grand the distraction, it pales in comparison to this bowl of pig trotter rice. Such memes proliferated in the comments, and although it was somewhat unforeseen, Li Mingyang welcomed the phenomenon. Regardless of the memes that netizens engage with, Their desire to partake in such humor indicates their fondness for the video. The viewership of the videos, as well as Li Mingyang's follower count, will naturally surge due to these memes and emoticons. Chapter 37. It is merely a pure business collaboration. Hello, brother gang. What prompted you to call your younger brother? Could it be that you have recently recuperated and wish to collaborate on another challenge video? A little over a month has passed since the initial collaboration with Rabbit-Tooth, and during this time, Li Mingyang has undoubtedly emerged as one of the most sensational internet celebrities on Douyin. He has adeptly embraced this wave of prosperity, and numerous influencers seeking collaboration have been seamlessly arranged by him. Each video produced has yielded commendable results, leading to a rapid surge in Li Mingyang's follower count over this brief period. Today, he can proudly declare that he has, in some measure, become a significant internet personality. Even if he does not yet qualify as a major influencer, he can at least be regarded as a prominent figure, especially since he has yet to engage in live streaming. His domain remains solely within short videos, yet even so, his follower count has surpassed 5 million. This exemplifies the benefits of capitalizing on the nation's momentum. Although Douyin may appear to be a colossal entity, it is perceived as such through the eyes of these creators. Even for those with millions of followers, if Douyin decides to hinder their progress, their status could plummet dramatically. It is not inconceivable that one could be banned for a minor infraction. Nevertheless, even a giant like Douyin seems trivial in the face of the national machinery. Since it adheres closely to governmental policies, it is only natural that Li Mingyang, who has already received commendation from official media, would receive a degree of traffic support from Douyin. Furthermore, Li Mingyang possesses the acumen to remain grounded and not become complacent upon gaining a modicum of popularity. Instead, he has chosen to consolidate his position and ride the current wave of traffic. This diligence has enabled him to transition from a minor influencer with just over 1 million followers to a major figure with over 5 million in a mere month. As for Brother Gang, the first major fitness influencer to reach out for collaboration, he found that Li Mingyang's character and demeanor were quite agreeable during their interactions. Thus, they have maintained contact, and their relationship has grown steadily. You, my friend, let us forego the idea of shooting short videos together. Even though quite some time has elapsed, I still feel a lingering soreness in my muscles. Although I am aware this is merely a sensation, my body has long since recovered. However, visiting your gym is best avoided. The intensity of your workouts would astonish anyone, and I am well aware of my own limitations. While a casual session at the gym may suffice for me, encountering your rigorous regimen. At this point, Gang's expression was one of both nostalgia and regret. He realized he had been rather naive when he first sought collaboration with this young man. Considering that I am quite the connoisseur of the fitness realm, my muscular physique is certainly not mere decoration. Thus, I resolved to keep pace with Li Mingyang. Even if I cannot surpass him, I at least refuse to lag too far behind. Therefore, regardless of how fatigued I may feel, I grit my teeth and persevere. On one occasion, I truly injured myself, both in terms of pride and physically, and upon returning home, I required a full fortnight of recuperation. I often ponder how Li Mingyang consistently maintains such a rigorous regimen and manages his recovery. This remains a mystery to me, which I can only attribute to innate physical talent. Having worked closely alongside Li Mingyang, I comprehend the value of his abilities. There is no semblance of technique. His prowess stems solely from an extraordinary natural gift. Not only he, but I doubt there exists anyone I have encountered over the years who could rival him. Consequently, although our relationship is amicable, I categorically decline any proposals for collaboration. I am content with my current state and have no desire to endure such hardship again. While our previous collaborative video garnered impressive views and yielded favorable results, my hiatus of half a month followed that endeavor. The sensation of merely executing a casual movement that leaves me feeling profoundly sore is something I do not wish to experience again. I am reaching out to inquire if you have encountered any potential collaborators recently. We previously worked together on a video, and now it is my turn to extend an invitation to you. Would you be interested in joining me for another shoot? I am currently undertaking a challenge involving fish pond contracting, but after numerous recordings, my viewership has significantly declined. Thus, I am eager to invite a couple of noteworthy guests to enhance the video's appeal. Naturally, you were the first person that came to mind, especially since you are currently quite popular online. As for visiting your location, as I mentioned earlier, I wish to prolong my well-being and avoid exhausting myself. Upon hearing my proposal, Li Mingyang hesitated for merely a few seconds before agreeing. This dilemma is not unique to me. He faces the same challenge. After all, the number of intensive tasks is limited. In the short term, they may appear impressive and evoke awe, but prolonged exposure can lead to viewer fatigue. Li Mingyang has become acutely aware that his video views have entered a decline. As a relatively new creator, if I do not introduce something fresh soon, I may find myself in a similar predicament. As time passes, one might easily fade into obscurity. Yet, this invitation from Gongzi serves to refresh the minds of his fans. At present, my thoughts are devoid of any particularly brilliant inspiration, so I might as well join in for a session. It could be a worthwhile experiment. However, discussions between two men invariably veer off course after addressing the main topics. Just moments ago, we were engrossed in serious matters, and suddenly Gongzi flashed a lewd grin. Brother, I haven't missed a single episode of the videos you've updated recently. I've noticed you've collaborated with quite a number of beautiful ladies. You certainly have a way with them, regardless of their type. After visiting you, they almost all leave in wheelchairs. Even if they occasionally muster the strength to walk, their legs tremble like noodles. With so many lovely ladies around, don't tell me you haven't found a few that catch your eye? Although you're still young, there is nothing wrong with sampling the bittersweet flavor of love. Upon seeing the lascivious expression on Gongzi's face, Li Mingyang rolled his eyes in annoyance. Is that what you truly wish to savor? The bitterness of love? I hesitate to expose your intentions. It seems you're more inclined toward something else. Cough, cough. If you catch my drift, Brother Gang, I've reiterated that these are merely normal business collaborations. My mind is not occupied with such matters right now. Rather than squandering time and energy on these frivolities, it would be wiser to focus on enhancing the videos and the account. When success is achieved, what more could one desire? It would be foolish to jeopardize my ambitions over these distractions. Chapter 38. The video caught by my parents. It must be said that Li Mingyang is an epitome of clarity in this world. While society often emphasizes the importance of establishing a family and a career, it is clear that this phrase should be reversed across any era. Establishing a career should precede the formation of a family. For in any age, it is only when one has attained a certain standing that one can seek a partner of equal caliber. Take ancient times as an example. If you were merely a poor, naive lad from a rural background, with the obligation to dedicate a portion of your year to corvée labor, what prospects could you possibly have for a suitable bride? Most likely, you would find a match among the common folk of your vicinity. However, if you were to pursue education and achieve academic success, even if you merely became a scholar, this would signify a remarkable elevation in social class. In that era, being a scholar not only exempted your family's male members from labor, but also relieved you from taxation. Thus, attaining the status of a scholar would not only grant you a certain social standing, but also equip you with the means to ascend to wealth. The mere exemption from taxes could provide numerous avenues to acquire vast tracts of land, even if that land did not truly belong to you. The privileges associated with your status could allow you to live without worry. The saying poor scholar is somewhat misleading. In ancient times, being a scholar was not synonymous with poverty. This notion likely arose from the contrasting presence of higher titles, such as those of the Jiren and Jinshe. In the past, achieving the title of scholar meant that you held a significant reputation within a 10-mile radius, earning the respect of being referred to as Scholar Sir. At such a juncture, would your choices in marriage not expand considerably? Even if you could not align yourself with the so-called elite, marrying the daughter of a landowner would surely not be beyond your reach. This is why Li Mingyang perceives the notion of prioritizing family over career as fundamentally flawed. To establish a family before achieving career success often proves to be a hindrance rather than a help. After exchanging a few casual words with Gongzi, they agreed that Li Mingyang would not be able to depart today. After all, he still had an unfinished video to edit and needed to make some preparations. Whether it involved packing his clothes or arranging his itinerary and booking a hotel, he resolved to set off the following day. Just as he was about to immerse himself back into work after ending the call, he was surprised to find his phone ringing once more. Initially, he assumed it was Gongzi, perhaps needing to clarify something, but to his astonishment, it was his parents calling. To be candid, Li Mingyang felt unprepared for this moment. Although they had spoken on the phone recently, he could not shake the awkwardness that lingered within him. After all, he was a man in his 20s, suddenly confronted by the presence of his parents. Although to others, Li Mingyang appeared to have grown up alongside his parents, only he truly understood the reality of his existence. In a certain sense, his biological parents felt like a sudden emergence in his life. Even though he had clearly inherited all the memories of his original self, it felt akin to that of an observer, much like watching a film. This left him with a lingering sense of emotional detachment, causing an inner turmoil that unsettled him. Nevertheless, despite this discomfort, Li Mingyang held a deep sense of filial piety towards the parents of his lifetime. After all, he had assumed control of his body, and naturally, he was obliged to embrace the responsibilities that came with it. Honoring one's parents was merely the fundamental obligation he needed to fulfill. "Hello, Mom and Dad. What prompted you to call me today? Is something the matter?" After taking a few moments to compose himself, Li Mingyang answered the phone with a facade of nonchalance. However, he was taken aback by the tempestuous barrage of questions from his usually gentle parents. "You rascal. I knew something was amiss when I spoke to you last time. You've been secretly toiling away. Haven't you? You lost your job and didn't bother to tell us, right? This isn't a crime. It's not as though you've committed murder or arson. So what if you're unemployed? Must you suffer outside, living a hard life? Honestly, your father and I never held high hopes for you. Since you're struggling out there, why not return home? You can help manage the family's small supermarket with your mother and me. Though the earnings may not be substantial, at least you won't starve, right? Isn't that better than toiling away in some dead-end job? Not to mention, you're exhausting yourself with backbreaking labor every day." Chapter 39. The elderly couple's sudden attack. Although the mother unleashed a torrent of words upon Li Mingyang, one could distinctly perceive that beneath her anger lay a profound concern. After all, due to the family planning policy, he was her only son. Witnessing the grueling labor that Li Mingyang undertook daily, how could she not feel a pang of heartache? Despite her admonitions, the underlying message was clear. She wished for him to return home soon. As the elderly couple harbored no grand expectations for their son, the couple held a progressive outlook. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, while a mouse's offspring will burrow. They were simply ordinary individuals, not anticipating that their son would be anything extraordinary. Now that he struggled to make a living elsewhere, they felt no shame, but rather a longing for his return. Though their small supermarket was modest in scale, the town's economy was thriving. Operating this little shop, they could earn several thousand yuan each month. During prosperous times, the monthly income could exceed 10,000 yuan. Furthermore, due to the father's position as a teacher at the local high school, their monthly salary was over 9,000 yuan, nearly reaching 10,000. With such income, they need not worry about their retirement, leaving the management of the supermarket in Li Mingyang's capable hands. As long as they ensured a steady income, there was no need to toil away for a meager salary elsewhere. Engaging in laborious work was unnecessary. While it might yield a bit more income, the toll on one's health could lead to future medical expenses that would exceed any earnings made during their youth. Mom and Dad, rest assured, the reason I pursue this path is due to my inherent talent in this area. Frankly, had I discovered it sooner, I might have pursued athletics during my school years. Moreover, this is merely a temporary measure. When the time is right, I will explore other avenues. I'm not solely engaged in manual labor. My primary focus is on creating short videos. Have you not noticed the number of followers on my account? In a few months, I plan to contemplate a transition. But for now, I must consolidate my popularity. Despite feeling somewhat awkward, Li Mingyang's heart warmed at his parents' concern. Though he may never see his parents from his past life again, he was grateful to have a pair of loving parents in this lifetime. Thus, as he explained his situation, he spoke gently. At over 20 years of age and having lived 2 lives, he was beyond the rebellious phase. He comprehended his parents' grievances and understood why his mother expressed herself in such a tone. It was not an indictment of him, but rather a simple expression of her worry for his well-being. "Well, it seems you have grown up and spread your wings, ignoring even the words of your parents. Haven't you?" Through the screen, They can no longer exert control over you. Upon hearing Li Mingyang's explanation, his mother not only failed to feel any sense of relief, but was instead somewhat indignant. In her view, life at home was manageable. There was no need for her son to engage in such arduous labor outside. However, both parents were acutely aware that their son had indeed matured, and through the video call, they found themselves powerless against Li Mingyang. After exchanging a few brief words, they decisively ended the call. Li Mingyang found himself in a peculiar mix of amusement and exasperation. He understood his parents' concerns and recognized that his video did indeed possess a striking impact. It was evident that his parents had viewed his video thoroughly, given their call. Under such intense working conditions, any sensible person would worry about Li Mingyang's well-being, not to mention his concerned parents. Yet, what could he possibly say? Should he reveal to them the existence of his extraordinary abilities? How could he explain that his physical condition refreshes precisely at midnight? This was the most valuable asset of his life, one he could never disclose. Regardless of who the listener might be, the more people who knew, the greater the risk of exposure. It was best kept buried deep within. After all, Li Mingyang certainly did not wish to awaken one day, finding himself on an operating table in some obscure laboratory. After hanging up the phone, he returned to the task of video editing, even though the viewership and engagement of his recent videos had been declining. Nevertheless, compared to ordinary creators, he still enjoyed a fair amount of popularity, albeit diminished from his peak. Despite the decrease in interest, seizing the opportunity to release more videos would help solidify his fanbase. At this juncture, Li Mingyang had largely relaxed, especially since his follower count had surpassed 5 million, even if his ability to attract new followers waned. As long as he could diligently maintain his existing 5 million, his future appeared secure. Moreover, he had a series of transformation plans ahead. In summary, reaching this level of followers as a short video creator alleviated concerns for his future life, as long as he refrained from excessive extravagance. Even if his peak in this industry lasted only a few years, the earnings accrued during that time would surpass what an ordinary person could earn in a lifetime, if they could earn anything at all. Not to mention, post-peak income would still be substantial, even during downturns, far exceeding ordinary expectations. Consequently, the tension that had gripped Li Mingyang since arriving in this world had considerably eased. However, knock, knock, knock. When Li Mingyang finally completed all the editing work and tidied up his luggage in preparation for his departure to Gongzi's place the next day, a sudden knock echoed from the door of his rented apartment. Thanks to the security in the country, Li Mingyang did not overthink the situation. Instinctively, he approached the door and opened it, curious to discover who it could be. After all, he had not ordered any takeout nor received any packages. It was perplexing that someone would be knocking at his door. Could it possibly be someone from the community conducting a population survey? However, upon opening the door, he was met with the astonishing sight of two familiar faces, his parents. Overwhelmed with disbelief, Li Mingyang could only think of one word: stunned. Just hours earlier, they had been video calling him from their home at noon. How could they suddenly appear at his doorstep? Chapter 40, Mandatory Health Examination. Healthy beyond human limits. Mom, Dad, what brings you here? Please come inside. It's rather warm outside, and the air conditioning is on. Have you had your meal? I haven't eaten yet either. Let's take a moment to rest, and later, I'll treat you to a sumptuous feast. Although Li Mingyang was taken aback by his parents' unexpected arrival, he quickly donned a warm smile. He was unsure of their intentions, especially given the tone of his mother's video call earlier, which was far from cheerful. Just a few hours had passed since they had arrived directly at the entrance of his rented home from their hometown. If he did not display a welcoming demeanor, he feared that his fate might not be particularly favorable. Perhaps this was what they referred to as bloodline pressure. Despite being an adult in his 20s, he felt like a child in the presence of his parents. Even though he had done nothing wrong, a subconscious sense of guilt lingered within him. All right, let's go inside and sit for a while. At this moment, his parents had yet to offer him any pleasant expressions. However, since their arrival, their eyes had not strayed from his figure. They instinctively observed him, concerned about his well-being. After all, the workload depicted in the short videos had astonished even his hard-working parents. Yet, from the moment they met until now, Li Mingyang seemed to exhibit no signs of distress. which led them to wonder if they were merely imagining things. As they exchanged glances, they noticed identical expressions of confusion mirrored in each other's eyes, dispelling any doubts that lingered in their minds. After all, while one person could misjudge, surely two could not be mistaken simultaneously. Have you grown taller? Your physique has certainly filled out significantly, and at your age, it's remarkable to see such height increase. His mother instinctively glanced at his feet, searching for the rumored height-increasing shoes. However, all she found were a simple pair of slippers and a pair of athletic shorts, leaving no room for any suspicion of cheating. In their minds, it was inconceivable that their son could possess such height, which only deepened their mutual bewilderment. In your 20s, and yet still capable of such growth? Is this still the growth pattern we are familiar with? Indeed, I had initially intended to surprise you both, but it seems you've uncovered my secret. After being compelled to resign from my job, I encountered some fellow townsfolk, and I began to notice a significant increase in my appetite. Both my physique and stamina have been rapidly improving, and with nothing else to occupy my time. It just so happened that the few fellow villagers I encountered were engaged in heavy lifting work, which led me to consider giving it a try. Subsequently, I discovered that through a significant amount of physical labor, my appetite had grown substantially, and my physique was becoming increasingly robust. It was as if I was undergoing a second growth spurt. Just look at my biceps, my chest, and my abs. If I were to run out and claim to be a professional athlete, I bet some would actually believe me. The most astonishing revelation came when the owner of the restaurant downstairs pointed out that I had noticeably grown taller. Measuring myself at home with a tape measure, I was astounded to find that I had risen from 176 centimeters to 186 centimeters. I had grown a full 10 centimeters. When Li Mingyang recounted this, his tone was tinged with a hint of pride. Regardless of my past life or this one, my height had always been a significant source of discomfort for me. While it was somewhat bearable back in my hometown, venturing out often left me feeling that my height of 176 centimeters was somewhat lacking. But now, I had not only surpassed 180 centimeters, but was also approaching 190 centimeters. Coupled with my muscular physique and my handsome, rugged features, I epitomized the image of a quintessential tough guy. Consequently, during this period, I couldn't help but feel rather smug, even taking a moment to admire myself in the bathroom mirror while showering. However, upon finishing my tale, I noticed my parents did not share my exuberance. Instead, their expressions were grave. Son, don't you find your situation quite alarming? Growing stronger is one thing. After all, with exercise and hard work, one is bound to bulk up, especially with a hearty appetite. Eating more and gaining weight is only natural, but growing taller, my mother declared, determination etched on her face as she rose from the sofa, not allowing for any objections from me. Let's go. Although it's a bit late, we can still head to the hospital for a checkup. We need to see if there's any underlying issue with your health. Surely, you haven't contracted some strange illness? While a couple of centimeters in height may be understandable, but 10 centimeters, that is utterly abnormal. As she spoke, my mother took my hand firmly, offering me no chance to resist, and we promptly hailed a taxi to the nearest hospital. Mom and Dad, I assure you, I have no issues. The phenomenon of second growth spurt is not unheard of. It is indeed a rare, but perfectly normal occurrence. Look at these health check reports. Every single metric indicates that I am in outstanding health. Remember what the doctor said? He remarked on how extraordinarily healthy I am, to the point of being almost inhuman. While others may have minor ailments during checkups, I am free of any issues whatsoever. Standing at the entrance of the hospital, Li Mingyang raised the examination report in his hand with a triumphant expression, casting a proud glance at his parents, his face brimming with self-satisfaction. Chapter 41. How much? You claim to have earned a significant sum? Although witnessing Li Mingyang's triumphant demeanor tempted his mother to deliver a sharp reprimand, she ultimately decided to restrain herself, recognizing that this was her beloved son. You impudent boy, while your health seems sound, I implore you to refrain from engaging in such strenuous labor in the future. In your youth, you may not feel the strain, but as the years advance, such demanding physical work can take a considerable toll on your body. I would hate to see you, at a tender age of 40 or 50, burdened with ailments that rob you of the joy of living. What is the point of such existence? Money is a transient commodity, And as long as one has enough, it suffices. After all, we are not in dire need. There is no necessity for such relentless toil, especially since we are not in a position of financial distress. Once they confirmed that Li Mingyang's health was indeed robust, both parents felt a profound sense of relief. Yet, they could not resist offering a few words of caution regarding the nature of his work, as depicted in the video. They genuinely worried that he might jeopardize his well-being. Rest assured, dear parents, I am acutely aware of my own health. If this line of work were truly detrimental to my body, I would cease immediately without your prompting. After all, I am your son, and you know my character well. If I were not genuinely suited for this vocation, I would not force myself into it. While earning a living is of utmost importance, I value my health and life above all else. Thus, you need not worry. I believe my increased appetite and boundless energy stem from a second phase of growth. Moreover, my work does not deplete me. Rather, it serves as a form of physical exercise. I often ponder that had I not engaged in this daily labor, I might have become quite portly instead of maintaining my current healthy physique. Noticing his parents' continued disapproval of his current employment, Li Mingyang felt compelled to express his thoughts earnestly. Although he understood their concerns stemmed from love, he recognized that his body was unique, and this was his means of securing a livelihood. Should he forsake this path, he would inevitably blend into the crowd, having been granted a second chance at life, along with an uncommon advantage. Li Mingyang yearned to live a life far from mediocrity, not necessarily aiming for profound success, but at least desiring to savor life more freely than in his previous existence. The fundamental prerequisite for achieving all of this is, indeed, financial stability. For instance, he aspired to attain a basic level of financial independence, allowing him to live without the constant grind of survival, untroubled by the mundane concerns of daily life. While he did not yearn for luxury vehicles, he at least wished for a comfortable existence. If he did not seize the opportunity to strive diligently while still young, would he not be left to rue his choices in old age? My dear parents, I implore you to consider that while physical fitness is indeed important, one could easily pursue a conventional job and exercise in their spare time, rather than being confined to this current occupation. It is likely that your youth has clouded your perception, or perhaps you have not yet been engaged in this line of work for an extensive duration. However, if this continues for years on end, even the most robust constitution may falter under such strain. Despite Li Mingyang's understanding of his parents' steadfastness, he is acutely aware that, irrespective of a change in his circumstances, their concerns would remain unchanged. Nevertheless, he is reluctant to allow this minor issue regarding employment to create a rift in their relationship, and thus he strives to articulate his thoughts. Dear parents, he begins earnestly, is there anything inherently wrong with earning a substantial income while I am still young? Take, for instance, the expenses associated with vehicles and housing. Each of these necessitates considerable financial outlay. Currently, I possess the means to capitalize on these formative years. Should I not seize this opportunity, would it not be regrettable to reflect on lost prospects once the moment has passed? Li Mingyang, possessing a keen intellect and a profound understanding of his parents' sentiments, knows precisely how to navigate this conversation. He anticipates their inevitable retorts, which he welcomes. For such interactions are what he seeks. Earning money is paramount. Admittedly, you have a gift in this field. Each outing yields no less than 1,000 yuan. And of late, our observations of your videos reveal earnings exceeding 2,000 yuan per engagement. Yet, considering that you can only work approximately once every 3 days, your monthly income barely surpasses 20,000 yuan. Is it truly worth subjecting yourself to such physical duress for this sum? Even if you were to return to our small supermarket in town, with a modicum of diligence, you could easily earn over 10,000 yuan a month. While it may not rival your current income, it would certainly be less taxing. No? Upon hearing this, a smile nearly escapes Li Mingyang's lips. He had been anticipating such a response from his parents. If only you would embrace the times. Although you frequently engage with platforms like Douyin and watch short videos, your grasp of this industry is limited. You mentioned discovering my work through online videos. Have you not noticed my vast following? I boast over 5 million fans. Are you aware of my current earnings, derived from advertising contracts that have already been accounted for after taxation? The digital landscape is exceedingly lucrative, a fact you may have heard but perhaps remain skeptical of. Allow me to demonstrate my bank account balance. Apart from the previous advertisements he had taken on, Li Mingyang has recently acquired several new contracts, and the balance in his bank account has exceeded 800,000. Is this truly 800,000? Fearing that she might have misread, his mother took Li Mingyang's phone and meticulously counted the digits, verifying the number of figures before the decimal point. Once she confirmed the bank balance, she could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Upon hearing this figure, his father, who was nearby, also couldn't restrain his surprise and asked, "How much? Did you truly earn this much?" Chapter 42. Recruiting a photography assistant. When the elderly couple initially discussed their visit, they contemplated the possibility of persuading Li Mingyang to take over their small business if he was unwilling to return. They possessed savings of over 200,000 yuan accumulated over the years, which, while insufficient for grand ventures in these times, could still be invested in a small business that piqued Li Mingyang's interest. The couple, having developed a modicum of business acumen over the years, believed that with Li Mingyang's upbringing and exposure, as long as the chosen venture was not overly extravagant, it would likely yield some profit, providing both financial return and a sense of purpose. As the only child, Li Mingyang's modest income was of little concern. Their small supermarket, coupled with the father's salary, sufficed for the family of three. They even reassured themselves that if the investment were to falter, it would not be catastrophic. At that point, Li Mingyang could simply return home to manage the family supermarket, a business he was already well versed in after years of operation. However, upon witnessing the balance in their son's bank account, the words of encouragement they had prepared suddenly became unspeakable. Their years of labor had merely culminated in a modest sum of 200,000 yuan. In stark contrast, their son had amassed over 800,000 yuan in savings in a mere 3 months since he began posting videos, and his follower count had surged to over 5 million. If Li Mingyang could sustain or even grow this follower base, it was clear that his income would continue to rise, potentially reaching the elusive milestone of 1 million yuan annually, a goal that seemed unattainable for ordinary folks like them, now appearing as a readily achievable benchmark for their son. Though in their 50s, the couple remained intellectually agile, adapting to the evolving landscape. In their youth, they had defied familial opposition, opting for entrepreneurship over a more conventional teaching career for the mother. The outcome of their decision validated their choice. Entrepreneurship had proven to be the right path. After all, dual-income households, particularly in the teaching profession, often saw modest earnings. Had they chosen the latter, their current living conditions would have been vastly different. Now, confronted with the figures on the bank card, the couple swiftly grasped their son's earlier sentiments. If this endeavor was profitable, what implications could it have for Li Mingyang's health? Naturally, one must seize this opportunity. Considering the current income of my son, even if it amounts to 800,000 over 3 months, that translates to over 3 million in a year. Contemplating this figure, even my typically successful father cannot help but feel a slight tremor in his arm. Earning 10,000 a day. In an era where monthly income exceeding 10,000 is hardly a common occurrence, such a daily earning seems extravagantly unattainable. Yet, this opulent figure has indeed transformed into a tangible reality in my son's hands. Even if the income does not reach their lofty expectations, having it still yields a sum that is nearly beyond the reach of everyone in their small town. Mom and Dad, why does it feel like you two are more enthusiastic about my job than I am? Sometimes, the shift in circumstances occurs with remarkable swiftness, as evidenced by the case of Li Mingyang's employment. Just a day ago, my parents held vehement opposition, but now they have executed a complete turnaround, not only abandoning their objections, but also displaying considerable enthusiasm and support. For instance, Li Mingyang is merely seeking a photography assistant. While he is still contemplating the best channels to recruit one, his parents have already begun orchestrating the process for him. As they put it, have you never seen a pig run if you haven't eaten pork? Although they have never engaged in significant business ventures, they have certainly witnessed enough of the world. While they may not be seasoned in recruitment, they are certainly more experienced than Li Mingyang, who has only recently entered the workforce. What are you talking about, young man? The reason for our initial opposition was merely concern for your health. We worried that you might be pushing yourself too hard, striving to earn a little extra money. However, the recent health examination has confirmed that your health is remarkably robust, and your earning potential surpasses our expectations. We understand your ambitions. If one could accumulate a lifetime's worth of wealth in just a few years, who wouldn't he desire to retire young and enjoy life? For instance, your father would relish the opportunity to retire at this age or even younger. Well, let's not digress. The interview we agreed upon is scheduled for 2 p.m., and it is nearly time to begin. After an initial review of resumes, we have narrowed it down to 3 candidates for the interview. At this juncture, my parents find themselves lacking experience. While we can manage the preliminary review of materials, the final decision on suitability ultimately rests with you. After all, this assistant is for you, and we are not entirely familiar with the specifics of your work. Therefore, the next course of action rests solely in your hands. As for your mother and me, having made the effort to come this far, we might as well indulge in some leisure activities. There is no need for your concern. After all, we are of an age where we are far from being antiquated relics of the past. Although this is our first visit to this place, I can assure you that we will not lose our way. By the way, it is possible that your mother and I may not return home tonight. Since you are now capable of earning a living, the little savings we have amassed serve little purpose. We might as well relish the opportunity to enjoy our lives. And embarking on a leisurely trip is indeed a splendid choice. Chapter 43. The innocent yet gifted prodigy of justice upon finishing their words. The elderly couple did not afford Li Mingyang any time to respond. After all, they had already assisted their son as much as they could. With the remaining matters beyond their capacity to aid, and considering the impending end of the academic term, the father, as a teacher, found himself rather occupied. Thus, the couple sought to make the most of their dwindling time, aiming to explore and relish the coastal life, perhaps even to gaze upon the sea. Li Mingyang held no objections to this. In fact, a sense of comfort washed over him. To him, this reflected the quintessential attitude toward life. In the past, they had toiled tirelessly, perpetually fixated on earning money. Even when they finally managed to save a little, they seldom indulged in expenditures, opting instead to engage in serious matters. Be it purchasing a home, renovating properties in their town, or acquiring a plot of land, the cycle had persisted throughout Li Mingyang's memory. Throughout his youth into his 20s, his parents seemed forever ensnared in the relentless grind of earning, borrowing, buying, and repaying. They had yet to experience life in its fullness, with not even a single substantial trip to their name. Now that Li Mingyang had gained the ability to earn, the burden resting upon his parents' shoulders lightened significantly. Capitalizing on this rare opportunity for his parents to enjoy themselves did not seem like a poor decision. In fact, Li Mingyang found himself wishing for them to travel even more. With their income, frequent excursions and travel would hardly strain their finances. They did not even require his support. Their earnings and savings were ample enough to sustain their desires. This was precisely why Li Mingyang had the audacity to venture into a distant metropolis to pursue his dreams. In the worst-case scenario, he could always return home. After all, arriving in the city alone meant returning alone was hardly a grave matter. Back in his hometown, sustenance was never a concern. He could always find a means to make a living. Is this truly a legitimate recruitment? The screening of candidates had always been the responsibility of his parents. Hence, this was the first time Li Mingyang scrutinized the profiles of the 3 selected individuals. Upon his examination, he was taken aback. The very first profile left him astonished, even casting doubts on his perception of reality. It was not due to a lack of alternatives, but rather the photograph accompanying the first document. Though it was an identification photo, the enchanting visage of the young woman was unmistakable. What stood out most was that, even from this mere glimpse, Li Mingyang discerned that this youthful-faced girl undoubtedly possessed an immense sense of justice. Strikingly impressive indeed, Li Mingyang felt that her allure transcended the conventional scales of beauty. As he continued to peruse the information, he noted the name Wang Yuqing. The name was rather pleasant. However, it seemed somewhat incongruent with her face and physique. A graduate of a local media university? Is it conceivable that such a person would choose to apply as my assistant? Li Mingyang was initially taken aback, but soon recalled the prevailing employment difficulties of this era. After all, he was somewhat of a prominent figure in his field. It seemed quite reasonable for someone to seek sustenance by associating with him. Upon reviewing the credentials of Wang Yuqing, he discovered that she was indeed a remarkable talent. Although many individuals embellish their profiles with artistic flair these days, this young woman was refreshingly sincere, providing a comprehensive array of certificate copies. She was undoubtedly a top student, possessing not only competence and charm, but also an admirable sense of justice. In a fleeting moment, Li Mingyang felt a twinge of admiration for Wang Yuqing, not due to any morally questionable intentions, but rather from pure appreciation. After all, who wouldn't prefer a delightful and pleasing assistant by their side? However, everything hinged on her personality. Li Mingyang's expectations for an assistant were not exceedingly high. As long as she could edit videos to meet his specifications and serve as a filming assistant, that would suffice, despite her evident talent. If her demeanor did not align with his expectations, if she were not the obedient type, no amount of righteousness would persuade him to hire her. Having acquired wealth, the purpose of hiring an employee was to enhance his own comfort. He had no inclination for peculiar hobbies, nor did he possess any masochistic tendencies. Besides, once he was affluent, there would be no shortage of obedient and attractive young women at his disposal. Hello, boss. I am Wang Yuqing, here to apply for the position of your filming assistant. It must be said that first impressions hold significant weight. Although Li Mingyang had already perused the profiles of the other two candidates, he opted to make the first call to Wang Yuqing, inviting her for an interview. After all, who wouldn't wish for a charming and gentle presence by their side? The notion of having another male assistant did not appeal to him in the least. Initially, he expected such an academically accomplished individual to possess a degree of pride, but upon meeting her, he was somewhat surprised. The young woman standing before him, speaking with a noticeable stutter, clearly displaying signs of nervousness and shyness, had somehow amassed such an impressive array of certificates. It serves as a reminder that one should not judge a book by its cover. Yet, this alone significantly enhanced Li Mingyang's regard for her. A sweet and endearing personality was precisely what he desired. She appeared to embody the obedient and well-mannered type. Do not be anxious. I've already reviewed your credentials. You are indeed a highly capable individual. However, I am somewhat curious. Given your expertise, you must be aware that I am still in the nascent stages of my endeavors, lacking even a formal company. What prompted you to apply for the position of my shooting assistant? Moreover, the salary I offer is not particularly high. Is it? Although for an ordinary graduate, a monthly wage of 5,000 yuan is quite substantial. It should not be challenging for someone of your caliber to seek a position with a salary exceeding 10,000 yuan. Regarding his curiosity, Li Mingyang chose to speak candidly, as he was genuinely intrigued. Wang Yuqing, indeed, was a forthright young woman. Boss, honestly, my salary expectations are not excessively high. 5,000 yuan is sufficient for me. The reason I chose to apply for your shooting assistant position is twofold. Firstly, you are relatively young, making communication likely more agreeable. Secondly, the absence of numerous colleagues means there is less intrigue and competition. I would only need to report to you. Most importantly, given the nature of your work, it is inevitable that you will be traveling extensively across the country and even around the world. As someone who enjoys traveling, I find this appealing. At this point, Wang Yuqing refrained from continuing, yet Li Mingyang understood her implications and could not help but chuckle. Indeed, she was a straightforward and endearing young woman. Although she did not explicitly state it, Li Mingyang recognized that she simply wished to accompany him and enjoy some travel expenses. Chapter 44, A Master's Touch. Distinctly different efficiency and effectiveness. In response to the forthrightness of the young lady before him, Li Mingyang harbored no ill feelings. As long as she could fulfill the tasks assigned to her with both quality and quantity, he was quite content. Moreover, he perceived no harm in her seizing the opportunity to engage in a bit of travel during work hours. After all, it was merely a judicious utilization of the conveniences that came with the job, was it not? Thus, he held no objections to this matter. Now, let us proceed to the formal interview segment. Firstly, I must express my satisfaction with your initial impression. Your personality seems to align well with mine. I have little fondness for those who, when idle, seek to oppose their employers without cause. However, I do not consider myself an insufferable boss. Having been a seasoned employee myself, I understand the frustrations of dealing with oblivious superiors who feel the need to micromanage. My expectations of you are quite straightforward. As long as you can accomplish the tasks I set forth and accompany me during filming, I shall not interfere with your activities once the work is completed. Furthermore, we do not adhere to rigid working hours. Rather, we operate on an as-needed basis. Nonetheless, you need not worry. Given that you have likely familiarized yourself with my videos, you will note that I typically produce content every 2 to 3 days. Hence, there remains ample time for rest. Therefore, Miss Wang, if you have no further inquiries, I believe we can officially embark on our work together. Allow me, as your employer, to witness your capabilities. If all goes well, I shall extend my congratulations in advance for your successful onboarding. Li Mingyang was not one to dawdle, and having experienced the struggles of the working class, he was quite lenient regarding work schedules. Unlike those who resemble slave masters, he did not derive satisfaction from watching employees remain at their desks even after their tasks were completed. He held no desire to witness the distress of individuals bound by the shackles of a meager salary. In response to Li Mingyang's words, Wang Yuqing had no objections. In fact, her demeanor pleasantly surprised him. Initially perceiving her as timid, he had expected her to maintain that disposition. However, he was taken aback when, upon discussing work, her expression transformed from one of caution and shyness to one imbued with confidence. A certain professional aura unfurled around Wang Yuqing. Are you asking me to edit a video? Boss, I wonder if there are any materials available for use. Even if they are from previous recordings, I would find them quite valuable. I have studied your videos, and I believe many contain excellent highlights that, if not utilized, would be a missed opportunity. After accumulating a substantial amount of video content, we can indeed create a compilation, such as a humorous collection or a montage of exhilarating scenes. Although this may seem to raise suspicions of producing filler content, as long as the quality of our video editing remains commendable, it can yield a remarkably positive effect. Hence, while it may not significantly increase your follower count, it certainly aids in solidifying your current popularity. Once in the work mode, Wang Yuqing appeared transformed. The shyness and timidity on her face vanished. Her gaze was fixed intently on the computer screen before her, entirely absorbed in her tasks. Her hands moved deftly while occasionally offering suggestions, which caught Li Mingyang's attention, leaving him pleasantly surprised. Why hadn't he thought of this before? Even during moments when he longed for a break, he found himself compelled to continue working due to a lack of new content to share, all in an effort to maintain his steadily rising popularity. Juggling both physical labor and behind-the-scenes tasks, Li Mingyang had been tirelessly working throughout the year. While manageable in the short term, the relentless grind over several days had begun to take a toll on his physical and mental well-being. If it weren't for this exhaustion, he wouldn't be contemplating the urgent need to hire a filming assistant. Time swiftly passed, and after over 40 minutes, as Li Mingyang idly scrolled through videos, the sound of Wang Yuqing's fingers tapping on the keyboard finally ceased. Boss, come take a look. I've edited 2 videos. One is a humorous compilation, and the other showcases high-energy moments. The voiceovers and music are all set. Please let me know if there's anything you're dissatisfied with. I can make changes at any time. Though confident in her abilities, Wang Yuqing remained humbly aware that Li Mingyang had achieved his current success through unique insights and perspectives. Her role as an assistant meant that the editing style should reflect his vision. Taking a seat at Wang Yuqing's former position, Li Mingyang noted that neither video was particularly lengthy, totaling roughly 5 to 6 minutes combined. After viewing them, he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. When he edited videos, he often spent several hours, and the results were not always as satisfying, marked by constant revisions. Yet, within less than an hour, Wang Yuqing had delivered 2 exceptional pieces that exceeded his expectations. Impressive. I am thoroughly satisfied with the quality of your edits. They surpass my own work significantly, and your efficiency is remarkable. It is true that specialized tasks are best left to professionals. I am pleased to announce that you have been officially hired. Moreover, The salary is no longer the original 5,000. It has been increased by 1,000 to a total of 6,000. Additionally, the contributions for social insurance and housing fund will also be calculated based on the 6,000 level. Chapter 45. Bidding farewell to parents, welcoming self-discipline. Thank you, boss. You truly are a wonderful person. The words echoed in Li Mingyang's mind as he watched the young girl depart in a taxi. This girl, does she not understand that in this day and age, one should not casually distribute good person cards? Who among the genuinely respectable wishes to receive such a card? Upon hearing those words, an inexplicable sense of jealousy washed over him, leading him to resolve that this month's bonus for her would be forfeited. Do not inquire further. The task was merely completed satisfactorily, thus no bonus was warranted. Due to his parents' visit, the collaborative video that Gongzi had previously agreed upon had to be postponed. Fortunately, Gongzi expressed his understanding. After all, Li Mingyang's work ethic was so commendable that even a muscular man like Gongzi could not help but be astonished, let alone Li Mingyang's elderly parents. Therefore, their unexpected arrival, coupled with a comprehensive health examination at the hospital, was fully comprehensible to Gongzi. Should he himself ever have a child, he would likely be even more dramatic than Li Mingyang's parents, for he certainly did not appear to be a typical human being. Parents, won't you stay a bit longer? Li Mingyang thought to himself. After all, it was a rare occasion for them to visit, and they were leaving after just a few days, which seemed a disservice to the substantial ticket price. As he observed his parents packing their belongings in preparation for their return, an undeniable sense of reluctance washed over him. Initially, when his parents had not yet arrived, Li Mingyang felt a twinge of anxiety. He genuinely did not know how to face his parents in this lifetime. However, upon the arrival of that day, he discovered that the interactions among family members flowed so naturally. All the trivial worries he had anticipated dissipated, akin to the rapport he had shared with his parents in his previous life. In fact, due to personality traits and the familial ambience, his interactions with them in this lifetime were even more harmonious and effortless. No, it is still the end of the semester, he reminded himself. The courses were already quite demanding, and he needed to prepare for the impending final examinations. The school had been pressing for submissions. Had it not been for his father's decades of standing within the institution, even taking these few days off would not have been easy. Moreover, there would be ample opportunities to venture out in the future. Retirement was just a few years away. Even if he wished to enjoy life before retirement, there were still winter and summer vacations to look forward to. Just be cautious about your health after we leave. If you cannot handle it, do not push yourself, they advised, though they had already come to understand the unique nature of his health. However, overexerting oneself was ultimately not advisable. As the farewell approached, his parents could not help but offer a flurry of reminders. Nevertheless, Li Mingyang displayed no sign of impatience upon hearing their words. He simply nodded in acquiescence. As for how he would manage in their absence, ultimately, they would not be by his side, and he alone would call the shots. Rather than hastily refuting the words of the elderly couple and causing them unnecessary worry, it would be more prudent to simply acquiesce. After bidding farewell to his parents at the station, Li Mingyang swiftly transitioned back into his work mode, primarily due to the decline in the popularity of his videos. In the latter stages, it was no longer sufficient to wait for other content creators to approach him for collaboration. Li Mingyang began to reach out to potential partners himself, seeking those who aligned with his vision and could contribute to engaging content. Having spent several months in the realm of video creation, Li Mingyang had gained a solid understanding of the nuances involved. Collaborations among content creators were not nearly as complex as those among celebrities. After all, short video creators, unlike their exalted counterparts, were much more grounded and approachable. Collaborative video projects were mutually beneficial, provided the disparity in audience size between the parties was not too great, and both had comparable popularity. Furthermore, if their collaboration could generate a buzz, it was rare for creators to decline such an opportunity. After meticulously selecting potential collaborators, Li Mingyang confirmed his choice for the upcoming video project, a social media sensation known as Xiaolong, who boasted millions of followers and was affectionately dubbed self-disciplined brother online. Most of Xiaolong's content revolved around fitness and strength, showcasing a lifestyle of rigorous self-discipline that many would find unbearable. Li Mingyang had a vague recollection of Xiao Long from his previous life. He noted that this version of Xiao Long bore a striking resemblance to the one he remembered, both in popularity and appearance. The only notable difference was that this Xiao Long had yet to experience the heartbreak of a shattered ambition and remained energetically single. Hey, Yuqing, are you ready to tidy up and come to work? Our brother Long will be arriving this afternoon, so please come over to discuss the shooting details for tomorrow. It will be beneficial to brainstorm the shooting plan together. As they say, 2 heads are better than 1, he suggested. The day after sending off his parents, Li Mingyang seamlessly resumed his short video filming endeavors. Due to his parents' unexpected visit, he had been unable to post content for several days. Fortunately, he had 2 video compilations edited by Wang Yuqing during her onboarding to sustain his audience's interest. Otherwise, the drop in viewership would have posed a significant setback for him. Thanks to these 2 videos, Li Mingyang had even earned the nickname Brother Shui among many of his fans. Thus, when he arrived at the airport to greet the long-awaited Xiao Long, Li Mingyang felt a surge of excitement. Although he had collaborated with numerous creators before, this particular partnership held a special urgency for him. Welcome, Long. I believe we can slightly modify the content of our collaboration this time. After all, the ordinary task of carrying loads may have become monotonous for our fans. It's essential that we refresh our approach and strategies. I even think we could entirely cooperate by experiencing each other's lives. It isn't mandatory to solely immerse ourselves in my work. Therefore, how about we film over 2 days? Long, you could first experience my work life, while I accompany you to explore a day of discipline. Furthermore, I intend to shift the filming of my work videos away from the city, as I sense the necessity for a new challenge. This will help alleviate the audience's aesthetic fatigue and enhance the popularity and effectiveness of our collaborative videos. Although this is my first encounter with Xiao Long in real life, Li Mingyang has a certain understanding of this individual, primarily through the intermediary, Gongzi. Xiao Long shares a good rapport with Gongzi, which provides Li Mingyang with some insight into Xiao Long's personality and reality. Chapter 46. Aaron arrives with a mission. Well, I have no objections. To be honest, I simply came here to bask in your glory. It has been quite some time since I have had any fresh ideas. Though I yearn for my videos to regain their previous fervor, my creative reservoir seems disappointingly shallow. If you young have any thoughts on the matter, that would be splendid. Aaron is remarkably forthright. Having met just now, he speaks with such candor. It seems he has gleaned quite a bit about Li Mingyang through his acquaintance with Gongzi. Nonetheless, Aaron's openness still surprises Li Mingyang to some extent. While they share a mutual acquaintance, it is rather bold to become so familiar so quickly. At that moment, Li Mingyang assessed Aaron in his mind. Quite impressive. He seems to be a genuine young man, at least based on his current demeanor. He aligns well with Li Mingyang's preferences. Perhaps it is due to his past experiences in a dismal company rife with backstabbing and intrigue. Though it was merely a mediocre establishment, the daily atmosphere resembled that of a royal harem from a historical drama, filled with rivalry and exhaustion. Now that Li Mingyang has ventured into independent work, he harbors a strong aversion to those who wear dual faces, one for public display and another behind closed doors. All right, since you are so agreeable, I can confidently make arrangements on my end, he declared. First, you must be aware that the difficulty of the task here only escalates. Each individual who joins me faces greater challenges, never lesser. Many creators have left my studio questioning their very existence. So be prepared for that, my friend. Next, we may need to consider a change of location for our filming. It will require a flight and an entire day's travel. However, if we act swiftly, we might reach our destination by tonight. That said, after a day of travel, I cannot guarantee how well we will perform tomorrow. Therefore, to ensure a smoother experience, I suggest we commence filming the day after. After reflecting, Li Mingyang resolved to merge his previous thoughts with the current situation. Collaborating with other creators inherently garners interest, especially since he collaborates with each creator only once. Although fans have somewhat acclimated to these collaborations, the introduction of a new face still brings a modicum of excitement. Now, Li Mingyang intends to take the young Aaron with him to Mount Tai to experience the toil of a mountain porter. While others aspire to ascend Mount Tai in a single attempt, Li Mingyang plans to emulate the legendary warrior from over 2 millennia ago, preparing to traverse the mountain repeatedly. Considering the challenges of Mount Tai, he quietly adjusted his ambitious goal from 7 trips to 3, aiming to make 3 round trips to the summit. He believes this endeavor will certainly provide ample topics for discussion. Many bloggers relish the challenge of ascending Mount Tai, as if reaching its summit is an extraordinary feat in itself. The internet is replete with various memes claiming that Mount Tai has the power to humble the most obstinate individuals. However, for Li Mingyang, this endeavor transcends merely climbing Mount Tai. He intends to bear a load while doing so, and not just once. Should Li Mingyang succeed in making 3 trips up and down, it is certain that this video would achieve viral success. With this thought, Li Mingyang could hardly contain his enthusiasm for the task ahead. His modest rented room was already devoid of anything worth tidying up. The clothes he once wore had long become too small, and he possessed only a few new outfits. Thus, he questioned, are we truly departing now? Is this all happening so suddenly? After a brief meal at a restaurant, Xiao Long, who had initially planned to rest a bit after returning with Li Mingyang, found himself bewilderedly back at the airport. Observing the fervent Li Mingyang and his assistant, Wang Yuqing, he realized that they had unknowingly arrived at the boarding gate, where ticket checks had already commenced. This underscored just how tightly packed their schedule was. Of course, in the realm of work, one must embody both dedication and fervor. This time, they were set to tackle the labor of the porters on Mount Tai. If they could endure a few round trips, they could expect to capture impressive footage. Turning to Wang Yuqing, who wore an expression of excitement, Li Mingyang feigned seriousness and patted her shoulder. Yuqing, you must keep pace with us as our filming assistant, especially with me, your boss. I plan to make at least 3 trips on Mount Tai. Do not entertain the notion of leisurely climbing like a tourist. As he spoke, a hint of schadenfreude crept onto Li Mingyang's face. Did she truly believe that obtaining 6,000 yuan along with insurance and benefits from him would be a simple matter? Even the seemingly straightforward role of a filming assistant could prove exhausting when following a boss whose stamina seemed increasingly formidable. In reality, Li Mingyang was merely jesting. It was worth noting that Wang Yuqing was just an ordinary recent graduate, and even a physically fit male would find it challenging to keep up with Li Mingyang's pace on Mount Tai. Reaching the summit alongside him would already be a significant challenge, let alone completing multiple round trips. Therefore, it was clear that the primary focus of the filming would still rest on Li Mingyang himself. Nevertheless, he could not resist teasing his spirited assistant a little. All right, no problem. It's just climbing Mount Tai, after all. I suppose I shall risk it for the sake of camaraderie. However, you must assist me in completing a task as well. Before the assistant could respond, Along had already interjected with a remark. However, this statement piqued Li Ming's curiosity. He truly did not anticipate that Along had come with a mission in mind. Chapter 47. Professional Physical Data Testing. What task? Unable to contain his curiosity regarding this unexpected assignment, Li Mingyang directly inquired. This was a special request from Gongzi when he learned of my impending visit. He believed that your physical prowess was exceedingly extraordinary. Moreover, even though your progress is visibly remarkable, he is genuinely intrigued to ascertain the current state of your physical statistics. Of course, it is not just him who is curious. I am equally intrigued, considering you are now acknowledged as a fitness phenomenon within our circle. I have observed that no matter how heavy the load, be it a 100-pound bag of cement or other items, you seem to lift them effortlessly, as if devoid of any strain. Particularly, there was an instance not long ago when you effortlessly hoisted 2 bags of cement simultaneously, totaling an impressive 200 pounds. Yet, your ease of movement suggests that this is not your utmost capacity. In fact, it feels as though you are far from reaching your physical limits, which fuels my curiosity to conduct a thorough physical data assessment during this visit. I wish to discover the extent of your capabilities. As I broached this topic, a glimmer of anticipation appeared on Along's face. He is known for his self-discipline and possesses a profound understanding of fitness. However, it is precisely this depth of knowledge that intensifies his curiosity regarding the remarkable state of Li Mingyang's physical condition. Although Li Mingyang appears robust, He pales in comparison to the more exaggerated physiques of muscle-bound individuals. Yet, the physicality Li Mingyang demonstrates is certainly on par with those larger-than-life figures. While both he and Gongzi attribute these anomalies to Li Mingyang's extraordinary physical gifts, the allure of curiosity remains. Even though they are aware of Li Mingyang's exceptional talents, they still ponder just how far his physical abilities extend. Upon hearing these remarks, not only was Alon captivated by curiosity, but Li Mingyang himself could not help but feel intrigued. After all, he senses his body improving daily, yet he remains uncertain about his current standing. If a professional could find a suitable venue to conduct a thorough assessment, Li Mingyang would be more than willing to cooperate, as he too seeks to gain an in-depth understanding of his physical statistics. Very well, since we have no pressing engagements tomorrow, let us schedule this endeavor for then. I share your curiosity. Although I am aware that my physique is not easily comparable to that of the average person, I remain uncertain about the extent of my capabilities. After all, unlike you fitness enthusiasts who have dedicated considerable time to training, I am merely an outsider, lacking familiarity with many aspects of this domain. Li Mingyang readily agreed, displaying an eagerness that was palpable. Had it not been for the late hour upon reaching our destination, he likely would have wished to commence his physical assessments immediately. An obsession with bodily metrics appears to be an inevitable affliction among fitness aficionados. While Li Mingyang may not fit the traditional mold of a fitness enthusiast, the ambitions he has set for himself far surpass those of the average gym-goer. Consequently, his fixation on personal data is even more pronounced than that of typical fitness devotees. However, the busyness of recent times had clouded his thoughts on this matter, and it had not crossed his mind until Alon casually mentioned it. Without any prompting, Li Mingyang found himself brimming with anticipation. 100-meter sprint, 11 seconds and 0.3 milliseconds. Upon seeing this figure, Alon could not suppress an exclamation, for it was evident from both posture and technique that Li Mingyang was a novice. Though Alon himself is not a professional, he understood that Li Mingyang was even less experienced, considering he could not even execute a proper squat. The fact that he achieved such a time merely by running upright was astonishing, nearly breaking the 11-second barrier, a mark indicative of a national-level athlete. One must not underestimate this achievement. With appropriate training, Li Mingyang could easily attain a first-level classification and perhaps even qualify as a national champion. Incredible. Staring at the number, Alon was momentarily stunned, ultimately relegating himself to a silent internal critique. However, once he regained his composure, his curiosity regarding Li Mingyang's other metrics intensified. With such extraordinary explosive power, how would he fare in other areas? Bench press, 465 kilograms. Clean and jerk, 205 kilograms. Squat, 532 kilograms. As one impressive figure after another appeared, Alon's initial shock gradually gave way to a numbing disbelief. Ultimately, a singular thought echoed in his mind. Is this even human? Could it be that he is a beast clad in human skin? A creature of the feline family. Indeed, for even the mightiest of beasts, despite their strength, seldom possess such agility and explosive speed. The final data revealed Li Mingyang's height and weight, 188 centimeters, with a weight of an astonishing 96 kilograms. In the context of an ordinary individual, such height and weight would unequivocally classify him as overweight, teetering on the brink of 200 pounds. However, when it comes to Li Mingyang, there is no sense of bulkiness at all. In fact, when this fellow dons his attire, he does not even appear particularly muscular. While it is certain that he is far from frail, he does not exhibit the exaggerated bulkiness typical of those overly muscular individuals, who remain visibly cumbersome even in clothing. Strength, speed, explosiveness, reaction time. After an array of data tests, Aaron found himself utterly bewildered. To be frank, I am genuinely beginning to question whether you are truly human. How could a normal human being achieve such astonishing statistics under your circumstances? If it were accomplished by specialized athletes focusing on a single discipline, it might be somewhat understandable, but you have not engaged in any such training. Just look at these figures. If you were to tell me that you, like Captain America, had injected yourself with a super soldier serum, I would wholeheartedly believe you. Chapter 48. Live Body Measurement, truly cementing the title of Beast. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang could not help but roll his eyes with exasperation. Although he acknowledged that his physical data was somewhat exaggerated to truly compare himself with Captain America. What distinguished him from an ordinary fitness enthusiast? After all, the latter was capable of lifting an airplane. If that day were to come, I would be the first to leap through your window and drag you out for a thorough beating. Though Li Mingyang's mind wandered to the notion that he, too, possessed a spirit, he believed that with relentless perseverance and determination, there would come a day when he might not be inferior to the legendary Captain America. In fact, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that he could surpass this cinematic figure. Yet, this notion belonged to the realm of science fiction, and no matter how confident he felt, he must not reveal even the slightest hint of it outwardly. Well, if such a day were to arrive, and if my brother could indeed reach such heights, I would willingly endure a beating at your hands. After all, if that day were to materialize, Yang, you would truly embody the essence of a superhuman. To be bested by such a remarkable individual would become a point of pride for me to boast about. However, to be candid, if Yang wished to best me, he need not wait until that day. Even with your current extraordinary physical data, I cannot possibly measure up. As he spoke, Xiaolong's face involuntarily bore a tinge of melancholy, although physical prowess largely depended on individual talent. Witnessing Li Mingyang soar past him in such a short span was disheartening. After years of persistent effort and daily training, how could Xiaolong not feel frustrated? Moreover, there was Li Mingyang, with his astonishing stamina, capable of enduring over 10 hours of high-intensity work. Even the combined efforts of 3 individuals might not match the capabilities of Li Mingyang. Yet, as Xiaolong pondered, an idea suddenly struck him. Such extraordinary data could leave a profound impact on viewers. If they could showcase these testing videos, would it not yield remarkable results? Though it seemed he might not gain traction from it, since the video would solely feature Li Mingyang, undoubtedly posted on his account. Xiaolong yearned for everyone to witness what true excellence looks like. Surely, he could not be the only one rendered speechless by this. Yang, what do you say we conduct the test once more and film a video to share? After all, didn't you mention that your video performance had seen a decline recently? Engaging in physical testing could be a new avenue. While maybe just one video, with your rate of progress, filming one each month would be entirely feasible. This would allow everyone to see your visible improvements, and ultimately, it could even be edited into a series compilation. I believe this is indeed a splendid suggestion, Yang. Have you considered it? In the end, even Xiaolong couldn't help but widen his eyes, somewhat admiring his own cleverness. However, this method is applicable solely to someone as extraordinary as Li Mingyang. Even if I were to exert myself in daily training, I might not achieve such progress. Should I attempt to emulate this approach, it would likely result in nothing but self-degradation. Upon hearing these words, Li Mingyang's heart stirred. Indeed, this suggestion was quite beneficial for him. After all, it is unrealistic to expect to carry burdens for a lifetime, and even as his physique becomes increasingly formidable, the act of carrying burdens would inevitably become more exaggerated. Yet, familiarity breeds fatigue. The more people witness the same spectacle, the more its appeal diminishes. Thus, Xiaolong's suggestion holds genuine feasibility for him. However, I feel that producing a video might lack a certain depth. After all, there are still numerous critics online. They might claim that these are mere props. And with my current follower count, I could easily support a live broadcast, couldn't I? Rather than creating short videos, we might as well conduct a live test. After all, live streams can also be edited later. Live broadcasts can be more impactful than short videos. Li Mingyang's mind is remarkably quick. After Along presented the suggestion, he swiftly added a touch of his own ideas, significantly enhancing the original concept. It must be said that both Li Mingyang and Along are indeed action-oriented individuals. Now that they have decided to embark on this venture, and considering Li Mingyang's extraordinary physical capabilities, after that round of testing, he didn't even break a sweat. There is no time like the present to initiate a live test today. Before the live broadcast commenced, Along imparted some techniques to Li Mingyang, which would enhance the appearance of his testing data. After all, whether it be bench pressing or squatting, apart from inherent physical prowess, technique plays a crucial role in determining the quality of results. Yang, I must say, from the depths of my heart, I genuinely believe that your absence from the sports realm is a significant loss to the field. Setting aside your innate physical talent, your capacity for learning is remarkably swift. It has been but a short time, yet I feel your movements are even more professional than mine. In just a little over an hour, Along's expertise had been nearly exhausted by Li Mingyang, and in certain aspects, Li Mingyang had even surpassed him, leaving Along feeling somewhat disheartened while simultaneously filled with admiration. Yang, are you ready? Perhaps you should take a moment to rest now. Let's ensure we start our broadcast promptly at 3 p.m. I have a strong premonition that in this upcoming test, you will undoubtedly shine brilliantly, capturing the attention of many industry leaders. Most importantly, following this live broadcast, your notorious moniker is likely to be firmly established. Chapter 49. The tremor brought by a live broadcast. In truth, there was one last sentiment that Along had yet to articulate. It seemed somewhat inappropriate to voice it before the events unfolded. Nevertheless, Along sincerely believed that today's live broadcast would undoubtedly ignite a considerable stir across the internet, perhaps even inciting a tempest. While previous feats, such as lifting buildings, were indeed awe-inspiring, they lacked the immediacy of physical data testing. In this rapidly advancing era, many individuals are often oblivious to the actual weight of various objects. Take, for instance, a seemingly modest bag of cement. Who could fathom that it weighs a staggering 100 pounds, far beyond the capacity of an average person to lift? Now, envision if that simple bag of cement were exchanged for gym equipment, where the professional implements were replaced by dumbbells or other apparatus. Upon witnessing the string of Arabic numerals emblazoned upon these items, individuals would instinctively relate them to their own experiences. For instance, if Li Mingyang could effortlessly lift a bag of cement, many might not be particularly astonished. However, should he easily hoist a weighty 100 kilograms piece of fitness equipment, the glaring figure would prompt many to subconsciously wonder if Li Mingyang could, with a single hand, lift them with ease. Such a scenario would render the video's impact profoundly shocking, as the visceral display of numerical data possesses an unparalleled relatability. Goodness gracious, am I seeing things? Our fearless dragon warrior is actually going live? Who could argue otherwise? Is it possible that influencers solely engage in commercial live streaming? What could the sudden broadcast possibly entail? As Li Mingyang prepared for his demonstration, Along immediately initiated the live stream. Utilizing Li Mingyang's account, Along refrained from appearing on camera, directing the focus solely on Li Mingyang. However, with his extensive experience as a seasoned content creator, Along adeptly managed the rhythm of the broadcast from behind the scenes. Brothers, today's live session with Yang is neither for commercial promotion nor any other agenda. I believe many of you are aware that I, Along, have been eager to collaborate with Yang on a video. Upon meeting him, I became genuinely curious about the extent of his physical prowess. Coincidentally, Yang is also unaware of his precise metrics and shares my curiosity, thus leading to this live broadcast. Indeed, brothers, today's content is a live testing session to unveil the astonishing physical data of our renowned building lifting god. Many of you may not fully comprehend this, as the tasks Yang performed previously lacked the vividness and immediacy of gym equipment. However, today we have the opportunity to delve into Yang's specific physical data. As Along observed the thousands of viewers flooding into Li Mingyang's live stream just moments after it began, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. After all, Li Mingyang had no prior experience with live broadcasting, and his fan base had yet to reach even half of Along's, hovering just above 5 million. Yet, within less than 2 minutes of starting, thousands of viewers had already joined. Such figures would be challenging to achieve even in his own streams. It is no wonder that so many so-called million-follower influencers seek collaboration with Li Mingyang. How did those followers accumulate? Many in the industry are well aware, much like the stars boasting tens of millions of fans. How many of those are genuine? Perhaps even the stars themselves are unaware. Only their managing studios truly comprehend. In contrast, Li Mingyang's followers have not been acquired through any marketing expenditure. They are all authentic and organic. The engagement level among his fans is quite high, which explains the immense popularity and fervor he garnered right from the start of the broadcast. Our first test today is the 100-meter dash. Although this event is something nearly everyone has experienced, it is often said that the most fundamental aspects reveal the most authentic data. The 100-meter sprint is undoubtedly the optimal way to assess explosiveness and speed. Watching Li Mingyang poised at the starting line, Along fully embraced his role as the host. Observing how Li Mingyang had already adopted a remarkably standard crouch starting position after just a handful of practice attempts, Along couldn't help but internally remark, the disparity between individuals can sometimes be more pronounced than that between humans and dogs, even for those who train professionally in athletics. Achieving such a level in so few attempts seems improbable. Nonetheless, this is advantageous. With a more professional running form, Along believed Li Mingyang might very well break the 11-second barrier. Bang! With the sharp crack of the starting pistol, Li Mingyang surged forth like a wild stallion. In a mere 10 seconds, his figure crossed the finish line, and a vivid red number illuminated on the electronic timer beside it. 10:78 seconds. Witnessing this result, there was no need for Along to elaborate. After all, today's netizens are knowledgeable bunch. Wow. From Yang Ji's starting posture and stride, it was evident that he had not undergone any particularly specialized training. Achieving this time was almost entirely due to his natural athleticism. This performance reached the level of a first-class athlete. To put it bluntly, with some basic training, participating in a provincial sports meet and clinching a championship would be a breeze, thanks to the spontaneous efforts of numerous netizens to educate others. The audience in the live stream had already surpassed 20,000, and they began to grasp the significance of Li Mingyang's sub-11-second sprinting prowess. As Along gazed at the barrage of comments flooding the live stream, a faint smile of anticipation crept onto his lips. This is merely the beginning of your astonishment. Next, squats, 568 kilograms. Bench press, 481 kilograms. Clean and jerk, 208 kilograms. With each test concluded, a series of impressive figures emerged before the eyes of the online audience. Compared to previous trials, this time, after mastering a certain technique, Li Mingyang demonstrated significant improvement in nearly every category tested. Even Along, who had witnessed it once before, could not help but gape in astonishment once more. Truly, an absolute prodigy. He understood that with the acquisition of technique, the results would likely improve, yet he was utterly unprepared for such immediate and striking progress. Chapter 50. Exhausted to the point of nausea. Along. Existential crisis for Along. The testing session, from inception to conclusion, lasted barely 2 hours, a duration that Along deliberately managed to control. Had Li Mingyang immersed himself in the testing, it would have concluded in just over an hour. To ensure a semblance of entertainment, Along had Li Mingyang film various detailed demonstrations, which ultimately stretched the live broadcast to just beyond the 2-hour mark. Nevertheless, despite the attempts to enhance the show's appeal, the testing concluded amidst the reluctant farewells of the audience and the fervent cheers of the viewers. It must be said, the impact of this live testing was nothing short of extraordinary. Initially, the live stream attracted a few thousand viewers, but as the testing commenced, the audience surged beyond 20,000. By the time the broadcast officially ended, the number of online viewers had soared to over 100,000. Even on Douyin, the largest platform in the realm, such audience engagement and enthusiasm was truly unparalleled. The storm ignited by this body data testing live stream was merely in its infancy. As Along aptly remarked, the moniker bestowed upon Li Mingyang, the Beast, had become firmly entrenched. It resonated even more profoundly than his previous title, God of Tower Lifting. For every statistic associated with Li Mingyang was somewhat exaggerated compared to his physique. Crucially, Li Mingyang was not among those gym enthusiasts reliant on protein powders, displaying exaggerated and cumbersome muscles. While such musculature might confer considerable strength, it invariably compromises agility. The data showcased by Li Mingyang reflected a physique akin to a feline predator that had achieved sentience, an embodiment of a humanoid tiger. Possessing immense explosive power and nearly dominion-level strength, he simultaneously exhibited remarkable agility. As a multitude of derivative videos and edited clips burgeoned across the internet, Li Mingyang's popularity entered a phase of rapid ascension from its already solid foundation. He sensed that upon completing his collaboration with Along, coupled with the video of his challenge to climb Mount Tai, his follower count might very well surpass the monumental threshold of 6 million within mere days. Such figures only deepened Li Mingyang's admiration for Along, the seasoned veteran of the internet and a prominent influencer with millions of fans. His adeptness in capturing the audience's attention and interest was indeed impressive. Moreover, Li Mingyang resolved to adhere to Along's prior suggestion, conducting a live testing session once a month henceforth. He envisioned transforming this endeavor into a staple feature of his account, believing that as long as he consistently demonstrated tangible progress, he would undoubtedly attract a considerable number of followers. After all, in this era, many nurturing games have gained significant popularity, and his approach and strategy could be regarded as a variant of such a nurturing game. As the online community witnessed his gradual transformation into a stronger individual, the sense of accomplishment was not confined to Li Mingyang alone. Even those who followed his journey felt a similar pride. Longo, I won't say much today, but I hope you can keep pace with me. For the second and third trips, you may maintain your own rhythm, but for the first trip, if we do not share the same frame from the outset, the effectiveness of our collaboration may be significantly compromised. Despite the satisfactory results of yesterday's live test, Li Mingyang remained diligent in his endeavors. Prior to his arrival, he had familiarized himself with the realities of climbing Mount Tai, understanding that the porters began their labor at the early hours of 3 or 4 in the morning. After all, by the time dawn broke, the influx of tourists on Mount Tai would already be considerable. If one were to start transporting goods at that hour, it would be evident that they would fall behind in meeting the demand. Thus, Li Mingyang and Along arose early, appearing at the foot of Mount Tai just past 4 in the morning. Surrounding them were numerous weathered, dark-skinned men, all gathered for the arduous task ahead. Climbing Mount Tai is inherently exhausting, let alone bearing the burden of heavy bottles of mineral water and beverages. They were tasked with transporting standard cases of mineral water, each containing 24 bottles, with a fee of 60 yuan for each case carried up the mountain. Typically, porters would opt for around 6 cases, weighing over 100 kilograms, roughly equivalent to the weight of an adult man. Along chose a moderate load, yet Li Mingyang, driven by his aspirations, felt that even with the unique demands of this task, he should not earn less than 1,000 yuan per day. Therefore, amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, Li Mingyang boldly decided to carry double the weight, hoisting 12 cases in one go. With nearly 300 kilograms resting upon his shoulders, Li Mingyang displayed no sign of strain, his demeanor and tone effortlessly light. Rest assured, what I carry is merely half of what you have. If I struggle to keep pace with you under such circumstances, perhaps we should forego this challenge altogether. It might be more suitable for me to return home, wash up, and embrace the role of a family man. Although he recognized the disparity between himself and Li Mingyang, Along felt a surge of confidence upon hearing those words, despite their respective burdens being twice as heavy. Then, with a hint of hesitation, he called out Yang Vatur. Wait, let's take a break. It must be said that climbing Mount Tai is indeed a formidable test of human endurance. Although Li Mingyang bore close to 300 kilograms, his pace was unrelenting. He surpassed one hiker after another on the trail, and seeing Li Mingyang's swift progress, Along gritted his teeth and pressed on, determined to keep up. The consequence of such actions is that Aaron has completely shattered his rhythm, resulting in an increased expenditure of physical stamina. He has yet to reach the summit of Mount Tai, and there remains a considerable distance to traverse. Yet this lad is already on the verge of collapse. Not only is he panting and struggling to articulate his words, but his voice has also become hoarse. Ugh! Just as Li Mingyang had barely paused in his stride, I had not even had the chance to express my agreement when a loud thud resounded behind us. It was evident that Aaron had discarded the 6 bottles of mineral water he had been carrying on his shoulder, followed by a series of gut-wrenching retches. Chapter 51. Late-night snacks. Transitioning to fitness influencer? Are you alright? Upon hearing that voice, Li Mingyang immediately set down the water he had been carrying on his shoulder. Though compared to Along, his action resembled more of a casual drop than a mere setting down. The movements inside were considerably more relaxed, gradually placed down in a steady manner. If one cannot keep up, there is no need to persist. It is essential to follow one's own rhythm, for the body is not something to be forced beyond its limits. It is merely a video we are filming. There is no need for such exertion. If one were to suffer from rhabdomyolysis, that would indeed be an unfortunate outcome. Observing Along, who appeared utterly exhausted, Li Mingyang could not help but infuse his tone with concern and worry. He truly did not anticipate that Along would struggle so significantly trying to match his pace. Initially, he had thought that with daily exercise, Along would at least be able to accompany him to the summit of Mount Tai. However, upon further inspection of Along's slender physique, it was evident that despite his commendable discipline and well-toned body, his inherent physical aptitude was limited. Along, with a build that hardly exceeded 120 pounds, was not equipped to bear such heavy burdens while striving to keep up with Li Mingyang. After taking a sip of the water handed to him by Li Mingyang, Along nearly collapsed onto the ground. Phew! At last, he felt revived. To be candid, your stamina is truly extraordinary, bearing a weight twice my own. Having moved at such a high intensity to this point, all I have managed is a mere sheen of sweat, and even my breathing remains relatively unlabored. I had anticipated that carrying only half your weight in water would allow me to keep pace with you, but it appears I was overly naive. You are not only a beast of burden, but a veritable anomaly. It is futile for ordinary individuals to compete with you in terms of physical prowess and endurance. As he spoke, a hint of despondency crept onto Along's face. Despite realizing the vast disparity between himself and Li Mingyang during yesterday's physical assessment, he had not expected to falter so completely in today's endeavor, unable to even complete a round trip to Mount Tai. A wave of frustration enveloped him, and he was suddenly reminded of the saying, "Genius? Genius is merely the threshold to my door." If hard work truly bore fruit, what purpose would talent serve? This sentiment perfectly encapsulated the chasm between himself and Li Mingyang. Having toiled diligently for several years, Along had been quite satisfied with his physique prior to encountering Li Mingyang. Among individuals of similar stature, he considered himself to be among the elite. Yet now, he felt profoundly impacted by the overwhelming physical talent of Li Mingyang. With diligent effort, Li Mingyang embarked on a rigorous regimen of labor to enhance his physical fitness, achieving this in less than 3 months. However, the disparity in physical prowess between him and others became glaringly apparent, leading him to ponder the significance of his years of toil. In his introspection, Along found himself ensnared in a spiral of self-doubt. Reflecting on how he had relentlessly exercised daily and meticulously managed his diet to maintain his physique, he had imposed strict limitations on his culinary indulgences, seldom allowing himself the pleasure of savoring delectable dishes. Yet, despite such stringent self-discipline, the chasm between him and Li Mingyang remained unfathomably vast, akin to the Mariana Trench, rendering it inscrutable. In a moment of despair, Along's resolve began to wane. He could not comprehend the purpose of his perseverance over the years. Realizing that no matter how fervently he endeavored, he would always pale in comparison to these naturally gifted athletes, his attitude shifted towards resignation. "I can't go on like this," he thought. "From now on, I shall proceed at my own pace. Yang, you need not wait for me. Follow your own rhythm." Although they could not maintain a consistent presence together, they had at least shared a significant journey, and such stark contrast could indeed serve as a form of entertainment. As for Along, he felt the need to rest adequately, lest his body falter before reaching the summit of Mount Tai. With that, he reclined, indifferent to the discomfort of the remaining steps, a rare sense of relaxation washing over him. "All right then." Observing Along's resolve, Li Mingyang refrained from further commentary, recognizing that it was his companion's choice, while he too had his own convictions. Setting aside other concerns, he was determined to deliver a commendable performance that day, striving to showcase his abilities on the illustrious Mount Tai. Thus, after offering Alung a few simple words of caution, advising him not to overexert himself and to prioritize his well-being, Li Mingyang resumed his arduous journey of carrying burdens. 3 trips, a total of 3 trips, beginning his labor at dawn and persevering throughout the day. Li Mingyang scarcely rested, save for brief meals. Under Alung's watchful gaze, marked by a numbed expression, he labored tirelessly until nearly midnight, ultimately achieving his goal of traversing Mount Tai 3 times. The fruits of his labor were substantial. Not only did he achieve the remarkable milestone of earning 1,000 yuan in a single day, but he also surpassed it, amassing over 2,000 yuan from just those 3 trips. However, after enduring hours of intense labor, when he finally descended to the foot of Mount Tai, even Li Mingyang could not suppress the tremors in his legs. Fortunately, as midnight approached, the sensation of his legs feeling almost foreign to him would soon dissipate. "Come on, Brother Long, let us grab a late-night snack." Quietly lying on a patch of grass until midnight, within mere seconds, Li Mingyang sprang back to life, springing up with the agility of a carp leaping from the water. However, in the presence of Aaron, Li Mingyang felt compelled to feign a degree of fatigue. After all, his secret must remain undisclosed. He could attribute his unusual resilience to an extraordinarily robust recovery ability. Yet it was imperative that he did not exhibit a sudden revival at a specific moment. Thus, upon rising, Li Mingyang pretended to stumble, simulating the lingering soreness in his thigh muscles. "To be candid, Brother Yang, your physical prowess is genuinely the most formidable I have ever encountered or heard of, without exception. If you were to persist in this line of work, I can't help but feel it would be a tremendous waste of potential. Have you ever contemplated transitioning to a different path? After all, continuing in this manner daily may not be sustainable, as audiences inevitably experience aesthetic fatigue. If you're open to it, I believe that becoming a fitness influencer could be a splendid venture." Chapter 52. Planning for the future. Upon hearing this suggestion, Li Mingyang found himself momentarily taken aback. A fitness blogger? This notion was not entirely new to him. After all, with his innate talents, achieving success undoubtedly required physical training. The prospect of becoming a fitness blogger seemed to be an appealing choice. However, merely becoming an ordinary fitness blogger appeared to diverge from Li Mingyang's original ambitions. Nevertheless, the advantages of adopting this path were evident, such as acquiring specialized techniques and targeted training regimens. Li Mingyang understood clearly that, although his physique was undeniably robust, it had not been honed through professional training. Rather, it was the result of relentless effort and an impressive recovery capacity, accumulated day by day. To fully develop his physical potential and ensure that such development was methodical, he would need to delve into professional knowledge. For instance, understanding which exercises target specific muscle groups and how to tailor his training to achieve particular goals were essential components that required substantial expertise. Thus, transitioning to a fitness blogger role could offer him significant benefits. For the time being, he decided to hold off on making any immediate changes. However, he would certainly contemplate this suggestion. It felt premature to consider a career shift at this moment, but he resolved to actively engage with fitness in the meantime. Regardless, he expressed his gratitude to Long Ge for the recommendation. After a brief reflection, Li Mingyang chose to remain patient. A career change was indeed on the horizon. Becoming a fitness blogger represented a promising direction for development, yet he was determined to carve out his unique identity within that sphere. If he merely mirrored the multitude of other fitness bloggers, it would jeopardize his future prospects. Thus, he recognized that he needed to dedicate time to deeply ponder this decision. "Don't worry, I merely mentioned it in passing. If it proves beneficial for you, that would be wonderful. If not, I won't take it to heart. After all, everyone has their own unique path to follow. What seems ideal for one may not suit another," Long Ge replied, dismissing the matter. "Enough of that. Let's raise a toast. We've finally stumbled upon such a delightful barbecue joint. It would be a shame not to indulge a little more after coming all this way." In contrast to the impression Li Mingyang had of Along in the past, The current along exuded an air of carefree abandon. As he gazed at the sizzling skewers before him, clearly rich in fat content, he dove into them with abandon. It seemed he no longer concerned himself with how such indulgences might impact his physique or his fitness regimen. Confronted with such inexplicable changes, Li Mingyang found himself perplexed. However, despite his confusion, he resolved to show respect. In life, what purpose does overthinking serve? As long as one lives joyfully, that suffices. So, let's raise our glasses. Tonight, we shall not return until we are intoxicated. Along, your disposition truly resonates with me. This cooperation has allowed us to become acquainted. We must maintain regular contact henceforth. From this day forward, if you do not mind, you shall be regarded as my good brother, my comrade. The bond of friendship between men can sometimes form with astonishing swiftness. Although they had only spent 2 days together, their interactions have been largely polite. Yet, as they now sat at a roadside barbecue stall, sipping on the most commonplace and inexpensive beer, the atmosphere between them was extraordinarily harmonious, akin to that of longtime friends. Alas, had I known this fellow was so weak, I should not have compelled him to drink so much. Initially, they had proclaimed they would not return until inebriated. However, within just 2 or 3 hours, Along had already found refuge beneath the barbecue table. Regardless of how Li Mingyang called out, Along lay unresponsive, akin to a lifeless swine. Meanwhile, Li Mingyang, who had consumed even more than Along, felt scarcely intoxicated. Merely a hint of exhilaration coursed through him, elevating his spirits beyond the ordinary, with no other notable sensations. The following afternoon, after bidding farewell to Along, Li Mingyang returned to his hotel. He had no intention of returning to his previous city. The lease there was soon to expire, and the mundane videos had already exhausted the audience's aesthetic appreciation. Returning to that city now held no significance. Although Guangzhou had once embodied his dreams, it had long ceased to be suitable for him. Thus, after a simple lunch, Li Mingyang reclined on the hotel bed, contemplating his future plans. He pondered what endeavors would be most fitting for him next. If he truly wished to transition into a fitness influencer, should he not dedicate some of his free time to diligently study fitness knowledge? Despite possessing a unique advantage that shielded him from physical harm, employing the correct and professional training methods could significantly expedite his physical enhancement. Resolute, Li Mingyang no longer hesitated. He picked up his phone and called his assistant. Although she had been exhausted from their trek up Mount Tai the previous day, it was now midday. Surely, she had awakened by now. Yu Qing, book 2 plane tickets. We shall return to Qian province. With no immediate plans in sight, Li Mingyang decided to return to his familiar hometown. Firstly, there exists a form of labor imbued with local character, akin to the porters who ascend Mount Tai. One could surmise that challenging oneself through 2 segments of video could yield commendable results. Secondly, well, there's no second point. The primary motivation lies in Li Mingyang's simple desire to return home. Indeed, even the initial point appears to be a pretext concocted by Li Mingyang to assuage his own conscience as he yearns for home. Chapter 53, My Body, Infinite Possibilities. Taste this. The plant known as folded ear root is not as unpalatable as many might presume. To be precise, its flavor is indeed somewhat elusive to define. However, it is merely a matter of improper consumption on your part. Each time I encounter those so-called videos showcasing the consumption of folded ear root online, I cannot help but feel a sense of discomfort. I wonder whose idea it was to wash the root and pop it straight into their mouth without any preparation whatsoever. Such a method of consumption is likely unbearable not only for you, who have never tasted it, but even for most locals who would probably struggle to appreciate it. One cannot deny the advantages of living in an era marked by technological advancement. It was in a moment of inspiration that Li Mingyang decided to return to his hometown. With the remarkable execution skills of his assistant, the two found themselves in the provincial capital of Qian province, Linsheng, that very night. What Li Mingyang cherishes most about his hometown is undoubtedly the vibrant nightlife. Whether during his studies abroad or while working in Guangzhou, the most intolerable aspect for him was the utter lack of true nightlife. In some areas, walking the streets after 10 p.m. revealed not only closed shops, but often an eerie absence of people. Even in a bustling metropolis like Guangzhou, the liveliness begins to dwindle after midnight, lacking any festive atmosphere. In stark contrast, the nightlife in his hometown endures throughout the entire night. Li Mingyang recalls the famous words of Kobe. Have you ever seen Los Angeles at 4 a.m.? He wishes to apply this sentiment to his own hometown. For instance, in the provincial capital where they currently reside, can you imagine a city experiencing traffic congestion at 3 or 4 in the morning? Yes, you read that correctly. The streets can still be congested in the early hours, especially around renowned culinary hotspots. Such late-night traffic is a regular occurrence. Even at 10 p.m., midnight, or 1 or 2 in the morning, the streets remain teeming with life. For the people of Qian province, even at the stroke of midnight, the nightlife has merely begun. Take Wang Yuqing, for instance, who has followed the owner to a bustling roadside stall, captivated by the proprietor's enthusiastic recommendation of iron plate tofu topped with an abundance of folded ear root and scallions. Yet, the expression on Wang Yuqing's youthful face reveals her reluctance. Although she has never tried folded ear root, she has witnessed numerous online attempts and is well aware of its peculiar reputation. However, seeing Li Mingyang's fervent endorsement, she musters her courage and takes a tentative bite. In an instant, her eyes sparkle with newfound brightness. Could it be quite delightful? While consuming folded ear root on its own may pose a challenge for most outside the local populace when paired with other ingredients, it becomes surprisingly palatable, especially with the fragrant chili powder complementing the silky tofu, accompanied by the chef's meticulously crafted secret seasonings. The dish is finally adorned with a sprinkle of scallions and the aromatic essence of shredded fish mint, bursting forth in a delightful explosion within the palate. The flavor is utterly intoxicating. Wang Yuqing, the young lady in question, finds herself completely unable to resist it, devouring it like a little hamster, indulging bite after bite. Just moments ago, her face was a canvas of refusal, yet in the blink of an eye, she is left with grease on her lips. Her gaze fixated on the sizzling iron plate tofu with a palpable sense of possessiveness. With a rather unrefined yet satisfying belch, Wang Yuqing struggles slightly to rise from her seat. Looking at Li Mingyang before her, she candidly remarks, "To be honest, with your appetite, I feel that working in construction or engaging in fitness would be an utter waste of your talents. While your physique is indeed remarkably gifted, it wouldn't hurt to dabble a bit in the realm of food streaming alongside your main endeavors. I believe if you ventured into the live streaming industry, you would undoubtedly have a promising future. Even I, accustomed as I am to your voraciousness, have found myself eating considerably more." Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he encouragingly patted his assistant on the shoulder. "That is quite an astute suggestion. Given that we must eat after our daily workouts, why not casually take up food streaming as a side gig? This constructive input deserves recognition. As a reward, I'll increase your bonus by 1,000 yuan this month." The assistant, who had previously been grumbling about her bloated stomach, instantly transformed her expression, akin to a traditional Sichuan opera face-changing performance. "Thank you, boss. You are so generous. I adore you." Mr. Li's physical attributes are commendable, surpassing many professionals in terms of physique. It could even be asserted that your physical quality and innate talent are exceptionally remarkable, nearly reaching the level of elite athletes, if not surpassing them. However, Mr. Li, your technique is somewhat lacking in finesse. Wang Wen, who prides herself on having encountered a myriad of individuals throughout her nearly 5 years as a fitness coach, has earned her position as a premier trainer in this expansive gym due to her striking appearance and solid expertise. Having mentored over 300 students, she has witnessed all kinds of athletes, yet Li Mingyang is undoubtedly the most peculiar of them all. His formidable physique starkly contrasts with his rather rudimentary skills, prompting Wang to question her own understanding of life. "It's all right, coach. I'm well aware of my own limitations. I wouldn't even categorize my knowledge as rudimentary. I am completely unfamiliar with professional fitness concepts, so I'll be relying on your guidance in the upcoming period. I am not particularly concerned with the outcomes of my fitness journey. As long as I can acquire professional knowledge and master the correct techniques, that is sufficient." Li Mingyang's purpose has always been clear: fitness, in his opinion, is not something he can effectively pursue in the bustling atmosphere of a gym where distractions abound. With the financial means now at his disposal, he sees no reason to compromise, and thus, he can easily establish a private gym within the confines of his home. Therefore, his primary motive for coming here is to acquire expertise, while other considerations do not fall within the scope of his ambitions. After 3 full days of intensive training, the experience of having a professional coach guiding him is distinctly different, akin to a player in a game who has made substantial investments. Initially, Li Mingyang was already quite content with the daily improvements in his physique, but now, the pace of his progress has escalated even further. Unlike before when he relied solely on brute strength, the incorporation of various specialized fitness movements has bestowed upon him a profound and palpable sensation each day. He feels that every muscle in his body has been thoroughly engaged, and his daily physical enhancement is comprehensive, leaving virtually no weaknesses. This body of mine truly possesses boundless potential, as he revels in the newfound sensations that his body provides. Compared to the previous stark strength, Li Mingyang now experiences a greater sense of coordination. It is as if every muscle within him has transformed into interlocking components, working in tighter harmony with one another. Hence, Li Mingyang is moved to express such sentiments. Chapter 54. It's time for the holidays. For over a month, Li Mingyang seemed to have entered a period of introspection. He refrained from seeking out new collaborators among vloggers for video production, and even his own content lacked novelty. Instead, he seized opportunities every few days to engage in various unique forms of physical labor, such as carrying large baskets on the street, or trying out jobs he had not previously experienced, like working as a loader and unloader for heavy trucks. Compared to his earlier monotonous work of lifting goods, these tasks invigorated his audience with fresh perspectives. Although he no longer experienced the rapid surge in followers as before, he managed to maintain his current popularity. This was not due to complacency. Rather, the majority of Li Mingyang's energy during this time was devoted to studying fitness knowledge. Initially, he believed that possessing his unique talent was sufficient, regardless of whether he mastered the necessary techniques. He thought that even if he practiced haphazardly, relying on sheer effort, he would naturally recover by midnight and eventually attain an impressive physique. Yet, after a period of systematic and professional learning, Li Mingyang realized the importance of acquiring specialized fitness knowledge. He did not wish to transform his body into a clumsy mass of muscle, resembling a rigid automaton. Instead, he aspired to be a versatile warrior, embodying strength, speed, agility, and explosive power without any weaknesses. Achieving such a goal necessitated a certain level of professional fitness understanding. Moreover, with this structured training, he could distinctly feel an accelerated improvement in his physical condition compared to before. Fueled by these two factors, Li Mingyang approached the study of fitness knowledge with fervor. Outside of the mandatory work hours every few days, he practically resided in the gym. This led Wang, to harbor suspicions, wondering if Li Mingyang had a romantic interest in her. After all, the cost of personal training sessions was quite steep, averaging several hundred to even over 1,000 yuan per day, and no other students seemed to attend as frequently as he did. However, Wang soon dismissed these peculiar thoughts, realizing that Li Mingyang's eyes held no interest in beauty. Regardless of how alluring her figure was or how attractive her face might be, he remained indifferent to such superficial charms. In his gaze lay merely the purest yearning for knowledge, akin to a parched sponge fervently squeezing out every morsel of understanding it could grasp, devoid of any other thoughts. At the conclusion of yet another day of training, Wang looked at Li Mingyang, his eyes tinged with a hint of reluctance. It was not that he had developed any peculiar feelings for Li Mingyang. Rather, it was the rarity of a client as generous and single-minded in pursuit of learning as he was. Much like the giant panda in a zoo, he was undoubtedly a national treasure. Wang even harbored a wish that his future students would consist solely of Li Mingyang, for the remuneration for such effortless guidance would be delightfully easy. Unfortunately, Li Mingyang had come with a clear objective from the outset, to acquire knowledge. Now, having exhausted all he could impart, the course that had spanned over a month was drawing to a close. "Mr. Li, You need not return tomorrow. You have mastered the knowledge of fitness remarkably well, even rivaling my own expertise as a coach. I have nothing further to teach you. It has been a pleasure to spend this month with you. I wish you a joyful life ahead and all the best in your endeavors. Wang Wen was not one to linger. Out of admiration for Li Mingyang's fervor for learning, he offered a few brief words of encouragement before decisively packing his belongings and departing, not affording Li Mingyang even a moment to bid farewell. However, Li Mingyang paid this no mind, as his heart brimmed only with the joy of his newfound knowledge, leaving no room for other considerations. As for the assistant, with the new year approaching in just a week, the boss, in high spirits, decided to grant an early holiday. From today, you are on leave until after the Lantern Festival. As for your flight tickets, I won't be reimbursing those. Finally, he added, farewell, I shall return home now. The hotel will allow checkout until 2 p.m. You may manage your time as you see fit. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Mingyang swiftly packed his belongings, not allowing the bewildered assistant a chance to react, and hurriedly left with his suitcase. After all, who in their right mind would be working during the festive season? It was time to gather one's things and return home, leaving work behind until after the holiday. Chapter 55, After Tax 1, 63 million. Time to purchase a car. The journey from the provincial capital back to the quaint town of his origins takes approximately 3 hours by car, with direct buses available. Alternatively, one could take a train to the county seat and then a minibus for about 40 minutes to reach the destination. However, this time, Li Mingyang resolved not to take a bus or a train. Upon stepping outside, he hailed a taxi and headed straight to the largest automobile trade city in the metropolis. Here, one could encounter nearly every domestic brand's 4S dealership. Seated in the back of the taxi, Li Mingyang glanced at the balance in his bank account, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Although the number of advertisements he had secured in the past month was not substantial, the profits derived were considerable. Additionally, several of his expressive stickers had gained popularity, yielding him a modest income from copyright royalties. His bank account now exceeded 1.6 million, reaching over 1.63 million. And this figure was after taxes. Li Mingyang had no interest in tax evasion. Paying taxes was a civic duty. Even though the sight of so much deducted tax was somewhat disheartening, he understood that only after these deductions could he spend the remaining funds with peace of mind, free from the worry of being approached by uniformed officials, which could lead to both financial and personal repercussions. Now, what kind of car should he purchase? Initially, as he packed his suitcase, Li Mingyang's mind was solely occupied with the thought of buying a car. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the automobile trade city and gazing at the myriad of brands within, he found himself momentarily stunned. His desire to acquire a vehicle was intense, yet he had never truly considered what type of car would be best for him. Foolishly, he had packed his belongings and arrived, leaving himself no room for retreat or reconsideration. Would he have to first find a hotel to stay in before returning to leisurely select a car? Such thoughts barely crossed his mind before being swiftly dismissed. That would be too embarrassing, making him appear hasty and childlike. However, since he had no immediate options, he might as well explore the offerings. Although he had no specific car in mind, he was at least aware of the type he preferred and intended to acquire an SUV, given the nature of his work, which would require him to travel extensively. It was likely that he would need to reach remote locations for video shoots. An SUV would be the most suitable choice for him, with its strong off-road capabilities and ample space for transporting various items. Whether for personal use or professional purposes, this vehicle proves to be exceedingly practical, undoubtedly the most suitable choice for oneself. As for the issue of high fuel consumption, it poses no concern for Li Mingyang, especially as his financial situation has recently improved, endowing him with a newfound confidence. Upon arriving at the Great Wall dealership, a sizable 4S shop caught Li Mingyang's eye after just a few minutes of driving. Despite having over $1 million in his bank account, he is not inclined to purchase an extravagant vehicle. This sentiment stems from his awareness of public perception. Having recently risen in status, he is cautious about drawing attention. If observant netizens were to notice him driving a luxury car, it might tarnish his rapport with the general public, as societal envy towards wealth is a prevalent sentiment. At this juncture, he believes he can afford a vehicle but it should not be ostentatiously luxurious. Moreover, Li Mingyang has a fondness for domestic brands, feeling that contemporary Chinese automobiles possess commendable quality. When it comes to domestic SUVs, there is no doubt that Great Wall stands as a paragon among its peers. With several sub-brands under its umbrella, including Great Wall, Haval, and Tank. Each marque boasts commendable off-road vehicles. The Tank brand, in particular, is renowned for its specialization in off-road capabilities. As he considered his options, it became apparent that Great Wall was indeed the optimal choice for domestic SUVs. Regardless of the price range he had in mind, he was confident that he would find a fitting vehicle within this dealership. From a more economical Haval H5 to the mid-range Tank 300 and even the higher-end Tank 700, Great Wall encompasses a diverse array of SUVs. Upon reaching the dealership's entrance, Li Mingyang paused momentarily before resolutely stepping inside. With a clear intention to procure a domestic vehicle that is reasonably priced yet possesses adequate off-road capabilities, his choice became evident. "Hello, sir. Are you here to browse our vehicles? Have you familiarized yourself with our Great Wall offerings? Is there a particular model that has caught your interest?" Despite the approaching new year, the sales staff maintained an enthusiastic demeanor. For them, each vehicle sold translates to a commission. Albeit modest, it is nonetheless welcomed. Li Mingyang expressed his desire to explore off-road vehicles that are not excessively priced, yet still possess commendable off-road performance. He inquired if the dealership had any suitable recommendations. Having already resolved to select a vehicle from Great Wall and with limited time to spare, Li Mingyang was straightforward about his expectations, hoping to drive away with his new car by the end of the day. Certainly, the most renowned vehicles under the Great Wall brand are undoubtedly the off-road vehicles. May I inquire if you have a specific budget in mind? Having a more defined budget would enable me to better recommend models that align with your preferences. For instance, if the budget is somewhat constrained, I would highly recommend the Haval H5, which currently boasts several discounts, bringing the final price to approximately 150,000 to 160,000 yuan. If your budget allows for a bit more flexibility, both the Tank 300 and the Haval H9 are commendable choices among off-road vehicles. Should you prefer a purely rugged experience, the Tank 300 would be the ideal selection. However, if you seek a larger interior space, the Haval H9 would be more suitable. While the salesperson inquired about Li Mingyang's preferences, they simultaneously began enthusiastically promoting the various models available at their dealership. Chapter 56. The H5 of Great Satisfaction. As Li Mingyang listened to the sales presentation, he meandered through the exhibition hall. To be candid, due to the ample funds in his account, nearly all the off-road vehicles under the Great Wall brand met his criteria. For instance, the most affordable Haval H5 was something he found acceptable, especially given its economical price. Presenting such a vehicle to the public would convey a sense of practicality, resonating with the vast majority of netizens who could also afford it. Choosing this model as his mode of transport would inadvertently bridge the gap between him and his audience, enhancing his appeal among the masses. Moving up the price range, models like the Tank 300 or Haval H9, both priced over 200,000 yuan, were relatively common in daily life, recognized as quality vehicles, yet certainly not classified as luxury cars. Given his current status, driving such a vehicle seemed entirely appropriate, not ostentatious, yet possessing an understated elegance. Even the priciest Tank 700, landing around 500,000 yuan, seemed justifiable. As a social media influencer with millions of followers, owning a Tank 700 would hardly be excessive. In fact, it would appear quite reasonable. After all, it would be peculiar for a celebrity with such a vast following to be unable to afford a vehicle in the range of 500,000 to 600,000 yuan. Thus, Li Mingyang found himself ensnared in a labyrinth of indecision, each vehicle appearing equally suitable, yet he struggled to make a definitive choice. Just as he wrestled with uncertainty, a particular car nearby captured his attention. It exuded a Black Warrior aesthetic, unmistakably modified, and most crucially, it was undeniably striking. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a heavily customized Haval H5. Compared to the original model, this transformed version stood in a league of its own, both in stature and design. Elevated beyond the standard H5. At first glance, Li Mingyang was enamored with the vehicle's commanding presence, feeling an instant connection to its bold design. However, he recalled that such modified vehicles were typically not street legal. Yet, the allure of this car before him was irresistible. It would feel remiss to not inquire about it. What was the story behind this vehicle? Was it modified by your dealership, or... As Li Mingyang lingered before the modified Black Warrior Haval H5, the sales representative noticed the expression on his face, realizing that this customer was likely captivated by the very vehicle before him. This elicited a delighted smile from the salesman. Although there are many enthusiasts for off-road vehicles these days, a significant number prefer to personally undertake modifications. This particular vehicle has undergone considerable investment in upgrades at their shop and has been on display for several months without a sale. If it remains unsold any longer, it risks becoming part of their inventory, potentially incurring a loss of tens of thousands of yuan. Sir, you truly possess discerning taste. This Black Warrior Haval H5 is indeed one of our modified showcases, and we have duly registered all the alterations. In other words, should you decide to purchase this vehicle, we can proceed directly to the registration process. Every modification on this car is entirely legal, with no safety or legal concerns whatsoever. Just reference the aircraft-inspired modifications on the H5. It truly is stunning. Each glance feels as if this alluring vehicle is beckoning me. Noticing that the salesman was becoming increasingly verbose, Li Mingyang couldn't help but interrupt with a wave, inquiring, "How much? If you are certain about the purchase, we can offer the best possible deal. For a full payment of 240,000 yuan, registration and transfer included. All the parts we utilize for the modifications are of the highest quality, whether it involves the wheels, tires, suspension, or others. After all, this vehicle is our shop's official modified model. If the quality were subpar, it would tarnish our reputation. Most importantly, we have made significant enhancements to the interior as well. Starting with the seating. We have not only replaced the seats with more comfortable leather ones, but have also added heating, ventilation, and massage functions for both the front and rear seats. Additionally, we have made several modifications to the interior for enhanced comfort. Finally, the most valuable upgrade is our sound system. The original speakers were quite lackluster, with fewer than 10 in total. We enlisted professional technicians to upgrade to a complete set of 16 Harman Kardon speakers. Now, the audio quality of this vehicle rivals even that of our Tank 700. Seeing that Li Mingyang was genuinely inclined to purchase the vehicle, the salesman's previously smooth pitch became even more persuasive. Meanwhile, as Li Mingyang listened to the ongoing presentation, he found himself nodding in agreement. Setting aside the undeniable attractiveness of the design, the price, though slightly higher, was nearly 100,000 yuan more than a standard model. However, the modifications discussed were tangible investments. Just the sound system alone would cost several tens of thousands of yuan to replace. After mentally tallying the costs, he concluded that the 240,000 yuan price tag was not only reasonable, but quite favorable. Coupled with his financial comfort and genuine affection for the vehicle before him, he had but one question. If I decide to take this car today, can I drive it away? Filled with urgency to return home for the new year, I find myself with little time to linger here. If possible, I would swipe my card right now. Upon hearing this, the salesperson nearly burst into tears. This cherished vehicle has finally found a buyer. But no, it cannot be overcome with excitement. The salesperson's words trembled and stuttered. Cannot be. Li Mingyang could not help but frown. There is no issue. I assure you that all the formalities will be completed before 5 p.m. this afternoon. Li Mingyang. What a remarkable transformation, akin to a spirit of diligence. Chapter 57. The ambitions of the strongest man on earth. It is undeniable that, fueled by the allure of wealth, the efficiency of the 4S dealership is remarkable. Perhaps such a large establishment has connections at the vehicle administration, for within a mere 2 hours, all necessary formalities were completed. The only thing lacking was the permanent license plate. However, the dealership assured that they would send it to Li Mingyang once it was ready, sparing him the inconvenience of traveling back to collect it. Although Li Mingyang's experience behind the wheel is rather limited in this lifetime, he was, in his previous life, a seasoned driver. Thus, he felt no trepidation as he navigated the roads. Whether it was the intricate dynamics of city driving or the exhilarating speeds on the expressway, he handled each with ease. As the vehicle soared onto the highway and the speed began to escalate, Li Mingyang gazed out at the scenery in awe. Yet, a hint of dissatisfaction crept onto his face. Despite the car being equipped with a 2.0T engine, its substantial size, coupled with numerous modifications, left him feeling that the power was somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, he decided to make do for the time being, contemplating a future upgrade to a 3.0T engine. He envisioned gifting this vehicle to his father, certain that the old man would delight in it. Reflecting on his father's passion for automobiles, it was evident that this fully modified H5 would perfectly align with his father's ideals. Presenting it to him would surely elicit a broad smile from the elderly gentleman. Despite his extraordinary physique and stamina, allowing him to endure a 3-hour drive without needing a break, Li Mingyang had a peculiar habit. After a while on the road, he craved a cigarette. Thus, as he approached the highway exit, he made a decisive stop at the last service area, relishing a smoke in the comfort of his car. While indulging, he did not forget to take out his phone to scroll through short videos. Although Li Mingyang's current focus was solely on financial pursuits, he still appreciated the beauty captured in those clips. However, his expression shifted to one of surprise as he encountered an unexpected sight. Wasn't his account supposed to be well-tuned by now? Instead of the anticipated charming ladies, he found himself watching a muscular man, seemingly engrossed in a peculiar activity. Upon closer inspection, his astonishment deepened. This was none other than Tyson. The legendary figure of the boxing world, Tyson. How was it possible? How many years had it been since Tyson's retirement? And yet here he was, appearing in his feed. Li Mingyang had always admired Tyson. Unlike typical boxers, he embodied the spirit of a fierce tiger. Whether it be through his fists or his combat style, there exists an undeniable sharpness in his prowess, as he demonstrates absolute dominion over the ring in nearly every bout. Even someone like Li Mingyang, who possesses little affinity for boxing, finds pure enjoyment in watching Tyson's matches. Upon encountering this content, he naturally felt compelled to indulge further. However, it wasn't long before Li Mingyang sensed something amiss. Initially believing these to be mere archival videos from Tyson's retirement era, he soon realized the astonishing clarity of the footage was far too crisp for relics of decades past. The backdrop of the ring itself appeared more harmonious with modern aesthetics than with the styles of yesteryear. With a keen sense of suspicion, Li Mingyang resolutely delved into Michael Tyson's background, and the results nearly caused his jaw to drop in disbelief. The man he remembered as having retired decades ago was, in fact, nearing 60 years of age. Yet, astonishingly, he appeared to be merely 20 years old. As the year now stood at 2025, the legendary Tyson, whom Li Mingyang revered, turned out to be a member of the post-2000 generation. Can you fathom such a reality? If Li Mingyang's memory served him right, Tyson's prime career spanned from the ages of 20 to 24. Hence, the match he had just viewed must have showcased Tyson's nascent dominance in the ring. With this earth-shattering revelation, Li Mingyang eagerly sought out other extraordinary boxers that graced his recollections. The ensuing results left him astounded once more. Many renowned heavyweight fighters from various eras were not only still active, but were also in their prime, with some just embarking on their professional journeys, yet to make their mark. The competitive landscape of heavyweight boxing in this era was undoubtedly hellishly formidable. The presence of these fighters rendered this period the most electrifying in the history of heavyweight boxing, a true clash of titans. As he observed one after another of these men galloping across the ring, and as he viewed match after match, even Li Mingyang couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. Suddenly, a bold thought erupted in his mind, akin to a thunderclap. He had embarked upon a second life, endowed with a physique that could be endlessly honed and strengthened, akin to a golden key for potential. Although he remained uncertain of any limits, it was evident that he had yet to approach the boundaries of this newfound potential. With these illustrious fighters still competing at the pinnacle of the sport, could it be possible for him to contend with such formidable opponents? Despite his utter lack of knowledge regarding boxing techniques and combat skills, and having barely accumulated a handful of experiences in physical confrontations, Li Mingyang's unwavering confidence in his own physicality remained unshaken. After all, his current form was brimming with limitless possibilities. Even if one does not possess an extraordinary talent for combat techniques, when compared to these elite professional fighters, one feels akin to a novice stepping into the world. However, as the old adage goes, sheer strength can surpass skill. As long as one's physique is sufficiently formidable, one can become a numerical powerhouse capable of overwhelming these top-tier boxers. Despite possessing certain conspicuous shortcomings in technique, Li Mingyang harbors ample confidence that he can ascend to the pinnacle of the boxing arena amidst fierce competition. In that moment, Li Mingyang suddenly felt that titles like God of War were utterly unworthy of someone with his unique advantages. When setting goals, they ought to be grander. For instance, the title of World's Strongest Man seems to suit him perfectly. Moreover, Li Mingyang does not believe that a driver equipped with such extraordinary abilities would be so inept. If he is willing to exert 5 or even 10 times the effort, there is no reason his skills should lag behind those of these elite professional boxers. With both technique and physique augmenting each other, the title of World's Strongest Man is for him merely a matter of grasping it effortlessly. Chapter 58. A slimness known as maternal slimness. Mother, I have returned. Li Ming's hometown, Qingyang Town, can be regarded as a modestly thriving industrial town, though the 2 coal-fired power plants within it are on the brink of closure. Indeed, coal power has reached the precipice of obsolescence, no longer aligning with the nation's energy development policies. Nevertheless, compared to neighboring towns, the local economy remains vibrant, the sole drawback being the detrimental air quality brought about by industrial growth. The dust is particularly overwhelming, rendering it less than an idyllic place to reside. Yet, this town harbors over a decade of Li Mingyang's memories. Regardless of the environment, it remains home. For everyone, the hometown embodies nothing but fondness. Thus, as Li Mingyang drove into this simultaneously familiar, yet unfamiliar town, a wave of emotions surged within him. His family's residence is situated on the street corner, effectively placing it at the heart of the town. However, the house itself is quite dilapidated, bearing nearly 2 decades of wear. Both the design and appearance of the dwelling have long since diverged from contemporary standards, leaving much to be desired. What astonished Li Mingyang most was the number of affluent individuals now residing in their town. During his drive, he spotted several luxury vehicles parked along the streets, including multiple Q7S and X5S, as well as numerous 5 Series and A6S. Most shockingly, he even encountered a Mercedes G-Class and a Lincoln Navigator, both valued at over $1 million. It was unexpected to see such opulence in their small town. In contrast, his own newly acquired vehicle felt somewhat out of place among these extravagant machines. However, Li Mingyang remained unperturbed by this state of affairs. After all, a car is a matter of personal preference. At the very least, he preferred his fully equipped H5 over those others. If nothing else, it exudes a certain charm. Why had you arrived so early? Aren't you busy with work? I recall you mentioning that you were in a critical phase of your career, striving to consolidate your popularity. Your father, and I thought you wouldn't return home this new year. Upon hearing Li Mingyang's voice, his mother hastily appeared at the door, her steps quickening. The sight of her son standing before her brought an involuntary tremor to her voice. She had braced herself for a solitary new year with her husband, never anticipating that her son would return nearly a week before the festivities. Mother, that was quite some time ago. Your son's popularity is firmly established now. Besides, even at home, I could still film a couple of videos. If I keep lifting weights every day, I suspect the audience would grow weary of it. Share some videos about returning home for the new year. They're likely to delight and surprise netizens. Moreover, I have managed to earn quite a bit of money lately. As the ancients said, returning home in splendid attire is akin to wearing fine clothes in the dark. Having finally made some money, it is only fitting that I return home to show off a little, don't you think? In the realm of hybrid vehicles, Li Mingyang possesses exceptional skills. With just a few words, he managed to bring a smile to my otherwise complex mother's face. Well, since you've earned your keep, how you choose to spend it is entirely up to you. If you wish to return and flaunt your success, as your mother, I have no objections. After all, when you shine, I too can bask in a bit of reflected glory, can't I? However, I must mention that before you left, I repeatedly advised you not to overexert yourself. Look at you now. It seems you've lost quite a bit of weight in just a few months. Have you been working too hard? Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang was about to counter her remarks, but was interrupted as his mother continued. But it's all right. You're home for the new year now, and during these festive days, I will ensure you're well fed. I'll strive to help you gain 20 pounds before you head back to work. Hearing this, Li Mingyang opened his mouth, only to swallow back the retort that had risen to his throat. It is often said that a certain kind of weight loss is termed mother-s perception of thinness, and Li Mingyang found himself in such a situation. During this time, he had not only maintained his weight, but had also grown taller, now standing at 188 meters, with an additional 12 pounds to his frame. He truly could not discern where he had lost weight. Instead, he appeared more robust all around. Yet, at the mention of his mother preparing delicious meals to help him regain his figure, a plethora of delectable dishes sprang to mind. Li Mingyang often marveled at his mother-s culinary skills, lamenting that she should have opened a restaurant. Had she chosen that path, her business would likely have outperformed the small supermarket they currently run. Tempted by the allure of good food, Li Mingyang wisely opted to remain silent, even wishing he could raise both hands and feet in agreement with his mother-s plans. No worries, this time I might not return immediately. After all, the audience has grown weary of the same old content. I am contemplating a transformation in my video style, and perhaps I will be based in our hometown from now on. Given that I work in the digital realm, I have no stringent requirements regarding my workplace. By the way, Mom, I've noticed that our house is quite old. If possible, why don't we consider renovating it? Don't worry about the expenses. While I may not have a fortune, I can certainly manage to renovate a house with ease. Chapter 59. The Vision of Transformation and Initial Trials. Upon hearing Li Mingyang's words, his mother instinctively wanted to decline. Although their house had indeed seen better days, it was still quite livable. There seemed to be no need to squander money on renovations. However, just as the words of refusal were about to escape her lips, she swallowed them back, not for any particular reason, but because a sudden thought struck her. Her little darling was approaching the age of marriage, and surely a matrimonial home would need to be prepared. Rather than hastily arranging things when the time came, it would be prudent to start the process now. Moreover, she harbored a small concern. It is often said that wealth corrupts. Though she had watched her son grow up, the allure of the material world could prove overwhelming. With a substantial sum at his disposal, what if he were to fall into undesirable habits? The vices of indulgence, eating, drinking, and gambling, were a matter of concern. While the first two were somewhat acceptable, being merely human desires, the latter two, especially gambling, could lead to ruin. At least investing in a new home would be a sensible expenditure, one that could be justified. Contemplating these matters, she not only refrained from rejecting the idea, but also nodded gravely in agreement, even offering her own suggestions. It was indeed time to make some renovations to the house. Rather than opting for minor adjustments, she proposed a comprehensive overhaul, noting that many of the house's illogical structures needed alteration. As the conversation drifted toward home design, Li Mingyang felt overwhelmed by his mother's myriad of proposed changes. Although he acknowledged that the living conditions would undoubtedly improve, he was acutely aware that there remained a significant gap between her vision and his own. Thus, before she could finish outlining her plans, he interjected, "Mom, I believe what we are considering is rather complicated, and the results may not be as favorable. The reality is, our house is over 20 years old, and its original structure is outdated and potentially unsafe. In my view, it would be more prudent to demolish the existing house entirely. Instead of relying on local laborers, we should hire a professional construction team. In just 2 to 3 months, we could erect a new, spacious home with a modern frame structure, incorporating contemporary designs. A new house would certainly be far superior to this old one." With that thought, Li Mingyang added, "By the way, I recall there is a large plot of vacant land behind our house that remains untapped. This time, as we embark on the construction of a house, let's take full advantage of this vacant plot. Coupled with the original foundation area of our home, The brand new foundation will encompass around 5 to 600 square meters. We shall vacate the entire first floor and convert it into a supermarket, as it aligns with our family's business. Expanding our scale should yield promising profits. For the second floor, we might as well design it as if it were the first. Our living space could be situated directly above the supermarket. The former second floor can not only accommodate our home, but can also be transformed into a garden, providing a level space with an elevated position that offers splendid views and considerable privacy. I believe such a design is quite reasonable, far more functional than our current abode. Even when the two of you grow older and wish to retire from business, the spacious storefront below could easily fetch a good rental price, serving as a commendable source of income. As Li Mingyang spoke, he deftly sketched his ideas on a notepad beside him with a pencil. The somewhat hasty yet clear design on paper prompted his mother to nod in agreement. Indeed, this design seemed quite advantageous. It would not only spare their business, but also ensure a comfortable living space for the family. In just a few exchanges, the decision regarding the construction was sealed between Li Mingyang and his mother, leaving no room for dissent from his father. The elder had always been of a carefree disposition, living in the moment. With the house renovation funded by Li Mingyang, he bore no financial burden. Thus, old Li wholeheartedly supported the plan. After all, who wouldn't he appreciate a fine house or a splendid car? Subsequently, Li Mingyang effortlessly transferred 1 million yuan to his mother, allowing her to manage the initial expenses. With several months remaining until the house is completed, he was confident that a substantial sum would arrive in the meantime. Constructing a house posed no significant financial strain, especially considering that the scale of their design was not overly ambitious. The main construction would amount to a maximum of 1 million yuan. The remaining expenditures would pertain to subsequent renovations and garden preparations, which would be covered by the continual influx of new funds Li Mingyang anticipated. Right? Let us place these items over here. Also, I would appreciate your assistance in securing all the equipment. We wanted to be asked you before we even begin to use it. Given the impending renovation of the old house and Li Mingyang's high standards for fitness equipment, many of which are of considerable size, it would be impractical to store them at home. Thus, he opted to rent a small warehouse in town, measuring around 300 to 400 square meters, at a modest cost. Although the conditions were somewhat rudimentary, it sufficed as Li Mingyang's personal fitness space. Li Mingyang has already acquired a considerable amount of knowledge about fitness, believing himself to be on par with so-called professional trainers. Now that he has returned to his hometown, he plans to take this opportunity to engage in a comprehensive and intense workout regimen. This endeavor represents his attempt at transformation, as he aspires to capture videos of his extreme training sessions, hoping to astonish viewers and achieve remarkable progress. The proliferation of fitness influencers online clearly indicates a significant interest in this domain, suggesting that his concept of extreme fitness could indeed be promising. He envisions designing various challenges utilizing available equipment, much like his previous experience with carrying heavy loads. Collaborating with other influencers could enhance this venture. And given the uniqueness of his extreme fitness routine, he need not worry about imitation. With such a striking contrast, Li Mingyang could effectively position himself above other influencers, swiftly earning the title of the foremost figure in fitness. Chapter 60. Breaking Through Limits in 100 Days. 1, 2, 3. Begin. The fitness equipment utilized here is distinct from conventional apparatus, with the majority being custom-made by Li Mingyang. Fortunately, despite having given his mother 1 million and spending over 200,000 on a car, he still retains nearly 400,000. While this amount may seem trifling compared to the costs of large gyms, it suffices for Li Mingyang to prepare his own fitness gear. Moreover, the rental expenses for the space are negligible, amounting to just over 10,000 a year. Although he possesses only 400,000, it is more than adequate to cater to all of Li Mingyang's fitness requirements. Observing the laborers, their faces flushed and straining as they shouted for assistance to lift his barbell, Li Mingyang couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Since he had some idle time, he decisively approached them. "No need for concern, gentlemen. Allow me to handle this, and you can attend to the other items." The weight of Li Mingyang's barbell is indeed formidable. For stability, it is welded solidly, with a starting weight of a staggering 200 kilograms or 400 pounds. It is understandable that ordinary movers would struggle with such a heavy object. Furthermore, on top of this 400 pounds, there are various weight plates that can be added. Such extreme fitness equipment is suited only for someone with Li Mingyang's extraordinary physique. Once everything had been moved and set up, it was already evening. Fortunately, the warehouse had several lighting outlets. Li Mingyang promptly installed several high-wattage bulbs so that, even as night fell and with no windows in the warehouse, the interior remained as bright as day, allowing him to effortlessly finalize the details of his fitness equipment. Training for explosiveness, endurance, strength, agility, and reaction time must encompass every conceivable aspect. Having resolved to become a versatile warrior, it is imperative that there be no weaknesses in his physical attributes. Even if his innate talents vary, he must ensure that his most lacking areas surpass the strengths of others. As he murmured to himself, Li Mingyang leaned over his desk, meticulously planning his training regimen starting tomorrow. Although the new year was only a couple of days away, he had not updated his followers in several days. It was time to drop a little bombshell for them. In this fast-paced digital age, if he were to remain absent for much longer, he might risk fading into obscurity as a top internet celebrity. As the clock struck midnight, ushering in a new day, a refreshing wave of warmth washed over Li Mingyang, rejuvenating his somewhat fatigued body. At this moment, Li Mingyang had just finalized his physical training regimen, gazing at the once blank sheet now densely inscribed with content. Even he could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. Such a rigorous regimen, which relentlessly pushes the limits of one's physique, could surely only be adhered to by oneself with unwavering discipline. If this training plan were to be imposed upon any other individual, even the most elite athlete in the world, it would undoubtedly prove unsustainable for long. The demands of such a regimen would be nothing short of catastrophic for the body. However, for Li Mingyang, this plan was indeed perfectly tailored, integrating the knowledge he had diligently acquired over the past month, ensuring that every muscle and organ of his body would be thoroughly challenged, enabling his physique to strengthen at an extraordinary pace. He intended to embark on this training plan with an initial commitment of 100 days. Although the duration of daily training remained constant, the equipment used could be progressively intensified in accordance with his evolving physical capabilities. He firmly believed that after 100 days of rigorous training, his body would emerge in a state of unprecedented strength. This conviction reflected not only his faith in his own potential, but also in the effectiveness of his plan and his perseverance. If he aspired to become the strongest man in the world, this was no fantasy realm where innate talents could be invoked. He must be willing to pay the price of sweat and toil for such a title and goal. Even the name of this training plan came to him in an instant. Breakthrough limits in 100 days. With this thought, Li Mingyang could no longer remain seated. He decided to create a small prelude for the upcoming video content. He first took out his phone to meticulously capture images of his training plan, then hurriedly rode his mother's three-wheeled electric scooter to the warehouse he had just prepared. He meticulously filmed the various fitness equipment inside, and then, in a town over 1,000 kilometers away, a youthful enthusiast resembling a golden-haired lion awoke with a start at the sound of her phone's notification. Unprincipled boss, you promised me a long vacation, but now you wake me up in the middle of the night for overtime. What on earth is this? However, before Wang Yuqing's lament could conclude, her phone chimed once more with a cheerful notification, revealing a vibrant transfer of 200 yuan. Thank you, boss. You are so generous. I'll jump out of bed right now and guarantee your video will be edited within an hour. Li Mingyang thought to himself, I just sneezed. Could it be that someone is secretly cursing me? Wang Yuqing retorted, Who? Who would be so heartless as to insult such a great boss? They better not let me catch them, or I'll make sure their face is blooming with bruises. Chapter 61. The first day. Dad, as the live streaming assistant. By the way, my dear child, I've noticed you've been busying yourself in that warehouse of yours these past few days. What exactly are you up to? At the dining table of Li Mingyang's family, there exists no notion of silence during meals. Rather, it is a splendid opportunity for the family to engage in lively banter. It seems that if one does not share some gossip or converse during dinner, even the dishes on the table lose a fraction of their flavor. As the conversation meandered, it unexpectedly shifted to the topic of the warehouse recently rented by Li Mingyang. This mischievous lad has been rather secretive, piquing the curiosity of the older couple. What weighs heavily on their minds is what Li Mingyang had previously mentioned, that if circumstances permitted, he would be preparing to settle down here at home rather than venturing out again. While it is inevitable he will have to travel for work occasionally, the primary focus will remain in their hometown. Consequently, the couple harbors certain speculations regarding the purpose of this warehouse, believing it may very well pertain to their son's work arrangements here, or perhaps it is a preparation necessitated by his profession. Their inquiry is not driven by an insatiable desire for information. Rather, they wish to discern whether there are ways in which they might offer assistance. After all, if possible, no one desires to be separated with families scattered far and wide. It is a profound joy to harmonize work and life, to live in close proximity. There exists no greater happiness than this. Thus, the couple genuinely hopes to discover if they can be of help, truly wishing their son would consider centering his professional endeavors in their hometown. Naturally, all of this is contingent upon not jeopardizing Li Mingyang's future. Should there be no prospects for development in their locale, he must prioritize his career, although living together as a family brings immense joy. Such happiness must be underpinned by a certain material foundation. If the three of them were to subsist solely on meager rations, then even spending every hour of the day together would not guarantee a joyful existence. In any case, retirement for the older couple is not far off. They can always follow in their son's footsteps when the time comes. If Li Mingyang is in a big city, they might as well accompany him there, for the father's retirement pension should suffice. Regardless of which city they reside in, they can scrape by, and in places with lower costs of living, they might even thrive. As for now, I intend to create videos and live stream from home. As you know, my current work involves a nature that no longer captivates viewers with manual labor. Thus, I am contemplating a transition into the fitness realm. The warehouse is filled with various fitness equipment I have prepared over this period. I plan to seize the opportunity during my time at home to earnestly explore this endeavor. After all, fitness is rather ill-suited for the hustle and bustle of big cities, especially with my uniquely unconventional approach to it. In a bustling metropolis, the likelihood of being reported for disturbing the peace is quite high, not to mention the substantial increase in various associated costs. However, the situation is markedly different in our quaint little town, where renting a warehouse costs just over $10,000 a year, and there are ample open spaces available for use. Let us embark on this venture and see if it bears fruit. If not, we can always contemplate alternative strategies. Li Mingyang's explanation to his parents was a blend of truth and fabrication. While every word was genuine and reflected his innermost thoughts, his true intentions remained concealed. His endeavors were not merely for the sake of entertainment. Rather, they were aimed at fortifying his physique and laying a solid foundation for his pursuit of becoming the strongest man on earth. Has everything been arranged? Is there any area where assistance is required? Although his parents were somewhat unfamiliar with the realms of online, streaming, and short videos, they knew a fair number of people in this small town. Should any insurmountable issues arise, they believed they could provide substantial support. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang initially intended to decline, as he was on the verge of finalizing his own preparations. Once he carved out some time and set a specific date to officially commence his 100-day challenge to push his limits, he could begin. However, as the words formed on his lips, he hesitated, recalling that during the festive season, he might not receive help from his assistant. After all, he had just granted the assistant a holiday, allowing them to work from home, and it would be unreasonable to expect them to travel across the country. Li Mingyang pondered this and realized he was indeed lacking a live-streaming assistant. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, his eyes fervently fixed on his father. More accurately, he was focused on his father, whose profession as a teacher afforded him both summer and winter breaks, while his mother, despite the holiday season, was occupied with the family supermarket. Thus, aside from himself, his father was the only one truly available to assist him. Given his father's years of teaching experience and previous exposure to online classes, it seemed reasonable to assume that taking on the role of a modest live-streaming assistant would not prove too daunting. Hey, Dad, believe it or not, I do have a task that requires your assistance, and you are the most suitable candidate in our family." With that thought, Li Mingyang wore a mischievous smile. The image of his 50-something father being compelled to engage in live streaming was quite amusing to envision. Despite his father's initial reluctance upon hearing Li Mingyang's request, being a man of over 50, he was not particularly adept at such modern endeavors. The thought of holding up a phone and speaking to himself, all while being observed by thousands, tightened every muscle in his body. Even the soles of his shoes were on the verge of being worn through. Yet faced with the intense gaze of Li Mingyang and the deathly glare from his own wife beside him, Comrade Lao Li struggled for quite some time, but ultimately could not utter a word of refusal, silently nodding in agreement instead. With the passage of several days devoid of activity, Li Mingyang felt a growing restlessness, prompting him to embark on his plan at the break of dawn the following day. After all, if necessary, he could take a brief hiatus during the New Year's Eve and the first 2 days of the new year. Nonetheless, he was determined to engage in some physical activity and simultaneously familiarize himself with his exercise regimen. Thus, the next morning, while his father remained nestled in bed, Li Mingyang roused him from his slumber and, after handing him a phone, guided him, still somewhat dazed, to the warehouse. "Dad, don't be nervous. Just treat it like those online classes you used to attend. It's perfectly fine to feel a bit anxious and even struggle for words. Just ensure the camera is properly focused on me. After all, this is your first live stream, and it's all right if it doesn't go perfectly. The primary focus of the broadcast is your son's performance, so there is no need to feel pressured." Chapter 62. Is pulling an 800-pound tire for 10 kilometers merely a warm-up? Li Mingyang's thoughts were nothing short of perfect. By bringing his father along, he could not only have a live-streaming assistant, but also a tool for filming. Moreover, while engaging in strenuous exercise, he could also enjoy the amusing antics of his father, treating it as mere entertainment. However, to Li Mingyang's astonishment, his elderly father opened the broadcast with a thunderous welcome. "Welcome, everyone, to my little rascal's live stream." Initially, his father spoke with great vigor, but he soon became startled by the rapidly increasing viewer count in the live stream. He immediately lowered his voice, muttering to himself, unaware that he was still wearing a microphone. "Wow, why are there already thousands of viewers just after starting? Oh my, it's over 10,000 now. Goodness, in just a few minutes, so many people have tuned in. If this were a sales stream, how much profit could we make? What should I do?" Speaking in front of so many people for the first time is making me a bit nervous. I hope I don't make a fool of myself. It must be said that his father, Comrade Li, possessed a certain flair for live streaming. The moment he spoke, the barrage of comments in the chat became lively. "Oh, is that the old gentleman? He looks like a perfectly ordinary person. How could he possibly have produced someone as extraordinary as Yang? Is the old man even capable of speech? What? Clearly, he is our beloved friend and brother. Upstairs, are you not afraid of being caught by Yang in real life? With your little schemes, I can hear you even in Syria. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the genetic lineage of Yang Ji's family is indeed formidable. Although the old gentleman has aged somewhat, one can still see the striking resemblance to our Yang." The conversation in the live stream veered off track for quite some time until Li Mingyang could no longer contain himself. "Welcome, brothers in the live stream. I trust many of you are already aware of today's content. Indeed, we are embarking on a 100-day challenge to push our limits, officially commencing today. Of course, today can also be regarded as a trial version. It is primarily to familiarize ourselves with various exercises, especially since it is the festive season. However, even if today does not count, we should officially begin by the first or second day of the new year. My goal is quite straightforward. Through a rigorous 100-day regimen, I aim to discover the extent of my physical capabilities after this period. I believe many of you have seen the workout list I previously shared. I must emphasize that I do not recommend that ordinary individuals follow my regimen. This list is not a stepping stone to strength. Rather, it may serve as a harbinger of peril. The average person's body cannot withstand such high-intensity training, so I urge all my brothers to exercise the utmost caution." As Li Mingyang paused to catch his breath, he took a sip from his mineral water before continuing. "In this training regimen, I do not aspire to emulate those brawny musclemen who solely pursue strength and speed. In fact, One might say that rapid projection was never within my contemplation. This training is holistic, encompassing strength, speed, endurance, agility, and responsiveness across various dimensions. I will engage in sufficient training across nearly all disciplines, striving towards the development of a polymathic warrior. So, let us all eagerly anticipate what level my physical metrics will reach after this transformative 100-day journey. As Li Mingyang began to find his rhythm, the barrage of comments in the live stream gradually shifted focus, turning their attention to the array of hardcore equipment within the warehouse. Indeed, I now believe this is a pivotal 100 days of pushing limits. Just the sight of the various apparatus here sends shivers down my spine. By the way, is that enormous iron mass a barbell? If I'm not mistaken, it appears to be directly welded together. I would conservatively estimate its weight to be several hundred pounds. Although the other items may seem less refined, they exude an unmistakable wildness. The commentary from above seems overly cautious. I feel that any single piece of equipment here in my hands could potentially crush me. Li Mingyang paid little heed to the comments in the live stream. Instead, he quietly donned his training gear. Despite possessing the unique ability to recover fully at midnight, he did not wish to risk injury during his training. Even though all negative states would dissipate after midnight, he would have to endure any pain until then. Thus, in a bid for prudence, he diligently equipped himself with various professional sports attire. Although it is winter, the weather today is quite pleasant with the sun shining, making an ideal day for training. It is often said that the plans of a day are determined by the morning. So before we embark on high-intensity exercises, we must first warm up. Therefore, today's training regimen will commence with a 10-kilometer warm-up. Upon hearing this, the live stream erupted with diverse comments. Is this it? After just a few days, Brother Yang has reached this level? We expected some grand maneuver, but it's merely a 10-kilometer run. Once this 10-kilometer is completed, who among us cannot manage it? Observing the critical remarks from the live stream, Li Mingyang refrained from lengthy explanations and merely directed the camera towards a massive tire behind him. Ordinary running will not yield the optimal warm-up effect. So for our 10 kilometers today, I intend to drag this 800-pound tire behind me. Chapter 63, The Stubborn Father. Once upon a time, with a remarkable display of strength, Li Mingyang secured an exaggeratedly large tire to his waist with a rope and effortlessly dragged it to the entrance. After executing a few simple stretching exercises, he was ready to commence his workout for the day. At that moment, to his astonishment, he discovered his father standing beside him, casually holding a mobile phone. "Wait, Dad, are you really planning to run 10 kilometers while holding that phone?" Li Mingyang's tone was filled with incredulity. It wasn't that he looked down upon his aging father. Rather, he knew him all too well. Running 10 kilometers might not pose a significant challenge for him, even with the added weight of a hefty tire. However, for his father's physique, keeping pace for that distance was quite another story. Even walking 10 kilometers would likely exhaust the old man. Yet, it seemed that Li Mingyang's unabashed gaze had struck a nerve with his father, who defiantly replied, "What? It's just a mere 10 kilometers." Back in my youth, hearing that familiar opening line, Li Mingyang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Setting aside the questionable authenticity of that claim, he couldn't help but note that his father was now a man in his 50s, still clinging to the notion of his youthful prowess. "Dad, you've already acknowledged that those were the days of your youth. Now that you're older, it's best not to push yourself too hard. The most critical thing is that if you tire yourself out today, who will assist me with the live stream tomorrow?" At this point, Li Mingyang gestured towards his mother's three-wheeled electric scooter, clearly indicating that it would be wiser for his father to ride that instead. Faced with his son's dismissive and perfunctory attitude, his father felt a surge of indignation, but quickly remembered that this was a daunting 10 kilometers. Only the young would stubbornly insist on such things. A truly mature man knows the limits of his body. Thus, though his father's expression bore a hint of humor, he obediently mounted the electric scooter, affixing the phone to the holder above. After adjusting the angle, he trailed behind Li Mingyang, ensuring he could capture the young man's athletic endeavors on camera. With a thunderous roar, the 800-pound tire, under the strain of Li Mingyang's efforts, seemed as light as a feather. not hindering his movements in the slightest. Maintaining a steady pace from the outset, he ran several kilometers without any sign of slowing down. If it weren't for the jarring noise of the tires scraping against the gravel, one might suspect that the entire scene was fabricated. Moreover, his father appeared to be cognizant of the potential skepticism, occasionally slowing the scooter to capture the distinct marks left by the tire on the ground. Let me tell you, this rascal has undoubtedly inherited my robust physique. In my younger days, I wouldn't have flinched at merely 10 kilometers. With such a massive tire pulling me along for an entire day, I find myself utterly unexhausted. I must say, whether it's due to this live broadcast unlocking some extraordinary switch in Old Li, I cannot tell. However, from the initial shyness to now, in just half an hour, this little old man has become audacious enough to boast unabashedly in front of the audience. Although nearly everyone online is aware that he is exaggerating, the atmosphere and effect within a live stream are surprisingly delightful. Uncle is right. Your generation indeed endured great hardships. You were forged in the crucible of adversity, scaling mountains and traversing rooftops even while pursuing your education. It's no wonder the youth of today cannot compare to those of yesteryears. Our parents' generation, after all, emerged through immense struggles. What the folks upstairs have said resonates with me. I believe our generation should earnestly learn from these venerable predecessors. Who could argue otherwise? I recall my father effortlessly shouldering burdens of 400 to 500 pounds and simply walking away with them. The rhetoric of Old Li is all too familiar to the viewers in the live stream, especially to the older relatives who enjoy indulging in a drink or two. After each gathering, such topics invariably arise, as if in their narratives, they were all agile heroes leaping across rooftops or extreme athletes. Merely surviving to this day is a remarkable feat in itself. Now, hearing that Li Mingyang's father employs the same expressions, the viewers cannot help but tease him in good spirits. There is little malice in their banter. They simply find joy in the amusement of it all. Naturally, Old Li is aware of the conversation in the live stream and understands the sentiments of these viewers. After all, he had observed Li Mingyang's expressions clearly when he spoke those words in front of his son. Nonetheless, Old Li remains unperturbed. As he would say, idleness is not preferable, so why not amuse these young folks in a live stream? To the brothers in the live stream, if anyone feels that ordinary warm-ups fail to provide adequate exercise, and if you believe your strength is sufficient, you may find my earlier warm-up method worth emulating. Since our own body weight may no longer pose a challenge, we might as well enlist some external assistance, regardless of how rudimentary the tools may be. As long as they aid us in strengthening our physique, any enhancement is worthwhile. A distance of 10 kilometers is roughly equivalent to running 2 laps around the small town. With Li Mingyang's extraordinary stamina, he managed to accomplish this daunting task in just over an hour. Upon returning to the warehouse, he first wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, then downed nearly half a bottle of mineral water. Only after this did he address the audience in the live stream with a teasing tone, exclaiming, "Excellent, I've mastered it. I've truly mastered it. I am grateful to the host for their guidance. Had it not been for their words, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that running 10 kilometers could enable one to pull an 800-pound tire. I find that the weight of 800 pounds is somewhat on the lighter side. Perhaps I should attach a semi-trailer behind me instead." It must be said that the viewers in the live stream possess a certain wit, as even the legendary time-traveling artifact, the semi-trailer, has made an appearance. Chapter 64. The attention of a former Asian heavyweight champion. Gentlemen, now that we have completed our warm-up, it is time to proceed to the next segment. This particular exercise is one that many of you may have heard of. It is undoubtedly the finest choice for cultivating explosive power and strength. Solely focusing on strength training can yield rigid muscles devoid of agility. Hence, it is imperative to ensure that one possesses formidable strength while also maintaining sufficient explosiveness. Numerous fitness experts have devised various methodologies, but when it comes to the simplest yet most effective technique, it is undoubtedly the one we are about to witness. As he spoke, Li Mingyang drew over the tire with which he had just completed a strenuous 10 kilometers run. Simultaneously, he sprinted to the corner of the warehouse to retrieve an oversized iron hammer, an object whose sheer weight was nothing short of astonishing. This hammer was significantly larger than the enormous ones typically seen on construction sites, clearly custom-made, and not a commercially available model. After all, it is unlikely that an average person could handle such a heavy implement, which, by mere observation, must weigh at least 20 pounds, and it is quite possible that it exceeds 30 pounds. Li Mingyang meticulously showcased this impressive hammer within the livestream. Upon seeing it, many viewers likely realized that the sport he referred to was none other than tire smashing with a hammer. This was not a fanciful invention of the host. Rather, this training method is widely employed by boxers, especially those in the heavyweight division, who engage in several hours of tire training almost daily to ensure they possess fierce explosiveness. Of course, there are various other training regimens, but tire smashing is undoubtedly one of the most quintessential. The hammer in my possession is a custom-made piece, weighing exactly 30 pounds. To validate his claim, Li Mingyang brought out an electronic scale and placed the hammer upon it. The scale read 30.03 pounds. This glaring number substantiated Li Mingyang's assertions and effectively silenced any detractors in the livestream. As Li Mingyang officially prepared to commence his tire training, an individual of considerable significance quietly entered the livestream. At first glance, one would never suspect that this seemingly unremarkable, albeit somewhat unattractive, stout man was once a heavyweight champion. Though merely the Asian heavyweight champion, he held considerable weight in the domestic boxing arena. Had it not been for an unfortunate incident that left him with a limp, his name might still shine brightly in today's boxing history. In fact, Wang Daniyu had been following Li Mingyang for quite some time. After all, Li Mingyang's extraordinary physical talent certainly caught the attention of many professionals, and could indeed be described as dazzling. Among us is the former Asian heavyweight boxing champion, whose name may seem unassuming, yet he is one of those professionals who quietly observes Li Mingyang. In fact, Wang Daniyu's concern for Li Mingyang surpasses that of many others, for he perceives vast potential within him. This stems from the remarkable transformation of Li Mingyang's physique, which seems to strengthen visibly on a daily basis. The once relatively short and slender Li Mingyang appears to have undergone a second growth spurt recently, now nearing an impressive height of 1.9 meters. Although Wang Daniyu has not measured him precisely, his keen eye, honed over years in the sports industry, assures him that Li Mingyang's height is undoubtedly around that mark. Should he continue to grow a few more centimeters, coupled with Li Mingyang's advantageous wingspan and remarkable physical prowess, the mere thought of such possibilities sends a surge of warmth through Wang Daniyu's once icy veins. However, perhaps due to the limited demonstrations from Li Mingyang thus far, Wang Daniyu has refrained from approaching him hastily. Yet today, upon witnessing Li Mingyang preparing for his hammer training, Wang Daniyu could not suppress his intrigue. Initially intending to merely observe and then attend to his own affairs, he found himself captivated by the exaggerated weight of the hammer, halting his steps. With a resounding thud, before Wang Daniyu could process his complex thoughts, Li Mingyang had already commenced his vigorous workout in the live stream. Although Li Mingyang had not previously engaged in such training, he was no stranger to the concept of wielding a hammer. Surely, few rural children have not experienced the weight of a university education. After all, with undeniable force, he brought the hammer down, and as it struck the tire, the powerful rebound was accompanied by a dull thud, causing the heavy hammer to bounce back up, nearly slipping from Li Mingyang's grip. Fortunately, the rigorous training he had undergone was not in vain. He quickly regained control of the hammer with his exceptional physique. Witnessing this somewhat comical scene, Wang Daniyu, seated on the sofa with a keen gaze fixed on the live stream, could not help but smile, albeit with a somewhat fearsome expression due to his dark and somewhat menacing features. As thousands of viewers watched, Li Mingyang's technique with the hammer visibly matured. The 30-plus kilogram hammer seemed to gain momentum in Li Mingyang's hands, with each strike causing the exaggerated tire beneath to deform to its limits. Moreover, under the clever display by old Li, the camera captured not only the extreme deformation of the tire with each blow, but also the once solid concrete floor trembling in response to the relentless force. The ordinary netizens in the live stream could not help but gasp in astonishment, their faces awash with bewilderment, as they gained a deeper understanding of the phrase, "a beast in human skin." Even those unacquainted with the nuances of the situation were equally struck, let alone Wang Daniyu. who had been closely following Li Mingyang. Witnessing such exaggerated strength and formidable explosive power, Wang Danyu's eyes nearly brimmed with tears, and he could not contain his excitement, rising from the sofa in sheer exhilaration. This was the talent he, Wang Danyu, had been searching for all these years. Chapter 65. Height and physique are further developing. Only Wang Danyu understands the profound regret that lingered in his heart after the unfortunate incident of that fateful year. He could have been regarded as a burgeoning star on the heavyweight boxing scene in his homeland, having already ascended to the pinnacle of Asia, poised to conquer the world. Yet, just as everything seemed within reach, calamity struck. A car accident resulted in a shattering fracture of his right knee, and despite enlisting the world as foremost orthopedic surgeon and residing in the finest hospital, the nature of such an injury could not be wholly remedied, especially in that era. Consequently, without exception, this once promising star plummeted from the heavens like a meteor within mere months. As memories of those bygone days flooded back, Wang Danyu felt the sting of tears welling in his eyes, and his fists clenched instinctively. After all these years, he had nearly come to terms with reality. The inherent characteristics of his physique were undeniable. Perhaps in the lighter weight classes, the odds might have favored him, as individuals from his nation possessed a confidence that they could match anyone. However, in the heavyweight division, the disparities in physicality became glaringly apparent. Whether he acknowledged it or not, it was indeed challenging for someone of his lineage to emerge as a gifted contender in that arena, even with sufficient height and weight. Other attributes were far from ideal. For years, Wang Danyu had dedicated himself to uncovering a promising talent, someone who could inherit his legacy. Yet after all this time, both online and offline, he had failed to discover even a single young individual whose natural gifts could rival his own. As the years advanced, whether one might describe it as self-abandonment or enlightenment, Wang Danyu had ceased to persist in training. Much like Thor after the events of Avengers: Infinity War, his physique had visibly deteriorated, accumulating excess weight at an alarming rate. Now he had transformed into a formidable-looking, stout figure, a far cry from the fierce presence he once embodied when he first stormed the boxing ring like a T-Rex. However, from this point forward, all that was behind him, for he had finally discovered the individual he had been yearning to find for the past decade or two. None other than Li Mingyang from the video. Although Wang Danyu had previously kept a close watch on Li Mingyang, the latter's height and weight had not quite met expectations at that time. Now, having witnessed the remarkable strength Li Mingyang possessed, Wang Danyu sincerely believed that even if Li Mingyang's physique could only develop to a certain extent, with such exceptional natural talent and a commitment to training over time, this young man would undoubtedly carve out his own path on the stage and showcase the prowess of their nation. Moreover, based on Wang Danyu's estimations, Li Mingyang's physical development was unlikely to cease, whether in strength or other aspects. Li Mingyang seems to possess a wealth of untapped potential. During the period that Wang Danyu has been closely observing him, Li Mingyang has consistently demonstrated a remarkable and visible rate of improvement. Not only has there been no indication of slowdown, but with the continuous acquisition and enhancement of specialized knowledge, the pace at which Li Mingyang is growing stronger is accelerating. It is evident that he has yet to reach the limits of his physical capabilities. Contemplating this, Wang Danyu can no longer contain his excitement, and, upon witnessing Li Mingyang's current training regimen, feels compelled to voice his criticism. The methods are rudimentary, far too rudimentary. How can such extraordinary physical talent be honed through such simplistic and brute force training techniques? Although these methods are indeed more effective than ordinary exercises, they lack the targeted focus required to truly forge him into an invincible weapon on the arena. It might have sufficed in the past, but now that Wang Danyu has set his mind to it, he cannot simply stand by and watch any longer. Without even taking the time to tidy up, he hastily rummages through his wardrobe, stuffing a few sets of clothes into his suitcase. He promptly books the nearest flight to Li Mingyang's location. Despite Li Mingyang possessing extraordinary abilities, he indeed pushes himself with remarkable intensity. After completing all his training tasks for the day, the clock approaches 10 in the evening. Even with such an extraordinary physique, He is utterly exhausted, lying on the ground in a state of utter fatigue, disregarding any semblance of dignity as he gasped for breath. Observing this scene, neither his father nearby nor the viewers in the live stream ridicule him. After all, they have witnessed Li Mingyang's relentless training from the morning onward, completing one grueling exercise after another, which they deem exceedingly demanding. If they were to reflect honestly, they would realize that they would struggle to complete even a single one of these tasks. Yet Li Mingyang, under their watchful eyes, has persevered through every challenge, even at the cost of collapsing from exhaustion. In that moment, a profound sense of admiration fills the hearts of all witnesses. I have a premonition that the achievements of this streamer will undoubtedly extend far beyond what is currently visible. With such unwavering determination, given the right platform and opportunity to showcase his abilities, he is destined to soar to great heights. In other live streams, if a viewer were to express such sentiments, it would likely be followed by a chorus of detractors, with comments like "how much per post?" or "count me in," flooding the chat. However, in Li Mingyang's live stream, not only is there an absence of such negativity, but almost all viewers instinctively resonate with this sentiment. It is often said that genius is composed of 99 perspiration and 1 inspiration, while many argue that without that elusive 1 of inspiration, the 99 of hard work may seem futile. It is undeniable that without the 99 of diligent effort, even the most gifted individual cannot radiate their unique brilliance. In the eyes of those around him, Li Mingyang undoubtedly embodies a prodigious talent, marked by both extraordinary aptitude and relentless dedication. The future accomplishments of this young man are a subject of speculation, even among netizens who hesitate to draw definitive conclusions, as they ponder his potential trajectory and realize that no matter where he may land, they would not be particularly astonished. "Son, it's about time you got up. Lying around after strenuous exercise is not good for your health. You should get moving," his father remarked, having quietly observed him throughout the day. "By the way, I don't know if you've noticed, but it seems your clothes have shrunk again. Could it be that your second growth spurt is still in full swing? You seem to have grown quite a bit taller than before." Upon standing up, Li Mingyang, caught off guard by his father's words, began to realize that, indeed, his garments felt considerably tighter than usual. Chapter 66. The Challenge of True Men. Welcome to the reality check. Evidently, these garments were purchased only a few months ago, prompted by my sudden surge in height and weight. Yet, how is it that I find myself confronted with yet another growth spurt? It is unmistakable that they seem somewhat shorter now. I am acutely aware of my weight gain, particularly given the high-intensity workouts I engage in daily, coupled with my specific dietary choices. If my physique were not to increase in size, that would indeed be alarming. However, I did not foresee that my height might have surged once more. While I had been dissatisfied with my previous height of 176 centimeters, the second measurement brought me a sense of contentment. Yet, should this relentless growth continue, the prospect of transforming into a hulking figure akin to the Hulk sent a chill down my spine. Such a physique would be excessively exaggerated and rather foolish, which is far from my aspirations. Nonetheless, regardless of my desires, I find myself powerless to alter this state unless I cease my rigorous training and physical exertion. Yet, compared to that option, I would rather embrace the notion of evolving into a formidable beast akin to the Hulk. The mere fact that my condition does not adversely affect my health and potentially bestows upon me superhuman physical capabilities is enticing. Most importantly, if I were to achieve such a form, any endeavor I undertake would surely yield a fortune, even if my physique appears peculiar compared to the average individual. The abundance of wealth at my disposal would render my life far more lavish than that of ordinary folk. I truly had not noticed this before, but upon reflection, I too perceive it now. Since we have the equipment at hand, why not measure my height and weight to ascertain my current statistics? As I instinctively scratched the back of my head and glanced upwards, the once loose clothing now clung to me like a second skin. The pronounced biceps seemed poised to burst forth from the sleeves at any moment. Witnessing this transformation, both my father and the viewers in the live stream could not help but raise their eyebrows in astonishment. Reflecting on the physique I possessed when I first started my video account, the rapid metamorphosis is quite striking. if I was once a fresh-faced young man. The current iteration of Li Mingyang, while still handsome, now resembles a fierce beast radiating aggression. An aura of overwhelming dominance emanates from my being. Measuring my height and weight is a straightforward task, taking less than a minute. In no time, I have acquired the latest data regarding my physique, and both my father and I are in agreement. I have indeed grown significantly taller. I now stand at over 1.9 meters, reaching an impressive height of 191 centimeters. However, the most astonishing aspect is not the change in height, but rather Li Ming's weight. If his previous weight could still be considered within a normal range, now Li Mingyang, one could only describe him as a ferocious beast clad in human skin. Although his physique appears robust, one would hardly anticipate that he weighs a staggering 121 kilograms. Converted, that amounts to a hefty 241 gene. In just a few months, his weight has surged by several dozen gene, explaining why his former garments have suddenly become rather snug. Even though his bone density and muscle density have improved, such a significant increase in weight inevitably contributes to a more imposing stature. This is truly remarkable. It seems that no other suitable adjective could encapsulate this transformation. Such a physique combined with such weight is nothing short of extraordinary. It is not an exaggeration to assert that the physical strength of the streamer has undoubtedly surpassed that of an average human. To be candid, had I not witnessed his gradual progression, I would have suspected that he was secretly using steroids. Those who claim otherwise must be blind. What kind of steroids could sculpt such a physique? The rigid, uninspired muscles observed elsewhere are entirely different from the explosive and dynamic musculature exhibited by the streamer. As for the discussions within the live stream, Li Mingyang paid them no mind, calmly signaling to his father to terminate the broadcast. Having already streamed for over 10 hours today, the duration of his work was more than sufficient, even exceeding expectations. Were it not for his exhaustion and the inopportune timing, Li Mingyang would have been inclined to test his current physical data, eager to see how much he has progressed since his last assessment. While he has yet to conduct the test, a sense of intuition suggests he has made considerable advancements. Nonetheless, he has firmly resolved that any future data testing will not be live-streamed. His prior physical assessment was already astonishing, with several figures nearing world records. Given his substantial improvements now, he worries that continuing to test publicly may lead to an unfortunate fate, wherein he could vanish from the world and become a living specimen in some concealed laboratory. Excellent. Today's video editing is quite commendable, especially the title. I admire it. I must say the efficiency of my assistant is impressive. Even without my directives, they promptly sent over the edited footage from today's live stream. At the forefront is an eye-catching title, Real Man Challenge, Come and Test Your Mettle. Following that, the video showcases Li Mingyang's highlight moments during training, serving as a compilation of his finest achievements, complemented by exhilarating background music. Even Li Mingyang, the very person who experienced it firsthand, felt an irresistible urge to undertake another round of training after watching it. After transferring a bonus of 500 yuan to his assistant, Li Mingyang eagerly posted the video on his account. In his heart, he harbored a faint anticipation that perhaps someone would actually come knocking to challenge him after seeing the title. Engaging in a bit of light-hearted competition could indeed be quite amusing. Chapter 67. The Uninvited Guest, the Corpulent Man, Be My Disciple. While Li Mingyang lay soundly asleep in his bed, on the other side, Wang Daniu had just disembarked from a direct flight to the provincial capital. To ascend to the ranks of elite professional boxers, Wang Daniu's character is far from that of an indecisive individual. Having resolved to personally persuade a talent like Li Mingyang, he coveted the opportunity to mentor this unrefined gem. He understood that to achieve this, he must exhibit the requisite attitude and prowess. Making a personal visit was merely the first step. Wang Daniu was confident that, bolstered by his past accolades and an extensive reservoir of professional knowledge, securing Li Mingyang as his apprentice would pose no challenge. Furthermore, he discerned from Li Mingyang's training regimen that the young man harbored aspirations within the realm of boxing. The diverse elements of his training seemed meticulously designed to prepare him for the rigors of the ring. It is unlikely that a typical fitness influencer would adopt such an eclectic training plan, nor strive to become a versatile fighter devoid of weaknesses. This training plan led Wang Daniu to conclude that Li Mingyang possessed a genuine ambition for combat sports, prompting his decision to pursue the young man fervently. In his eagerness, he barely took the time to gather his belongings, hastily purchasing a last-minute flight ticket. Xingyang Town? Gazing at the location displayed on his phone's navigation, Wang Daniu noted that, despite the late hour, no direct buses remained to the small town. However, as a once prominent professional boxer, he had retained a measure of astuteness post-injury. Or perhaps it was merely fortuitous luck. The deeply ingrained entrepreneurial spirit of his compatriots had motivated him to invest his savings in numerous properties, which, over the span of a decade, had appreciated significantly, affording him ample financial resources. His monthly rental income alone amounted to a considerable sum. How much for a ride to this place? I'll cover your fare for the day. Would 800 yuan suffice? Though wealthy, Wang Daniu was no fool. The navigation indicated that the journey would take approximately 3 hours each way, with a total time of 6 to 7 hours, including breaks for meals. Even at a leisurely pace, 8 hours would be ample. After accounting for travel and fuel expenses, the 800 yuan fare would still yield a profit of around 400 yuan for the driver. Dad, let us go. Your performance as my livestream assistant yesterday was commendable. Today, we shall strive for excellence again. Under the scrutinizing gaze of old Li, who wore a complex expression, Li Mingyang set off with unbridled enthusiasm toward the warehouse, seemingly unfazed. Previously, old Li had harbored concerns about his son's rigorous training and its potential toll on his health. However, now, witnessing Li Mingyang, who appeared utterly exhausted last night, rejuvenated this morning, devoid of any trace of fatigue, one cannot help but feel a profound sense of recognition towards the earlier comment made by old Li regarding his son's exceptional abilities. Here it comes again. Although such scenes are not unfamiliar, each time one observes the broadcaster, it evokes a sense of disbelief regarding their humanity. After enduring an extraordinary training regimen yesterday, to see him fully revitalized merely overnight is astonishing. Is such physical prowess truly attainable by an ordinary human? As the clock struck 8:30 a.m., under old Li's adept guidance, the livestream commenced swiftly. The moment the camera focused on the vibrant Li Mingyang, the audience could not restrain their remarks. Almost every normal individual has experienced profound fatigue, typically resulting in sore muscles upon waking the next day. Yet, in Li Mingyang, these common manifestations seem to be entirely absent, leading to the conclusion that his physical gifts are indeed remarkable. As per tradition, today commenced with a 10 kilometers warm-up. Upon rising, Li Mingyang distinctly felt a considerable enhancement in his physique compared to yesterday, affirming that the training regimen he devised for himself is exceptionally suitable. Thus, his enthusiasm for training today surged even higher than the previous day, his face radiating an eagerness that was palpable. In a matter of moments, he secured the tire ropes around his waist, greeted the livestream audience, and prepared to embark on his training for the day. However, at that moment, an unexpected guest appeared at the warehouse entrance. "Hello, may I assist you?" The imposing figure took Li Mingyang by surprise, prompting him to instinctively communicate in Mandarin, as the visitor's physique seemed far beyond that typical of their community. The towering stature, likely nearing 2 meters, coupled with an impressively robust build, was unmistakable. While visible layers of fat adorned his belly and face, beneath them, the outlines of powerful muscles subtly hinted at their presence with every movement. This was no ordinary overweight individual. In an instant, Li Mingyang reached a conclusion in his mind. "Hello, you must be Li Mingyang. I am here to speak with you. I hope you have some time for a discussion." At this point, Wang Daniu seemed to recollect something and quickly added, "By the way, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Daniu, and I was a professional boxer. If you have any doubts, feel free to search for my name online. Relevant information should be available." Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang did not hesitate and promptly pulled out his phone to conduct a search right in front of him. Amidst the lively atmosphere of the streaming room, numerous viewers mirrored similar actions, for the imposing middle-aged man before them was evidently no ordinary individual. Although his demeanor did not suggest he was there to provoke. The age-old adage holds true: to know oneself and 1's adversary is to ensure victory in 100 battles. Gaining further insight into this individual could only be advantageous. Suddenly, an exclamation of astonishment escaped from Li Mingyang's lips. With wide-eyed amazement, he fixed his gaze upon the rotund figure before him. Despite the extra flesh that had altered the contours of his face, Li Mingyang could still recognize the rugged features reminiscent of a younger visage. "Are you Wang Danyu, the heavyweight champion of Asia?" The one heralded over a decade ago as the most promising Asian contender to break into the world boxing arena? Upon witnessing the surprise etched across Li Mingyang's face, Wang Danyu couldn't help but exhibit a hint of pride. Though he had transformed into a portly figure, his youth was marked by illustrious achievements. Yet, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed his countenance as memories of a fateful accident surfaced. However, this sadness swiftly dissipated upon encountering Li Mingyang, for Wang Danyu perceived a remarkable talent in him. If he himself had once harbored dreams of entering the global boxing stage, Li Mingyang appeared destined to claim the coveted championship belt. Indeed, those were merely remnants of the past. The reason I have taken the liberty to intrude upon you today is to pose a singular question at this juncture. Wang Danyu hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately mustered the courage to voice his request. "Li Mingyang, would you be my disciple?" Chapter 68. The former emperor's venture into boxing. At this juncture, Wang Danyu, fearing that Li Mingyang might decline, hastened to elaborate further. "I can discern the significance behind your training regimen. If I am not mistaken, you harbor a certain yearning for boxing, do you not? Take, for instance, yesterday's exercise of swinging a sledgehammer to strike a tire. As you aptly noted, that is a workout predominantly undertaken by boxers. Moreover, such training methods were quite prevalent in our era, and many other exercises bear the unmistakable imprint of boxing techniques. Since you entertain aspirations in this domain, and I possess a modicum of skill, while I cannot profess to accompany you to the very end, I could at least serve as a mentor to guide you into this world." Upon concluding his words, Wang Danyu fixated anxiously on Li Mingyang's expression, dreading the possibility of rejection. Li Mingyang represented Wang Danyu's last flicker of hope. Should Li Mingyang refuse, he pondered deeply, there could scarcely be a more fitting candidate than the person before him. Simultaneously, the viewers in the live stream began to take note of the unfolding situation. They had previously found it peculiar that Li Mingyang abruptly commenced these training exercises. Although visually striking, the tedious nature of the workouts lacked the entertainment value of his earlier videos. After all, even the most exhilarating spectacles tend to lose their charm upon repeated viewing, leading to a sense of aesthetic fatigue and mediocrity. To many fans, Li Mingyang's choice was perplexing, yet upon hearing Wang Danyu's words, the realization dawned upon them. No wonder. For Li Mingyang aspired to pursue boxing. After a moment of bewilderment, the viewers became inexplicably animated. They had envisioned numerous potential paths for Li Mingyang's development. Yet they never anticipated that the anchor they initially supported for his laborious feats would one day step into the ring. Furthermore, it was the former Asian boxing champion who had taken the initiative to offer his mentorship to Li Mingyang. Though they had grown accustomed to witnessing Li Mingyang's extraordinary physique and talent, it was still a momentous occasion that Wang Danyu was the first professional to approach him. At that instant, an odd sense of pride burgeoned within nearly every viewer in the live stream, akin to witnessing a cherished pet transform into a military dog. Such a comparison might be somewhat inapt, yet it encapsulated the feeling of seeing someone they had watched grow suddenly achieve remarkable success. As Li Mingyang remained silent, the viewers in the live stream began to feel anxious. "What are you waiting for, anchor? Hurry up and accept his offer." Although our Asian champion has not been active in the boxing scene for many years, it was due to unforeseen circumstances. The host, "We have thoroughly investigated the other party's background, and indeed, they are a rare talent. If it weren't for an unfortunate accident, host, what are you still hesitating for? Such an excellent opportunity lies before you, yet you seem oblivious to its significance." Li Mingyang paid little attention to the sparse comments in the live chat. Instead, he remained fixated on the imposing figure of Wang Danyu. Having gleaned some information about this man, Li Mingyang recognized him as an exceptional talent. In the realm of heavyweight boxing, it was clear that few could rival him in this country. Now, the sudden appearance of such an industry heavyweight, offering to take him on as a disciple, felt akin to a pie falling from the sky and landing on his head. Yet, Li Mingyang was acutely aware of the adage, there are no free lunches in this world. This was not a matter to be agreed upon lightly. He needed to understand what Wang Daniyu truly sought from him. Although endowed with considerable physical talent, Li Mingyang believed that even without a professional coach, he could gradually ascend to the pinnacle of his sport. After all, the saying that sheer strength can overcome technique was not without merit. As long as he continued to improve, he could indeed surpass even the most seasoned of mentors. However, if he were to rashly agree without due consideration, he might find himself entrapped in a web of convoluted contracts. Such cautionary tales abound, and Li Mingyang resolved to exercise prudence. Why have you sought me out? Please be specific about your intentions, he finally inquired after a lengthy contemplation. Upon hearing this, Wang Daniyu reflected on his approach and recognized that his abrupt visit might have aroused Li Mingyang's wariness. Amidst a mix of amusement and relief, Wang Daniyu appreciated that the competition in the boxing ring was not merely about physical prowess. In this industry, each step could potentially lead one into a carefully laid trap. Possessing such vigilance was indeed a virtue. You need not worry. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. In fact, I am not in need of money. My reason for approaching you is to fulfill a long-held aspiration. The world of boxing has been dominated by Caucasians and Africans, and I long to witness a heavyweight champion of our own Asian descent. I had nearly given up on this dream, but then I stumbled upon your footage online. I must say, your talent is unparalleled, the best I have ever encountered. Thus, despite the abruptness of my approach, I chose to seek you out. Chapter 69, Coach. Another physical test. Upon hearing these words, Li Mingyang had to concede that the hefty figure before him was indeed a remarkable talent, and the sincerity he demonstrated was genuinely substantial. Traveling such a great distance to personally seek him out, all for the purpose of recruiting someone like him, was no small feat. However, when it came to the notion of apprenticeship that the other party mentioned, Li Mingyang felt no inclination whatsoever. In this day and age, the traditional master-disciple relationship seemed rather antiquated. With an elderly gentleman at home, a father figure already in his life, Li Mingyang had no desire to seek out another paternal presence to impose upon him. Thus, he decided to address him as Uncle Wang. After all, given the considerable age difference and the fact that he had come to him, it felt appropriate. Li Mingyang was genuinely touched by Uncle Wang's initiative to travel so far to seek him out, and he appreciated the recognition. However, he firmly stated that he had never contemplated the idea of becoming a disciple. Perhaps it was simply the nature of the 21st century, coupled with the fact that he had grown accustomed to the freedom of being an only child in his family. He found it somewhat difficult to accept overly stringent supervision. Although the prospect of having such a formidable professional boxer as a mentor was indeed enticing, certainly a far superior option to his current haphazard training, Li Mingyang was confident in his ability to forge his own path. Even without a top-tier coach, he had a personal plan in mind to first strengthen his physique. And regarding technical matters, he could always seek out a professional coach for one-on-one instruction once he had accumulated sufficient resources. After all, the only barrier would be the financial aspect, and he was not lacking in that regard at the moment. While he wouldn't claim to be financially free or exceedingly wealthy, he could certainly afford to hire a few professional coaches. Upon hearing this, Wang Daniyu was momentarily taken aback, surprised at his sudden rejection. However, he quickly realized that his earlier words may have been somewhat ambiguous. The concept of a master has deep historical roots within the country, and for the younger generation, the idea of a master can indeed feel like an overwhelming burden. Therefore, it was understandable that Li Mingyang would outright refuse his offer upon hearing it. Nonetheless, Wang Daniyu felt compelled to clarify that Li Mingyang had misunderstood his intentions. He had no desire to exert dominance over anyone. His sole aim in approaching Li Mingyang was to appreciate his innate talent and to impart some technical guidance. Ultimately, Wang Daniyu's aspiration was simply to witness a heavyweight boxer of their ethnicity shine on the international stage, establishing a true dominance in the heavyweight arena. His intentions were purely to contribute to that goal, without any expectation of gaining anything in return from Li Mingyang. No, you have misunderstood. Perhaps my earlier excitement led to a lack of clarity in my expression. My visit today is not genuinely aimed at taking you on as a disciple. Rather, I simply wish to assist you. You may perceive me as a complimentary coach who has come to your doorstep. In both your regular training and your future endeavors, whether in life or competition, your own opinions will always take precedence. I will merely serve as a supportive presence, offering suggestions while ensuring that I never interfere with your choices. After saying this, Wang Daniyu, concerned that Li Mingyang might misinterpret his intentions, hurriedly added a few more words. Let us make a pact. Allow me to remain by your side to help you devise a comprehensive training plan. I shall unreservedly share all the knowledge I possess with you, and should you ever find anything displeasing during this process, feel free to voice your concerns or even dismiss me at any moment. How does that sound? You may regard me as a typical coach or any other role you deem fit. Witnessing this scene, not only Li Mingyang, but even the viewers in the live stream were left astonished. Could this truly be the formidable figure who once dominated the boxing arena over a decade ago, known by titles such as Tyrant of the Ring and Fierce Beast? Why did he appear so humble before Li Mingyang? Indeed, the term humble feels somewhat gentle. Many who observed this moment instinctively thought of a more colloquial term: simpering sycophant. While it may seem inappropriate to use such language here, it remarkably encapsulates Wang Daniyu's current demeanor. Upon hearing this and observing the sincere expression on Wang Daniyu's face, Li Mingyang contemplated briefly and realized that this arrangement posed no detriment to him. Indeed, it could only yield benefits. Gaining the assistance of such a prominent figure would undoubtedly spare him from numerous missteps, all while imposing no additional constraints upon him. This aligns perfectly with Li Mingyang's own plans and expectations. Moreover, given that the other party had articulated their intentions so clearly, refusing would only portray him as inconsiderate. After all, this was an opportunity for free, top-tier expertise being offered to him. How could he let it pass? Very well then, from now on, shall I address you as Coach Wang? Or perhaps simply Uncle Wang, as that feels more endearing. With the conversation having reached this point, it was only fitting that Wang Daniyu would take charge of my training regimen moving forward. Wang Daniyu had laid out such a generous offer, and Li Mingyang naturally did not hesitate to say a few kind words to honor the gesture. Upon hearing that Li Mingyang had finally agreed, Wang Daniyu could not suppress a hearty laugh, and even his eyes involuntarily glistened with a hint of moisture. Well, you may address me as you wish, Mingyang. However, I do have some thoughts regarding the training regimen. The training plan of a professional boxer is not static. It must be adjusted according to the varying states of one's physical condition. Therefore, our immediate priority is to conduct a comprehensive physical assessment of Mingyang. Once I acquire the specific data, I can devise a well-rounded training plan tailored to your current physical metrics. At this juncture, Wang Daniyu felt an urge to comment on Li Mingyang's previous training arrangements, but he hesitated, considering that they had only just met and were not yet well acquainted. Thus, he opted for a more tactful approach. As for this, well, it is somewhat rudimentary. If possible, I suggest we pause this training plan for now and take some time today for testing. I assure you, I will have the updated training plan ready for you by tomorrow. It should not significantly disrupt your training schedule. Chapter 70. This is a pair of fists that can kill. Due to Li Mingyang's previous rejection, Wang Zhuangliu now spoke with a degree of caution. After all, he had not forgotten his earlier words. If Li Mingyang felt uncomfortable, he could terminate this, what one might consider a cooperative relationship, at any moment. His assistance in strengthening Li Mingyang could help the latter realize his own long-held ideals and aspirations. Certainly, there was no issue with this arrangement. After all, compared to a coach, he was the true professional. If a more accurate training regimen could be promptly devised, that would be ideal. Then, under the scrutinizing gaze of viewers in the live stream, today's broadcast concluded rather abruptly. Li Mingyang had already resolved that all future physical data assessments would no longer be streamed live. Thus, it was only natural to terminate the broadcast. Of course, if he were to present his physical data solely in front of Wang Daniyu, that would pose no problem. As long as he remained silent, his father would undoubtedly not betray him either. Even if Wang Daniyu acquired knowledge of his actual physical data, one must consider whether such extraordinary figures would be believed. As long as he denied it and firmly asserted that Wang Daniyu was spreading rumors, Li Mingyang doubted that many would believe Wang Daniyu's claims regarding his seemingly monstrous physical statistics. Naturally, this was merely the worst-case scenario. The more plausible reality was that upon witnessing his true physical data, Wang Daniyu would become even more exhilarated, perhaps valuing it even more than Li Mingyang or his father. He would also gain a clearer understanding of how to manage Li Mingyang's physique, thereby crafting a more perfect training plan. Furthermore, it was highly likely that Wang Daniyu would choose to remain tight-lipped about the specifics of Li Mingyang's physical data. After all, Li Mingyang represented his sole hope of achieving his ideals and ambitions. He would likely not find another individual with such talent. Although the venue was somewhat rudimentary, they decided to conduct the test there, as all the fitness equipment had been prepared for Li Mingyang. They could close the door and still obtain a rough estimate of the data. While it may not be as precise as that in a gym, it should suffice. Li Mingyang did not heed Wang Daniyu's suggestion to seek a professional gym for gradual assessments. As his physique became increasingly extraordinary, Li Mingyang's sense of vigilance intensified. Even if he could afford to rent a gym for an entire day, the presence of numerous cameras posed a significant risk. For Li Mingyang, the possibility of leaving substantial video evidence was a concern. Wang Daniyu, of course, had no objections to Li Mingyang's proposal, as it had already been agreed that everything would revolve around Li Mingyang's wishes. Since there is reluctance to proceed within, let us conduct the test here instead. After a brief survey, Wang Daniyu quickly expressed his opinion. Testing here is feasible, yet we lack one crucial element. Please wait for me here for no more than an hour. I will procure a boxing sandbag. Before Wang Daniyu could finish his statement, he was interrupted by Li Mingyang. No need for such trouble, coach. Not to mention the challenge of finding a decent boxing sandbag. I would have to venture into the nearby city. A round trip would surely consume at least 3 or 4 hours. While a professional sandbag is essential for long-term use, for a simple test, we have ample alternatives in this town. We can simply find a sturdy burlap sack and fill it with sand. As for a professional boxing sandbag, we can easily order one online, and it would arrive within 2 or 3 days at most. Li Mingyang was unwilling to squander time on such trifling details. If today's testing could not be completed, it would disrupt tomorrow's training schedule. He was not keen on wasting another day of training. Furthermore, true physical testing relies on various metrics. A mere boxing sandbag is not of paramount importance compared to other specialized assessments. Once Li Mingyang articulated this perspective, Wang Daniyu readily nodded in agreement. His desire to obtain a boxing sandbag stemmed from wanting to gauge Li Mingyang's talent and explosiveness in boxing. Hitting a sandbag is undoubtedly the best method, though there exists an even better option. Wang Daniyu could don protective gear and personally engage in a sparring session. However, as formal instruction in boxing techniques had yet to commence, such confrontational training felt premature. Thus, opting for the sandbag remained the more prudent choice. After donning the appropriate gear and protective equipment, the testing began in earnest. The first task was a straightforward 100-meter sprint. Compared to the previous attempt, progress was minimal, clocking an improvement of merely 0.1 seconds. Next came several familiar strength tests. Squats at 596 kilograms, bench press at 491 kilograms, and clean and jerk at 218 kilograms. Although he had previously witnessed these feats in video clips, witnessing them unfold before his eyes left Wang Daniyu momentarily astounded. Remarkably, only a short time had elapsed. Yet Li Mingyang's performance metrics had improved so significantly. Such physical prowess was nothing short of astonishing. Finally, during the sandbag testing, under Wang Daniyu's rudimentary guidance, Li Mingyang grasped the fundamental techniques for delivering powerful punches. With a resounding thud, a single, forceful strike sent the hefty sandbag, weighing no less than 200 pounds, soaring into the air. Wang Daniyu harbored no doubts. If Li Mingyang were to unleash a few more punches, it was highly probable that he would puncture the sandbag before him. Such a striking display of power prompted Wang Daniyu to silently assess. Even without systematic training, these fists were undoubtedly lethal weapons. Chapter 71. Master the basics, then. Brace for impact. Indeed, even in the absence of formal training, Li Mingyang, armed solely with his remarkable physique and fists as unyielding as steel, possesses the capacity to take a life with ease. It is not difficult for Wang Danyu to discern that, even without striking vital points, an ordinary individual, confronted by Li Mingyang's iron fists, could very well succumb to a single blow to the chest, where fractured ribs might puncture internal organs, leading to their untimely demise. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Danyu, with a serious countenance, imparted a crucial piece of advice. Mingyang, you must remember one thing. Your physique is not something an ordinary person can provoke lightly. In the future, even if you find yourself in conflict, no, it would be best if you avoid conflict altogether. Otherwise, I genuinely fear that in a moment of anger, you might land a fatal punch. At this juncture, Wang Danyu paused, feeling that his words might sound somewhat peculiar. Yet, after a few moments of hesitation, he continued, if it becomes unavoidable, we could consider hiring 2 bodyguards when we go out. Should any trouble arise, we can leave it to them to handle. Of course, these bodyguards are not there to protect you. Their primary duty is to safeguard others. Should a bodyguard engage, the most they might inflict is a superficial injury. However, if you were to lose your temper and truly engage, I dare not say you would ascend the ranks of the global boxing arena. It is far more likely that you would spend the latter half of your life behind bars. Wang Danyu spoke with an earnest gravity, fully aware of the destructive capability Li Mingyang already possessed without any systematic combat training. Were this young man to undergo rigorous training, it would not be an exaggeration to liken him to a sharp slaughtering knife, a cold, emotionless machine of death, where mere contact could result in injury, and a slight encounter could be fatal. Wang Danyu recalled a news story from 2 years prior, where an amateur with just basic sparring training had inadvertently kicked a man in his 50s to death. How much more perilous would it be for a prodigious talent like Li Mingyang, who would undergo stringent training? It was imperative to establish preventive measures beforehand. Understood. I will certainly refrain from engaging in fights with others. Even if such a situation arises, I will be mindful of my strength, Li Mingyang assured. Recognizing that Wang Danyu was not jesting, he was acutely aware of the potential devastation his physique could wreak. For the sake of his career and future freedom, he vowed to exercise caution. After all, having finally embraced a second chance at life, Li Mingyang's aspiration was to savor every moment. Even with his current physique, he could likely navigate life well within prison walls. Yet, he could not bear to relinquish his freedom as a man. The life of a king in a well was not necessarily superior to that of a free toad outside. One must possess a sense of restraint within oneself. However, once one steps onto the arena, such restraint becomes irrelevant. The ring is a stark embodiment of the survival of the fittest, where strength garners admiration. The more formidable your display of combat prowess, the higher your standing within the realm of boxing. Moreover, in the ring, one encounters professional athletes whose caliber far surpasses that of the average individual. Even with your current strength, delivering a decisive blow is no simple feat thus. When standing in the ring, one must adopt a demeanor starkly different from that of daily life, striving to exert oneself to the fullest within the bounds of the rules. In stark contrast to his previous demeanor, excitement radiated from Wang Danyu's face as he spoke of these matters. Although he once possessed exceptional talent as a natural heavyweight, now transformed into a middle-aged man with a considerable girth and even a limp, Wang Danyu remains a formidable presence. Despite a lack of recent training, were he to engage in street fighting today, his current prowess could still pose a serious threat. After all, Wang Danyu was inherently gifted among heavyweight boxers, his physique setting him apart significantly from the average person. If he were to engage in combat with an ordinary individual, it would be akin to an adult man sparring with a child. Days have swiftly passed, and during this time, Li Mingyang's live broadcasts have remained uninterrupted, with his father continuing to fulfill the role of his assistant. Aside from physical assessments, Li Mingyang's daily training has been consistently streamed, with training regimens meticulously crafted by Wang Danyu. Remarkably, often within just a day, Wang Daniyu would present a brand new training plan, constantly adapting to Li Mingyang's physical condition in a bid to maximize his inherent athletic potential. Attention to footwork is paramount. Combat sports encompass more than merely the use of one's hands. At times, footwork can prove more crucial than hand techniques. It governs both defense and offense. To possess a sharp offensive strategy and to uncover more opportunities for attack, one must cultivate exceptional footwork. Observe the many competitors in the ring. Regardless of weight class, those who ascend to the pinnacle of global boxing invariably exhibit superior footwork. The most iconic example is Muhammad Ali, whose famed butterfly step could bewilder opponents. Complemented by his outstanding hand techniques, he dominated the heavyweight boxing scene for an extended period. Thanks to Li Mingyang's extraordinary physique, his regimen now includes not only physical conditioning but also fundamental boxing instruction. Whether it pertains to the force behind his punches, the intricacies of his footwork, or the synergy between the two, Li Mingyang remains inexperienced, having only just embarked on the journey of learning the basics. However, Wang Daniyu's expectations of Li Yang are exceptionally stringent. The moment he detects even the slightest inconsistency, he demands that Li Mingyang engage in additional training. Boxing is not merely an intellectual pursuit. In mystical terms, it is about cultivating a combat awareness, while scientifically, it entails the development of muscle memory. Even before your mind has fully processed the situation, your body instinctively executes the most appropriate response, delivering a powerful counterattack to your opponent. For instance, it seems that Li Mingyang's progress has plateaued despite his continued training. Wang Daniyu, donning his boxing gloves, remarked, "It appears that you have firmly internalized the fundamental movements over the past few days, yet to achieve rapid improvement, mere pressure-free practice is utterly insufficient. Therefore, moving forward." At this point, a mischievous grin spread across Wang Daniyu's face. There is a well-known adage in the fighting world: to learn how to strike, one must first learn how to take a hit. Henceforth, your task is to defend against my attacks using your footwork and guard as effectively as possible. And just a friendly reminder, your only objective is to defend and evade my strikes. You are not permitted to counterattack. Chapter 72. The visible speed of progress. Upon hearing these words, Li Mingyang's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this day long ago, he never anticipated its arrival would be so swift. Nevertheless, having firmly resolved to become the strongest man in the world, he found himself neither resistant to nor daunted by the impending training. In fact, he felt a tinge of anticipation. Even as an ordinary individual, Li Mingyang was determined not to retreat, especially now that he possessed a golden opportunity. What was a little punishment, after all? With or without gloves, he felt no fear. His physique was already exceptional, incomparable to that of an average person. Even if Wang Daniyu exerted his full strength, he would only sustain superficial injuries at most. He knew that by midnight, all negative physical states would vanish, including the injuries he sustained. Thus, this training only promised some discomfort and perhaps an increase in his appetite. It seemed there were no significant drawbacks. Rather, the pain experienced during the training could, in a certain sense, prove beneficial. After all, it is through suffering that one engraves memories deeply, enabling Li Mingyang to cultivate muscle memory and instinct for combat more swiftly. So, bring it on, coach. I am ready. With utmost vigilance, Li Mingyang assumed a boxing stance that looked the part, yet regrettably, after only a few days of training, he was merely fade. While his posture appeared commendable, when it came time for application, his body lagged behind his mind's commands. Despite Wang Daniyu's portly figure and a noticeable limp, once he stepped into the ring and donned his gloves, he exuded an intensity that transformed him into a fierce tiger. With an agility and ferocity that belied his appearance, he charged towards Li Mingyang. Bang! Bang! A few days prior, Li Mingyang could barely hold his ground. But under the onslaught of his opponent's relentless attacks, his newly acquired yet imperfect defensive maneuvers quickly fell apart. As a dull thud resonated through the air, Wang Daniyu's fist landed heavily on Li Mingyang's abdomen. Damn! Although Li Mingyang had anticipated the force behind Wang Daniyu's punches given his physique, the impact of that ferocious blow took him by surprise. He could hardly suppress his widening eyes, a traditional exclamation almost escaping his lips. The pain was excruciating, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. Li Mingyang had overlooked a crucial detail. Although his physique had become increasingly formidable, that only pertained to strength, neglecting other aspects. It seemed he had not truly trained his ability to absorb impact. Thus, the force of that punch left Li Mingyang with a sensation of exquisite agony, so intense that even his breath momentarily faltered. However, Wang Daniu showed no intention of halting. The moment Li Mingyang made his acquaintance, another punch came his way. Time swiftly passed, and nearly an hour had elapsed. Yet Li Mingyang and Wang Daniu remained steadfast on the platform. Unlike an hour prior, Li Mingyang now appeared considerably disheveled, with a trace of blood even gracing the corner of his mouth. It was not that he had sustained internal injuries. He was not that fragile, but merely a small cut had marred his lip. Conversely, Wang Daniu, after enduring such an extended period of high-intensity exertion, was also unable to suppress his heavy breathing. After all, he was no longer the vibrant professional athlete of his earlier days, and his stamina had waned. Even with a focus solely on offense, without expending energy on defense, the toll on Wang Daniu's endurance was severe. The mere fact that he could persist for nearly an hour was a testament to his solid foundation. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would likely have succumbed to fatigue much sooner. "Come on, coach. We've only just begun. I feel I have made considerable progress compared to before. My body can still withstand this. There are no issues. We should seize the moment." It must be said that, deep down, Li Mingyang was indeed a tenacious individual. Since he could not evade being struck, he resolved to regard the blows he received as a form of resilience training. All of Li Mingyang's focus was dedicated to defending against and evading Wang Daniu's punches. He aimed to enhance his defensive and evasive techniques amidst the barrage of punches, shedding any fear with a singular mindset devoted to training and improvement. Li Mingyang's progress was undeniably palpable. Even the viewers in the live stream, who were mere amateurs, could discern it. Wow. Initially, I thought it was somewhat far-fetched for the streamer to venture into the ring. But now, I genuinely believe that a remarkable figure may indeed emerge in our nation's boxing arena. The streamer's physical talent is extraordinary, and it seems his learning ability is equally impressive. Just how much time has passed? It feels like the streamer's defense and evasion skills have improved significantly compared to before. What is meant by visible progress? What defines true talent? I now fully comprehend. For the audience who had witnessed the entire ordeal of receiving blows, their astonishment was no less than that of anyone present at the scene. After all, their perspective was clearer and their understanding more comprehensive, positioned from a relatively objective stance. Yet, it was precisely because of this that their inner shock was intensified. They were captivated by the nature of such extraordinary talent. No, I'm not a physical anomaly like you. Let today's sparring session conclude here. You can reflect on and summarize your feelings from earlier. In response to Li Mingyang's invitation, Wang Daniu, drenched in sweat, waved his hand dismissively, opting to decline. He was utterly spent. Chapter 73. Finding a professional sparring partner is no easy task. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang took a moment to observe Wang Daniu's condition, realizing that this middle-aged man had indeed been thoroughly exhausted by his efforts. The way he spoke, gasping for breath, suggested that he could hardly continue training with Li Mingyang, prompting a reluctant acceptance of this reality. It was puzzling to Li Mingyang. Just as he felt he was finally getting into the groove, his opponent suddenly faltered. It was akin to reaching a critical moment, ready for an earnest confrontation, only to discover that he lacked the necessary tools for the task at hand. This indecisive state of mind was particularly tormenting. As someone who had been through similar experiences, Wang Daniu quickly sensed Li Mingyang's inner turmoil. After making a concerted effort to steady his breath, he spoke earnestly. "In the initial days of our training, I could barely manage the role of a sparring partner. But this approach cannot be sustained over time. We need to seriously consider the issue of finding a suitable sparring partner. With your current stamina, one or even two partners may not suffice. It's not merely about quantity. Quality is equally essential. If we bring in two feeble individuals, It would be more beneficial for me, as an old-timer, to train with you myself." As he spoke, Wang Danyu couldn't help but ponder his connections, contemplating whether he could swiftly resolve this dilemma for Li Mingyang. However, after a thorough mental review, he sadly realized that regardless of the adequacy of his network, finding proficient heavyweight competitors in the country was a daunting challenge, and locating suitable sparring partners of a certain skill level was no simple feat, especially not in the short term. This issue was likely to trouble him for quite some time. Nevertheless, during the initial days, or perhaps a month, there was no need to impose overly stringent requirements. He could manage for now, enduring with his aging body, while inviting a couple of reasonably skilled sparring partners to accommodate Li Mingyang's early training intensity. After all, at this stage, Li Mingyang's abilities were not particularly advanced. He was still far from being considered novice, despite his significant progress. While it was possible to find a few partners of acceptable skill to temporarily assist, the pursuit of a professional sparring partner was something Wang Danyu needed to prioritize. Based on the current training outcomes, selecting Li Mingyang as a stepping stone to fulfill his aspirations seemed remarkably fitting. Not only did he possess physical talent, but his capacity to learn was also strikingly exceptional. The most crucial element lies in the indomitable spirit and mindset that resides deep within, while it may not guarantee success in the ring. It certainly serves as a significant advantage. After nearly every training session, Li Mingyang finds himself pleasantly surprised by his own progress. This has prompted Wang Danyu to regard Li Mingyang with increasing seriousness, so much so that it is no longer necessary for Li Mingyang to initiate discussions. Wang Danyu has started to contemplate how to seek professional sparring partners, even going so far as to utilize some of his cherished connections. "Mingyang, why don't you practice on your own today? Coach will step out for a bit, and I expect to return by noon at the latest." While it may be challenging to find an exceptional sparring partner on short notice, securing two decent ones shouldn't pose much of a problem. During my absence, focus on some strength training. You can manage your time as you see fit. If it becomes too overwhelming, feel free to grant yourself a brief respite. After all, even a professional boxer must balance work and rest. As if struck by a thought, Wang Danyu hastily conveyed a few instructions before departing in his modest vehicle. Although he is not short of funds, he insists that his stay here will not be particularly lengthy, so a simple mode of transportation suffices. Moreover, due to Li Mingyang's training requirements, the vehicle must also possess a degree of practicality. Hence Wang Danyu chose a second-hand wooling van, which, despite its somewhat unseemly condition, did not deter him in the slightest. In fact, he often gazed at the vehicle with a certain amusement, as if harboring some ulterior motive. Each time Li Mingyang observed this expression on Wang Danyu's face, an involuntary chill ran down his spine, as if being scrutinized by a formidable presence. "Your eagerness as a coach is truly remarkable, as if you cannot afford to wait even a second," remarked Comrade Lao Li, watching Wang Danyu hastily depart. He then added, "Yet, I find this personality quite appealing. It is the incessant nagging that truly grates on one's nerves. As it stands, he appears to have no ulterior motives, likely drawn solely by your talent, aspiring to witness an Asian fighter ascend to the pinnacle of the world stage." Hearing his father's musings, Li Mingyang did not even glance back, continuing diligently with his physical conditioning. He remains indifferent to Wang Danyu's true intentions. As long as the latter possesses the capability to expedite his growth, that is all that matters. Li Mingyang has not signed any contracts, and thus he harbors no concerns regarding any ill intentions from Wang Danyu. Moreover, there exists a form of moral coercion that Li Mingyang need not concern himself with, for he is devoid of such burdens. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, as long as Wang Danyu is willing to impart knowledge for a day, Li Mingyang can pursue his studies with a tranquil mind. As for future matters, those can be addressed in due course. After all, Li Mingyang has prepared for the worst and harbors no fear of any disreputable tactics. On the other hand, once Wang Danyu commenced his journey, he hastened to the provincial capital without delay, although he initially intended to seek out a couple of adequately skilled sparring partners. It must be noted that Wang Danyu is a former Asian boxing champion, barely missing the opportunity to compete on the world stage. One can only imagine the caliber of opponents he would attract. While they may not be renowned nationally, they certainly possess sufficient skill within the province, often surpassing the aspirations of ordinary athletes who toil for a lifetime in vain to emulate their predecessors. Fortunately, Wang Daniu still has numerous old friends who remain active in the boxing industry, even in the region of Qin province. While it may require extra effort to secure two competent heavyweight sparring partners, it is certainly within Wang Daniu's reach. Ultimately, it may involve a bit more expenditure, but for someone like Wang Daniu, who is unconcerned with such trifles, it poses no significant obstacle. Chapter 74. The agile, limping fat man. Come on. You must attack. Your punches cannot be feeble, and your footwork must be synchronized. Envision yourself as a fierce tiger, possessing both the agility to maneuver and the ferocity to strike with lethal precision. It has been nearly a month and a half since Wang Daniu officially became Li Mingyang's coach. At this juncture, the training has finally progressed beyond the rudimentary defenses and evasions. After refining the fundamental techniques of striking, Li Mingyang has recently been able to engage in training sessions that closely resemble actual combat. His opponent, without question, is the coach himself, Wang Daniu, alongside two temporary sparring partners. Although these two sparring partners are renowned contenders within the province, the regional heavyweight boxing scene is rather lackluster. Even if they are ranked among the best in the province, they pale in comparison to the nascent Li Mingyang, who is yet to fully emerge in the boxing world. It is akin to athletes eager to take the field. If Wang Daniu is merely a professional athlete of mediocre caliber, then these two individuals are substitutes with scant opportunity to play. Strike. Do not hesitate for a moment. Seize any vulnerability and deliver a thunderous blow to your opponent. What? Do you think that after just over a month of training, you can easily defeat me? Let us not even consider whether your rudimentary attacking skills can land a hit on me. Even if you do strike me, do you think this protective gear I wear is merely ornamental? Do you fear that a single punch might send this old man packing? Compared to a month ago, Wang Daniu's physique has become significantly more robust. The layers of excess fat have vanished, replaced by a well-defined muscular build. While he may not have regained his peak strength, he is certainly at least 30% stronger than when he first began. After all, serving as a sparring partner is indeed a physically demanding role. And despite not undergoing specialized training, the high-intensity workouts have surprisingly revitalized his physical condition. Coach, as you stated, I shall hold nothing back from here on. Indeed, as Wang Daniu noted, Li Mingyang was somewhat restrained in his earlier attempts. It was not due to a lack of respect for the former Asian champion, but rather a recognition of the opponent's age and physical limitations. At over 40, he cannot compare to a vigorous young man in his 20s. And Li Mingyang was genuinely concerned that a single punch could lead to dire consequences for his elder counterpart. However, upon reflection, Wang Daniu's words hold merit. Setting aside the opponent's solid foundation, Li Mingyang has come to appreciate that, despite the evident decline in physical prowess, the coach's boxing skills remain remarkably refined. As Wang Daniu rightly pointed out, it remains uncertain whether Li Mingyang can land a hit on him. Moreover, adorned with thick protective gear and possessing a physique that far surpasses that of the average person, Wang Daniu, even if inadvertently struck by Li Mingyang's powerful punch, would surely feel pain. However, it seemed improbable that any severe consequence would ensue. Contemplating this, Li Mingyang cast aside his hesitations, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Over the past month, he had endured various forms of punishment almost daily, to the extent that one could say he was either being beaten or on the path to being beaten. The one who had dealt the harshest blows was none other than the middle-aged, rotund man before him. Now, with an opportunity for retaliation finally at hand, and his opponent clad in thick protective gear, Li Mingyang felt liberated from any reservations in his assault. What was there to hesitate about? He would strike fiercely without a second thought. With fists raised and stepping cautiously yet nimbly, Li Mingyang resembled a hunting tiger, advancing aggressively toward Wang Daniu. Witnessing this scene, Wang Daniu's eyes flickered with a hint of admiration, although Li Mingyang still appeared somewhat inexperienced in his eyes. At the very least, this spirit had been initially forged. With a swift left hook thrown, propelled by Li Mingyang's formidable strength and consistent velocity, The punch emitted a distinct sound as it sliced through the air. However, as the old saying goes, experience prevails. While Li Mingyang's punch left little room for evasion for an ordinary person, it still fell short in Wang Danyu's estimation. With a nimble duck, Wang Danyu deftly evaded the powerful strike, seizing the opportunity when Li Mingyang's defense was lacking. In an instant, before Li Mingyang could react, Wang Danyu's gloved fist struck mercilessly against his left abdomen. Had this occurred a month prior, during the early days of his impact training, such a punch would have surely left Li Mingyang grimacing in pain for an extended period. Yet now, after a month and a half of rigorous training, he had significantly enhanced his resistance to blows. Faced with Wang Danyu's nearly full-force strike, he merely offered a more sinister smile. "Old Wang, have you forgotten to eat today?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Mingyang's right hook followed suit. Although Wang Danyu skillfully avoided it, Li Mingyang remained unfazed by this minor setback. After all, Wang Danyu was a seasoned fighter, while Li Mingyang was merely a novice with just over a month of training under his belt. It was perfectly normal for him to miss a punch or two. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of his own advantages. His fists were remarkably powerful, and his stamina was exceptional. They say youth is formidable. No matter how agile this old fighter might be, his endurance would inevitably wane over time. Li Mingyang needed only a single opportunity, just one solid hit. Even with Wang Danyu's protective gear, he was confident he could impart a profound lesson to his opponent. It can be regarded as a modest form of retribution for the physical suffering inflicted upon me by the other party over the past month. Chapter 75. Targeted Training Recruitment. It must be acknowledged that Li Mingyang possesses a remarkably sharp mind, fully aware of his advantages as well as the weaknesses of his opponent. By employing such a strategy, he could, at most, sustain it for no longer than 20 minutes. Inevitably, as Wang Danyu's stamina wanes, vulnerabilities will emerge. Provided Li Mingyang maintains his resolve, he will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to Wang Danyu. However, Li Mingyang has overlooked a crucial aspect. While his strategy may be impeccably devised, its efficacy would only be realized upon the arena, where one must endure every round, regardless of their desire to continue. Presently, however, both Li Mingyang and Wang Danyu are engaged in training, devoid of the true essence of a professional boxing match. In simpler terms, should Wang Danyu sense any irregularity, he can terminate the training at any moment, and the objectives are glaringly apparent to the seasoned fighter. As the clock approached the 20-minute mark and Wang Danyu felt the noticeable decline in his stamina, he raised his hands and declared, "Stop. Let us conclude this training for now. Mingyang, take the time to familiarize yourself with the sensations of your recent offensive. It is imperative that you identify your shortcomings." On the surface, he appeared entirely serious, yet inwardly, Wang Danyu could scarcely restrain his laughter. "You cheeky lad, do not presume that I am oblivious to your little schemes. Can a seasoned veteran be outwitted by a fledgling? That is simply implausible." Upon witnessing the barely concealed smile at the corner of Wang Danyu's mouth, Li Mingyang realized that his tactics had been thoroughly deciphered. Although a twinge of dissatisfaction lingered in his heart for failing to capitalize on an opportunity for retaliation, he attributed the outcome not to a flaw in his strategy, but rather to the cunning of his adversary. Yet, this discontent was fleeting, and he harbored no further thoughts. In fact, he boldly acknowledged his previous intentions and tactics. "I must say, coach, while your training may have waned and your once-peak physique has transformed into a more rotund form, your experience remains considerable. Your mind is still agile, as you have seen through my strategy with such ease." As he spoke, Li Mingyang could not help but rub his abdomen, reflecting on the harshness of the training. Initially, there might have been some restraint, but as the session progressed, his capacity to absorb impacts had evidently improved. In the guise of honing Li Mingyang's resilience, Wang Danyu relentlessly seized every opportunity to strike with full force. Even with Li Mingyang's extraordinary physique, he endured no fewer than 30 punches over the course of these 20 minutes, leaving his entire abdomen aching unavoidably. However, the current circumstances have brought a sense of satisfaction to Li Mingyang, for he has not forgotten how he was nearly dazed by a punch from the hefty figure before him. After enduring so many blows, he now merely feels a slight soreness in his muscles. What more could one desire from such progress? You, my friend, are still far from avenging the training I underwent before. Though your talent is indeed the finest I have ever encountered, there is no denying that boxing demands time and the accumulation of sweat. Without delving too far into the future, it is reasonable to estimate that at least 2 to 3 more months are necessary. By then, you should no longer find yourself in a position where, despite possessing extraordinary strength, you are unable to harness it effectively. As these thoughts crossed Wang Danyu's mind, he could not help but recall the earlier moments when he narrowly avoided being struck by Li Mingyang's fists. Although he was equipped with professional protective gear, Wang Danyu certainly did not wish to be on the receiving end of a punch from this young man. Observing how this lad strikes the punching bag made it evident. Even the most specialized training bags he had purchased would seldom withstand more than 10 days of use. Typically, they would be rendered unusable within about a week. Wang Danyu had no doubts that, even while donning professional protective equipment, a single punch would be far from pleasant. Furthermore, he recognized that in the forthcoming training sessions, he could not consistently halt the exercise after a mere 20 minutes as he had done today. Such a minimal intensity would not be conducive to Li Mingyang's advancement. While ordinary individuals might struggle to find effective solutions in such a scenario, our coach Wang is anything but ordinary. As the saying goes, nothing is difficult in the world. Only the wealthy fear challenges. By a fortunate twist of fate, Wang Danyu happens to be a rather affluent individual, possessing a vast network of connections. Given that he could no longer keep pace with Li Mingyang's training, he resolved to enlist a few individuals to serve as fresh sparring partners. Although it is challenging to find suitable heavyweight contenders in the current domestic scene, exploring other weight classes is certainly feasible. Previously, training Li Mingyang's resilience required only 2 heavyweight boxers alongside himself, which had sufficed. Now, however, the focus has shifted to refining Li Mingyang's techniques, both in offense and defense. The previous sparring partners, along with Wang Danyu, were beginning to struggle to maintain the rhythm. Since heavyweight fighters are difficult to source, why not consider exploring lighter categories? While there is a significant disparity in combat effectiveness between weight classes, it must be acknowledged that lighter fighters possess a natural advantage in agility. Whether it be evasion or attack, their speed often surpasses that of larger opponents. If Li Mingyang can adapt to the pace of middleweight or even lightweight fighters, he will undoubtedly excel further in the arena. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Danyu resolved, let us conclude today's sparring session here. If you have further ideas, seek out a couple of sparring partners. Coach, while time is still on our side, allow me to seek out a few new sparring partners for you. I believe these fresh faces will undoubtedly bring you ample surprises. Observing the sinister grin on Wang Danyu's face, Li Mingyang felt a chill run down his spine once more. He was aware that this middle-aged, overweight man likely harbored some nefarious intentions. However, Li Mingyang was largely indifferent to such matters. In fact, a part of him secretly anticipated a more tumultuous storm to arise. Chapter 76, Training with the Card. Are you breaking? I must say, old Wang's speed is nothing short of extraordinary. In just 3 or 4 hours, and before the dinner hour had even arrived, he returned driving his clattering, smoke emitting second-hand wooling. Accompanying him were several young men who did not appear particularly imposing in stature. Mingyang, come here for a moment. I would like to introduce you to a few new friends, he called out. These gentlemen are professional fighters in the middleweight and lightweight categories whom I have recruited from the province. For the next couple of months, they will serve as your sparring partners. Your training regimen is quite straightforward. In addition to your daily physical conditioning, you will engage in bouts with them. Your objective is to land hits on them, or at the very least, avoid being struck during their assaults. Do not underestimate these fellows. While they may not be top-tier fighters on the domestic stage, they're more than capable of handling a novice like you. Moreover, they possess a natural advantage, being lighter in weight and more agile in movement. Keeping pace with them will not be an easy task. Upon hearing Wang's words, Li Mingyang could not help but feel a twitch at the corner of his eye. This rotund fellow had truly gone to great lengths to prepare for his training. After extensive practice, Li Mingyang was no longer the naive amateur he once was. He was acutely aware of the state of affairs when facing opponents who were one or even two weight classes lighter than himself. In a real ring, the outcome would be predictable. In a level playing field, a weight advantage translates to an undeniable edge. No matter how agile you might be, if you cannot deliver a blow, it takes but one strike from them to conclude the match. Yet now, Li Mingyang was set to confront the rigors of daily training against a succession of vigorous opponents. He had no doubt that this cunning, rotund coach intended to employ a relentless strategy against him. Originally, there were 2 sparring partners, and, with Coach Wang's involvement, 3 more had been added, resulting in a daunting total of 6 energetic adversaries he would soon face. The prospect of enduring such arduous training days ahead made Li Mingyang's vision momentarily darken. Fine, I understand, coach. I will certainly train diligently from now on. Although he responded with enthusiasm, there was an unmistakable undertone of gritted teeth in his words. Nevertheless, he recognized that Wang's intentions were for his own benefit. If he could indeed keep pace with these opponents, who were 1 or 2 weight classes below him, he would, in the future, not only possess the same physical advantages against equally matched opponents, but also boast superior speed and rhythm. For contenders of similar skill levels, he would become a veritable nightmare. Are you all going to train alongside me? Early the next morning, upon arriving at his modest training facility, Li Mingyang was somewhat astonished to discover that several new sparring partners, brought in by old Wang, were already present. Observing them as they engaged in warm-up exercises, Li Mingyang could not help but express a hint of curiosity. After all, we are professional athletes. Despite the recent hiatus, we must maintain our training regimen. Otherwise, when we return to the gym, as he spoke, he seemed to recall their stern and brooding coach, a man with a heart as dark as his demeanor. They certainly wished to avoid falling into the coach's disfavor due to a decline in physical condition. Why not train together? Seeing the group inside, the others realized that Li Mingyang was also intent on physical conditioning. During their previous encounter, they had learned that Li Mingyang was relatively inexperienced despite his imposing stature. However, they were seasoned competitors, having endured years of rigorous training. They introspected and concluded that, in terms of physical fitness alone, they might not necessarily surpass Li Mingyang. Sound good? I often find solitary training somewhat tedious. Having a few companions would be splendid. As young professionals engaged in the same vocation and devoid of competitive tension, the atmosphere among them was quite pleasant. They shared laughter and light-hearted gossip, fostering rapid camaraderie. However, this amiable ambience persisted only until the arrival of Wang Daniu. Coach, what on earth did you load into the van? It seems like the vehicle struggled to ascend that little slope at the entrance. Li Mingyang inquired, intrigued by the unusually sprightly van. In response, Wang Daniu could not suppress a mischievous grin, revealing his playful side. Mingyang, this is a brand new training regimen meticulously prepared by the coach for you. Although we previously procured a larger tire, it seems the current training volume no longer matches your physical advancement. Thus, today, we're introducing a novel challenge. You will push the van directly. To accommodate your training needs, I have filled it to the brim with sand. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang could not help but grimace. He knew that whenever this sly, portly fellow wore such a grin, it signified trouble. However, pushing a vehicle filled with sand, what could be so daunting? To Li Mingyang, it seemed merely a trivial task. He even sincerely believed that this new regimen might not be as strenuous as the previous tire-pulling exercises. After all, a tire does not roll freely like a wheel. Lying flat on the ground, it certainly presents considerable friction. Then, oh my, Li Mingyang, his face flushed and neck straining, was gasping behind the van as he pushed it. He conceded that he had been somewhat naive and underestimated this training. To be precise, he had underestimated Wang Daniu's cunning nature. Indeed, it was agreed upon to push the van, but which well-meaning individual would firmly press the brakes during such a training session? Coach, I truly appreciate your effort in applying such force on the brakes while I was pushing. By the way, doesn't your foot ache? Chapter 77. Like a sword newly unsheathed, Li Mingyang spoke with such clenched teeth that one could almost sense the disdain emanating from him. Deep down, he couldn't help but wish that the overweight man's limp were even more pronounced, perhaps to the extent that it would require a wheelchair, rendering him utterly powerless. While he pondered whether such thoughts were excessively dark, they quickly dissipated as he noticed the two distinct dark bruises on the ground. Clearly, this rotund man had cast aside any semblance of conscience during his training. As a student, it was imperative for him to absorb as much knowledge as possible from his coach. If he had relinquished his conscience, then Li Mingyang felt justified in doing the same. At that moment, the face of Wang Dinyo, with its infuriatingly smug expression, protruded from the window of the van. Observing Li Mingyang, who was flushed with frustration, Wang Dinyo grinned widely, revealing his large teeth. "You youngsters are just too naive. The vehicles you encounter nowadays are predominantly automatic. Even the handbrakes are electronic, requiring no manual effort to engage. You've all overlooked the existence of the handbrake, which simply needs to be pulled to halt the vehicle, whereas the fatigue in your feet." Glaring at that insufferable visage, Li Mingyang clenched his fists, feeling a surge of determination. However, he exhibited no intent to abandon his training. On the contrary, he exerted himself even more vigorously. He had resolved to enhance his strength with utmost urgency. When the time came for him to spar with Wang Dinyo, he was determined to deliver a resounding blow, regardless of the protective gear worn by his opponent. The pent-up frustration must find an outlet. He had no desire to meet an untimely demise at such a tender age. Thus, he would begrudgingly bear the brunt of his coach's antics. Imagining such a scene in his mind, the fury on Li Mingyang's face began to soften, replaced by a glimmer of joy. He was acutely aware of his own physical capabilities and believed wholeheartedly that the day he anticipated was drawing near. 2 months had swiftly elapsed, transforming the bitter cold of winter into the warm embrace of spring. Although the intensity of training escalated daily, Li Mingyang and his fellow trainees found their clothing increasingly lighter. Remarkably, despite the monotonous nature of their training, the number of viewers in Li Mingyang's live stream remained steadfast, showing no signs of decline. In fact, the opposite was true. Each time he broadcasted, the audience consistently exceeded 100,000. This baffled Wang Yuqing, the livestream assistant, who was utterly perplexed by the situation, unable to comprehend the reasons behind it all. Despite her employer's recent lack of engaging content, the viewership data remained at its peak, and gifts were showered upon him during the streams. The audience in the live broadcast room exhibits an unmistakable excitement each day, a palpable fervor that leaves Wang Yuqing perplexed as to what exactly ignites such enthusiasm among these individuals. Had the viewers comprehended her thoughts, they would undoubtedly elucidate the profound sense of accomplishment inherent in nurturing and cultivating one's skills. Engaging in casual nurturing games may suffice for some, as they understand that these are merely games. No matter how impressive, they remain but solitary diversions. However, witnessing Li Mingyang's remarkable transformation in real time within the live room, as he grows increasingly formidable day by day, is an intoxicating experience. This sensation of active participation and witnessing progress is utterly irresistible. Even if his daily routine consists of monotonous training sessions, the live room is brimming with female admirers, and the male fans are even more fervent. Boxing is a sport that resonates deeply with the majority of men. While many may not follow every match, they readily find themselves captivated by such events when they arise. The visceral thrill of each powerful strike ignites the primal instincts of every man's hunter spirit, akin to the excitement of fishing. Despite the seemingly tedious training they observe daily, their imaginations conjure visions of Li Mingyang triumphantly dominating future competitions. How could the audience not feel exhilarated at the prospect of witnessing the emergence of a future heavyweight champion? In contrast to lightweight competitions, the raw intensity of heavyweight bouts stirs a unique passion. Historically, individuals of Asian descent have faced inherent disadvantages in this arena, with few remarkable figures emerging. Yet now, a genuine prodigy stands before them, instilling not just hope but a sense of inevitability in their hearts. Just then, as Wang Yuqing lingered in contemplation, an abrupt exclamation of traditional Chinese martial arts jolted her from her thoughts. Upon closer inspection, She realized the source of the commotion was none other than Coach Wang Daniu, a figure transformed from his previous self. Now he grimaced in pain, one hand clutching his abdomen and the other covering his face. Even with thick protective gear, the bruising on his visage was unmistakable. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, a testament to the immense force he had endured. Your strikes are vicious, aren't they? If it weren't for this protective gear, I dare say you could knock me out with just one punch. Wang Daniu mused, grimacing at the pain radiating through his body. He continued with a somber tone, at the very least, I'd be out cold for 2 or 3 days, perhaps forever. In mere moments, his face swelled visibly, rendering his speech increasingly slurred. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Li Mingyang displayed no hint of remorse or concern. Instead, he erupted into a raucous and unrepentant laughter. Ha! Dear Wang, you have no idea how long I have been yearning for today. What is this? You were allowed to strike me with all your might in the past. Yet I cannot indulge in a small act of retribution. As Li Mingyang spoke, he retrieved a bag of ice from the nearby thermos, saying here, take this and apply it to your face. I prepared it for you well before our practice session today. Do not be too moved. After all, you are my coach. And this is merely what a good student ought to do. As he spoke, Li Mingyang could not help but flash a broad grin, his face undeniably reflecting sheer delight and schadenfreude. His mood was indescribably exhilarating, akin to sipping a refreshing bottle of ice-cold soda on a sweltering summer day, encapsulating the essence of pure, invigorating bliss. Chapter 78. Are you ready? The first professional boxing match of life. Despite the pain radiating from his face and abdomen, Wang Daniu could not suppress a grin as he gazed at the confident and smiling Li Mingyang in the distance. It was not that Wang Daniu harbored a masochistic inclination. Rather, he perceived within Li Mingyang an extraordinary aura, akin to a finely forged sword. Its sharpness was palpable, emanating an intimidating intensity that struck awe into the hearts of onlookers. This was the prodigy Wang Daniu had sought for nearly 2 decades. And after merely a few months of training, the essence of a formidable warrior was already vividly apparent. Suddenly, a memory struck Wang Daniu. This young man had delivered 2 swift punches moments ago. Although he himself had retired from the ring for many years, his foundational skills remained intact. Yet, this young lad had effortlessly exploited his vulnerabilities and landed 2 blows, complemented by an extraordinary physical prowess. To put it plainly, Li Mingyang had already emerged as a formidable contender, and it seemed no one could dispute that. Thus, an idea began to stir within Wang Daniu's mind. A fledgling eagle must leave its nest to soar to greater heights. While Li Mingyang's training period was relatively brief compared to other professional boxers, insufficient even to establish the simplest foundational skills, it begged the question, if time were the sole measure of talent, why would we need prodigies at all? Li Mingyang was undeniably a talent of the boxing world, the kind of genius one might encounter only once in a century. Therefore, despite his limited training duration, Wang Daniu felt as if this young man resembled a caged tiger, ready to be unleashed into the wild. It was time to release this formidable beast back into its natural habitat to experience the true essence of competition. To be more direct, Wang Daniu intended to have Li Mingyang participate in several matches. Young man, he remarked after training for so long, and even being able to easily defeat a coach clad in protective gear, don't you feel an itch in your fists? Seemingly concerned that Li Mingyang might not grasp his intent, Wang Daniu clarified, though you still have a considerable gap compared to the world's elite. Remaining confined to training is not conducive. Therefore, I propose we engage in a couple of matches to immerse ourselves in the atmosphere of the ring. Rest assured, we will commence with domestic competitions, and I assure you, I will not arrange anything too demanding for your first bout. Just the other day, Wang Daniu recalled a heavyweight boxing match taking place within the province. Although the prize money appeared modest, rumored to be a mere 30,000 yuan for the champion, it would nonetheless feature several professional fighters. Participating in such an event would surely be an enriching experience. Upon hearing those words, Li Mingyang exhibited little reaction. Yet the 2 boxers who had been serving as sparring partners, testing his resilience, widened their eyes in terror. They were acutely aware that one day, Li Mingyang would rise like a brilliant sun in the boxing arena. However, they had never been informed that this radiant sun would ascend from their local ring. When it comes to understanding Li Mingyang's extraordinary prowess, no one knows him better than these sparring partners, particularly these two heavyweight contenders. During their training sessions, Li Mingyang rarely adopted a defensive stance, relying solely on evasion. In fact, at times he would even allow himself to take a few hits purely to enhance his own capacity to absorb punishment. Despite their relentless wheel tactics and throwing every ounce of strength into their punches, striking Li Mingyang felt akin to hitting a slab of granite. While he appeared largely unscathed, their own fists would throb painfully after repeated strikes. In contrast to the terror etched on the faces of the two heavyweight sparring partners, the expressions of the other three bore hints of schadenfreude. Although they too had been mercilessly battered by Li Mingyang's prodigious talent over the past month, they took solace in the fact that should Li Mingyang compete, his formidable physique placed him in a league entirely apart from theirs. Hence, they felt no anxiety about encountering such a monstrous opponent in the ring. Observing the dismayed expressions of their two comrades, the mood of the three sparring partners brightened considerably. Had the circumstances permitted, they might have erupted in laughter. Neither Li Mingyang nor Wang Daniyu paid heed to the expressions of the sparring partners, whether out of ignorance or indifference. At Li Mingyang's current level, even these individuals, despite their role as sparring partners, seemed to struggle to keep pace. The thought of them acting as his opponents in the ring was laughable. It would be akin to a tiger infiltrating a flock of sheep, dispatching one with a single blow. Indeed, since the inception of training, I have eagerly anticipated this day. Surely the coach has too. Finally regaining his composure, Li Mingyang rose slowly, stretching languidly. Though his tone appeared calm, the excitement shimmering in his eyes was impossible to conceal. It is said that it takes 10 years to forge a sword, while my own weapon has not been honed for a decade. My journey in the streaming industry has nearly spanned a year. At the very least, over half a year has passed, during which my body has been tempered and my skills refined. Particularly after successfully knocking down Wang Daniyu today, the surge of ambition within Li Mingyang reached its zenith. Even if his coach did not broach the subject, Li Mingyang would find ways to engage in a couple of matches to gauge his abilities. Ori, a young lad aspiring to ascend the pinnacle of the boxing world, must possess such a spirit of relentless determination and an audacity that fears no challenge. For the next few days, refrain from engaging in such rigorous training. Take the time to rest and pay attention to your diet. I will contact someone to register you, and I hope that in your very first professional boxing match, you will showcase your unique prowess. Chapter 79. Pre-match weigh-in. What a bunch of oddities. Upon hearing Wang Daniyu's remark, Li Mingyang did not hesitate for even a second, breaking into a fierce grin. During this period of training, Li Mingyang had become akin to a powder keg, brimming with an explosive force yearning to be unleashed. Rather than harboring any trepidation regarding the impending competition and his opponents, he was instead engulfed by an exhilarating thrill. He was impatient to ascend the ring and deliver a jolt of surprise to his adversaries with the physique and skills he had honed over this extensive training period. Surely, all those hours of grueling practice were aimed at hastening the arrival of this very day. He firmly believed that he would bestow a delightful surprise upon each of his opponents. Witnessing the ferocity of Li Mingyang's smile and the chilling tone in his voice, the two heavyweight sparring partners beside him involuntarily shivered. In that moment, they silently resolved to avoid the forthcoming match by any means necessary. Should they participate, it would be a stroke of luck if they emerged without spending a month or two in the hospital. Regardless of the circumstances, they were resolute in their unwillingness to confront this monstrous figure. Once they reached this conclusion, the two heavyweight sparring partners felt an immense weight lift from their shoulders, their previously gloomy spirits dissipating. Within mere seconds, a sense of schadenfreude burgeoned within them, rapidly filling their hearts. They began to anticipate Li Mingyang's performance and state during the match, not in hopes of any accolades, for they understood that none could rival this formidable opponent. Instead, they yearned to witness the pitiful fates of their past adversaries, those whom they had once loathed, as they crumbled beneath the might of this savage contender. With this thought, their mood brightened considerably. The championship of boxing? The competition was rapidly approaching, set to commence in just 3 days. During these intervening days, Li Mingyang, under the strict supervision of Wang Daniyu, meticulously controlled his diet. For heavyweight competitors, there exists only a lower limit to weight with no upper constraint. Thus, Li Mingyang did not endure the torment of weight loss. The purpose of his dietary regulation was primarily to avert any unforeseen incidents. Certain foods could lead to erroneous testing results. A seemingly normal competition could cast suspicion upon him for having ingested performance-enhancing substances following a urine test. To evade such unnecessary misunderstandings, Wang Daniyu had already eliminated numerous items from Li Mingyang's meal plan, ensuring his dietary choices were judiciously monitored. In these final 3 days, Wang Daniyu has further intensified his stringent demands regarding Li Mingyang's dietary regimen. Almost every meal consumed by Li Mingyang has been meticulously prepared by Coach Wang himself. This period has undoubtedly become the most arduous time for Li Mingyang, leaving one to ponder whether Wang Daniyu's actions are intentional or inadvertent. Each dish presented appears visually appealing. However, once tasted, the flavors are indescribably lacking. It is not that the food is inedible, but rather astonishingly devoid of taste. Quite literally, a blank canvas of flavor. The quintessence of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, along with any conceivable taste, seems entirely absent from the offerings laid before him. All ingredients resemble mere water, having been boiled and served without any embellishment. As Li Mingyang gazes at the conspicuous golden characters behind the arena, his eyes involuntarily twitch. This is merely a provincial competition, and regardless of the weight class, the other competitors appear to exhibit no remarkable prowess. Is it truly appropriate to adopt such an ostentatious title? A champion reigning solely within a province. Can that truly be called a champion? Even if Li Mingyang were to clinch victory and secure this so-called title, he would find it difficult to speak of it with pride. Consider the champions of other realms. What about the continental or world champions? At the very least, one would expect a national champion to command respect. Yet here we are, in a relatively underdeveloped and remote province, hosting a contest grandly dubbed a champion showdown. A torrent of thoughts clamors to be voiced within him, yet he remains uncertain where to commence his critique. All competitors, please line up in an orderly manner for the pre-match weigh-in. Fortunately, although the scale of the competition is modest, it does appear to maintain a semblance of professionalism. According to Wang Daniyu, it adheres to the same rigorous standards as larger events. The weight requirement for heavyweight competitors is set at over 25 kilograms, or 201 pounds, with no upper limit imposed. This baseline requirement is one that Li Mingyang easily meets. In fact, even before embarking on formal boxing training, his weight had already surpassed this threshold. After enduring an extensive period of grueling training, Li Mingyang's physique has further developed, both in height and weight. When clothed, he presents as a robust man, though not at all cumbersome. However, upon reaching the weigh-in and shedding his garments, his physique resembles that of iron-forged muscle, every movement revealing the formidable contours of his form. The sight before him left many of the competitors utterly dumbfounded. Li Mingyang keenly observed that several individuals, who appeared to be his opponents, exhibited signs of trepidation upon catching sight of him. Moreover, upon scrutinizing the so-called professional physiques of his adversaries, he discerned numerous indications of neglect in their training regimens. As a professional boxer, it was hard to fathom that some bore the unmistakable shadow of slight paunch. In an instant, Li Mingyang felt a significant waning of interest in the competition. What sort of adversaries were these? They appeared to be a motley collection of misfits. Had he known that he would be urged by old Wang to participate in such a lesser event, he would have certainly refrained from accepting the invitation. The prospects of facing these opponents offered little intrigue, and he contemplated that with a single punch, he might inadvertently inflict harm. Perhaps it would be wiser to temper his strength during the match, lest he inadvertently cause serious injury. The thought crossed his mind that with just a couple of strikes, he could potentially end someone's career before it even began, leading to an untimely suspension from the sport. Li Mingyang silently lamented within himself. Chapter 80, 16 seconds. KO. As Li Mingyang stepped onto the professional weighing scale, his height and weight data swiftly illuminated the large screen. Height, 194 centimeters. Weight, 132 kilograms. The audience and fellow competitors were already astonished by Li Mingyang's beastly physique, but when his weight was revealed, the previously murmuring crowd fell into a stunned silence. The sheer magnitude of his weight, a staggering 264 pounds, far surpassed the heavyweight standard by nearly 40 kilograms, equivalent to the weight of an entire woman. Gazing upon Li Mingyang's formidable form, with muscles brimming with explosive power, none could doubt the authenticity of his iron-like physique. Although the attendees varied in skill level, they were all professionals capable of discerning such prowess. The stark contrast between Li Mingyang's muscles and those of individuals who relied on protein supplements or performance enhancers was unmistakable. They existed in entirely different realms. No practical demonstration was necessary. Merely observing the aesthetic and dynamic presence of his physique was enough to convey the disparity. For competitors in other weight classes, after the initial shock, there lingered only admiration and envy, with some even harboring a sense of schadenfreude. They felt fortunate that their lighter weights would likely spare them from ever facing an extraordinary contender like Li Mingyang, as their gazes involuntarily drifted towards other heavyweight fighters. Sympathy was evident in their eyes. They speculated that Li Mingyang must be the clandestine disciple of some formidable master, cultivated in secrecy for many years. Perhaps to instill confidence in his prodigy, he was thrust into such a high-profile match for his debut. No one doubted that Li Mingyang was a newcomer to the arena. His exaggerated physique, coupled with striking looks, would have certainly drawn attention had he entered the professional boxing scene earlier. Competitors, please come up to draw lots. Following the announcement, Li Mingyang casually joined the line, surrounded by heavyweight boxers whose expressions were a tapestry of emotions. Some wore scowls, while others appeared utterly dejected. Regardless of the expressions they bore, their thoughts were unified at that moment. Please let it not be this freak of nature, having been awed from afar, now standing close to Li Mingyang and feeling the palpable strength of his steel-like muscles. Nearly everyone instinctively swallowed hard. The sheer force emanating from him suggested that a single punch could indeed be lethal. Group A. Observing the result of his draw, Li Mingyang raised an eyebrow, unfazed. Simultaneously, he unconsciously cast his gaze towards the competitors surrounding him, eager to ascertain which unfortunate soul had drawn the same group A as himself. To facilitate differentiation, the various groups were not only designated by distinct letters on the balls, but also by the colors of the balls themselves. For instance, the ball in Li Mingyang's hand, belonging to Group A, was a vibrant shade of red. Although he could not discern the specific numbers on the other contestants' balls, he quickly spotted an individual in the crowd, whose face was a portrait of disbelief, clutching a ball of the same hue as his own. It was evident that this individual had fixated on Li Mingyang during the drawing, making it likely that he knew of their matchup even before Li Mingyang did. Upon meeting Li Mingyang's gaze, the portly contestant instinctively averted his eyes, his body trembling slightly as if fearing that Li Mingyang's formidable fists might descend upon him at any moment. Relax, Li Mingyang reassured himself. I have analyzed the situation. These opponents lack any remarkable prowess. It's akin to participating in mock examinations before the college entrance exams, primarily designed to immerse you in the competitive atmosphere. Of course, one should not be careless. Even a slight lapse in focus would not significantly alter the final results. Nevertheless, it was imperative to present oneself as impeccably as possible in the first contest of life. Li Mingyang, having drawn Group A, was undoubtedly the first contestant to take the stage. As he donned his mouthguard at the edge of the arena, he listened to Wang Danyu's incessant chatter. Emotionally, he felt as composed as one would during a simple meal. In contrast, Wang Danyu, fully aware that their opponent posed no real threat to Li Mingyang, nonetheless displayed palpable tension. After more than a decade away from the competitive environment, re-entering this familiar yet foreign atmosphere made Wang Danyu feel as though he himself was the one on stage, even obliviously transforming into a chatterbox. Rest assured, Even when facing a mere rabbit, a lion exerts its full strength. I shall grant no opportunities to my opponent. With the ringing of 3 crisp bells, marking the commencement of the first round, Li Mingyang's words lingered in the air. Observing his timid opponent, who resembled a frightened rabbit, Li Mingyang genuinely found the display somewhat disconcerting. Despite being a robust individual taller than him, at that moment, he behaved like a timid creature. Regardless of the opponent's demeanor, Li Mingyang harbored no intention of showing mercy and advanced with agile steps. The match commenced and concluded in a manner that left all spectators astounded. When the timer halted at 16 seconds, Li Mingyang's adversary lay sprawled on the mat, sound asleep. Throughout the entire process, Li Mingyang dedicated no less than 15 seconds to exerting pressure on his opponent's breathing space. Ultimately, in the final second, with a mere single punch, he decisively knocked out his adversary, leaving no room for doubt. Chapter 81. Like a tiger king dominating his territory. On the large screen behind the arena, a replay of Li Mingyang's recent knockout of his opponent was playing in a continuous loop. The sheer ferocity of Li Mingyang's power was vividly displayed in the video. With a single punch, he nearly deformed his opponent's face. The transformation was so exaggerated that some spectators even speculated whether the opponent's head might split open at any moment. This was followed by the sharp sound of flesh colliding with the ring floor, as the opponent, who had been retreating timidly just moments before, now lay sprawled on the canvas like a lifeless hog. While it was evident to any discerning eye that there was no need for a countdown, given that the opponent had completely lost consciousness, the referee dutifully counted the seconds alongside the medical personnel's arrival, upholding the integrity of the match. In response to this sudden turn of events, the relatively sparse audience initially stood in stunned silence before erupting into fervent cheers. The once quiet venue now buzzed with animated discussions. After all, those fortunate enough to witness the match in person, aside from family and trainers, were undoubtedly ardent aficionados of boxing. Their presence at even a small-scale event like this indicated a profound obsession with the sport. Their deep understanding of boxing, particularly within the heavyweight division where the talent pool was quite average, fostered a sense of camaraderie among them. Many who might have lacked confidence in their own skills found solace in the realization that their competitors were similarly matched. This relaxed atmosphere allowed for a free exchange of blows among the fighters. The audience had become accustomed to such scenes, but they were unprepared for Li Mingyang's emergence as a dark horse. He showcased not only his formidable prowess, but also an extraordinary dominance over the ring. In truth, the match itself lasted barely a second. The preceding 10 seconds were merely a dance of pursuit and evasion, culminating in the opponent's inability to escape. The decisive manner in which Li Mingyang dispatched his foe with a single blow was so astonishing that it created an illusion for the spectators. They felt as though they were witnessing not a mere local bout, but a spectacle on the international stage, reserved for those elite athletes capable of exhibiting such terrifying strength. However, in stark contrast to the audience's exuberance, the expressions of Li Mingyang's upcoming opponents were far from pleasant. During the weigh-in, they had sensed a considerable gap between themselves and Li Mingyang, yet they never anticipated it would be so vast. The opponent Li Mingyang had just defeated was also familiar to them, reinforcing the notion of mutual mediocrity among the fighters. When it comes to discussing victory and defeat, there exists no overwhelming advantage, as the competition ultimately boils down to mere points. It can be said that all participants are evenly matched, their strengths residing in a delicate balance. At this juncture, the competitors, who were initially filled with enthusiasm for their upcoming matches, suddenly found themselves grappling with a disconcerting thought. Since today seemed destined to yield no championship title and a loss was inevitable, why not simply concede to their opponent? At least this way, they would avoid facing that formidable adversary directly, sparing themselves the humiliation of being knocked out in a single blow. Indeed, it was not merely a matter of disgrace. Witnessing the opponent's ferocious strength led many to privately ponder whether their own resilience might falter, fearing they could truly be dispatched by a single punch. Meanwhile, Li Mingyang remained unconcerned about the thoughts swirling in the minds of his future adversaries. Since the moment of the weigh-in, he had not regarded these so-called opponents as worthy challengers. In truth, he considered them little more than mere background players in his inaugural professional bout, serving to highlight his presence. An inexplicable thought sprang to Li Mingyang's mind, somewhat absurd in nature. Hey, didn't I tell you earlier that these opponents are rather lackluster? I advised you to temper your strength during the match. Just look at that punch you threw. I almost suspect that had you exerted a bit more force, you could have knocked the opponent out for good. He certainly did not wish for his burgeoning career to be marred by a suspension so soon after stepping onto the professional stage. As he descended from the ring, Li Mingyang was met with a torrent of admonishments from Wang Daniu, who was clearly displeased. It was evident that this very individual had been the most exuberant when Li Mingyang decisively knocked out his opponent. With a howl of excitement, one might have thought a wild beast had entered the arena. "Coach, you should know my strength by now." That punch was actually a restrained effort. After all, it was apparent from the weigh-in that this group was rather underwhelming. I'm not some sadist. It doesn't sit well with me to cause undue harm. I merely did not anticipate my opponent's lack of skill to such an extent, considering I had only used about 70 to 80% of my power. Yet, judging by their reaction, it seems they incurred significant damage. Ultimately, Li Mingyang could not help but feel a twinge of exasperation at the caliber of his competitors. It was clear that he would need to further refine his strategy when facing future opponents. While it was essential to showcase his abilities, he must also be cautious not to exert excessive force, lest he find himself embroiled in legal troubles before his career had even truly begun. As thoughts of Li Mingyang occupied his mind, he could not help but cast a scrutinizing glance at his adversaries. It appeared as though he was appraising their physiques, silently assessing the degree of force he ought to employ against each opponent when the time came. However, when confronted with the sudden intensity of Li Mingyang's gaze, nearly all his opponents instinctively averted their eyes. It was reminiscent of a sovereign of beasts, a fierce lion surveying its territory, while these individuals resembled mere creatures inhabiting that domain. In the presence of this regal predator, even without any overt action on his part, they found themselves trembling involuntarily, as if under the weight of an ancestral pressure that resonated deep within their blood and souls, a primal, physiological fear. Faced with the formidable and violent nature of Li Mingyang, they felt utterly devoid of any inclination to resist. Chapter 82. The Return of the Heavy Punch. A 3-second knockout. Logically speaking, to embark on the path of a professional boxer, regardless of the varying levels of skill, one must be formidable compared to the average person. The most crucial aspect is the ability to endure and transition from amateur to true professional, which implies that within their hearts, they harbor a fighting spirit. Under normal circumstances, regardless of the opponent encountered, they should not succumb to despair. Even when aware of their impending defeat, they should at least attempt to fight back. However, in the presence of Li Mingyang, such thoughts and attitudes manifest as an undeniable reality. It is as though Li Mingyang belongs to an entirely different species, emanating a primal sense of superiority that overwhelms their years of dedicated training. This reaction is not entirely unexpected, as it became evident during the weigh-in that these contenders were far from elite, instead resembling a collection of mismatched individuals rather than rigorously trained athletes. In comparison to those who grace the pinnacle of the boxing arena, these fighters seem to be mere placeholders intended to showcase the existence of professional boxing in their country, rather than exemplifying true skill. As for their level of competence, it appears that neither they nor their supporting teams impose stringent expectations. Having not endured the relentless trials that ordinary individuals cannot bear, it is natural that their resolve is not as steadfast as one might presume. In the face of an opponent they know they cannot possibly defeat, feeling a sense of fear seems entirely reasonable. Nonetheless, Li Mingyang has little inclination to analyze the psyche of these weaker adversaries, whether they feign resistance or, like today's opponent, react with the instinctual terror of a sheep confronted by a tiger, fleeing in sheer panic and trembling uncontrollably. Regardless of their state, such behavior does not alter the inevitable outcome. In fact, any attempt at defiance may expose even more vulnerabilities, potentially preventing them from surviving beyond the first unfortunate 16 seconds. charging forth in a brave assault, only to be met with a swift thud. Down they go. The entire sequence may amount to a mere 3 seconds. Contemplating this, one might argue that adopting a cowardly stance could carry its own merits, at least prolonging the inevitable and allowing for a somewhat more dignified defeat. This particular match, while seemingly professional in many respects, aside from the fighters themselves, was tightly scheduled with 2 bouts in a single day, one in the morning and another in the afternoon. Thus, when Li Mingyang prepared for the second match of his life, it was merely 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Unlike the sparse audience of the morning, it appeared that news of Li Mingyang's earlier performance had circulated, resulting in a noticeably larger crowd in the afternoon. As he made his entrance, faint cheers erupted, catching Li Mingyang somewhat off guard. To my astonishment, I have garnered fans after merely a 16-second bout in the boxing arena. How rare indeed. Speaking of which, I have already watched this morning's video, and that fellow is truly formidable. Just that one punch. As he spoke, the spectator could not contain his excitement, gesturing animatedly, as if, in that moment, he had transformed into Li Mingyang in the ring. To be fair, although his opponent may not appear as fierce, he is undoubtedly a muscular behemoth and a professional fighter, having undergone rigorous training. It is said that the unfortunate soul is currently lying in a hospital bed, still unconscious. If such a powerful and ferocious strike were to land on my face. At this thought, the fan's previously exhilarated expression shifted to one of palpable fear, his body trembling involuntarily, as if he could envision the grim aftermath of such a blow. Undoubtedly, with my slight frame, even a punch that didn't directly strike my head could very well end my existence on the spot. I must say, the youth of today possess an extraordinary capacity for rapid thought. One moment their face is marked by dread, and the next, they are filled with excitement. How long do you think this afternoon's opponent will last? Will it be longer or shorter than 16 seconds? Although we are strangers, our shared passion for boxing, united by the sudden rise of the dark horse Li Mingyang, creates an atmosphere devoid of barriers as we discuss these topics. It is hard to say, though. If the opponents watch this morning's match, perhaps they might resort to a cowardly strategy. They could potentially last a bit longer. After all, if one's sole focus is on evading in the ring, even this fighter would need additional time to subdue his opponent, wouldn't he? If he encounters a stubborn adversary, I suspect this new, unfortunate soul might not survive even 10 seconds. Such a brutal punch is indeed a rarity, even on the world's premier stages. Ding, ding, ding. Bang. With the crisp sound of the bell, at the very beginning of the match, Li Mingyang executed a sweeping leg kick. He had discerned that his second unfortunate opponent was likely employing an evasion strategy. Aware of his adversary's capabilities, Li Mingyang approached the encounter without a trace of hesitation or doubt. Empowered by his formidable strength, the opponent found himself bereft of any opportunity to resist, losing his balance and teetering toward the ground. Seizing this moment of vulnerability, Li Mingyang advanced swiftly. Bang! A ferocious straight right punch. There was no possibility of an unexpected outcome. The opponent's tall, robust form crumpled to the ground, seamlessly transitioning into a slumber akin to that of an infant within a mere second. At this moment, the countdown on the large screen behind the arena came to a halt, displaying a glaring crimson number. 3 seconds. The match concluded in a mere 3 seconds. Chapter 83. The match video goes viral. In the face of this electrifying scene in the arena, almost all the spectators erupted into fervent cheers. Li Mingyang undoubtedly emerged victorious in the contest. Yet as he approached the edge of the ring, he was met not with the joyful countenance of Wang Daniu, but rather with a visage of solemnity. "I have discerned an issue," Wang remarked. "It appears you have a penchant for utilizing your legs as a weapon during the match. While I do not intend to prohibit you from employing your legs in combat or from training them, you must grasp the essence of our objective. Our aim is to ascend to the professional arena on the international stage. Thankfully, although this tournament is titled the King of Fighters, it is not an official boxing competition, but rather a free fighting contest. The rules permit the use of leg techniques. Otherwise, that move you executed earlier could have compromised not only your victory, but potentially your professional career as well. Before a contest commences, it It is imperative that you firmly remember the rules, ensuring that your legs do not hinder your thoughts or actions. In the realm of free fighting, there is naturally nothing amiss in utilizing whatever techniques are advantageous. However, you must not become so accustomed to this rhythm of combat that when you step onto a true boxing stage, you instinctively revert to using your legs. Even if you're mindful of the rules and manage to restrain your legs from attacking, it may still disrupt your natural offensive flow. Therefore, in the upcoming matches, remember to approach this not as a free fighting bout, but as a professional boxing match. Your legs should solely serve the purpose of movement or evasion. All attacks against your opponent must rely exclusively on your hands and fists, targeting their upper body. Wang Danyu's expression remained grave as he spoke. Although reaching the pinnacle of the world entails navigating through numerous richly governed competitions, free fighting is no exception, yet these contests lack the mature and structured progression that boxing possesses. If Li Mingyang wishes to swiftly attain the summit of success, dedicating himself to the sport of boxing is undoubtedly the wisest course. Regular training must not be neglected, yet when it comes to the ring and the competition, he must resolutely refrain from deploying his legs. First and foremost, cultivate solid competitive habits and establish a robust combat memory. As for venturing into other realms, that can certainly be contemplated later, but only once Li Mingyang has ascended to a certain height. For now, specializing in one domain is undoubtedly the most expedient path for his growth. Upon hearing these words, Li Mingyang nodded earnestly. Understood, coach. I will be mindful in the forthcoming matches, but I shall not neglect the training of my leg techniques. After all, the title of a world boxing champion is merely a stepping stone for me. My ultimate aspiration is to ensure that no matter the type of combat, all these competitors should exist in the shadow of our Eastern Dragon. In the end, Li Mingyang couldn't help but break into a broad smile which, while initially appearing cheerful, took on a rather sinister quality when combined with his tone and gaze. In response, Wang Danyu did not express any dissent. Rather, his face lit up with a reassuring grin. Yes, this is the mindset we ought to have when we step onto the battlefield to refine our martial arts skills. These monkeys might still be living in trees. Why should these sports now become their realm of dominance? Our goal is solely to proclaim to the entire world that you are still who you are. As he concluded, Wang Danyu let out a raucous laugh. Had it been anyone else uttering such words, he might have scolded them for their arrogance. Yet, since it was Li Mingyang, whose physical prowess is undoubtedly unrivaled, he felt no need to admonish. Moreover, it is evident that Li Mingyang is still in the midst of a vigorous growth phase. The minor goal of dominating the ring is within reach. Wang Danyu firmly believes that this day is not far off, at most 2 years, perhaps even just 1 year of diligent effort. The emerging heavyweight, Li Mingyang, is destined to become the brightest sun in the annals of boxing history. As for the others, regardless of their current prowess and dominance in the ring, they pale in comparison to his extraordinary physical gifts, much like fireflies attempting to compete with the brilliant moonlight, let alone the blazing sun. Wow, brothers, look what I've stumbled upon. Li Mingyang, now a major internet celebrity with millions of genuine fans, not a trace of bots or fake followers, naturally enjoys significant online popularity with a thriving fan community to boot. Many fans, however, have been puzzled as to why Li Mingyang hasn't streamed for several days. Though his daily broadcasts typically consisted solely of training, there are plenty of boxing enthusiasts among his followers who find such sessions exhilarating and addictive. In just a few days, the private messages in Li Mingyang's inbox had piled up like a mountain, with countless notifications marked as 99. Yet, Li Mingyang had no time to dwell on this. As an ardent boxing fan discovered a blind spot, he had been relying on Li Mingyang's training streams as his daily inspiration, and not seeing them for several days felt quite unusual. Being a boxing aficionado himself, he sought out other matches to watch in Li Mingyang's absence. To his astonishment, he was taken aback to see a familiar, ferocious figure in the professional ring. Goodness, no wonder this guy hasn't updated in days. So, they've been secretly competing without our knowledge? One in 16 seconds, another in 3 seconds. Is this the prowess of a warrior? Initially, I thought that after just a few months of training, their abilities would still be lacking. Yet, not only did the opponent deliver a resounding slap to your face, but they also flaunted this astonishing record right before you. To be frank, this is undoubtedly the most exhilarating instance of being humbled I have ever experienced. Despite the humiliation, I could not help but exclaim, "Exhilarating!" I support the sentiment above. If possible, I hope for even more instances of such humbling encounters to come. Originally, these two videos were merely fervently discussed within our group, but alas, the fanbase of Li Mingyang is rather intricate. Many individuals belong to more than one fan group. Soon, this edited compilation of knockout videos, totaling no more than 20 seconds, began to circulate wildly among the fans. Then, unbeknownst to us, one of the fans took the initiative, and before we knew it, this knockout video had spread across the internet. Given Li Mingyang's already substantial fanbase, not to mention the sheer ferocity and charisma of the knockout footage, it quickly gained traction. Fueled by the enthusiasm of fans and propelled by the recommendation algorithm of Douyin, the video of Li Mingyang's very first match unexpectedly became a sensation across the platform. By the time Li Mingyang discovered this video, its view count had skyrocketed to an astonishing 30 million, all within a mere 5 hours of its initial release. Chapter 84. A Relentless Dominance. Undeniably the champion. In our country, heavyweight boxers are already a rarity, and the number of those willing to participate in such minor competitions is even fewer. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is highly likely that all matches will conclude either today or tomorrow. As the saying goes, one should perform with a calm mindset. After all, these opponents. At this juncture, Wang Daniyu, typically stoic, exhibited a rare expression of hesitation. Initially, he envisioned this first ring experience for Li Mingyang as an opportunity to accumulate some experience, hoping to avoid excessive difficulty. The timing seemed fortuitous, leading to the selection of this match. However, unexpectedly, he found himself confronted with a motley crew of opponents. Wang Daniyu's greatest concern was that Li Mingyang might develop an inflated sense of self-worth. While it is true that the opponents possess extraordinary physical talents, even their aptitude for learning is commendable. Li Mingyang's skill and technique does not rank among the world's elite. He is undoubtedly gifted, perhaps even possessing considerable talent. But if skill were graded on a scale of 100, Li Mingyang would barely reach around 90. In contrast, when considering the pinnacle of talent globally, such as the renowned Tyson, one might estimate his boxing prowess to be at least 120. Tyson represents a superlative existence. After all, his journey from training to professional debut, showcasing absolute dominance, spanned merely 2 years. Despite being relatively undersized among heavyweights, lacking advantages in reach, he still demonstrates unequivocal authority in the ring. The exceptional physical gifts of opponents like Tyson are complemented by their extraordinary combat aptitude. What might appear as a disadvantage to ordinary fighters transforms into a distinctive advantage in the hands of someone like Tyson. Although Li Mingyang's physical qualities are undoubtedly among the finest in the world, there remains a significant disparity in technique when compared to the elite fighters. Should Li Mingyang become overconfident and encounter a technically proficient adversary, provided that the opponent's physique is not overly deficient, it could lead to a significant setback for him. This concern weighs heavily on Wang Daniyu. He fears that a harsh defeat might shatter the young man's spirit. Boxing transcends mere physical prowess. It also demands skill, mindset, and mental fortitude. In summary, while these opponents may pose little challenge to Li Mingyang, they are equally inconsequential to other skilled fighters. Although his progress is indeed rapid, and even at his current level, he could secure a respectable position on domestic platforms, there remains a considerable gap when compared to truly elite competitors. It is essential to remember that this competition is not a life-and-death struggle. It is governed by rules, and in a real fight, one could easily seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. However, in the context of competition, under the constraints of various rules, the opponent can fully capitalize on their strengths. While a knockout may be improbable, they can effortlessly secure victory through a significant points advantage. Upon hearing Wang Daniyu's words, Li Mingyang was well aware of the underlying meaning. He merely feared that after participating in this competition, he might develop an inflated ego, believing himself to be invincible. and subsequently become complacent in his daily training. If he were to encounter a formidable adversary thereafter, he might find himself questioning his existence and experiencing a collapse of his resolve. Li Mingyang possessed a clear understanding of his own capabilities. He recognized that, against these ordinary competitors, he was indeed a dominant force. However, when it came to facing the world's elite, even within a country where boxing was not particularly advanced, he lacked the confidence to triumph over top-tier opponents in the ring. Therefore, rather than relaxing his training regimen post-competition, he would impose even stricter standards upon himself. After all, life is fleeting, and while he had set his sights on achieving the pinnacle of success in the ring, this ambition would not consume his entire existence. Thus, what Li Mingyang desired most was to realize this goal as swiftly as possible, to reach such lofty aspirations that ordinary people could scarcely envision, even with his advantageous talents. He would need to exert even greater effort. As Wang Daniyu had anticipated, today's competition was structured to include 3 bouts, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, and one in the evening. Li Mingyang even speculated whether this arrangement was partly due to his own influence. Given the considerable disparity in skill between himself and the other competitors, it was evident even to an ordinary observer, let alone the organizers. Since Li Mingyang would not expend excessive energy in any single match, why not conclude the competition within a single day? Li Mingyang was uncertain whether this arrangement was related to him, but regardless, it did not concern him. Even if the matches were scheduled closely together, he would not be fazed by facing such inferior opponents. First match, 18 seconds, an undeniable knockout. Second match, 15 seconds, another swift and futile knockout. Third match, 32 seconds. This opponent proved somewhat resilient, managing to withstand 2 punches and displayed slightly more agility on their feet, thereby extending the bout beyond half a minute. Of course, the most critical factor was that Li Mingyang adhered to Wang Daniyu's advice, relying solely on his fists for offense throughout these 3 matches. 3 bouts, 3 unequivocal displays of dominance. With each opponent falling before his fists, he rightfully claimed the championship trophy for the heavyweight category. Chapter 85. It is not my arrogance, but rather the feebleness of my opponents. However, I must admit that this trophy brings me little sense of achievement. Along the journey, Li Mingyang has scarcely encountered any formidable adversaries, let alone anyone capable of exerting pressure on him, allowing him to truly feel a sense of progress. To articulate the sensation of the past 2 days of competition, it resembles an adult man wielding a tiger's claw against a defenseless kindergarten child. Consequently, when Li Mingyang exited the arena and entered his vehicle, he casually discarded his trophy aside, exhibiting an utter lack of regard. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Daniyu could easily surmise Li Mingyang's current mindset. After all, Wang Daniyu had observed Li Mingyang's matches throughout the competition, and considering Li Mingyang's physical prowess and skill level, this contest was indeed rather uninspiring. Yet, fully aware of Li Mingyang's thoughts, Wang Daniyu could not help but feel a twinge of concern. He worried that this young man might become overly complacent, mistakenly believing that all opponents were of such a caliber, and consequently slacken his training. However, Wang Daniyu's expression did not go unnoticed by Li Mingyang. Before Wang Daniyu could voice his concerns, Li Mingyang raised his hand to forestall his words. "Coach, I understand your apprehensions. Rest assured, I do not possess such a mindset. It is not that I have truly inflated my ego. It is simply that the opponents I faced were exceptionally weak. I am acutely aware that there remains a considerable distance to traverse before I can contend with true masters. However, should I desire practical training in the future, I hope to participate in competitions of a higher caliber, at least at the national level. For me, the prospect of defeat is not unacceptable. Should I encounter a foe capable of besting me, regardless of the manner, be a decision victory or a direct knockout, I must admit, though, that I find the latter scenario exceedingly unlikely. Nonetheless, even a decisive victory by points would be beneficial, as it would allow me to learn from my opponent's strengths. At the very least, through the competition, I would gain insight into my shortcomings, enabling me to advance at a quicker pace, rather than squandering several days of training for an utterly meaningless contest. Upon hearing this, Wang Daniyu could not help but chuckle. Thankfully, Li Mingyang's mindset appeared to be intact. In fact, after participating in this competition, his attitude seemed to have improved, fueling his desire to continue progressing on the stage until he reaches the pinnacle of success. To achieve this, however, one must not harbor an attitude of arrogance. Instead, one must maintain a steadfast commitment to continuous improvement. Yet, what Li Mingyang articulated was indeed a genuine concern, not only for himself, but also for Wang Daniyu to heed. After all, as Li Mingyang rightly pointed out, participating in such competitions was undeniably a waste of time and a squandering of life itself. Nevertheless, participating in such a competition for the first time is certainly not a loss. I understand, and I will certainly take heed when arranging future matches. However, I hope that when you encounter a truly formidable opponent, you do not succumb to a collapse of your mindset. Although the level of boxing in our country pales in comparison to the international stage, it has been gradually developing over the years. In my era, I had the honor of being crowned the Asian boxing champion, but in today's context, I would not possess the same confidence. Time marches on, and many techniques and training methodologies are in constant evolution. In other words, contemporary boxers are undoubtedly much stronger than those from my time. Moreover, your participation in this competition was not a mere waste of time. Surely you do not believe you can casually enter national competitions without any achievements? As the old adage goes, one must walk the path step by step and eat the rice bite by bite. Even if such a competition holds little significance for you, it serves as a stepping stone to higher-level contests. It is through this accomplishment that you can earn the right to compete at a more advanced level. As Wang Daniyu spoke, he reached for the trophy that Li Mingyang had carelessly tossed onto the back seat. While Li Mingyang did not place much value on this token, Wang Daniyu held it in higher regard. After all, it marked the first honor of Li Mingyang's professional career. Although its intrinsic value may not be substantial, it still possesses a degree of collectible and commemorative significance. This trophy is indeed a ticket for you, albeit somewhat diluted in merit. It is nonetheless a testament to your efforts earned through your own prowess. Upon concluding his remarks, Wang Daniyu fell silent, starting the vehicle to return to the town and continue Li Mingyang's training. After observing Li Mingyang's performance in this competition, Wang Daniyu, despite the lack of significant gains on Li Mingyang's part, found himself enriched by the experience. Although he had yet to thoroughly contemplate a detailed training regimen, a preliminary outline had already begun to form in his mind. Once they returned, he would tailor a new training plan specifically for Li Mingyang. Firstly, the duration of physical conditioning could be slightly reduced, as Wang Daniyu had come to realize during this time that Li Mingyang is indeed quite extraordinary. He trains relentlessly, and as long as he does not exhaust himself, he bounces back to life the very next day. Injuries seem to never be a concern for Li Mingyang. Thus, he could afford to increase the weights in each training session, enabling Li Mingyang to achieve the same training effects in a shorter span of time. As for other aspects, it is imperative to focus more on honing Li Mingyang's skills and techniques. Although this competition was dominated by a crushing performance, Wang Daniyu was not satisfied with the technical proficiency displayed by Li Mingyang. After all, his opponents were rather inept individuals, even if they were intent on evading him. The ring was only so spacious. Had Li Mingyang possessed more refined footwork and a sharper offensive strategy, the match ought to have concluded with greater decisiveness. In fact, during the final bout, over half a minute was spent in contention, which, in Wang Daniyu's opinion, was an excessive amount of time against such adversaries. The most effective approach would have been to strike with a thunderous force, launching directly at his opponent and delivering a swift, decisive blow. Given Li Mingyang's extraordinary physique, Wang Daniyu had no doubt that he possessed the capability to eliminate his opponent in an instant, provided he could execute a successful attack. Yet, in this combat, characterized by such a disparity in skill, it was truly inconceivable to Wang Daniyu that Li Mingyang had engaged for an entire half-minute. Chapter 86. Preparing for the National Championship. By the way, there's something else I must share with you. You expressed a desire to participate in higher-level competitions to hone your skills, and since you have already proclaimed your lack of fear regarding failure, I have some delightful news for you. While driving, Wang Daniyu seemed to suddenly recall something. He did not turn around, but raised his voice so that Li Mingyang could hear him. In 3 months, the national championship will commence. This event is arguably the most prestigious boxing competition in our country, and nearly all the elite fighters across various weight classes will participate. The heavyweight division, in which you compete, will be no exception. If you wish to refine your technique and experience the pressure of the ring, this competition undoubtedly presents the finest opportunity. With our recent trophy, we have secured our eligibility to enter. Although this competition lacks exceptionally skilled participants, it is a formally sanctioned event. Your status as a provincial champion carries weight, granting you a ticket to the national championship. As he spoke, Wang Danyu's expression shifted, revealing a hint of hesitation. Despite Li Mingyang's clear articulation, Wang Danyu found himself plagued by uncertainty. Was it truly right to have Li Mingyang compete at this level? Coach, please do assist me in registering for this match. After all, we still have 3 months, he implored. Moreover, I have only been training as a professional boxer for about 3 months, with a full 3 months remaining until the national championship begins. I acknowledge that my current abilities may not suffice to stand out in such a competition. However, I firmly believe that if I train diligently and enhance my skills and physical condition over the next 3 months, I can shine in this event, even if I do not claim the championship title. The crux of the matter is that secluding oneself does not yield fruitful results. To achieve better outcomes and ascend to greater heights, one must venture out and experience the world beyond. Even facing 1 or 2 defeats does not signify failure, does it? As long as I stand atop the highest peak in the end, that is what matters. Reflecting on my past, those so-called dark moments are not truly dark. They are merely the paths I have traversed. Before Wang Danyu could continue, Li Mingyang took the initiative to speak, and witnessing the confident and radiant smile on his face deeply moved Wang Danyu. Indeed, as an aspiring boxer aiming for the pinnacle, how could one fear the challenges and failures encountered along the journey? Once in the vigor of youth, I ascended to the pinnacle of the Asian boxing realm, propelled by an audacious spirit that feared no challenges. Had fate not intervened, I might have found myself gracing the global boxing circuit. Reflecting on my own tenacity, I now ponder why, when it comes to my prot, Li Mingyang, I find myself filled with trepidation. In an instant, the gloom within Wang Danyu dissipated, and his demeanor transformed into one radiating optimism. The confidence that adorned his visage was no longer a mere self-deception. It emanated genuinely from his core. Though merely 3 months may seem insufficient for the average individual to effect significant change, I must remind myself that my pupil is no ordinary person but a relentless force. Rest assured, in the upcoming months, I shall devote myself entirely to nurturing your potential. Even if it means risking my own reputation, I will strive to elevate you during this period. However, as I contemplate this, a tinge of regret crosses my features. I anticipated this day would arrive eventually, perhaps sooner than expected, yet I am taken aback by its swift approach. Given Li Mingyang's current prowess and burgeoning mindset, I find myself questioning whether I shall still possess the authority to guide him after our intensive training. Although I have previously achieved commendable accolades, they belong to a distant past. My training methodologies, too, seem obsolete in the face of contemporary advancements. As Li Mingyang aspires to ascend further in the arena, I realize I may soon find myself outpaced, necessitating a more adept coach and a specialized team. Nevertheless, I swiftly recalibrate my perspective. While I may not accompany him to the very end, I can take pride in being his initial guide on this path. Without my influence, his journey would undoubtedly have been less expedited. Thus, I have etched a significant chapter in the future champion's narrative. With this thought, my spirits lifted considerably, and I began to strategize. Should I reach out at the appropriate moment to assist Li Mingyang, my most promising protege, in securing a place for advanced training? Though leveraging my current connections may prove challenging, with determination and effort, opportunities might yet emerge. Of course, all of this hinges on Li Mingyang's performance at the World Championships. He must secure a commendable achievement to pave the way for his future. The essence of competitive sports lies in the survival of the fittest. It is a realm where achievements and prowess reign supreme. Li Mingyang possesses the requisite strength, which naturally facilitates all matters. However, in the absence of such ability, one finds that everything is rendered irrelevant. Chapter 87. The tense atmosphere among rivals bang. Bang, bang. Still within this familiar town, nestled in this modest workshop, the atmosphere now bears little resemblance to the early days of training. First and foremost, Li Mingyang has undergone a profound transformation over the past 3 months. Physically, he has developed remarkably. His height has soared to 196 centimeters, and his weight has reached an astonishing 138 kilograms. Such a physique is undeniably extraordinary, even among heavyweight competitors. Moreover, Li Mingyang has managed to maintain exceptional speed and explosive power alongside this formidable size. Internally, his strength and technical prowess have also evolved significantly, allowing him to outclass his former self from 3 months prior. Observing Li Mingyang train on the ring reveals the stark contrast in his training partners. Unlike the ordinary sparring partners previously hired from the province, this time, Wang Daniu has truly leveraged his connections to bring in high-caliber professional boxers, even by national standards. 4 targeted practice sessions. Whether it pertains to his resilience against strikes or his defensive and offensive abilities, Li Mingyang has experienced a complete metamorphosis. In recent weeks, to elevate the intensity of his training, Li Mingyang has faced 2 opponents simultaneously during each sparring session. This approach has significantly enhanced his defensive and offensive capabilities, as he learns to navigate the challenges posed by multiple adversaries. His initial struggles against 2 opponents have transformed into a display of ease and mastery. The progress Li Mingyang has made has not only astonished his sparring partners, but has also left Wang Daniu, who is already well acquainted with him, utterly astounded. The longer one spends time with Li Mingyang, the more he resembles an inexhaustible treasure trove, no matter how much one explores. Only the tip of the iceberg seems to be visible. For instance, during his evasion and defensive training, under the relentless assault of 2 lightweight opponents, it appears nearly impossible for them to inflict any substantial damage. Either their strikes are evaded, or they are absorbed by Li Mingyang's seamlessly integrated defensive techniques. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. There are moments when, due to carelessness or delayed reactions, he does get struck. Yet these lightweight opponents, whose weight barely reaches half of Li Mingyang's, seem to merely tickle him with their blows. Not only do they fail to deliver a critical hit, but even a solid punch barely reddens his skin. His overall defensive capabilities have seen an extraordinary enhancement compared to 3 months ago. If his training was visibly taxing back then, now, for anyone with a discerning eye, Li Mingyang's physique unmistakably signifies a formidable presence striding upon the professional boxing stage. Even the muscles in his neck have grown remarkably robust, nearly matching the dimensions of his head. However, such transformation comes at a cost. Under the strain of intense training, Li Mingyang has lost the handsome visage he once possessed, though his countenance remains striking, complemented by his formidable physique. He now exudes a ferocious aura reminiscent of a savage beast. Every part of him emanates a sense of violence, as if he could unleash a lethal strike at any moment. That will suffice for today's training. Continuing further would yield little progress. The national championships are imminent, and akin to the last time, you should rest well for a few days and monitor your diet. As he spoke, Wang Daniu paused momentarily, his gaze toward Li Mingyang brimming with pride. Li Mingyang is undoubtedly the most talented individual he has encountered and mentored. Most importantly, Li Mingyang possesses an admirable work ethic. In just 3 months, he has trained with relentless dedication. Even his relative shortcomings have transformed significantly, showcasing remarkable technical advancements. Currently, Li Mingyang is a formidable opponent. Even during his peak, Wang Daniu would have lacked the confidence to endure 3 rounds against such a rival. However, following this professional championship, I am confident that you will achieve results that will astonish everyone. The championship title and the National Boxing Champions Gold Belt are within your reach given your current prowess. Therefore, after participating in this national championship, I sense that our mentor-mentee relationship may soon come to an end. The path ahead is one that I, as your coach, may no longer be able to navigate alongside you. As times evolve, adapting to the current boxing arena necessitates techniques and training methodologies that keep pace with the present. I hope you can secure an impressive outcome in the forthcoming championship, ideally clinching the title. At that point, I will do my utmost to enroll you in a world-class training camp. Should you excel in this environment, I believe the day you stand on the global stage, at the pinnacle of the boxing world, will not be far off. After all, this is a genuine world champion training camp, where over 60% of those currently active in the ring have emerged from. They are undoubtedly the most proficient within the realm of boxing training. Sensing Li Mingyang's desire to inquire further, Wang Daniu waved his hand dismissively. Of course, even if you were to ask me now, I would not divulge the specific details. Your sole focus must be on preparing thoroughly for the national championship, striving to reach the highest position attainable in this competition. Once you have completed this competition, we shall engage in a thorough discussion regarding the training camp. At this juncture, Wang Daniu seemed to recall something, turning to Li Mingyang to add, "By the way, I must remind you of one thing. After the championship, there will likely be a month or two of time. During this period, I shall refrain from interfering with your training, and you may manage it as you see fit. However, one point you must bear in mind is the importance of seizing this opportunity to enhance your English skills. After all, one cannot carry a translator throughout the training camp, and fluency in English is essential as you aspire to step onto the international boxing stage." Watching Wang Daniu's retreating figure, Li Mingyang stood in a daze for a while, before suddenly coming to a realization. He had initially thought that possessing a robust physique would liberate him from the arduous life of study. After all, had he excelled academically, he would not have taken this path. But now, he had not anticipated that despite his formidable physique, he would still be confronted by his most vexing challenge. As a person deeply rooted in his heritage, Li Mingyang seemed to be at odds with the English language. Could this individual possibly be our opponent? Since when did such a formidable contender emerge in our country? Unlike the previous provincial competitions, this national championship brought together the finest talents from across the nation. Given its high prestige, virtually every qualified participant would seize the opportunity to gain experience. Even if one could not achieve a remarkable result, merely participating in such a competition is a testament to the value one possesses as a boxer. Thus, even within the heavyweight division, the venue was teeming with a multitude of competitors. However, as Li Mingyang entered the arena, the previously vibrant atmosphere abruptly fell silent. Almost instinctively, all eyes turned towards him, captivated by his striking physique and the agility and explosiveness he exhibited with every movement. Just a glance was enough for the other competitors to reach an unspoken conclusion. He was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Chapter 88. A formidable technical opponent. The once light-hearted atmosphere suddenly shifted into a palpable tension with the unexpected arrival of Li Mingyang. Nearly everyone scrutinized him intently, particularly those who possessed considerable strength. The more rigorous the training one had undergone, the more apparent it became that Li Mingyang's physique was truly exceptional. He was undoubtedly a person who had emerged from the depths of hell, metaphorically speaking, referring to the grueling nature of his training. Ordinary training could never yield such an exaggerated and explosive physique. Furthermore, his apparent resilience to impact was remarkable. Should he also possess outstanding technical skills? It would be no exaggeration to declare Li Mingyang as the foremost contender for victory in this national championship. However, this atmosphere of awe dissipated within mere minutes, as many less capable individuals quickly averted their gazes. They had come merely to participate, lacking any significant ambition or goals regarding rankings. Some harbored the sole desire for fortune to favor them, hoping to avoid elimination in the first round, or at the very least, to lose gracefully. Thus, regardless of Li Mingyang's formidable prowess, it bore little relevance to them. After a brief moment of astonishment, they returned to their meals and drinks, as if Li Mingyang had never graced the scene. After all, they were not from the same world. Gossip was permissible, yet none intended to delve deeper into studying this opponent. Those who believed themselves capable of challenging Li Mingyang were among the elite in the realm of heavyweight fighters within the country. having reached this point through perseverance. They were undoubtedly distinguished individuals, brimming with confidence. Although Li Mingyang's physique was remarkable, they did not succumb to fear. They quickly masked their solemn expressions, transforming their apprehension into a respectful acknowledgement of Li Mingyang's presence. Some quick-witted individuals had already begun instructing those nearby to gather information, ideally reviewing footage of his previous matches. Li Mingyang had long since grown accustomed to such wary or envious gazes, having first encountered them upon entering the competitive arena. After enduring 3 months of intense training, he was even more familiar with the unusual stares he received while walking down the street. Thus, he had developed an immunity to such scrutiny. Upon entering the venue, he focused solely on his own affairs, with no intention of engaging in conversation with anyone. Mingyang, it appears you have genuinely encountered a worthy adversary this time. Following the familiar process of drawing lots, Li Mingyang paid little heed to who his opponent would be. For regardless of the opponent, he would compete with unwavering determination. His confidence stemmed not merely from self-assurance, but rather from the extraordinary nature of his physique and stamina. The championship directly corresponds to the international professional arena, which is far from resembling an ordinary boxing match that lasts merely 3 rounds. Professional boxing bouts worldwide adhere to a grueling 12-round format. Not only do the domestic contenders face this challenge, but even the elite fighters on the global stage find the 12 rounds to be a tremendous test of endurance. Even the most physically robust boxers find their peak stamina waning after 7 or 8 rounds, leading to a struggle to endure in the final rounds. As for the domestic competitors, the situation is even more dire. However, Li Mingyang is an exception. After extensive training, his peak stamina has transcended the 12-round limit. Given the brief respite between rounds, even the prospect of enduring a continuous 12 rounds does not daunt him, even if his opponent possesses superior technique. As long as he can prolong the fight into the later rounds, he can seize the opportunity when his adversary's condition deteriorates, regardless of any earlier point deficit. If he can decisively knock his opponent down in the ring, victory will undoubtedly be his. Thus, Li Mingyang remains largely unfazed by Wang Dania's comments. Having assessed his own strengths and weaknesses, he has formulated a clear strategy for his career and combat techniques. Your fortune, whether good or ill, hinges on the fact that your opponent is an experienced technical fighter. Although your skills have significantly improved, there is still a discernible gap when compared to his. I can assert that if you are unable to achieve a knockout with a powerful punch during the match, the score difference between you will likely be substantial. Chapter 89. The fierce tiger slays the sheep, a single strike to kill. It must be said that Wang Daniu's analysis is indeed astute. The opponent's weight is nearly at the threshold of the heavyweight category. This indicates that while the adversary possesses formidable strength, their agility surpasses that of the average heavyweight competitor. Not to mention, this opponent boasts skills that are undoubtedly among the elite in the country, making them a formidable challenge for Li Mingyang. However, despite this, Li Mingyang harbors ample confidence in himself. After all, no matter how proficient the opponent's techniques may be, their Achilles heel lies in their physique. It is often said that even a novice can land a blow on a master through sheer chaos. Setting aside the fact that he still considers himself a fledgling, Li Mingyang's physical prowess significantly outweighs that of his opponent. They may land 10, 20, or even 100 punches on him. Yet all he needs is to seize the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow, which could very well conclude the match. Moreover, he has the luxury of 12 full rounds to exploit such opportunities, leaving Li Mingyang unconcerned about the ultimate outcome of the bout. Rest assured, coach, in this momentous match of my life, I shall achieve a result that will astonish everyone. As for my first opponent, let us chalk it up to a stroke of bad luck for them. Despite being a seasoned veteran of the ring, they have drawn me as their adversary. At this point, Li Mingyang did not continue his thoughts, yet his visage radiated confidence. In this prestigious domestic event, Li Mingyang extends due respect to each of his opponents, valuing every competitor who stands before him. Simultaneously, he possesses sufficient self-assurance to vanquish every obstacle in his path with his fists. And this unfortunate soul is merely the first. Ding, ding, ding. With the resonant sound, The first round of the match between Li Mingyang and his opponent commenced. It cannot be denied that Yang Jian is certainly the most challenging adversary Li Mingyang has encountered, at least in the context of his competitive career, marking the first truly worthy opponent. From the outset, Li Mingyang employed his customary strategy, aiming to constrict the opponent's space for survival. He sought to compel Yang Jian into a direct confrontation, intending to leverage his physical superiority to dominate. Yet, Yang Jian's skills were not comparable to those of Li Mingyang's previous opponents. Li Mingyang had studied Yang Jian's profile, and naturally, Yang Jian's team had also done their homework. Furthermore, Li Mingyang's entrance had directly captured their attention. With his heightened focus, they had naturally analyzed Li Mingyang's past performances, noting his extraordinary physique and the devastating power behind his punches. Although his previous opponents had not been particularly formidable, they were at least solidly within the heavyweight category. Nonetheless, nearly all had faltered before Li Mingyang's second punch, leaving no doubt about the lethality of his strikes. The seasoned Yang Jian swiftly discerned the tactics at play. Confronting such an opponent, a direct confrontation would yield no fruitful outcome. However, Li Mingyang's still undeveloped skills presented Yang Jian with an opportunity. As long as he maintained a high degree of agility, avoiding being cornered, he could leverage his technical superiority to secure victory through points against this formidable adversary. From the outset of the match, Li Mingyang recognized that his opponent was unlike anyone he had previously encountered. The adversary's footwork was remarkably nimble, akin to a slippery fish gliding through water. No matter how relentlessly he pursued, the opponent always managed to evade his attempts at containment. As the first round concluded, Li Mingyang found himself at a disadvantage, trailing several points behind. It was evident that this individual was indeed a challenging opponent. Despite his advancing age and a decline in physical condition, he still possessed the essence of his prime, bolstered by years of experience in the ring, honing his skills to a remarkable level. Presently, the only advantage Li Mingyang held was his superior physique, coupled with seemingly boundless stamina. It was imperative for him to adapt his strategy. The approach taken in the first round would not suffice. There was no need to concern himself with points, given that both his endurance and resilience were commendable, freeing him from the fear of succumbing to his opponent's strikes. As long as he protected his vital areas, he could disregard the impact of blows to other parts of his body. Thus, from the second round onward, his objective was to relentlessly constrict his opponent's space, drawing him into his rhythm. He aimed to chase the adversary around the ring like a hound, swiftly depleting the opponent's stamina. The quicker the opponent fatigued, the greater Li Mingyang's advantage would become, facilitating an earlier opportunity to strike and secure a knockout. While Yang Jian was undoubtedly a seasoned veteran, Li Mingyang also benefited from the presence of Wang Daniyu, who, despite his retirement from the boxing scene for many years, retained his tactical acumen. During the intermission, he leaned in to offer Li Mingyang strategic advice. Even without Wang Daniyu's input, Li Mingyang was already inclined towards implementing such a strategy. With a resounding clang, the second round commenced. From the very beginning, Li Mingyang charged at Yang Jian like a hungry tiger, exerting pressure. Although he did not inflict significant damage and found himself trailing even more in points than in the first round, he could discern that his opponent's breathing had become noticeably more labored compared to the initial round. This was a clear indication that Li Mingyang's strategy was indeed sound. With 12 rounds to play, and only in the second round, his opponent had already begun to reveal signs of fatigue. Li Mingyang believed that within 2 or 3 more rounds, he would seize the opportunity to strike. However, what he did not anticipate was that, in merely the third round, under the immense pressure, Yang Jian was also at a loss, struggling to cope. As the saying goes, he who often walks by the river is bound to get his shoes wet. The principle that prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure is one understood by nearly every citizen. Yang Jian's extended defensive maneuvers not only made his performance appear exceedingly awkward and ungraceful, but ultimately led to him being caught off guard by Li Mingyang in the final minute of the third round. After a deft evasion, his opponent left an opening wide enough to expose his most vulnerable area, his head, thus laying bare the very target Li Mingyang sought. This oversight stemmed from a careless underestimation of Li Mingyang's abilities, mistakenly believing that his skills were lacking, while in reality, it was a tactical ploy to wear down his opponent's stamina by refraining from attack. Such an instinctive lapse, occurring in less than a second, proved to be a fatal error on this elite stage. Bang! A powerful right hook landed, allowing Li Mingyang to observe the tremors in his opponent's facial muscles and the dazed look that settled in his eyes in less than a second. Yet, to ensure his victory, Li Mingyang seized the moment, delivering a fierce left jab before his opponent could fall. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of bodies colliding, his opponent fell back onto the ring, losing consciousness instantaneously. In those fleeting seconds, Li Mingyang exhibited a ferocity reminiscent of a tiger plunging into a flock of sheep. Like a king of the jungle, locking onto its prey, he struck decisively, delivering a lethal blow that was both violent and pure. Chapter 90. A natural heavyweight? What a coincidence. So am I. As the referee counted down beside the ring and the medical team hastened to the scene, Li Mingyang thoroughly relaxed. He possessed a clear understanding of his own fists. One strike was likely sufficient to vanquish his opponent, not to mention the follow-up blow he had delivered. It seemed improbable that his adversary would awaken within a few hours. At this moment, Li Mingyang began to celebrate his anticipated victory, raising his arms high in triumph, eschewing any primal roars. Yet his gaze surveyed the perimeter of the ring, resembling a formidable beast surveying its territory. This commanding display resonated deeply with the audience, who had been teetering on the edge of slumber. The explosive scene unfolded so abruptly that, after a brief moment of astonishment, the arena erupted in cheers akin to a cataclysmic avalanche. A knockout, and a decisive one at that, devoid of any hesitation or delay. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare on domestic rings, particularly among heavyweight bouts. After all, heavyweight boxers, regardless of their striking power, are invariably imposing figures. Every contender stepping into the ring possesses a level of resilience far beyond that of the average individual. This is precisely why knockout finishes are seldom observed in the domestic heavyweight boxing scene. Yet now, as the large screen behind the ring replayed the footage, one punch rendered his opponent unconscious, followed swiftly by another that sent his chin soaring, his heels lifting off the ground, and in the next moment, he collapsed like a lifeless carcass. Notably, his opponent was no novice. Yang Jian was a formidable contender for this year's championship medal, even regarded as a dark horse in the title race. In the minds of seasoned boxing aficionados, Yang Jian held a respectable stature within the domestic heavyweight arena. Yet this capable fighter, this heavyweight contender, was dispatched to the canvas with merely 2 punches, offering no semblance of resistance or struggle. The outcome of the match left little room for dispute. Li Mingyang's display of strength and ferocity captivated every spectator. Although many veteran fans recognized that Li Mingyang still had technical deficiencies, the raw power he exhibited was undeniably extraordinary. The victory was not the result of a mere technical shortcoming, nor was there any sense of regret for a missed opportunity. From start to finish, it was evident that Li Mingyang had achieved an overwhelming triumph through his absolute physical superiority. In a 12-round professional boxing match, he had secured a knockout against a formidable opponent in just the 3rd round. Li Mingyang's displayed prowess immediately captured the attention of all the seeded contenders. Although they had already held a considerable regard for him, this performance elevated their respect to an entirely new level. After all, the extraordinary state in which Li Mingyang presented himself was nothing short of remarkable. Should they inadvertently cross paths with an opponent like him, they could very well find themselves similarly defeated, succumbing to the same tactics within the ring, a prospect that no boxer wishes to confront. The national competition, naturally, entails a more intricate schedule due to the larger number of participants. By the time the draw for the semifinals arrived, it was already the morning of the 3rd day. As Li Mingyang gazed at the draw displayed on the large screen, his eyes brightened upon seeing his opponent. While Yang Jian had been a commendable adversary, the disparity in physicality was too great. It hardly constituted a true match, and the bout lacked excitement. However, today's opponent was indeed a pleasant surprise. Iron Bull. Zhang Tiniu. Li Mingyang pondered whether this name, reminiscent of the naming conventions from rural areas in the mid-20th century, was the opponent's real name or a stage name. Despite the somewhat rustic sound of the name, Zhang Tianyu's strength was undoubtedly formidable. He followed a path remarkably similar to Li Mingyang's, and his technical prowess surpassed that of Li Mingyang, having achieved a level of maturity that was impressive. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhang Tianyu is a born heavyweight, boasting numerous victories by knockout in the heavyweight boxing arena. His professional record stands at 39 wins, for losses with 16 knockouts. Such a record is undeniably terrifying within the domestic heavyweight boxing scene. The only 4 defeats he has faced occurred early in his career when he was outpointed by opponents who capitalized on his less refined skills. Since honing his technique, he has yet to experience a single defeat in the professional boxing ring. This individual is indeed a natural powerhouse. What do you think? Do you have confidence? Unbeknownst to Li Mingyang, Wang Daniyu had quietly approached him. Unlike the previous somber encounter, Wang Daniyu now wore a hint of a smile. Upon hearing his words, Li Mingyang couldn't help but draw his lips into a fierce grin. A natural powerhouse? What a coincidence. I'm one as well. Chapter 91. A clash of brutal force. Although his opponent is indeed a renowned heavy hitter, Li Mingyang possesses unwavering confidence that he can utterly overpower him in a sheer contest of strength. At times, he finds himself playfully comparing his own prowess to that of a lesser version of Captain America. Aside from lacking the extraordinary ability to engage in evenly matched combat, as well as the spontaneous surge of power, he also finds himself bereft of a vibranium shield. Nevertheless, Li Mingyang perceives that his physical attributes are not vastly inferior to those of this illustrious sci-fi character. At the very least, his actual physical statistics have far surpassed those of an ordinary human being. In a straightforward comparison of strength, Li Mingyang feels that even the combined might of his opponent and another individual may not match his own. When it comes to defensive capabilities, while Li Mingyang may not possess the exaggerated invulnerability akin to a superhero, he seems to have mastered a form akin to legendary hard qigong. Ordinary punches against his body inflict little more than discomfort, failing to inflict any significant harm. After all, his physique has been honed through continuous cycles of injury and recovery, resulting in a defense that is perpetually on the rise. Up until today, Li Mingyang has yet to encounter a punch on the arena or during his training that could breach his defenses. In fact, during the recent period of training for impact resistance, he has even gone so far as to allow his sparring partners to wield tools against him. Initially, it was a rubber mallet, but he eventually progressed to using wooden sticks the thickness of his own arms. The brutality of his training has caused his coach, Wang Daniyu, to occasionally avert his gaze, questioning whether Li Mingyang is intent on beating himself to death. However, the truth remains that Li Mingyang possesses a profound understanding of his own body. Such rigorous training has not inflicted any irreversible damage. Instead, it has visibly enhanced both his defensive capabilities and physical form. Thus, upon learning that his next opponent would be a famed heavy hitter, one who, like Li Mingyang, relishes in defeating his adversaries through sheer power, he could hardly contain his excitement. Regardless of the weight behind his opponent's punches, Li Mingyang is resolutely confident that he will not fall to them. He is equally assured that within the 12 rounds of the match, his opponent will inevitably succumb to his heavy blows, with no unforeseen circumstances arising. After all, thus far in the competition, Li Mingyang has refrained from unleashing his full potential to avoid any unexpected outcomes. Yet, should this Iron Bull surprise him, he would not mind allowing this fortunate individual to be the first to witness the true power of his full force strikes. Of course, he could also end up being the unfortunate soul caught in the fray. On one side, Li Mingyang's face radiated excitement, while on the other, Zhang Tianyu attentively absorbed the insights of his coaching team regarding Li Mingyang's profile. After Li Mingyang's impressive first-round knockout of a formidable opponent, nearly every capable contender's entourage delved into his past match footage. Upon discovering the striking similarities in style between himself and Li Mingyang, Zhang Tianyu could not help but display a glimmer of eager anticipation. Although Zhang Tianyu's skills were considerably more refined than those of the novice Li Mingyang, and his experience far surpassed that of the fledgling fighter, he still found himself somewhat outmatched compared to other technically proficient rivals. In the ring, his greatest disdain was reserved for those slippery, elusive opponents that he could never quite grasp. A glance at Zhang Tinyu's record reveals that his 4 solitary defeats were inflicted by such adversaries. Now, however, he faced Li Mingyang, a straightforward fighter known for his aggressive style, reigniting a long-forgotten fervor within Zhang Tinyu. "I have observed this opponent," his coach remarked. "Overall, his technique is still rather immature, and he lacks substantial competitive experience. While I am aware of your unwavering confidence in your physical prowess, I must emphasize that our analysis suggests this fellow may indeed possess a physique that exceeds yours by a considerable margin. Therefore, I believe that, for the sake of ensuring victory, we should consider adopting a more tactical approach." Despite the earnest counsel of his coaching staff, Zhang Tinyu remained resolute. "No, I will not alter my fighting style. Even if I were to fall to this opponent, it would be a consequence I would accept. Moreover, I yearn for a challenger with a similar approach to vanquish me. As you know, my body has begun to decline, and I am uncertain how long this tenuous peak condition can be sustained, perhaps a year or even 2. Rather than clinging desperately to my current standing, I would prefer to witness the ascendance of a new champion. In summary, I will not change my strategy today. A true man should relish the visceral clash of fists. Should he not?" With that declaration, Zhang Tinyu closed his eyes, dismissing the commentary of his coaching team as mere background noise. He focused solely on the sensation of his heartbeat quickening, a thrill reminiscent of his early days in the professional boxing arena, where every opponent ignited in him an unyielding desire to give his all, an impulse to plunge headlong into battle. With a resounding clang, Li Mingyang and Zhang Tinyu stepped forward from opposite sides, entering the confined arena that awaited them. Whether it is Li Mingyang or Zhang Tinyu, when the two finally meet, standing on the same stage and locking eyes, they perceive in each other's gaze a fierce and unyielding fighting spirit, ablaze like a raging fire. Bang! With the referee's right hand descending, Li Mingyang and Zhang Tinyu simultaneously charge towards one another. Almost instantaneously, the bout erupts into a visceral clash of fists, a primal confrontation of skill and physicality. There is only defense. Neither exhibits the cowardice to flee or evade upon the stage. Even some spectators seated in the front rows cannot resist diverting their gaze to the large screen behind the ring, eager to capture the intricate details of the match, to witness the sheer impact of each blow. It seems as though the combatants are not merely human, but rather 2 wild beasts engaged in a ferocious struggle for territory or prey. At this moment, technique has become a mere embellishment, overshadowed by the raw contest of physical prowess and indomitable will. Their minds are consumed by a singular objective: to deliver a crushing blow that sends the opponent crashing to the ground. Chapter 92, Online User. After a few days' absence, they have already advanced to the national semifinals. 1 punch, 2 punches. Li Mingyang's skills were somewhat inferior compared to his opponent, Zhang Tinyu. In such an intense confrontation, his defensive techniques were not nearly as formidable as Zhang Tinyu's. Soon, he was struck hard in the abdomen by 2 of Zhang's punches. Feeling the force behind those blows, even Li Mingyang couldn't help but grimace. This long-forgotten sensation of pain was undeniably invigorating. However, that was all it amounted to, aside from rekindling the long-lost sting of pain. Zhang's punches could inflict no further damage on Li Mingyang. In fact, those 2 punches ignited a primal strength and ferocity deep within him. In the next moment, Li Mingyang seemed to forget that he was still in the ring, neglecting the necessity of controlling his own power. Bang! With a powerful right hook. Although Zhang Tinyu managed to block it, he could feel a stark contrast in strength compared to before. The expression in Zhang Tinyu's eyes was one of uncontainable shock. Just a hair's breadth, Li Mingyang's punch nearly shattered his defense. It was not a technical breach, but a sheer display of brute force. No matter how tightly he defended himself, Li Mingyang's fists were akin to a battering ram. That singular punch nearly warped his defenses. Concurrently, a sharp pain radiated from his forearm, as if it would snap in the next instant. A glance from the corner of his eye revealed a dark bruise forming on his forearm. This was truly an abnormal strength. In his prime, Zhang Tinyu was often dubbed a beast in the boxing arena, But at this moment, facing Li Mingyang, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. If he was a beast, then what was this opponent? A tiger clad in human skin? No, even that fails to capture the essence of this individual. He was undoubtedly a tiger, transformed into something extraordinary. Or perhaps, a saber-toothed tiger emerging from the primal age? The dynamics of the match shifted dramatically. Li Mingyang, who had previously been at a disadvantage due to Zhang's superior techniques, both offensive and defensive, now appeared to have flipped a switch. His expression turned fierce. He even abandoned some defenses for less critical areas, focusing solely on unleashing his fists with reckless abandon. It no longer mattered whether Zhang Tinyu was defending or attacking, nor did it concern him if his punches could break through defenses to land effective hits. In that moment, Li Mingyang seemed less a competitor in a ring and more a street fighter. This ferocity sent chills down the spines of many spectators at the edge of the arena, as if they were next in line for his onslaught. Oh no, the defense is collapsing. From the initial moments when he could barely withstand the onslaught, even managing to retaliate with a few punches against Li Mingyang, to the present state where he could only awkwardly defend himself, Zhang Tinyu found himself in a dire predicament. Several of his punches barely grazed the side of Zhang Tinyu's head. One anomaly. From which obscure corner of the world did such a freak emerge? At first, Zhang Tinyu harbored no fear of Li Mingyang's fighting style. In fact, he felt a tinge of disdain. Although Li Mingyang's strength had surged dramatically, he seemed to have relinquished all defense except for his head. Did this fellow truly not understand that unleashing one's full potential is crucial for a decisive strike? Despite the discrepancies swirling in his mind, Zhang Tinyu was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity. He seized every chance to attack, delivering powerful blows to Li Mingyang's abdomen. Yet, the scenario he envisioned, Li Mingyang being knocked down and his combat effectiveness impaired, failed to materialize. After several strikes, Zhang Tinyu felt a stinging pain in his fists, as though he were not striking the human body's softest part, but rather the tire of a heavy truck, sturdy and resilient. His fists could barely breach the opponent's defenses. Upon this realization, Zhang Tinyu found it hard to believe the thoughts emerging in his mind. As a renowned heavy hitter in domestic arenas, even though his current state was slightly diminished compared to his peak, he was still confident that his punches were among the heaviest in the country. Yet, he found himself utterly ineffective against this novice, who had just stepped onto the scene. Meanwhile, the punches delivered by Li Mingyang grew increasingly powerful, to the point that Zhang Tinyu's hands had nearly lost all sensation. Finally, bang! A punch, akin to a truck colliding, broke through Zhang Tinyu's tightly guarded defense and struck his nasal bone with a resounding crack. It shattered, accompanied by a crisp sound. A thought abruptly surged in Zhang Tinyu's mind, and in that instant, he felt his mental faculties slow down. Bang! Bang! However, Li Mingyang showed no mercy, following up with a left hook, then a right haymaker delivered with all his might. Zhang Tinyu, after enduring 2 more heavy hits to his head, collapsed onto the ring, eyes rolling back like all of Li Mingyang's previous opponents, akin to a limp noodle. Clang! 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 As Zhang Tinyu fell, the bell signaling the end of the first round rang out simultaneously. Yet, judging by his condition, it seemed unlikely that there would be a second round. 1 minute later, the referee unhesitatingly raised Li Mingyang's right hand, declaring him the ultimate victor of this match. Meanwhile, Zhang Tinyu had already been assisted by the medical personnel waiting at ringside and was being taken away by ambulance, indicating that his injuries were quite severe. With this victory, Li Mingyang became the first contestant to successfully advance to the semifinals of the tournament. Chapter 93. He is absorbing his opponent's experience and techniques. Even the footage of Li Mingyang's previous provincial competition unexpectedly ignited a sensation on the internet, let alone this national championship. Although he was initially overlooked due to the larger number of competitors, this was the second time Li Mingyang displayed his formidable dominance in the ring. Despite being an amateur, he should have garnered a significant following by now, particularly given his already substantial fanbase online. Following the last incident, his fan count had steadily approached the remarkable milestone of 10 million. These are genuine, active fans, devoid of any deceit, illustrating the immense attention Li Mingyang commanded in the digital realm. Thus, when the first fans stumbled upon Li Mingyang's competition footage, they were astounded to see his vigorous performance at a national tournament of such prestige. Energized, they couldn't help but begin editing and sharing a compilation of Li Mingyang's highlights from the championship. Much like the previous situation, the intensity of excitement was even more pronounced this time, as videos from his two matches spread virally. Like cancer cells, they proliferated organically among internet users, and within mere hours, they dominated the entirety of Douyin. Even those who were not Li Mingyang's fans found themselves encountering exhilarating clips of his matches every few videos while browsing Douyin. This immense influx of traffic inevitably drew a plethora of new admirers, particularly male fans. Even those indifferent to boxing found it challenging to resist the adrenaline-pumping thrill of such a visceral sport. Consequently, upon witnessing Li Mingyang's undeniable strength, even casual onlookers felt compelled to silently follow him after experiencing those remarkable moments. Ordinary Douyin users reacted similarly, and Li Mingyang's dedicated fans were exuberant, celebrating as if it were the new year. They enthusiastically engaged in discussions across various fan groups about Li Mingyang's participation in the national championship. The most popular sentiment echoed throughout. After several days of absence, I thought this lad was slacking off, only to discover he had quietly advanced to the semifinals. Reflecting on Li Mingyang's formal training, which had only just surpassed 6 months, it was astonishing to realize that in this brief period, he had already triumphed over 2 formidable opponents. Is this not the embodiment of raw talent? If given more time, could we truly witness a representative of their nation gracing the world's premier boxing stage? Such thoughts stirred not only Li Mingyang's fans, but also many casual observers, igniting a shared fervor. This surge in enthusiasm propelled Li Mingyang's popularity to new heights, with many optimistic individuals already heralding him as the heavyweight contender most likely to ascend to the pinnacle of the boxing world in the new century. When an ordinary person encounters these marketing accounts, they might already feel inclined to send a lawyer's letter. After all, it is unlikely they possess the strength and confidence to withstand such scrutiny. The greater the current popularity, the harsher the reality that will inevitably arrive. However, Li Mingyang is no ordinary individual. As a remarkable talent who has lived a second life, he possesses unwavering confidence in handling such attention and titles. Instead of harboring any trepidation, he sincerely believes that the domestic audience has been suppressed for far too long, to the point where even their dreams seem cautious. Merely stepping onto the global stage is insufficient for him. Li Mingyang aspires to become the strongest man in the world, not just in boxing, but across all combat sports. He aims to be an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of all fighters, a presence more magnificent than Mount Everest itself. He wishes to proclaim to everyone, regardless of their background, that he is their undeniable patriarch. Although he may have remained silent for a century or two, the throne that stands atop the world will forever belong to him. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are witnessing is this year's most formidable dark horse in the boxing arena. The ferocious newcomer Li Mingyang from Guizhou province. His opponent is the seasoned veteran of our domestic heavyweight boxing scene, the renowned killer on the ring, Zhao Hu, who has amassed countless accolades over his career. From the very outset of the match, our veteran showcased his wealth of experience. Rather than engaging in a direct confrontation with our youthful and vigorous opponent, he opted for a strategy of tactical evasion. It must be noted that although this veteran may no longer be in his prime, his skills are increasingly refined. In contrast, our dark horse Li Mingyang exhibited a rather constrained performance from the very beginning of this match. He longed to corner his opponent against the ropes, but the seasoned Zhao Hu offered not even the slightest opportunity to this formidable newcomer. As the semifinals commenced, it became evident that all the fighters who reached this level possess considerable skill. At this stage, the national championship was not only being broadcast live, but also accompanied by professional commentary for each match. For instance, gazing at the opponent he has been entangled with for 4 rounds, Li Mingyang's expression is one of unprecedented gravity. Zhao Hu stands as the most formidable opponent he has ever faced, possessing not only adept techniques and extensive experience, but also remarkable stamina. If he were up against a typical adversary, they would have been gasping for breath by the fourth round under such intense pressure. Yet Zhao Hu, aside from slightly labored breathing, shows no signs of fatigue, nor does he reveal any weaknesses due to exhaustion. It can only be said that nearly a decade of honing his skills on the ring has become Zhao Hu's greatest advantage against Li Mingyang. Particularly notable is the agile footwork of Li Mingyang, which at times compels him to forego defense in an effort to intercept his opponent within the confines of the ring. Esteemed viewers, as we enter the fifth round, it becomes evident that the dynamics of the match have shifted. Unlike the preceding rounds, I had sensed a hint of this change in the fourth round, yet I could not ascertain it with certainty. However, I can now confidently assert that our dark horse, Li Mingyang, is indeed a formidable fighter. Faced with the seasoned veteran, as the point gap gradually widens, our dark horse remains unfazed. He not only chooses to respond with composure, but also steadfastly maintains his rhythm and style, striving to deplete the stamina of the veteran Zhang Hu. Simultaneously, I have observed that our boxing prodigy is absorbing his opponent's experience and techniques at an alarming rate. At this juncture, even the seasoned commentator cannot help but express astonishment. It is indeed a rare sight to witness a fighter like Li Mingyang openly and directly learning from his opponent's skills and expertise in the ring. After all, ordinary competitors typically channel all their energy into countering their opponent's assaults or seeking opportunities to strike, leaving no room to contemplate such nuances. Yet, Li Mingyang is different. Endowed with an extraordinary physique, he can largely disregard the lackluster attacks from Zhao Hu. Even when he occasionally endures a few punches, it does not detrimentally affect his physical condition, given that he is unable to swiftly overcome his opponent. He seizes this opportunity to openly absorb the advantageous traits of his adversary. Moreover, he transforms this practical experience into an integral part of his own prowess. Li Mingyang appears to be a naturally gifted combatant, with skills that, despite gradual improvement during training, are now rapidly advancing in the heat of battle. Chapter 94. Revelations of Potential, the heavyweight boxer of the Dragon Nation. As the match progressed into the fifth round, Li Mingyang maintained an unyielding, high-pressure stance, akin to a perpetual motion machine, exhibiting no signs of fatigue whatsoever. In contrast, despite Zhao Hu's unwavering determination, his physical state was inevitably waning. Compounded by Li Mingyang's rapidly advancing techniques, he had begun to subtly synchronize with Zhao Hu's rhythm, nearly cornering the latter several times against the ropes. To the unacquainted spectators, Li Mingyang appeared much like the protagonist of an anime, seemingly experiencing an extraordinary surge in power. In a moment where he had been thoroughly subdued, he was now beginning to exhibit a dominating presence over Zhao Hu. With the crisp sound of the bell, the fifth round concluded, much to Li Mingyang's slight dismay. He could distinctly sense that if only given an additional 2 minutes, he would undoubtedly exploit his opponent's flaws and deliver a decisive blow. Yet, such were the rules of the competition. With the signal having sounded, the fifth round had to come to an end. Nonetheless, despite this missed opportunity, Li Mingyang brimmed with confidence. Within 2 rounds, at most, he would be able to completely deplete his opponent's stamina. In no time, he would seize the vulnerabilities of this adversary, who felt as though he were encased in an impenetrable shell, and deliver a formidable strike that would leave Zhao Hu sprawled upon the canvas. As Li Mingyang grew increasingly attuned to Zhao Hu's movements, his footwork began to match his opponent's shifts. At this moment, he resembled a relentless shadow, a description that, though perhaps slightly inadequate, aptly captured the essence of the scene. Regardless of Zhao Hu's evasions or attempts to flee, Li Mingyang clung to him like a relentless parasite, denying his opponent even the slightest opportunity to escape. Throughout this exchange, Li Mingyang exploited his superior reach to launch continuous assaults. Although Zhao Hu displayed a commendable level of defensive skill, Li Mingyang's strategy mirrored that employed against prior opponents. No matter how fortified Zhao Hu's defenses appeared, if he could be caught, nothing else mattered. Only fierce, unyielding attacks would suffice. With a resounding left hook, Li Mingyang struck Zhao Hu's abdomen with tremendous force, delivering a crushing blow. Instantly, a searing pain surged from Zhao Hu's core, racing to his mind. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Li Mingyang followed up with another punishing blow to his stomach. With a violent retch, bile erupted from Zhao Hu's mouth, and in the blink of an eye, he collapsed onto the mat, darkness enveloping him. In the sixth round, which had barely reached its halfway point, another formidable opponent succumbed to Li Mingyang's relentless onslaught. With this victory, Li Mingyang secured his place in the semifinals, formally entering the top four. Should he vanquish two more adversaries, he would earn his first prestigious national championship title. At this juncture, Li Hu, the dark horse, finally garnered the attention he deserved. His detailed profile found its way onto the desks of executives at numerous prominent domestic clubs, and even international eyes began to focus on him. After all, Li Hu's physical prowess was undeniably astonishing, surpassing even that of some of the world's elite fighters. While his technique might still be somewhat rudimentary compared to those top-tier athletes, this was not viewed as a flaw by the seasoned professionals. Technical skills can certainly be honed through practice. Even with modest talent, diligence can bridge the gap, allowing one to catch up to their peers, or at least attain an adequate standard. However, such extraordinary physical gifts cannot be acquired merely through hard work and perseverance. If Li Mingyang's current prowess could be likened to a barely passing score of 60 or 70 in the eyes of the true titans of the boxing world, the potential he exhibited was worth at least 95 points or more. In the cutthroat arena of sports competition, physical aptitude is the fundamental currency that dictates success. Moreover, Li Mingyang's evident capacity for rapid learning allowed him to swiftly adapt and keep pace with the seasoned veteran Zhao Hu within just a few rounds. Undoubtedly, Li Mingyang is a prodigious talent, a rough gem yet to be fully unearthed. When these executives learned that Li Mingyang had only been training for a mere 6 months, their last vestiges of doubt evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming fervor and desire for possession. Li Mingyang is undoubtedly the most promising heavyweight boxer to emerge from the Dragon Kingdom in decades, if not the only one. He embodies the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of the world stage, even to claim the title of world champion. Such talent is precisely what clubs and companies dream of acquiring. In an instant of realization, nearly all substantial boxing clubs and organizations sprang into action, eager to seize the opportunity of Li Mingyang's nascent career and secure this rising star for themselves. Chapter 95, Another Encounter, Knockout in the Finals. As the results of the semi-final draw were revealed, Li Mingyang and Wang Daniyu exchanged glances, each perceiving a strange expression in the other's eyes. Wang Daniyu hesitated, struggling to find the appropriate words to describe the situation before them. To be frank, I am at a loss as to whether it is sheer luck that has allowed this opponent to reach the semi-finals, or if it is merely fortuitous for Li Mingyang. Upon reviewing the information on his opponent, it became apparent that while this individual was indeed a competent heavyweight professional boxer, he paled in comparison to Li Mingyang's previous two adversaries. Given his capabilities, it was inconceivable that he should have made it to the current arena. Yet, it seemed this fellow had been favored by fortune throughout the tournament. He had drawn opponents whose skills were inferior to his own, while the formidable contenders, like the two fighters Li Mingyang had previously faced, had been eliminated in earlier matches. One must concede that luck is indeed a part of one's prowess. This competition must represent the pinnacle of his achievements thus far, as he had successfully navigated through to the semifinals. However, this streak of good fortune would cease here. For among the remaining 4 competitors, only this individual failed to keep pace with the rhythm of the fight. Regardless of any prior strokes of luck, the moment he encountered me, it became evident that his good fortune had run its course. After a cursory glance at the opponent's profile, both Li Mingyang and Wang Daniyu set the documents aside. After all, this challenger hardly warranted their attention, and they could almost declare their advancement to the finals preemptively. If Li Mingyang were unable to defeat this opponent, he might as well abandon his aspirations in the boxing world and relinquish any dreams of reaching the pinnacle of global competition. Perhaps he should simply withdraw and return home to tend his family. Rather than fixating on this feeble opponent, they deemed it far more prudent to concentrate their efforts on the two remaining adversaries, who posed a genuine challenge. In stark contrast to the vast disparity in skill on Li Mingyang's side, the competition on the other end could indeed be considered evenly matched. Regardless of who emerged victorious to reach the finals, both Li Mingyang and Wang Daniu felt it was only natural. Ding, ding, ding. Accompanied by the crisp sound of an announcement, Li Mingyang displayed a menacing grin towards his opponent. Sun Pao, fully aware of the information regarding Li Mingyang, felt a profound sense of despair upon drawing such a formidable adversary. The brutal style that Li Mingyang had exhibited throughout the competition instilled in Sun Pao a dread that resonated deep within his very soul. Now, standing on the same stage, he could all too easily envision himself being knocked out by a powerful punch, lying in a hospital bed for a month, unable to rise. Upon witnessing Li Mingyang's menacing grin, Sun Pao instinctively felt compelled to raise his hands and surrender. Yet, the realization that he was on a national broadcasted semi-final stage halted him. Such an act would undoubtedly spell the end of his professional career. After all, no boxing gym would choose a cowardly opponent who fled at a critical moment. As a professional fighter, one must embody the spirit of resilience, facing challenges head-on. Even if he knew he could not best his adversary, he felt the need to fight with every ounce of strength, perhaps even inflicting a single blow to his opponent's teeth. Reflecting on his advancement to the semifinals, he acknowledged it as a pinnacle of his career. The rewards post-match would likely surpass anything he had experienced thus far. He contemplated the possibility of being knocked out by the formidable Li Mingyang, pondering whether such an outcome could allow him to claim an injury withdrawal. He was acutely aware of his own abilities, understanding that he was nearing the peak of his physical prowess, and continuing to fight could diminish his future prospects. In fact, it might even lower his market value, considering that he might not have such fortuitous circumstances to reach the semifinals again. Seizing this opportunity could lead him to a role as a coach or some similar position, which would surely offer better prospects than what his previous achievements could yield. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Sun Pao, though still gripped by fear, summoned a fierce battle cry, rallying his spirit. Instead of retreating, he boldly advanced towards Li Mingyang, and then there was no further action to recount. After enduring 2 intense rounds, Li Mingyang had honed his skills considerably. In essence, the Li Mingyang who had yet to begin the match would likely find himself outmatched by the current version of himself. Before him, Sun Pao was undoubtedly the weakest opponent Li Mingyang had faced in this national championship. Consequently, within less than a single round, as time froze at 1 minute and 53 seconds, Li Mingyang unleashed a powerful punch, followed by a crushing left hook to Sun Pao's face. The consecutive blows sent Sun Pao crashing to the mat, securing Li Mingyang's place in the finals. However, unlike previous victories, this time, even after achieving success, Wang Daniu displayed little excitement. From the moment the match commenced, both competitors were acutely aware of the outcome. Not only Wang Daniu, but even Li Mingyang himself felt little joy despite advancing to the finals. For him, the honor of such an achievement paled in comparison to the desire for a formidable opponent. Seemingly attuned to Li Mingyang's sentiments, Wang Daniu promptly produced 2 detailed reports immediately after the match concluded, stating, "Look, although we have reached the finals, this is already a commendable achievement for us. As the saying goes, the desires of the human heart are insatiable. We are now merely one adversary away from attaining the esteemed title of national champion. This honor would undoubtedly prove beneficial for the path you are about to embark upon. If circumstances permit, I yearn to witness the championship trophy clasped in your hands. Thus, I believe it is imperative for you to delve into the profiles of these 2 contenders. Regardless of which one you face tomorrow, their prowess will undoubtedly surpass that of your previous opponents. This will be an exceedingly arduous contest, should you fail to secure a knockout within the 12 rounds. Our aspirations for the championship may diminish considerably. Therefore, it is essential that you exert every ounce of your strength in tomorrow's match, engaging in the most intense confrontations from the outset to deplete your opponent's stamina. After all, both of them are currently at the pinnacle of their physical condition, and their endurance reflects that. If you do not thrust them into a high-intensity struggle from the very beginning, you may find it challenging to uncover any vulnerabilities or opportunities, even after the 12 rounds have concluded. Chapter 96. We are champions. Upon hearing Wang Danyu's words and observing the solemn expression on his face, Li Mingyang refrained from saying much, silently accepting the information presented to him. It must be acknowledged that the credentials of these two individuals are indeed formidable, having participated in over 60 bouts throughout their careers. Remarkably, they have maintained an almost flawless record, with one suffering merely a handful of defeats, a number of which were exchanges of victory between the two themselves. Their skill levels are undeniably on par, making them exemplary figures in the realm of domestic heavyweight boxing. Coincidentally, both competitors belong to a similar archetype, embodying a harmonious fusion of technique and physical prowess. Unlike lighter heavyweight contenders who rely solely on technique and points due to a lack of overwhelming strength, or those who depend solely on brute force, such as Li Mingyang himself, these two exhibit a mastery of technique that is truly exceptional. Their records of knocking out opponents on the ring are numerous, and they have distinctly set themselves apart from other heavyweight boxers in the country. While they may not rank as the strongest on the world stage, they are undoubtedly qualified to compete at that level. Even if they were to find themselves at the bottom, it is essential to possess the requisite qualifications to enter such a realm. Other domestic heavyweight boxers do not share this privilege. After thoroughly reviewing the profiles of these two athletes, Li Mingyang could not help but gasp in astonishment. This is indeed a challenging prospect. This marks the first time since he began competing that he has expressed such genuine awe, regardless of the formidable opponents he has faced in the past. Although he senses that this match will be arduous, he still possesses a sense of confidence and assurance in his victory. However, upon confronting these two, especially after analyzing numerous videos of their past bouts, Li Mingyang finds himself lacking the same level of confidence and self-assurance. While they may not possess the extraordinary physical abilities that he himself does, they are undoubtedly formidable athletes among ordinary individuals. For instance, when these two clash in the ring, nearly every match spans a full 12 rounds, although a noticeable decline in stamina is evident in the final 4 rounds following the 8th. Their physical condition and combat awareness remain at peak levels during the initial 8 rounds. This high-intensity confrontation is a testament to their prowess. If Li Mingyang cannot draw either opponent into such a rigorous exchange, the outcome of tomorrow's match will be predetermined. Despite his significant improvements in both technique and footwork, the disparity between him and these two competitors is glaringly apparent. He need not rely on others to point out this difference. He could assert himself. Li Mingyang found himself in a state of considerable distress. He was unwilling to accept a defeat, even if such an experience was a commonplace occurrence among competitors. After all, even world-class champions inevitably encounter setbacks on their journey to greatness. Moreover, following a decline from peak performance, failure becomes almost an inescapable chapter in every athlete's narrative. Yet, Li Mingyang refused to reconcile himself with such an outcome. Retreat was not an option. Thus, he was left with but one final course of action: to roll up his sleeves and plunge fearlessly into battle. He was determined to leverage his exceptional defensive prowess and unleash an intensity unmatched by others, relentlessly pursuing his opponent from the very first round like a rabid dog. Regardless of who stood before him, any adversary facing a competitor willing to inflict zero damage while sustaining substantial self-harm would surely find themselves at a loss. In fact, if he could indeed summon such fervor, the depletion of his opponent's stamina would likely surpass that of their previous evenly matched encounters. This, however, hinged upon Li Mingyang's ability to endure until that moment. His resilience and willpower had to be formidable. He could not allow the opponent to achieve a knockout before fulfilling his own ambitions. Ding, ding, ding. The familiar chime echoed in his ears. And the moment the referee signaled the commencement of the match, Li Mingyang charged forth like a madman. This stark transformation did not go unnoticed by the spectators and commentators alike. It was evident that the dark horse of this competition, Li Mingyang, had altered his strategy and tactics right from the outset. He appeared to have forsaken his defense, seemingly intent on drawing his opponent into his offensive rhythm. However, Such reckless behavior left me genuinely apprehensive for this dark horse's physical condition. As time slipped into the ninth round, Zhou Jun initially regarded Li Mingyang's frenzied approach with disdain. He virtually abandoned his own physical defense, perceiving his opponent as nothing short of a living target. Yet, as each round progressed and they reached the ninth, Zhou Jun began to feel the toll of excessive exertion, his vision blurring before him. A madman, this was a lunatic, a relentless beast willing to employ any means necessary for victory. No, this individual was a blatant monster. Any ordinary person would have crumbled under 8 rounds of such unhinged assault. Opportunity, as the ninth round commenced, within less than half a minute. His opponent displayed unmistakable signs of disorientation and vulnerability. After enduring 8 grueling rounds, Li Mingyang finally seized his moment. With a forceful swing, he unleashed all his strength in a powerful haymaker that struck his adversary squarely on the jaw. Bam! The sheer force of this exaggerated punch propelled the opponent's legs off the ring, causing them to lose all consciousness in an instant. They fell backward, lying motionless on the arena floor, gazing upward into the void. Chapter 97. The Invitation to the Alaska Training Camp. Confronted with this sudden turn of events, not only were the staff on the arena perplexed, but even the spectators found themselves momentarily dumbfounded. The battle had been evenly matched, yet in the blink of an eye, one of the figures on the stage collapsed heavily to the ground. Who was it? Who emerged victorious? The scene unfolded so abruptly that many spectators, despite having seen clearly, instinctively voiced their confusion before their minds could fully register the moment. The first to regain composure was Wang Daniu, who had been intently observing the match. Upon witnessing Li Mingyang actually defeat such a formidable opponent, Wang Daniu could not contain his exuberance, his cheers echoing with a raw, almost heart-wrenching fervor. Champion, we have triumphed. We are truly champions. In the next moment, tears welled in Wang Daniu's eyes at an observable rate, glistening like dew. Only he understood the weight of the time he had waited for this day, longing to meet a competitor of Li Mingyang's extraordinary caliber. He had invested countless efforts over the years, and now the fruits of victory lay before him, illuminating his arduous journey. The sensation of dreams materializing so suddenly was overwhelming, banishing nearly 2 decades of relentless nightmares. Meanwhile, Li Mingyang, having felled his opponent, refrained from boisterous celebration, instead gazing around in a daze. The eruption of cheers around him resembled a cataclysmic wave, leading him to question whether he was truly awake. Was this what it felt like to be a national champion? To stand at the pinnacle of a particular field within a nation? This sensation seemed quite delightful. As he pondered, a subtle smile crept upon Li Mingyang's lips. He acknowledged that, at this moment, he had truly fallen in love with the sport of combat, cherishing the sensation of formidable adversaries succumbing before him. It was in this instant that the notion of ascending to the world's zenith solidified within him. Unlike before, when he mechanically pursued goals, now the aspiration of reaching the summit felt like a dream deeply embedded in his heart. The mere thought ignited an unquenchable fervor within him, propelling him toward the training grounds, eager to immerse himself in rigorous practice and embrace the trials of sweat and exertion with renewed vigor. So this is the champion's trophy from the national championships? It certainly appeared splendid, far superior in craftsmanship to the previous shabby trophy. The demeanor of Li Mingyang regarding this trophy was markedly different from that which he exhibited after securing the provincial championship. Even as he settled into the car, casting his gaze upon the trophy in his hands, he could not help but feel a sense of obsession and fulfillment. To speak candidly, the craftsmanship involved in the creation of trophies is not markedly different. After all, they are merely ordinary modern artifacts. The most significant distinction lies in the intrinsic value of the trophy itself. In comparison to the so-called provincial champion trophy of yore, the one before us embodies a true commemorative significance, a treasured memento that marks a pivotal milestone in one's life. Although we have now achieved the status of national champions, carving out a reputation in the professional boxing arena, the true challenges still await you. After the National Cup, there lies the Asian Cup and the World Cup. Numerous formidable opponents are poised to confront you, and your immediate task is to further solidify your prowess. Even if you may not possess the innate fighting skills of the elite competitors, your physical attributes are undeniably extraordinary. Nevertheless, regardless of the approach, be it physicality or technique, I hope to witness you advancing in all aspects of your physique, ensuring that no glaring weaknesses can be exploited by adversaries. Thus, it is imperative for you to engage in more rigorous, specialized, and demanding training to elevate your capabilities. This will enable you to navigate confrontations with even more formidable opponents with greater ease. As Wang Daniyu received the trophy from Li Mingyang, his eyes reflected a mix of joy and a deeper sense of melancholy and uncertainty. He understood that the moment of parting with Li Mingyang had arrived, for the path ahead was one that this relic of the old era was ill-suited to tread. However, Wang Daniyu swiftly adjusted his mindset. Although he had merely accompanied Li Mingyang during the initial leg of his journey, he considered himself to be Li Mingyang's mentor, the guiding light on his path to boxing. He even regarded himself as the architect of Li Mingyang's future endeavors. He had previously contemplated this moment, and now that it was upon them, he found little room for further contemplation, did he not? With this thought, Wang Daniyu's gaze grew resolute as he placed the trophy into Li Mingyang's hands and retrieved a beautifully crafted invitation from his bag. Li Mingyang, momentarily bewildered, accepted the English-laden document, intrigued by the image of a ferocious brown bear emblazoned upon it. However, before he could voice his curiosity, Wang Daniyu preemptively addressed his unspoken question. Do you recall my mention of the necessity for more specialized and rigorous training? This is an invitation from one of the world's premier training camps, the Alaska Training Camp. It is said that at least half of the world's top boxers have emerged from this camp, or at the very least, have trained within its esteemed confines. Your outstanding performance in the competition, coupled with the minuscule favor I bestowed upon you, has ultimately secured this invitation for you. The path ahead may require you to tread alone, for I, an antiquated relic of a man, have fallen behind the times by over a decade and can no longer keep pace with the rapid evolution of our world. Nevertheless, I am convinced that if you emerge from this training camp, your prowess and techniques, not to mention your physical condition, will undergo a remarkable transformation. At that juncture, you will undoubtedly possess the capability to ascend to the world stage. As he reached the conclusion of his thoughts, even Wang Daniyu found himself stirred with fervor, eagerly anticipating the day that would come. As Li Mingyang's first coach, he is all too aware of the prodigious talent this young man possesses, and he knows that such a day is surely not far off. Chapter 98. The Agonizing English Language. As the commencement of the Alaskan training camp draws near, merely 2 months remain. During this period, my dear boy, it is imperative that you diligently enhance your English proficiency. While achieving seamless communication may be an ambitious goal, it is essential that you at least grasp the simple English on the invitation. After all, the camp will be conducted entirely in English, and a language barrier could significantly hinder your interactions, rendering your training exceedingly inconvenient. Moreover, such a prestigious global training camp is unlikely to provide a dedicated Chinese translator for your benefit. Nevertheless, considering your remarkable talents in other domains, I trust that mastering a mere language will not pose an insurmountable challenge for you. Keep pushing forward, my boy. I eagerly anticipate the day when I see you standing at the pinnacle of the world. As these words left my lips, our vehicle arrived at the entrance of the capital airport, and it was at this moment that Li Mingyang discerned something amiss. He observed that Wang Daniyu had ventured in a direction entirely different from theirs. Coach, what are you doing? Huh, did I not mention before? This antiquated old man, lagging behind by a decade or two, can no longer keep pace with your current rhythm and progress. Besides, we are all men here. Rather than indulging in a sentimental farewell, it is more prudent to act decisively at this juncture. I am confident that within these next 2 months, you will adeptly manage both your training and English studies. You are, without a doubt, the most disciplined individual I have encountered, and perhaps, without my interference, you may even unleash greater physical potential. Well then, this is it. As fate would have it, when you truly step onto the world's most prestigious stage, I shall certainly be there to witness your performance." After uttering these words, Wang Daniu waved his hand with flair and turned to leave, offering Li Mingyang no further opportunity for conversation. Initially taken aback, Li Mingyang quickly regained his composure. As Wang Daniu had aptly stated, they were all men, not prone to the sentimentalities of women, nor would they indulge in tears. After all, this was not a matter of life and death. Should they wish to meet again, a simple phone call would suffice. Even thousands of kilometers apart, a mere flight would take only a few hours. Thus, with clarity restored, Li Mingyang donned a carefree smile and strode confidently toward his flight home. "Dear assistant, I have a rather serious question to pose to you." Upon returning home and gazing at the adorably clumsy assistant, Li Mingyang's spirits lifted considerably. It is evident that when one's mood is dampened, surrounding oneself with beauty can significantly alleviate one's emotions, particularly when such charm can cause the very earth to tremble. Ahem. In any case, it is undeniably a sight most pleasing to behold. The petite assistant, possessing a striking figure, had always exhibited a keen awareness of the gazes directed her way, and thus she promptly sensed Li Ming's scrutinizing eyes upon her. While accustomed to such attention, given her captivating presence, the intensity of Li Ming's stare, coupled with his tone, led her to mistakenly interpret his intentions. Ah, so it has finally come to this day. Even though she had opted for a career as a live-streaming assistant instead of working in the company, it seemed inevitable that she would encounter such situations. However, if this individual turned out to be her boss, it might not be entirely unwelcome. At least he was rather handsome, and his physique was undeniably impressive. But with her petite frame, one couldn't help but wonder. No. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed crimson as an errant thought crossed her mind, prompting her to exclaim unexpectedly. This left Li Ming utterly bewildered. What does she mean by no? I thought you were a graduate from a prestigious university, and didn't you mention passing the English Level 6 exam? Surely, you can manage to teach me a bit of English. I was even considering giving you a raise of 1,000 or 800 yuan. Now it seems, Li Ming, not being oblivious, recognized from the assistant's reaction that she had misconstrued something. Yet, to address the misunderstanding directly would only render the atmosphere between them awkward. Nevertheless, as per his usual adeptness at changing topics, Li Ming skillfully resolved the misunderstanding and deftly diverted the assistant's attention towards the prospect of a salary increase. "Oh, I feel like I'm dying. Truly, I have never felt my life so bleak." Almost a month had passed in the training facility, but unlike before, Li Ming's expression was no longer one of enjoyment. Observing his current appearance, his hair resembling a bird's nest, messy and disheveled, and dark circles prominently under his eyes, one could see that the sparkle had vanished from his gaze, rendering it lifeless and stagnant, devoid of any vitality. "Boss, keep it up. Compared to a month ago, you've improved significantly. It's just English after all. I believe with your talent, you can surely master it effortlessly." Upon seeing Li Ming's state, the assistant initially stifled a few giggles out of schadenfreude before offering a rather perfunctory encouragement. Initially, she had thought this task would be trivial, given her own commendable command of English. Wang Yuqing had never perceived English as a particularly challenging subject, thus naturally concluding that Li Ming's endeavor to learn the language should not pose too great an obstacle. Then, the little assistant realized the folly of her assumptions. Her employer's aptitude for the English language resembled that of a mentally challenged child. It was as if he were a natural insulator against the language, with each word that traversed his mind failing to leave even the faintest trace behind. Chapter 99. The assistant entrusted with heavy responsibilities. Departing from home as the commencement of the training camp drew near, Li Mingyang dedicated this period not only to his daily training, but also to the pursuit of mastering English. He began addressing visa-related matters, yet, with the invitation letter from the training camp in hand, the process unfolded smoothly and the visa was promptly obtained. However, the challenge of English loomed large. Li Mingyang felt disheartened by the prospect of achieving seamless communication before the camp officially commenced. After a month of intensive practice, his mind felt overwhelmed. Yet he remained only partially acquainted with the language, as if English were an insurmountable barrier in his life. From his school days, he had been virtually impervious to the language, and even now, despite the obligatory need to learn it, he found himself struggling to absorb any knowledge. As the final days in his homeland approached, his proficiency in English remained stagnant. By this time, Li Mingyang had relinquished any hope for improvement, resigned to the belief that alternate solutions would present themselves. After all, could a living soul truly be choked by the mundane? During these days, he had nearly ceased his training, not to preserve his physical condition for the impending camp, but to cherish moments with his parents. The construction of their new home was nearly complete, and his parents were in high spirits. The supermarket downstairs had expanded, flourishing in business. Residing in a new house, driving a new car, and enjoying a decent income, his parents wore smiles of contentment wherever they went. The only source of melancholy was the impending departure of their eldest son to Alaska for the training camp. Yet, they recognized this as a crucial step in his professional journey, and, despite their lingering sadness, silently expressed their support. Thus, in these final days, Li Mingyang made an effort to spend more time with his beloved parents. He harbored a premonition, an understanding of sorts. While he had managed to remain in his homeland for a while, he was now on the cusp of entering the international arena. The training would be accompanied by competitions that would require him to traverse various countries. The opportunities to linger in his quaint hometown would inevitably diminish. Thus, he resolved to savor the rare, familial atmosphere while he still could. Lost in thought, a sudden knock on the door jolted him from his reverie. "You lazy boy, don't you realize how late it is? It's past noon, and you're still in bed. Are you planning to skip lunch?" The irate voice of his mother echoed from the doorway, and Li Mingyang felt a few beads of sweat form on his forehead as he absorbed her words. "As I lingered in a somewhat sentimental reverie, contemplating various trivial matters, my mother abruptly entered, shattering the atmosphere. Yuqing, do eat more. It is quite a burden for you to assist our little rascal here. We have watched him grow up and know all too well his disposition and temperament. He often resembles a lazy lump." When Li Mingyang finally mustered the energy to rise from his bed and arrived in the dining room, he was greeted by an unexpected scene. It appeared as though Wang Yuqing were truly the beloved daughter of his parents, while he himself felt like an outsider. The warmth emanating from his parents as they eagerly served Wang Yuqing was palpable, and the convivial atmosphere among the three of them was undeniably harmonious. At that moment, his mother caught sight of Li Mingyang from the corner of her eye. In an instant, her expression of warmth transformed into one of disdain. "Now that you're up, hurry over and sit down to eat. What? Do you expect your mother to serve you? You're a grown man in your 20s. Yet you sleep like a lazy pig every day. Only someone like Yuqing could tolerate your temperament. If it were anyone else with the meager allowance you provide, they would have long since fled." While she expressed her disdain, she simultaneously took the opportunity to criticize her son. Hearing her words, Li Mingyang felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. He wanted to assert that he offered the little assistant a quite reasonable salary. In this current employment climate, an average monthly wage of around 10,000 for an assistant is indeed considered high. One need only observe the multitude of graduates struggling to find jobs that pay 3,000 or 4,000 a month. However, Li Mingyang was acutely aware of his mother's intentions. It was evident that his parents were becoming increasingly eager to match him with the little assistant. They were subtly attempting to facilitate a connection between him and Wang Yuqing. Yet Li Mingyang had no inclination to entertain such thoughts at present. Thus, he chose to disregard his mother's remarks, letting them drift in one ear and out the other without leaving a trace in his mind. "Yuqing, how is the visa application I asked you to handle coming along?" As the final 3 days approached, Li Mingyang finally recalled this significant matter. Upon hearing his inquiry, Wang Yuqing appeared astonished, almost believing that her boss had forgotten about it entirely. "It has already been processed. However, boss, why do I need a visa as well? You'll be attending the training, and I doubt there will be any work for me there." Li Mingyang chuckled wryly and shook his head. "No, you are overlooking a crucial point. Have you forgotten about my rather dismal command of the English language? Therefore, during this upcoming training camp in Alaska, I have a significant task for you. You will serve as my translator during this period. Indeed, now that time is still on our side. Seize the moment to secure your flight tickets. I had previously forgotten to inform you. We shall journey together. And as for the matter of outsiders being prohibited from entering the training camp, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I am confident that a solution will present itself in due course. At this juncture, Li Mingyang wore a smile brimming with self-assurance. Although he had not participated in such a training camp before, he could envision its nature. As long as one could demonstrate undeniable prowess, it is only natural that the strong would enjoy certain privileges in such an environment. My request is hardly unreasonable. It merely seeks to address language barriers by adding a small assistant. I trust that the individuals within the training camp will harbor no objections to this arrangement. Chapter 100, Arrival at the Training Camp, a gathering of beasts clad in human skin. As for what to do if someone were to emerge with dissenting opinions, it seems that Li Mingyang had already envisioned such a scenario, a sinister grin involuntarily spreading across his face. After nearly 2 months of rigorous training following the conclusion of the competition, coupled with the absence of Wang Danyu, Li Mingyang had relentlessly pushed his physical limits, becoming increasingly audacious. The experiences accumulated during the competition, along with other elements, have been thoroughly assimilated, transforming into Li Mingyang's own unique techniques. He boldly guaranteed that he could defeat his past self from 2 months prior in a 12-round professional match in no more than 6 rounds. Although the Alaskan training camp is renowned as the pinnacle of training facilities worldwide, it remains, at its core, merely a training camp. While many elite athletes emerge from its ranks, it does not imply that all participants possess world-class prowess. If they were already at such a level, why would they even attend a training camp? Therefore, despite not having commenced training yet, Li Mingyang was brimming with confidence. Regardless of the prodigious talents that might inhabit this session of the camp, the ultimate fate of these individuals was singular, to serve as his stepping stones. Any objections? Well, let us see if your fist can match mine. If not, it would be wise to keep your mouth shut, for Li Mingyang's punches are indeed quite formidable. A careless moment could lead to someone missing out on this season's training camp. What? Feeling anxious? Seated on the plane bound for Alaska, Li Mingyang looked incredulously at the young lady beside him, her face etched with tension. They were headed to the training camp of the world's top boxers, not embarking on a perilous mission in northern Myanmar. What was there to be so anxious about? One might think Li Mingyang was a human trafficker. Well, a bit. It was indeed my first time abroad, and here I was journeying to the other side of the ocean. Before coming, I did some research. I read that the people in Alaska are quite rugged, and there are countless reports of gun violence every year. I truly worried that I might be struck down by a stray bullet while strolling down the street. I'm still so young, with so many delightful experiences yet to savor. I certainly do not wish to lose my life in a foreign land thousands of kilometers from home. As she spoke, the assistant seemed to conjure such vivid imagery in her mind that her emotions began to heighten. It was as if she truly believed that she would be shot dead at any moment. Li Mingyang, witnessing her distress, could only shake his head in disbelief. Rest assured, we are heading to training camp, not a haven for gangsters, even if you were intent on being shot while walking down the street. The training camp, located in a rather desolate area, presents its own challenges. Your sole task and purpose for being here is to serve as my translator. As for your well-being, I assure you that I will ensure your safe return. How had he not noticed this before? This little assistant appears surprisingly timid, yet there is something endearing about her bashful demeanor. The Alaska training camp has taken into account the unfamiliarity that fighters from various countries may experience. Hence, they have prearranged all participants, confirming their flight details, so that upon arrival, Li Mingyang and his companions would be greeted by the welcoming staff. However, upon encountering the 2 imposing figures, one black and one white, the little assistant instinctively shrank behind Li Mingyang, a hint of fear in her eyes. Though the men said nothing, Li Mingyang could remarkably decipher her unspoken thoughts. Is this what you call safety? These 2 giants must be nearly 2 meters tall, their muscular physiques evoking an aura more intimidating than that of a criminal syndicate. Are you certain we are attending a legitimate training camp and not some gang assembly? After retrieving Li Mingyang and Wang Yuqing, the 2 large men exchanged a curious glance at Wang Yuqing, puzzled by her unexpected presence. Yet, accustomed to such situations, they said little and simply drove towards the training camp. Perhaps they perceived Li Mingyang as a taciturn and reticent fighter. Unbeknownst to them, Li Mingyang is quite talkative in general, albeit as social phobic, and his current silence is largely due to the language barrier, which is rather awkward. Hello, you must be Mr. Li Mingyang. Welcome to our Alaska training camp. I trust you will find unprecedented rewards here. However, I have a concern. This young lady does not appear on our invitation list. Our Alaska training camp does not accommodate unrelated outsiders, so, upon arriving at the base, the imposing man, seemingly in charge, immediately approached Li Mingyang, directly addressing the issue of Wang Yuqing's unexpected presence. Wang Yuqing adeptly assumed her role as translator, her expression still somewhat timid, but she conveyed the man's words clearly. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang showed neither fear nor hesitation. While this training camp is indeed one of the most prestigious in the world, if they intended to single him out, he would not back down. He could always return home to train. Li Mingyang firmly believes that with perseverance and dedication, reaching the pinnacle of the world is merely a matter of time. Not participating in this so-called Alaska training camp would undoubtedly be a loss for the camp, not for him. Even if the opponent hails from the most prestigious training camp in the world, it is unlikely that a competitor possessing dominion over all combat disciplines has ever emerged.